The elder bestowed upon him the grand name of Zhang, harboring hopes that his son would rise above the mediocrity that had plagued their lineage for generations, aspiring for greatness and not merely to remain a commoner. Conversely, his mother affectionately dubbed him Simao, a name considered modest and easy to nurture, wishing for him to lead a simple life, devoid of aspirations for wealth or grandeur, content with mere safety and tranquility. Zhang, also known as Simao, found himself traversing the landscape of a humble household, oscillating between two social classes. The memories of his past life emerged sporadically through fragmented dreams, subtly guiding him towards a path of extraordinary potential. Regardless of the era, society is perpetually divided into two types of people. Zhang Simao, embodying the third category, exists in the liminal space between, thus giving rise to this tale of the paths of light and darkness. Chapter 1. Born of a humble origin. Miankou, once a territory of Hanzhou, has historically been interconnected by land. During the Ming dynasty's Changhua era, the Han River underwent several reroutings, causing the old pathways to become silted, and the new river course split Hanzhou into two, creating a geographical advantage as it lay at the confluence of the Han and Yangtze rivers. The once desolate, reed-filled Miankou flourished due to its waterways, commerce, and burgeoning population. By the 24th year of the Jiajing reign, Miankou housed merely over 1,000 households. Yet, during the Wanli era, the government designated this location for the transport of grain from Huang, subsequently making it a pivotal hub for the transit of Huai salt. One should not underestimate the significance of grain and salt trade since the Ming dynasty. Rice predominantly flowed from Sichuan and Hunan, supplemented by local supplies from various counties, as well as miscellaneous grains from Shaanxi and the Han River Valley, establishing Miankou as a thriving grain distribution market. Contemporaries extolled Miankou for its connectivity with regions such as Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Shaanxi, Guangdong, and Hunan. The local lakes and rivers facilitated the incessant movement of grain day and night. Due to substantial regional price disparities, Miankou's grain market attracted a multitude of private merchants, leading to unprecedented volumes of trade. Historically, the people of Hunan and Hubei had relied on Huai salt, and following the implementation of the salt regulation during the Wanli era, Miankou emerged as a significant distribution point for Huai salt. The salt dispatched from here constituted over half of the total Huai salt trade, with annual sales reaching approximately 350,000 to 360,000 units during the early Qing dynasty, in addition to 40,000 units of transported salt from Hunan, culminating in a staggering total of over 770,000 units. By the early years of the Qianlong reign, this figure soared to over 900,000 units, translating to approximately 300 million jin in throughput. At that time, Miankou boasted numerous salt merchants' depots, with salt boats lining the banks of the Han River for miles, leading to the saying, 10 miles along the river, salt boats abound. It is strange that the river water does not flow. Riding the wave of these two booming markets, merchants flocked to Miankou, prompting a flourishing of various trades and a surge in population. By the 40th year of the Qianlong reign, the registered households had exceeded 200,000. Among the most vibrant and diverse locales was Zhiboji along the riverbank, where shops lined the streets, backed by bustling docks, with a variety of storefronts neatly arranged along the glistening bluestone road, wide enough for two horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Shops offered an array of goods, from the four treasures of study at Luntian Studio, prepared foods at Yulu Zhai, hats from Luotian Yuan, shoes from Haiyunjin, silk from Hong Taihe, scissors from New Tongxing, pipes from Wang Hongfeng, candles from Lumingde, incense from Magongliang, medicinal pills from Yukaitai, adhesive plasters from Gaoyan, tea from Wang Yuxia, snacks from Datong, dog meat noodles, to glutinous rice balls from Zushi. The signs and banners obscured the sun, and the cacophony of vendors calling out for customers filled the air, while perspiring pedestrians conversed in a medley of dialects, creating a vivid tableau of commercial vitality. Amidst the throng of busy pedestrians, a leisurely young man stood out conspicuously. At around 15 or 16 years of age, he sported a shiny braid at the back of his head, a small cap perched atop, with a piece of paper shielding his forehead from the midday sun. His eyes, though dark and lively, bore a hint of languor. With hands tucked into his sleeves, he donned a wrinkled silk garment, unmistakably a local ruffian, exuding an air of nonchalance as he sauntered along the long street. "Simao, where are you off to?" the portly proprietor of a dumpling stall teased from the alleyway. "Just wandering," the youth drawled, his tone melodramatic. As he passed the stall, he deftly snatched a steaming dumpling and popped it into his mouth, hissing from the heat. "You fool, you'll burn your tongue." The owner laughed, shaking his head. Across from him, the proprietor of a cold noodle stall chimed in with a smirk. "I say, fatty, wishing for Simao to be reborn? You must be going mad for a son. You, Sue, are you just trying to stir up trouble? I don't have a son, what's it to you? At least I have food cooking, and one day I'll have a son. Unlike you, a 50-something who hasn't even tasted meat, waiting to become a lonely old man." The fat man, having married a wife who had failed to bear him children after years of seeking help, was incensed by the public humiliation and shot back with a retort that struck at the heart. Sue was no meek character either. Despite his troubles, he refused to back down. Provoked by the fat man, he jumped up angrily. "Nonsense. Just because I don't have a wife doesn't mean I want yours. I wouldn't touch someone like your relative with a 10-foot pole." Before he could finish, the fat man brandished a pair of tongs threateningly. "Say that again. I dare you." Faced with the imposing figure of the fat man, Sue felt a twinge of fear, yet in front of the bustling crowd, he wouldn't relent. "What are you going to do? You wouldn't dare hit me, would you?" Though his words were bold, he began to back away from the stall. Familiar faces in the crowd egged them on, and such trivial disputes among the common folk unfolded countless times on these streets, rarely deemed significant. In the heat of the moment, they would clash fiercely, only to reconcile moments later as if nothing had happened, a routine they had grown accustomed to. As the verbal sparring continued, the youth called out from the periphery, "Fatty, they'll have a bowl of Zus cold noodles for free then. Consider it my revenge." With that, he brandished a bowl of cold noodles, having stealthily acquired it from the stall, and began slurping up the translucent noodles, barely using chopsticks, finishing half the bowl in a matter of seconds. Seeing this, Sue disregarded the fat man's menacing presence and shouted, "Fatty was right, you're nothing but a fool." As the youth feigned a getaway, Sue hastily pursued, "You ate the noodles, leave the bowl behind." The young man, clutching the bowl, turned and fled, prompting Sue to awkwardly chase after him, the crowd erupting with laughter, while the fat man grumbled something under his breath and puffed up like a triumphant rooster. Thus, the impending conflict dissipated into thin air, leaving the youth with a complimentary dumpling and half a bowl of cold noodles. Sue, limping, could hardly keep pace with the youth, and within moments, the bustling crowd swallowed the young man's figure, rendering him invisible. The youth glanced back, cradling the half bowl of cold noodles he had safeguarded, silently thanking his luck for not spilling it. Just as he was about to indulge further, a hand snatched the bowl away. About to protest, he turned to find a lecherous old man, sporting a short mustache, grinning as he gulped down the noodles in a single bite. "Leave me some. I worked hard for that," the youth exclaimed in exasperation. "I'm your father. Shouldn't you think of your father when there's good food?" The old man retorted with indignation. "Having you as a father is the worst luck. Which father takes advantage of his son all day?" The youth stared at the nearly empty bowl, realizing it was too late to voice his grievances. The uncle patted his belly and chuckled. "Good son, not yet full? How about we head back to the tea house? I've heard there's an underground game at Spring Nyang's place this afternoon. Perhaps we could fill our bellies today." "Not a chance," the youth retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Why should I risk my money just for you to win? Am I a fool? How can you speak to your father like that? With such disrespect?" The uncle's demeanor shifted, his face stern as he attempted to assert authority. But upon noticing the youth's indifference, he turned to leave, only to quickly don a smile again. "Son, I'm not just thinking of myself. I have your mother to consider as well. If we win, I won't keep a single coin for myself. I'll take it back to buy her something nice. I promised her before I left. If I return empty-handed, it's no skin off my nose, but your mother will surely be upset, won't she?" The youth scrutinized his jovial father with skepticism, his face rife with distrust. "How about I swear to you? Really, I made a promise to your mother before leaving. If I am lying, how will the youth turn away? Your oaths are as empty as your words save your breath." With that, he strode off. "Where are you going?" the uncle called after him, alarmed. The youth did not look back, his eyes fixed on the sky as he strolled away, hands clasped behind him, reciting rhythmically, "To the Spring Nyang Tea House we go." Chapter 2. Spring Nyang Tea House. The Spring Nyang Tea House is renowned in Juba Street, and even in Minko Town, not due to its opulence, but for other reasons. As its name suggests, the tea house is named after its proprietress, a widow surnamed Yin, who, in her 30s, possesses an enchanting beauty that has gained her a formidable reputation. The establishment, built by the water, backs onto the dock with its entrance facing the bustling street, making it a vital crossroads for both land and water traffic. Over time, it has become a melting pot for all walks of life, the premier establishment in Juba Street. To operate a tea house in such a diverse locale, especially as a young widow, one must possess unique qualities, otherwise one would be crushed or targeted by others. It is inconceivable to thrive without some level of influence or skill. First and foremost, Spring Nyang's lineage is noteworthy. Her family has deep roots in the Mienko area, with her father being a respected figure in the transport guild. Many of her relatives have made their living on the water, well-known personalities in the community. Unlike many girls of her standing, Spring Nyang grew up on boats alongside her parents, mingling with guild brothers from a young age. Before her marriage, she exhibited a fiery temperament, unafraid to wield a knife in a scuffle, and with strong backing, few dared to provoke her at the bustling docks of Mienko. Typically, a girl from such a family would be overlooked by officials and gentry, while common folk would not dare to marry her. As for those in the underworld, they would find it difficult to gain the approval of her father. She represented a classic case of being too high to be considered by the lowly. However, when she was around 17, she caught the eye of the son of the local inspector at the docks. After some inquiries, it became clear that there were many like her available for courtship. The young man hailed from a scholarly background, boasting the title of a licentiate. Initially, his father was reluctant to marry into a transport family, but his son was infatuated with Spring Nyang, making it impossible to dissuade him. Finally, the father relented and sent a matchmaker to propose. Given the young man's status, Spring Nyang's parents were overjoyed and accepted the proposal. A grand procession carried Spring Nyang into her new home, seemingly destined for a blissful union. However, scarcely a month into the marriage, the young man succumbed to smallpox, leaving no heirs behind. Coincidentally, the sole remaining sister-in-law was a formidable character who plotted against Spring Nyang, seeking to usurp her late husband's estate. Initially, Spring Nyang endured the situation, but eventually, her fiery spirit ignited, leading to a fierce confrontation with her sister-in-law. The inspector, grief-stricken after his son's death, despite knowing his daughter's faults, had no choice but to confront her, urging her not to remain loyal. The father-in-law, being quite benevolent, transferred a storefront to Spring Nyang and discreetly provided her with some financial support. Thus, she left the inspector's home and opened the Spring Nyang tea house, which flourished rapidly. Her father-in-law, wishing for peace, maintained a cordial relationship with her, protecting her interests in the community, which further solidified the tea house's reputation. No one dared to interfere. However, after weathering many storms, Spring Nyang became increasingly reserved. Although her spirited nature remained, her temperament softened significantly, and she treated others with fairness. Consequently, Mienko Town became a hub for various merchants, gamblers, and officials, all seeking her establishment for gatherings and illicit games. Within the tea house, no incidents ever marred its reputation. Today was no exception. The back courtyard of the tea house hosted an underground gambling den. Spring Nyang, seated at the counter, surveyed the bustling front hall while still attending to customers and directing her staff. Her voluptuous figure and striking eyes ensured that she missed nothing. In a moment of relaxation, her delicate fingers deftly shelled sunflower seeds, revealing her keen acumen as a savvy proprietress. At that moment, in the storeroom of the back courtyard, a cacophony of voices filled the air as the underground game commenced. Spring Nyang sat at the entrance like a deity, warding off all unsavory characters and dubious figures. Beginning in the early Qing dynasty, starting with Emperor Taiji, a lesson was learned from the rampant gambling culture of the Ming dynasty, which brought about significant societal harm. Consequently, strict laws were enacted to combat gambling. For instance, officials caught gambling faced immediate dismissal and punishment, with no possibility of reinstatement. Commoners, regardless of status, faced similar penalties. Those found organizing illegal gambling operations faced severe consequences, and even the production and sale of gambling paraphernalia were strictly regulated. In the 6th year of Zhang, when gambling paraphernalia was publicly sold in Anhui, the court dismissed the local magistrate, while the governor retained his position but faced demotion. The severity of the punishments and the rigor of the laws were unmatched throughout history. Now, during the reign of Qianlong, while the laws against gambling remained, the court had begun to relax its vigilance. With the consolidation of power and stability in society, the government gradually eased its oversight, and many officials and nobles participated in gambling privately. This trickled down through the ranks, leading to a burgeoning gambling culture flourishing across the land. However, gambling still remained an underground endeavor, shrouded in secrecy, necessitating Spring Nyang's oversight to ensure its operation. Leveraging her connections in both the legitimate and illicit realms, she facilitated some of the largest underground games in Minko town at her tea house, naturally reaping substantial profits in the process. The storeroom, originally intended for storing tea leaves, vegetables, and grains, was perfectly situated to host clandestine activities due to its proximity to the dock and high walls providing seclusion. It also allowed for quick escapes via the water route in case of emergencies, making it an ideal location for underground gaming. At that moment, the room was filled with a thunderous uproar as the gamblers lost themselves in the frenzy of the game. Dozens of individuals jostled for space, their faces varied, yet all displaying the same eager intensity as they crowded around a makeshift long table, originally intended for dining. The table was covered with bedding cloth, adorned with coins, silver fragments, and ingots, while a throng of gamblers fervently engaged in the game. The practice of dice gambling originally flourished in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, as it was particularly conducive to group betting and featured simple rules. It swiftly spread across the nation, akin to a contagion, demonstrating that the allure of gambling, much like a plague, transcends vast distances, diverse cultural backgrounds, and various social identities not bound by gender, age, or educational attainment. The instruments of this gambling game consist of 3 dice and a shaking container. After the dice are cast, their sum total is divided by 4. The outcomes yield only 4 possibilities, a perfect division resulting in 4, or a remainder of 1, 2, or 3. In essence, there are only these 4 outcomes. These results correspond to the 4 edges of the betting table, where participants place their wagers after the dealer has set the dice down. Winning bets are compensated by the dealer, while the losing sides are claimed by the house. Due to the simplicity and perceived high probability of winning associated with these 4 outcomes, gamblers are often lured into studying non-existent patterns, referred to as betting routes. A notable figure in this folly was the renowned Qing dynasty poet Gong Zizhen, who even went so far as to sketch diagrams on the canopy of his bed, pondering the mythical betting routes in his dreams. Ultimately, he became a laughingstock, as those versed in probability understand that the likelihood of each outcome remains a constant 1 in 4 for every roll, barring any form of deceit. Unlike other gambling methods where the house is operated by a casino owner, this game features a rotating dealer among the gamblers themselves, who must always be accompanied by an assistant, colloquially known as the supporting dealer. This aide is tasked with managing funds based on the outcomes and wagers. However, as deception is rampant in gambling, this assistant often holds greater significance than the dealer, requiring quick mental calculations, the ability to control the game's pace, and a keen eye to observe the dynamics. They may even assist the dealer in switching out loaded dice mid-game to facilitate cheating. Those who establish such gambling games profit from the house's share and lending practices, ensuring a lucrative business with minimal risk. Naturally, those who take the monetary plunge must fulfill their obligations. The organizers of these gambling events are responsible for gathering participants, providing a venue, and ensuring safety. In the event of a mishap at the casino, they bear the responsibility of compensating losses and retrieving individuals. If the organizer does not act as the dealer, they must also guarantee fairness, penalize cheaters, and maintain order. Thus, successful casino operators are invariably individuals of solid reputation, capability, and influence. Chapter 3. Filial piety. Today, at the Chunyang Tea House, the one running the gambling den is a man named Su, nicknamed Sandao. He is a native of the area, having grown up here. From a tender age, he began working in casinos, serving as a lookout and enforcer. As he matured, he gathered a group of followers and, in a fit of ambition, severely injured his former boss in an attempt to seize control of this prime location on Jubao Street. His former boss, a seasoned thug from the Chao gang, sought revenge, placing a heavy bounty on Sandao's head and rallying his gang to hunt him down. This reckless youth, having stirred such a monumental disaster, would have met a grim fate had he been an ordinary individual. Yet, Sandao not only emerged unscathed, but began to reveal his cunning and ambition. He undertook 2 significant actions. Firstly, he somehow managed to become a disciple of Chun Yang's father, entering the ranks of the Chao gang, and became a peer of the very boss he had harmed. Secondly, in a display of feigned humility, he inflicted a severe punishment upon himself according to the gang's laws, transforming a public case into a family matter, thereby preventing outside interference. With the backing of his master, the unfortunate casino owner could no longer rely on the Chao gang or other underworld forces for support. He was left to settle matters with Sandao on his own. The brilliance of Sandao's strategy did not end there. Despite his wounds, he had himself carried back to the meeting of the gang's leaders, where he passionately articulated his intentions. He claimed that the previous casino had merely operated under the Chow gang's banner without contributing a single penny to the gang's coffers. He proposed to manage the establishment himself, offering to allocate 30% of the profits to the gang and compensating the former owner with 10% from the Bao Street operations. He also vowed to unify all gambling establishments in Miankou within 3 years, pledging monthly contributions to the gang's treasury. With Prophet at the forefront and his master's covert assistance, the rest of the gang members swiftly rallied behind Sandow, leaving the former casino owner isolated and at a significant disadvantage, forced to swallow his humiliation. Under the auspices of the Chow gang, Sandow ascended to become the premier casino mogul on Bao Street, and within a year, he had unified the gambling scene in Miankou. True to his word, he faithfully delivered the agreed-upon profits to the Chow gang and settled the former owner's debts. His moniker, Sandow, derived from his penchant for wielding a knife with precision, became synonymous with his rise from a penniless fugitive to a wealthy casino lord and a formidable figure within the Chow gang. Thus, he became a legend in the small underworld of Miankou, enjoying a leisurely existence for 6 or 7 years. Observing Sandow quietly devouring pig's trotters in a corner, Simao, a lively character, approached with a grin. "Brother San, it's been ages since we've seen you. Today, you've come to run the game yourself? Let me handle any errands. You need only enjoy your fortune without any worry." No longer the brash youth of his past, Sandow's small, piercing eyes now bore the intensity of someone not to be trifled with. He gestured for his young apprentice to step aside, setting down the pig's trotter, and fixed his gaze on the sharp-witted boy before him, remaining silent for a moment. Simao maintained his cheerful demeanor, meeting Sandow's gaze without flinching. "Brother San, do you have some instructions for me? I assure you, I will handle them impeccably." Despite his youth, Simao, having grown up on the streets and navigated the underworld, was well-versed in such affairs. Sandow's request for privacy indicated he had something important to discuss, and their eye contact hinted at an unspoken challenge, testing each other's resolve and capability. After a brief silence, Sandow, frustrated by the lack of response, remarked, "You two, father and son, visiting the casino together, certainly adds to the charm of Miankou. But I wonder, are you each minding your own business, or is one leading the other in this venture?" Simao cast a sidelong glance at his lecherous father, feigning ignorance, and replied, "Brother San, as the saying goes, father and son make a good team in battle. We are here to lend our support to your establishment, working in unison, so who leads whom is irrelevant." Their exchange was layered with double meanings, each side carefully avoiding any misstep. Sandow's words could be interpreted as teasing or probing, while Simao's response deftly diffused the banter, assuring Sandow of his willingness to follow instructions. With the conversation reaching this point, Sandow's gaze shifted, and he ceased the cryptic dialogue, subtly directing Simao's attention to the gambling table where 2 individuals sat, surrounded by a substantial pile of silver and stacks of banknotes, totaling no less than 8 or 9,000 taels, clearly a formidable presence. Simao returned his gaze to Sandow, seeking his intent. In a lowered voice, Sandow remarked, "I've heard you possess impressive skills. Care to show your prowess on the gaming floor?" Simao, quick on his feet, replied in kind, "My skills are modest. I may not win, nor do I grasp their techniques fully, but I do know how to send them packing. Does that suffice?" His meaning was clear. While he might not win against these two, he could certainly make them reconsider their approach. Sandow remained silent, scanning the room to ensure their conversation went unnoticed amidst the engrossed gamblers. He discreetly extended his hand, and Simao, familiar with the subtlety, mirrored the gesture. In an instant, a heavy ingot of silver slipped into Simao's grasp, weighing about 50 taels. "This is half. Upon completion, you will receive the remainder. I will send 2 apprentices to assist you, but one condition: you must not reveal that you act on my behalf," Sandow stated impassively. His stipulation held significant weight. Should complications arise, it would protect him from being directly implicated. Simao nodded, turning to lead his dubious father outside. Watching the duo's retreating figures, Sandow signaled to 2 apprentices, whispering instructions. The apprentices nodded in understanding and followed Simao out. As they exited the main door and found themselves in an empty space, the lecherous father grumbled, "Have you lost your mind? We came here merely to enjoy the ambience, not to seek handouts from Sandow. Is his silver so easily obtained? Who knows what schemes he's concocting?" Simao chuckled, glancing at his father. "Come now, old Zhang. Normally, you would stretch your hand towards silver at the slightest opportunity. You've never been shy about deceit. Why the sudden hesitation today? Afraid of a little risk? That's because I'm forced by circumstance, left with no choice. What else can I do but resort to trickery? It's how I've managed to raise you." His father lamented, a pained expression crossing his face. Enough with the theatrics. If it weren't for me, you and mother would have starved long ago, Simao quipped, nudging his father playfully. But you still haven't answered me. Why the reluctance to accept Sandao's money today? Are you truly afraid of him? The matter is quite absurd. If I were to shoulder this burden myself, I would rather face death than live for an eternity in fear. Yet today, it is you, young rascal, who is receiving the funds. What if it turns out to be a trap waiting for you? In Mianko Town, who does not know Su Sandao? His reputation is notorious, extending even to his grandmother's house. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he caught sight of his two young apprentices stealthily peering from the door, observing him and his father from a distance, causing him to retract his words. Seeing his father, who had never been particularly composed, hesitating to take the gleaming silver. While appearing anxious, Simao found it rare not to retort sharply. After a brief silence, he quietly remarked, "Have you considered what our family possesses that would warrant such effort to dig a pit for me? Did you not see the two gamblers in the venue? Their skills are remarkable, and their backgrounds are not ordinary. Su Sandao only suspects they have tampered with the dice. Yet he cannot discern how the trick was executed, whether they replaced the dice with mercury-laden or lead-filled ones, or swapped them after cheating. Without tangible evidence against them, he cannot fathom their identities. If a gambler were to uncover their schemes, or if word spread that Su Sandao's establishment fell prey to two cheaters, he would be accused of colluding to deceive gamblers. How could he continue to operate his illicit games then? Even if he knew the truth, he would be scorned for failing to maintain order and allowing gamblers to be hoodwinked. Given Su Sandao's nature, he would certainly not swallow such an unjust grievance." Upon hearing his son's analysis, old Zhang's complexion paled slightly. "So he is counting on your quick hands? Asking you to confront those two at the table? If you were to expose their deception, would that not mean offending Su Sandao? You dare to risk your neck against someone even Su Sandao must be cautious of? Even if you do not reveal their trickery, do you truly believe you can win against them?" Simao shook his head. "The matter of exposing them is not to be considered. I am not foolish enough to tread that path. However, should I find myself at the table, I would have no means. Those two are exceptionally skilled, especially the young man who appears inconspicuous but is remarkably adept. I caught a few furtive glances earlier, and he executed no subtle movements. Unless I were to search him, I would have no grounds to catch him in the act, let alone win against them. Those adept at cheating rely on numerous small actions to create a diversion, redirecting the attention of the crowd to facilitate their deception. But if a cheater performs few or no such actions, it signifies their skill has reached an extraordinary level, leaving no trace to follow. These two are evidently formidable, and Su Sandao dares not employ the tactics suited for ordinary cheaters against them. If you cannot discern a flaw, how can you assert they are cheating?" Old Zhang inquired. Simao smirked, bemused by his father's intellect. In long-term gambling, a deity may lose, but a constant winner must employ techniques. Did you not notice how they were winning large amounts while losing small? It is no coincidence they managed to eliminate all three parties. Even from a distance of 2 miles, I can sense their presence. Having encountered such individuals repeatedly affords me a certain intuition, but explaining this to you would be futile. Despite being seasoned in the ways of the world, old Zhang felt his heart race at his son's astute observations. Although young, Simao had long been immersed in the underbelly of society, starting from running errands and gambling dens to observing countless tricks of the trade. With his innate cleverness and the guidance of seasoned veterans, he seemed destined for a life in the gambling world, learning the intricacies of various gambling techniques. During a previous encounter, Su Sandao had faced an unfamiliar expert whose skills were formidable, managing to predict outcomes with remarkable accuracy. As a result, the gamblers flocked to him, following his lead, and within a short span, the house lost a substantial fortune. When Simao volunteered to serve as the dealer, Su Sandao, though skeptical, allowed it after Simao whispered a few convincing words in his ear. Remarkably, within just 3 rounds, the expert lost a significant sum and departed, leading to considerable notoriety for Simao, who was soon deemed a natural talent in gambling. When Simao's mother discovered this, she punished him severely, while his father discreetly inquired about the trick that caused the expert to concede. Simao exchanged a modest sum and a packet of braised beef for the secret. In the world of gambling, such knowledge is often veiled by a thin layer, and those who do not comprehend can fall victim, while those who grasp the nuances can easily break through. He had observed a subtle movement from that gambler, a slight tilt of the head and a twitch of the right ear. Though he had never encountered it personally, he had heard of a technique called listening for the wind, where individuals possess extraordinary hearing, allowing them to discern the varied sounds of the dice. By analyzing the dealer's movements, the force applied, and the previous roll's outcome, one could infer the likely results. Thus, Simao instructed Su Sandao to place a few accomplices nearby, who would feign urgency and shout big or small near the expert's ear, ensuring distraction. While shaking the dice, Simao employed varying techniques to obscure the force of his throws, minimizing noise by avoiding contact with the walls of the cup. Moreover, he skillfully ensured the dice settled without rolling excessively, and just before sealing the cup, he discreetly altered the starting numbers, rendering his actions undetectable yet compliant with the rules. Consequently, within a few rounds, the opponent realized their deception had been uncovered and, seasoned as they were, chose to withdraw after winning a considerable sum. Since their skills were genuine and no underhanded tactics had been employed, Su Sandow had no choice but to accept his misfortune. However, the money lost would eventually find its way back, as the house, even without cheating, inevitably holds the advantage in games of chance. After all, experts like that gambler are rare, and they usually do not seek to ruin a house. Rather, they take their winnings and depart, adhering to the age-old wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. Old Zhang contemplated that Su Sandow had encountered another expert today and, as his son suggested, the opponent's skills surpassed even Simao's, presenting a significant challenge. In the event that one finds oneself unable to contend with the opponent and has taken Su Sandow's silver, given his character and disposition, he would not show leniency due to the past camaraderie with Simao. He would surely turn hostile without a moment's hesitation. Contemplating this, old Zhang clenched his teeth, as if making a substantial resolution. I shall seek out Su Sandow and return the silver. Upon uttering these words, he reached out to retrieve the money from Simao. However, Simao firmly grasped old Zhang's hand and said, "Father, is it still possible to return the silver now? According to the rules of our world, this is a deposit. Once Su Sandow hands over the money, retracting it would mean he no longer acknowledges it. The inability to complete the transaction is akin to abandoning it midway, and at that point, we would be at his mercy." Old Zhang was genuinely anxious now. Glancing at the two individuals who had been watching him from a distance, his neck reddening as he gritted his teeth, and said, "You little rascal. Just showing off your bravado. I am going to find Su Sandow. I fear nothing for my life. Hand over the silver to me, and hurry home." Observing old Zhang's demeanor, Simao felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He patted old Zhang's hand and replied slowly, "Why the rush? Since I dared to take on this venture, I certainly possess the means to see it through. Besides, the rice jar at home is nearly empty. And if we don't bring back some silver today, the mice will have to relocate, and mother will chase you away with a broom. Do you truly have a plan?" Upon hearing his son's words, old Zhang, momentarily forgetting the sarcasm, eagerly inquired, just as he had spoken like a rational person. Simao quickly reverted to his former self and snorted, "Let us see first. If there's no way out, then I'll send you to take the blame. No need to rush. You little rascal." Watching his son stride confidently toward the gambling den, old Zhang could not help but mutter his usual exclamation of exasperation, and the previously tender scene of father and son instantly shattered. Chapter 4. A deviation from the sword's path. The gambling table was still bustling with people. Simao took out the ingot he had just warmed and approached the accountant of the gambling establishment. In large casinos, there are dedicated accountants responsible for bookkeeping, lending, and collecting winnings, as well as assisting gamblers in exchanging silver or banknotes for easy betting. After exchanging the ingot for cash, Simao tucked the larger sum into his pocket, holding a few small coins in his hand, feigning readiness to place a bet. He squeezed through the crowd and found a position diagonally opposite the two dealers, ensuring he had a clear view of them without being too close, allowing him to hear their conversation clearly. Unlike the fleeting glimpses from before, this time, his proximity offered a vivid clarity. The dealer shaking the dice was a robust figure, adorned with a hard-shell hat that symbolized unity and authority, with a black silk lining. The knot on top was not made of ordinary thread but rather beads, and at the center of the hat's brim was a piece of jade ornamentation. His customary long gown and jacket were embroidered with the 8 immortals. The jacket opened at the sides, revealing a hemp lining underneath. A saddle-shaped pouch dangled from his waist, and his sleeves were rolled up, exposing his muscular arms. One hand held the dice cup, drawing circles in front of his chest, while his right hand wore a jade ring on his middle finger and a dark iron ring on his thumb. With a resounding thud, he placed the shaking cup on the gambling table, speaking in an official tone, 3 laps around the table. Once you buy in, you cannot withdraw. His hawk-like eyes began to scan the table for gamblers placing their bets. According to the rules, all bets must be placed before the dealer confirms them and stops accepting further wagers. Only then would the cup be opened to reveal the dice's outcome. Beside him was a young assistant not wearing a hat, also dressed in a long gown and jacket. Despite the early summer heat, his sleeves hung low, his fingers slender and expressionless, merely watching the bets being placed. After a round concluded, the young man, without a change in demeanor, swiftly gathered the winnings and settled the losses, maintaining clarity amidst the dozens of bets. Once the transactions were complete, he would neatly arrange the money or banknotes in front of the dealer, who would then proceed to start the next round. Simao observed coolly while placing small bets intermittently. When his coins ran out, he muttered to himself about his bad luck and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. He then signaled to his two apprentices watching from outside, and the three of them quietly exited the gambling hall, with old Zhang following closely behind. Simao instructed one of the apprentices, "There are two firebrands in the hall. Go check the front tea house and the entrance. There must be others waiting for them outside, but don't alert them. See where they are and hurry back to inform me." The young apprentice looked bewildered. "But their faces aren't marked with anything. How can I tell if they're with them?" Feigning mystery, Simao replied, "This group is different. They have markings on their faces. You'll spot them right away." "Oh," the apprentice acknowledged, turning to leave, but paused, looking back at Simao. "But I don't know how to read." The other apprentice, more astute, kicked him lightly. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Have you ever seen someone with writing on their face when they go out?" Just quietly asked Chun Yang. With her skills, no one can escape her eyes. Simao stifled a laugh. "You're quite clever, so I'll entrust this important task to you." He then leaned in to whisper instructions to the other apprentice. "Is it really that simple? Can it work?" This time, the apprentice looked utterly confused. "Simple? Not at all. The act must be convincing, and we cannot let the other party discover any flaws. Moreover, we must be quick. If these gamblers notice any inconsistencies, your master's reputation will be severely tarnished." Before Simao's words had fully settled, the young apprentice dashed away, disappearing like a gust of wind. Watching him go, Simao pulled a few coins from his pocket. His gaze fixed on the moonless night sky as he muttered to himself, "Soldiers do not cling to battle. It is the fools who stubbornly persist." As he spoke, he felt a lightness in his hand and turned slightly, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure clutching the coins he had just lost, swiftly darting into the gambling hall. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone shove you out?" A delicate voice broke through Simao's reverie. He looked toward the entrance of the hall to see Chun Yang standing there, clad in a light green garment, her alluring figure leaning against the doorframe. The gentle breeze stirring the fabric as she held a small fan, her striking eyes fixed on him. The early summer heat hung in the air, mingling with the fragrant aroma that surrounded Chun Yang. Under the moonlight, with a beautiful woman, delicate gauze, and a fragrant breeze, one might expect any ordinary person to be utterly entranced. Yet, Simao's heart remained as clear as a mirror, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. It was not due to his innocence, but rather because he was acutely aware of a truth after years of navigating the underworld of Miankou town. While Chun Yang was indeed a beautiful flower, she was undeniably a deadly poisonous plant. "Sister Chun Yang, I have never dared to misbehave in your tea house. If Simao has offended you in any way, feel free to reprimand me, but please do not chase me away. In Miankou town, there is nowhere else to find tea as sweet as yours." Simao approached with a playful grin, feigning innocence. "Enough with the nonsense. In Miankou town, you are the only Zhang Simao. If caught, it's certain death. If released, it's a matter of survival. Tell me honestly, did you incite Su San's apprentice to come looking for me? Was it you who devised the scheme to catch gamblers?" Although Chun Yang's expression softened slightly, her tone remained resolute. Simao shifted his gaze and said, "Sister Chun Yang, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood?" Chun Yang furrowed her brows. "Are you still trying to play tricks on me?" Before she finished speaking, she pretended to strike. But Simao swiftly seized her embroidered fan, explaining, "Su Sandao has set a trap for me, and facing a formidable opponent, I am left with no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic." "Ridiculous. So you plan to ensnare Su San's disciple and draw trouble into my tea house?" Chun Yang's demeanor remained unyielding, though her tone revealed a willingness to listen to Simao's explanation. "Sister Chun Yang, you are unjustly accusing me." Simao furrowed his brow, turning slightly away in a manner that conveyed profound grievance. Chun Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, but having endured many trials since childhood, she quickly regained her composure. "Don't accuse me of being unreasonable. Why don't you tell me the specifics of this situation?" Simao felt a rush of secret satisfaction, thinking, "A little deception can work wonders. I've only employed half of my second tactic, and already this seasoned player has taken the bait." Yet, his outward demeanor betrayed none of his inner triumph. Though the two con artists possessed remarkable skills, they still exhibited weaknesses. "Revealing their secrets in my presence wouldn't be impossible, but why go through such convoluted means? It was merely to avoid a confrontation in your domain and prevent you from getting caught in the fray. Sister, consider this. I only asked my young disciple to relay a message to those two con artists' hidden accomplices. Even if something were to occur, How could it possibly implicate your tea house? Who could blame you? Chun Yang's expression fluctuated, her beautiful eyes flashing as she suddenly burst into laughter, exuding a spring-like vitality. You are but a mischievous little rascal. Even if trouble arises, when have I ever feared it? Sister Chun Yang, I truly wish to avoid causing you any trouble. I was compelled to resort to this desperate measure due to Su Sandao. These two individuals are indeed formidable figures, seasoned soldiers, even if one is unafraid. It is unwise to wade into troubled waters. How do you know they are soldiers stationed here? Chun Yang inquired deliberately. First, although they spoke standard Mandarin without regional accents, that one farmer, while circling the venue 3 times, mispronounced circumference as Yao. No matter how one tries to alter their accent, certain phonetic nuances remain unchanged, indicating a connection to the Xinyang region, which is a significant place. Second, while our town of Miankou sees a mix of travelers, the majority are merchants from Sichuan and Shaanxi, or from Zhejiang and Huai, indicating wealth. Occasionally, those from the north are typically officials, hinting at nobility. Moreover, that farmer wore an iron thumb ring, showing deep wherefrom drawing a bow, likely suggesting a military background. Our province happens to have 4,000 stationed 8-banner soldiers in Jingzhou. As for their attire and demeanor, they do not resemble merchants, scholars, or even low-ranking officials. Hence, I concluded they are indeed stationed 8-banner soldiers. To be more certain, I sent my young disciple to seek your insight. Hoping you're discerning, I might reveal the truth and dispatched another young disciple to gather intelligence. Although Jingzhou's 8-banner troops are not far, they wouldn't venture here without reason. Given that these soldiers are accustomed to arrogance and debauchery, their presence in our town would surely stir some commotion. With proper investigation, we could ascertain their identities and backgrounds with great confidence. Chun Yang maintained a composed exterior, yet her heart surged with admiration for Simao's astuteness. She had not anticipated such depth of insight from this clever youth, and his analytical prowess truly impressed her. Nevertheless, 2 doubts lingered in her mind. How do you know they will have hidden accomplices outside? Simao smiled softly, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he revealed a hint of his pearly white teeth. Sister, are you testing me? Although they are 8-banner soldiers, confident in their strength, they are still in civilian attire at an unfamiliar venue. They must exercise caution and would likely have concealed allies lying in wait to guard against unexpected situations. If anything goes awry, it would be foolish to expose themselves, wouldn't it? The amusement in Chun Yang's eyes deepened, yet her lips remained firm. If you know they are 8-banner soldiers, then you must have heard that these rascals are unrestrained. And sending Su Sandao's men to impersonate Green Camp soldiers to startle them will deter them, won't it? Simao replied with an air of confidence. Sister, you are correct, but that applies elsewhere. Here in our territory, the officials overseeing the Green Camp are the ancestors of these 8-banner soldiers. While gambling regulations might be loosely enforced in the military, if a situation arises, they are bound to make an example of someone. Upon hearing this, Chun Yang mentally chided herself for forgetting such a critical detail. As one of the prominent tea house proprietors in Miankou, she interacted daily with a diverse array of people and was well informed. Many of her patrons were officials who frequently discussed the local military hierarchy in great detail. The Qing dynasty's military was primarily divided into 2 categories, the 8 banners and the Green Camp. In the early years of Xuanji, the Qing court reorganized the surrendered Ming troops and other Han soldiers into the Green Camp, modeled after the Ming military structure and designated by the Green Banner. Green Camp soldiers served as local garrison forces, typically under the command of Han generals. The 8-banner soldiers, however, were elite troops directly controlled by the Qing court. After the capital was relocated from Xinyang to Beijing, a significant portion of the 8-banner elite was stationed in the capital, known as the Forbidden Army. They also maintained a presence in critical locations across the provinces, ensuring control over essential military strongholds. These external forces were referred to as station troops. The commanders of the Forbidden Army were appointed by the emperor and various princes, while the stationed 8-banner troops were led by generals from the 8 banners. Due to the different commanders, organizations, and backgrounds of the Green Camp and 8-banner soldiers, although there were Han troops within the 8 banners, they were still considered inferior compared to the Green Camp. The stationed 8-banner soldiers often held sway over the Green Camp, rarely working in concert. Chun Yang had previously questioned whether impersonating Green Camp soldiers could effectively scare off the 2 con artists. However, Simao's words enlightened her. She suddenly recalled that the highest-ranking official in the province, the governor, was of Banner descent and also served as the commander of the stationed 8-banner troops in Jingzhou. Therefore, while it might not work elsewhere, the strategy of Green Camp soldiers confronting 8-banner soldiers would certainly be effective in this province. During the Qianlong era, the military had not yet descended into the level of corruption and audacity that would allow open gambling, making this a critical vulnerability for the two con artists in the gambling den. Most of the tricks within the underworld relied on understanding human emotions and social dynamics. If one could grasp the intricacies of human nature and societal nuances, they could achieve great success, while those lacking such insight would feel as if they were on a distant mountain. Observing the clever young man before her, Chun Yang felt a surge of curiosity. Have you considered what might happen if Su Sandao's men were to falter? If those 2 banner soldiers turned the tables on them, it would be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? Simao sighed. Sister Chun Yang, why are you filled with so many questions today? Spring Yang appeared utterly perplexed. What on earth is this 10,000 whys? Simao, realizing he had lost his words, adopted a more composed tone. This trick of officials catching gamblers is nothing new for Su Sandao's crew. If they could deceive others, would they manage to deceive you? Spring Yang? So, rest assured, their performance won't falter, and to be cautious, I didn't allow them to enter the venue. I merely feigned a display in front of the hidden stake, intentionally letting slip some hints to startle the snake in the grass. Naturally, the hidden stake will relay the message for the 2 bankers to retreat. Before Simao could finish his words, Spring Yang suddenly raised her voice, cheerfully declaring, "It's been ages since I've seen you. How are your parents? Come, let us go to my sister's room to have some snacks." With that, she extended a delicate hand to grasp Simao's and led him toward the front hall. Simao was taken aback, yet his keen senses caught sight of a stranger hastily entering the courtyard and heading towards the gambling house. He understood that this was the startled snake entering to inform the banker, which is why Spring Yang had deliberately diverted the conversation. He prudently remained silent, following her lead in the charade. This also illustrated the dominant atmosphere of Spring Yang's tea house, where patrons could freely come and go, while local officials dared not intrude. Unlike in other clandestine establishments, where only familiar faces were allowed entry. Watching the stranger's figure vanish into the doorway, Spring Yang's smile faded in an instant as she withdrew her hand and continued toward the front hall. "Oh, Spring Yang, are you still going to eat the snacks in your room?" Simao called out, elongating his tone. "Eat, you big-headed ghost." Scram. Though Spring Yang's words were a rebuke, her eyes quickly darted toward Simao. Observing her graceful silhouette, the warmth of the soft jade bun he had held in his hand lingered, and Simao, hands clasped behind his back, hummed a tune, swaggering out of the courtyard. Chapter 5. Misfortunes from Heaven. Simao's home was still a couple of miles from Jubyoji. Situated in a densely packed, uneven settlement area, locally known as Lumin Alley. This name aptly described the neighborhood as a gathering place for refugees, akin to a modern-day slum. Simao, with a sack of grain slung over his shoulder, a string of pork in his right hand, and a cloth bag brimming with fresh vegetables, oil, and salt in his left, joyfully made his way home, exchanging playful banter with neighbors cooling off in front of their doors. Though Lumin Alley was referred to as an alley, it lacked even a proper stone path. Instead, a dusty dirt road served as its main thoroughfare, muddy in the rain and dusty on clear days. Despite it being early summer, the weather in Mianko town was oppressive, and as dusk approached, families began splashing water in front of their homes to stave off the heat. Those with better means set up bamboo beds, while poorer households made do with bamboo chairs or simply laid out reed mats on the ground, claiming space on either side of the road. The men lounged bare-chested in their large shorts, fanning themselves, while children frolicked, and the residents began placing their meager meals, thin porridge and pickled vegetables, outside their doors, creating a vibrant tableau unique to Mianko town. However, Simao, having grown up in this environment, was unfazed and focused solely on the hunger of his elderly mother waiting at home. He deftly navigated through the crowd, ultimately stopping in front of a dilapidated thatched cottage. A middle-aged woman, her hair mostly gray and eyes clouded, sat on a bamboo chair, dressed in worn but neatly mended clothes. Wrinkles adorned her early-aged face, yet traces of her former beauty were evident, and she bore a striking resemblance to Simao. Skillfully, she threaded a needle to mend a garment, while a large basket beside her held a towering stack of clothes. His mother, Zhang, since losing her sight to an eye ailment years ago, she had become virtually blind and could no longer perform any other work, so she mended clothes and made shoe soles for neighbors, earning a meager income. Upon seeing his mother, Simao's usual playful demeanor vanished. He transferred the pork to his left hand and, with his right, discreetly retrieved a still-warm bun from his pocket. Tiptoeing to his mother's side to offer it to her, Zhang, as if she could see, scolded him gently. "Where have you been wandering off to again? You finally remembered to come back?" "Mother, I bought this meat bun specially from Fuji. Please eat it to ease your hunger. I'll go start the fire." In the dialect of Mianko town, cooking is referred to as starting the fire. After placing the bun in his mother's hand, Simao, laden with his goods, entered the house. Passing through the main room, He reached a large pond accessible via a waterway. While not exactly a sight to behold, it was still clear, serving as the only public water source in Lumen Alley. It was here that residents sourced water for drinking, washing, and other needs, akin to the sacred Ganges of the A3 nations, fulfilling multiple functions. The existence of this pond was the foundation upon which Lumen Alley thrived, illustrating the truth of residing by water. Carrying a basket of vegetables and pork, along with a clay basin filled with rice, Simao approached the pond, squatting beside a slab of bluestone, and began to organize his items. "Simao, have you struck it rich? Buying so many delicious things?" A bright voice called out from a distance. A girl of similar age, clad in simple clothes with a pale complexion, stood there. Despite her modest attire, her delicate features hinted at her beauty, though she had yet to fully mature. Simao did not lift his head, nor did he pause his work. Knowing that the voice belonged to his neighbor, a girl named Zhang, nicknamed Swallow, who was a year younger and had also grown up in the refugee community. However, her life had been fraught with hardship. Her mother had died when she was young, and shortly thereafter, her father had brought home a woman fleeing from famine, merging their lives. From that point on, Swallow endured great suffering. Initially, her stepmother appeared reasonable, though she occasionally resorted to scolding and beating Swallow. However, after the birth of a younger brother, Swallow became a constant target for hunger and abuse. Her father, intimidated by his wife, could not intervene, leading the neighbors to refer to her stepmother as Zhong Posey, a term denoting her harsh and unreasonable nature. Once, when Swallow fell ill with typhoid fever, her father happened to be away on a long trip, working as a sailor on a salt boat. Seizing the opportunity, her stepmother cast Swallow into the woodshed during the frigid winter months, denying her medical care or medicine, with the malicious intent of leaving her to perish. Fortunately, Simao's mother secretly provided medicine, ginger soup, and food, saving Swallow's life. Yet, when Swallow's stepmother discovered this, she wasted no time dragging a chopping board to Simao's doorstep, stripping off her pants, and using a knife to chop them while cursing Simao's family in song, denigrating even their ancestors. Simao's father often boasted about his exploits in the underworld. In reality, he was merely a petty trickster scraping by. Despite his frail stature, he bravely confronted Swallow's stepmother, who, although a woman, was robust and fierce, ultimately chasing Simao's father away in defeat. At the tender age of 11 or 12, Simao, returning home, witnessed this scene and, seizing a kitchen knife, charged at Swallow's stepmother in defiance, though he was no match for her. Suffering a beating that left him bruised, he unexpectedly rose from the ground in silence and walked away. Just as Swallow's stepmother basked in her triumph, Simao somehow acquired a large cleaver and resumed the confrontation, prompting concerned neighbors to intervene, fearing Simao might cause a calamity. They restrained him and took away the cleaver. The most extraordinary events were yet to unfold. Since that fateful day, Simao's daily mission became an incessant transformation of weaponry, laying ambushes along the roads or launching surprise attacks into the home of the matriarch. His intentions were unmistakably lethal, aimed squarely at the life of the matriarch. After several encounters, though battered and bruised, Simao exhibited an indomitable spirit, while the matriarch, despite her victories, was thoroughly terrified. Consequently, she sent someone to mediate, but Simao coldly responded with a single demand. She must, in front of the neighbors, bow thrice to his parents in apology, otherwise, he would surely claim her life. Remarkably, the matriarch complied, adhering to his wishes. In her own words, spoken in hushed tones among her gossiping companions, she remarked, "You have not seen the fierceness in his eyes. They resemble those of a wild wolf cub from my hometown. This little rascal will undoubtedly grow into a man of ill repute." From that moment on, the matriarch harbored a bitter enmity towards Simao, and the neighbors in the refugee alley came to recognize his true nature. They whispered that this young man from the Zhang family would likely meet a tragic end. Outwardly charming and amiable, he was, at his core, a reckless rebel. However, Yanzi perceived matters differently. In her eyes, Simao was akin to family, the elder brother who fiercely protected her in the refugee alley. With Simao around, not a single boy in the neighborhood dared to bully Yanzi. To her, Simao's mother was as dear as her own. Simao, in his languid manner, boasted, "What's the big deal? I'm so accustomed to these meals outside that they no longer excite me. Come over quietly later, and I'll save you some." Even when faced with raw pork, Yanzi could barely contain her appetite, a quality that Simao found commendable, prompting him to speak his thoughts candidly. Yanzi eagerly nodded. "Let me help you. Brother Simao, I can wash quickly. How could a man manage these tasks as well as a woman?" As she spoke, she moved to assist him in washing the vegetables. "Damn, Yanzi, the water in the stove is nearly boiling dry. Yet you still don't come to add cold water." The matriarch's loud voice boomed from the kitchen, causing Yinzi to startle reflexively. Simao cast a sideways glance, noticing the matriarch huddled in the kitchen, peering at him with a mix of malice and fear, too intimidated to approach. Encouraged by Simao's glance, Yinzi felt emboldened. He then stood, cradling the washed vegetables, and swaggered towards his kitchen, humming a tune in a mockingly exaggerated tone. Reminiscent of a local folk song, "That gluttonous woman is not to be trusted. She's always scheming about my chickens." Just as Simao was about to toss the sliced pork into the sizzling pan, a voice from the front door interrupted. Simao's father. "What trouble have you stirred?" Following that, a familiar, robust voice echoed, "Wrongs have a source, debts have an owner. We seek only Zhang Simao. No one else should suffer misfortune." A flash of realization struck Simao, and he quickly returned to his senses. He grabbed a gourd from the water tank and splashed it into the hot pan, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds and a cloud of steam, preventing the red-hot pan from igniting. Amidst the rising mist, Simao bent down, retrieving a well-concealed short iron sword from the woodpile, tucking it into his clothes before darting out like a rabbit. A large crowd had gathered at the door. Simao's mother could hear her husband's voice but could not see him. In her panic, she fumbled toward the direction of his voice, desperately trying to grasp his hand. Although old Zhang's clothes were disheveled, he bore no visible injuries, merely restrained by two burly men. The leader, clad in fine garments with a fierce mustache, stood with arms crossed, flanked by a quiet young man, none other than the two card sharps from the gambling den. Surrounding them were 8 or 9 formidable men, forming a semicircle that kept the curious villagers at bay. The neighbors, initially eager to help or mediate, fell silent, intimidated by the gleaming knives and daggers in the hands of the assailants, exuding an aura of menace that deterred even the boldest thugs. Mianko town served as a bustling port, a hub for the underworld, and the refugee alley was not devoid of unsavory characters, including those known as rogues. Yet, before this formidable group, they appeared utterly outmatched. The dynamics of warfare and street brawls were akin. It was a contest of presence and psychological fortitude. Once the spirit of confrontation faltered, even the most numerous would resemble sheep awaiting slaughter. In this crowded refugee alley, the dozen or so adversaries stood out like cranes among chickens, dominating the scene. Simao's mind raced with clarity. The information had leaked, and these men were out for revenge. During the day, Susan Dao's young apprentice had followed his instructions and located this group outside their hideout while also learning about a convoy of 8 banner soldiers transporting salt from Jingzhou to Mianko. Led by a rank-and-file officer clad in rhinoceros hide garb, an 8th-grade captain, equivalent to a company commander. Once their identity was confirmed, Susan Dao orchestrated a plan to mislead the group, making it appear as if they were simply observing the gambling den while inadvertently dropping a green camp badge for them to see, thereby creating an illusion of waiting for more people to join before intervening. This tactical maneuver, a calculated show of strength, proved effective. The informants promptly alerted the gambling house, leading to a hasty retreat by the group. A troublesome situation for Susan Dao had been effortlessly resolved by Simao, leaving no traces and avoiding any animosity, allowing the adversaries to retreat in defeat. Susan Dao remained in the shadows, undetected, while Simao escaped the turmoil, with only the green camp bearing the blame. However, since neither side had openly confronted each other, it remained an unproven matter, a masterstroke. Yet Simao puzzled over how his role as the mastermind had been exposed. The tension in the air was palpable, yet for reasons unknown, Simao's mind raced faster, and his heart remained calm. With no traitor among them, there was no way these individuals could know he was the strategist. If there were a traitor, why had they not sought retribution from Susan Dao, but instead targeted him, a mere novice? If their motive was to prey on the weak, it seemed illogical. These bullies were accustomed to dominating, daring to engage in deceitful practices in broad daylight. Thus, only one possibility remained. The informant was neither Susan Dao's disciple nor ally, possessing merely half the truth. Perhaps he believed himself to be a puppet of the Green Camp, colluding with the authorities to ensnare unsuspecting victims while dividing the spoils. Upon reaching this realization, Simao's doubts were suddenly dispelled, and he silently scolded himself for his earlier impatience, having overlooked a fundamental piece of knowledge. It was evident that these individuals in Mianko town possessed their own network of informants. Otherwise, how could a group of outsiders be so well informed about Susan Dao's gambling schedule and stakes? Therefore, this informant must be a local thug, not affiliated with Susan Dao. However, at this moment, discerning the identity of this person was of little consequence. That was a matter for Susan Dao to ponder, as this individual had evidently colluded with others to deceive him. For Simao, this situation served as a lesson. he realized he must approach future matters with greater caution and avoid being impulsive, lest he become blinded by profit. The world of the Jianghu is perilous, and even minor errors can result in significant losses. Furthermore, it was clear that the opposing party would not easily relent. The pressing question was how to navigate this predicament. Chapter 6. A false alarm. I am the one you seek. My parents are not involved. Any debts are mine alone. Simao looked directly at the leading man, eschewing any circumlocution and taking full ownership of the situation, thus absolving his parents. He understood well that the adversary had come prepared and was likely aware of the circumstances at such a juncture. Feigning ignorance would serve no purpose and would only lead to a loss of face. Hence, he opted for a strategy of retreat to advance, taking the initiative to ensure his parents' safety first. The rules of the Jianghu dictate that harm should not befall one's family. Having identified the principle, it would be unreasonable to drag others into the fray, especially in a public setting where such a display would be untenable. This aligns with the adage that a lone warrior does not strike at the unarmed. His words proved effective, as the man's cold gaze fixated on Simao. While outwardly stoic, he was inwardly surprised that this young man could maintain his composure amidst such an intimidating presence, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. Seeing Simao's calmness and quick thinking in invoking the rules of the Jianghu, the man felt a flicker of respect replace his initial disdain. He remained silent, merely gesturing to two of his subordinates who were restraining old Zhang, indicating they should release him. The subordinates complied, loosening their grip. Old Zhang stepped protectively in front of Simao, bowing repeatedly to the man. Hero, this matter is my doing. It has nothing to do with my son. I beg your mercy and leniency. Simao raised his hand, firmly yet gently interrupting. Father, it is futile. You must care for mother. I will handle this. Do not complicate matters further. Old Zhang's lips trembled, his mind a blank slate, as his son pulled him aside. He could only support his anxious wife, murmuring empty reassurances to both her and himself. It's all right. It's all right. The man scrutinized Simao for an entire incense stick's worth of time, and seeing no signs of despair in his eyes, he abandoned the psychological intimidation tactic and spoke straightforwardly. We are men of the Jianghu, and we adhere to its rules. To put it mildly, you have obstructed our financial pursuits. To put it more severely, you have set a trap behind our backs. You are young, and we do not wish to be seen as bullies among our peers. Speak plainly. Do you accept punishment or a fine? Simao maintained his calm demeanor, responding. Even in the Jianghu, there are principles to uphold, my friend. You are correct. However, whether I accept punishment or a fine, there must be a justification, no? Though I am young, I understand the principle of not punishing the innocent. Should I, Simao, have violated the rules, I would accept the consequences and, in turn, ensure your reputation is upheld among our peers. Seeing Simao's earnest articulation of the Jianghu's code, the man could not help but chuckle. You young lad. I did not expect you to possess any savvy. Given this, do not blame us for upholding our customs. You conspired with the officials against me. If I had not acted swiftly, I would have fallen into your trap. Pay a fine of 5,000 taels for transportation, or I will break your legs to prevent you from causing further trouble. Make your choice. Had the man not perceived Simao's youth, he would have resolved the matter with decisive action, but after several exchanges, Simao proved to be more astute than anticipated, causing the man to harbor a sense of caution. After all, he was the stronger party, and the longer this dragged on, the more unpredictable it became. Thus, he tightened his grip, leaving no room for negotiation. Simao recognized that the man was losing patience. Any further evasiveness would squander his last chance to turn the tide. In a moment of inspiration, he made a discreet gesture with his right hand, signaling innate to indicate, I know you are aware of the complexities here. Pursuing this path will yield no benefit and only serve to offend. The man froze for an instant, his eyes flickering as he regarded Simao, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. A thought began to form in his mind. If the other party had foreknowledge of his identity, why would they dare to inform against him? Both the 8 banners and the Green Camp were under the same commander. Even in matters of military discipline, internal consequences would suffice. They would never resort to extortion as a means of escape. Moreover, if the officials had known of his identity, they would have avoided entangling themselves in such a situation that would only lead to trouble. This additional layer of complexity rendered the situation murky, and Simao's words struck at the heart of the matter. This man was indeed a master. Simao, feeling somewhat overconfident, proposed a wager, a game of dice. If he lost, he would accept his fate. If he won, the man would understand his intent. Simao noted the calm faade of the man, contrasting with the turmoil within, and seized the opportunity to press further. After a moment of contemplation, the man turned to his assistant at the gaming table, who remained stoic. Nodding slightly, Simao, seizing the moment, turned to old Zhang. "Father, please bring over a table." Old Zhang, who had been anxiously observing the tense standoff, found that the atmosphere had shifted dramatically in just a few exchanges. Despite not fully comprehending the reasons behind this change, he recognized Simao's command. Having spent considerable time alongside Simao, he may not have possessed the intellect, but his execution was impeccable. He hurried back inside, laboriously carrying an 8 immortals table, placing it before Simao in the open space. The table's height was comparable to that of the tables in the gambling house. Simao gestured for the young man to proceed, watching intently as he approached the table, his posture embodying a sense of calm authority, devoid of the usual frivolity, exuding an aura of unwavering strength. The man nodded to the young assistant, signaling his consent to the challenge. The young man, maintaining his impassive demeanor, stepped forward, retrieving a die from his pocket and placing it steadily in the center of the table. He then produced 2 more dice in a deliberate manner, following which he magically produced a dice cup from beneath his garment, a smaller version than those used in the gambling house, designed for portability. Once the gambling tools were arranged, the young man finally broke his silence with 4 cold words. "You set the rules." In a decisive game, without betting on sizes, I shook the dice cup and prepared to reveal its contents. "As long as your treasures could be placed into the treasure box, I would concede." With that, Simao extended his hand, placing 3 dice into the cup, which he then inverted and positioned before himself, poised for action. The young man merely nodded, uttered no superfluous words, and extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, naturally resting it on the table, his sleeve concealing half of his palm. Fingers delicately splayed towards the dice cup, approximately half a person's height away. The surrounding neighbors, initially anxious, felt the tension in the air shift dramatically. What began as a fierce contest morphed into a battle of wits, captivating their attention. Those bold enough yearned to inch closer to the table. The large man's followers, evidently well-trained, swiftly surrounded the table, forming a somewhat loose barrier, keeping the onlookers at bay. Observing the cold, resolute expressions of the group, the villagers ultimately hesitated to approach the table. The large man's gaze was fixed intently on the dice cup, as if fearing he might miss a crucial moment. Simao gradually lifted the cup, revealing its inner contents to the large man and the young man. Following the rules, he gave it a spin and slowly lowered it. Just as the cup was about to cover the 3 dice, Simao's hand abruptly shifted, and the cup swiftly, like lightning, descended to the side, leaving the 3 dice exposed on the table, their alternating red and black dots shimmering faintly in the deepening twilight. After a brief pause, Simao slightly lifted one edge of the cup, deftly scooping up all 3 dice within it without unveiling the lid, and silently pushed it towards the young man. All present gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, puzzled, even the large man barely comprehending the swift exchange. The young man's previously stoic expression flickered with a myriad of emotions: disbelief, astonishment, suspicion, and finally resignation to calmness. He extended his pale, bloodless hand, accepting the cup, and slowly brought it before him. As he reached the edge of the table, he flicked his wrist, performing a sleight of hand that lifted both the dice and the cup into the air, effortlessly concealing them within his embrace, never revealing the number of dice inside. He then looked at the large man and said softly, "I have lost." The large man hesitated for a moment, then abruptly bowed to the surrounding crowd, declaring loudly, "I apologize to the neighbors for disturbing you, having misjudged a friend. I owe my apologies to Brother Simao and to all present." After this proclamation, he turned and retrieved a stack of silver notes from his pocket, which bore his calling card, and presented it to Simao. Simao's previously serious demeanor dissipated, replaced by his signature cheeky grin. He reached out, took the calling card from the silver notes, scrutinized it carefully, then pushed the notes back to the large man, saying, "Brother Kuei, you are a straightforward man. The moment you called me brother, it forged a lifelong friendship. Discussing money would tarnish our brotherly bond." The large man regarded Simao, reclaiming the notes. "Good brother, truly. Heroes emerge from youth. I owe you a tremendous favor, which I shall remember. I can no longer remain at the dock in Yankou town. You must come visit me in Jingzhou when you have the chance. Our brotherhood transcends distance, and we have ample time ahead." With that, he clasped his fists in a bow and, with a wave, led his entourage away, departing swiftly and decisively. The onlookers remained in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances as they processed the spectacle. After a moment, the confused villagers converged, eager to inquire about the unfolding events, their voices rising in a cacophony of questions. None could comprehend why the group had shifted from arrogance to humility, or why they conceded defeat without even revealing the contents of the cup. As if under the spell of a magician's trick, leaving everyone astounded. However, one sentiment united them. They all cheered for Simao. Old Zhang, amidst the crowd, beamed with pride, his face glowing as if gilded. What could have been a disastrous calamity had been effortlessly resolved by his son, who had gained significant face among the villagers, an achievement more gratifying than his own recognition. As the crowd surrounded Simao, clamoring for details, he cheekily remarked, "There's a pot still boiling at home. My dear uncles and elders, forgive me, but I must tend to it. We shall chat at length another day." With that, Simao wriggled through the throng like an eel, escaping the realm of gossip and intrigue. Standing at a distance, two individuals observed the commotion for a while, waiting until Simao's figure vanished into the crowd. One turned to the other and said, "Well then, the show is over. We should hurry back to report to Master San." Chapter 7. The Burden of Wealth. Su Sandao, with a jade smoking pipe clenched in his hand, wore a grim expression as he listened to two subordinates recount their observations from the refugee alley in meticulous detail. Those tasked with gathering intelligence are typically sharp and articulate, and these two subordinates were no exception. Particularly the lead, known as Lu Zi, was Su Sandao's trusted confidant, responsible for external affairs, facilitating connections, and relaying information. This Simao is no ordinary individual. Every move he makes is calculated, with an escape route cleverly concealed. After a long deliberation, Su Sandao exhaled a thick plume of smoke and uttered, "San Yi." The other party clearly came seeking revenge, yet they were so easily dispatched by Simao. I find it somewhat perplexing. I cannot grasp how Simao managed to unravel this deadlock. Lu Zi, observing Su Sandao's inscrutable face shrouded in smoke, cautiously voiced his confusion. "Are you really that dense? If Simao could win at the gaming table, why would he need to create such an elaborate ruse to compel the opponent to retreat?" Understanding dawned upon Lu Zi as he nodded. He not only accomplished his goal for the elder brother and pocketed the silver, but also avoided offending anyone, while extending a significant favor to the opponent. Truly, he is astute and meticulous, leaving no loose ends. Having grasped this, Lu Zi realized that knowing the opponent's identity was merely a means for Simao to force their retreat, not an attempt to corner them. However, the true intentions hidden within each person's mind remain unverifiable. After all, the opponents were unaware of what might have transpired had he not left midway. This is why Simao proposed a wager to determine the outcome, and the other party readily agreed. It was indeed the only way to clear his name. Both sides were shrewd individuals, understanding that the crux of discerning truth from deception lay in this very moment, a matter too delicate to be shared with outsiders, rendering it difficult for bystanders to comprehend their cryptic exchange. In other words, Simao had discerned the opponent's cheating and could have easily caught them in the act at the table. Why then resort to such elaborate tactics? By doing so, the nature of the situation transformed. Simao, having seen through their deceit, chose not to expose them publicly. Instead, he crafted a ruse that compelled the opponent to withdraw, preserving their dignity, a gesture akin to benevolence without the expectation of reward, which the recipient must acknowledge. Thus, after losing the wager, the large man proclaimed himself indebted to Simao for a monumental favor. You grasp nothing of significance. The hearts of the solitary are burdened, and the tricks of the trade, such as forging connections to win trust, are commonplace in the realm of gambling. The remarkable aspect lies in Zhang Simao's ability to counter his opponent's deceitful maneuvers, possessing exceptional skills and maintaining a low profile. He shuns hollow fame in favor of tangible results. His cleverness and composure are his true merits. Having navigated the underbelly of society for decades, I find such a character exceedingly rare. I had indeed underestimated him. At this juncture, Su Sandao paused momentarily before inquiring, "Did none of you discern their methods, or recognize the signs of victory and defeat?" Liu Zi nodded in affirmation. I was fixated on the table, and throughout, the gambler's hands never shifted from their position, maintaining a half-person's distance from the dice cup. I failed to comprehend how he executed his moves, nor how Simao countered them. It left me pondering whether there truly exist individuals whose hands are swifter than their eyes. Regardless of speed, no hand can surpass the eye. Though the gambler employs numerous deceptive techniques, they all converge into a singular essence, the art of misdirection. When Simao revealed his box, it was a classic case of misdirection, designed to lure the opponent into action. At that moment, all attention was fixated on the dice cup. The instant the dice landed, it presented the prime opportunity for sleight of hand. When the dice were shaken and the lid lifted, gazes were drawn to the box, rendering it difficult to detect any trickery. The gambler's hands, resting on the table without touching the dice cup, were also a form of misdirection, drawing the player's focus and creating the illusion that no cheating could occur at such a distance. Once the players believed this, they had already fallen into the trap. However, both individuals were unparalleled experts, their timing impeccable, their understanding of human nature profound, and their techniques astoundingly refined. I advise you all to remain vigilant and hone your skills, lest you fall prey to the tricks of the con men. At this point, Su Sandao's eyes darted about as he inhaled deeply from his pipe, murmuring almost inaudibly. This lad is indeed a remarkable figure. If he cannot be employed, he will undoubtedly become a source of trouble. Chapter 8. Anger at the lack of ambition. In that moment, Simao, busily tending to the fire by the stove, felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. Had he been privy to Su Sandao's conversation with his subordinates, he would have mentally applauded. Although not present at the scene, Su Sandao, relying solely on his subordinates' descriptions, could almost vividly comprehend the circumstances and the thoughts of each individual involved. During the day at the gambling den, from the moment Simao stepped inside, his gaze remained fixed on the two con men. The dealer responsible for shaking the dice appeared practiced and seasoned. Yet a discerning expert could easily discern the multitude of subtle gestures in his technique. For instance, when reshaking the dice, he did not cover the lid securely in one swift motion, leaving a slight gap and pausing imperceptibly. At this juncture, he would call out to the other gamblers, urging them to place their bets, thereby redirecting their attention away from the dice cup. This was the optimal moment for him to execute his deceit. At the same time, the dealer's right hand was positioned downward, with his thumb and index finger pressing against the exterior of the box, while his pinky was discreetly concealed beneath his palm, obscuring the movement from the spectators. However, whenever a decisive moment arose, Simao noticed the dealer would casually scratch his forehead with his right hand, seemingly innocuous. Simao swiftly recognized this as one of the gambler's habitual tricks known as lion rolling the embroidered ball, wherein the pinky surreptitiously rolled a die from the cup into the space between his fingers. The scratching motion cleverly utilized the concealment of his forearm. Once the pinky was released, the die would seamlessly find its way into his sleeve. Although the dealer's skill allowed him to steal a die, it was evident he lacked the capability to execute both the transfer and concealment of the die independently. Thus, Simao confidently deduced that the young accomplice beside him was the true master, capable of delivering the die into the box from half a person's distance. All under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This was a remarkable feat indeed. Strangely, Simao could not discern how the young man achieved this. Even if the die was delivered through the air, human effort could not evade the scrutiny of the eyes. It was not until he observed closely that he realized the dealer did not cheat in every round. He only resorted to trickery when the stakes were high, during which he would scratch his head. At these moments, the young man would nonchalantly place the settled bets before the dealer, drawing his right hand closer to the box, palm down, with his sleeve positioned toward the dice cup. A sudden thought struck Simao. Recalling a master gambler had once shared with him a highly sophisticated yet obscure trick known as 100 steps to pierce the yang, which involved a concealed mechanism in the form of a sleeve arrow, capable of launching a die with remarkable speed, all while employing misdirection. At such a close distance, the human eye would struggle to perceive, let alone capture the act. Yet this mechanism had its flaw. It required a human touch to activate it. Simao, having observed for some time, found no indication of any movement from the young man's right hand. Just as he was perplexed, he suddenly chuckled inwardly. Realizing that activating the mechanism did not necessitate the right hand, he had fallen into the trap of his own assumptions. Thus, he closely scrutinized the young man's left hand and body, and indeed, he discovered a flaw. The young man wore a ring on his left pinky, which was consistently exposed, palm facing inward. When cheating, his pinky would exhibit a minuscule upward flick, accompanied by a deliberate motion of his arm. Simao concluded that the mechanism was triggered by the left hand, likely involving a sturdy thread connecting the device on his right arm to the ring on his left hand, designed to secure and conceal the thread while amplifying the arm and finger movements to activate the mechanism. Since the thread had its limitations, both short distances and minimal movements would fail to trigger the mechanism. And Simao observed a peculiar habit of the young man. He would raise his arm before moving his fingers. Having unraveled this complexity, Simao focused intently on the process of their deceit. When the stakes were particularly high, the dealer and the young man would exchange glances or subtle signals, indicating to their accomplice that the round would involve cheating. Before reshaking the dice, the dealer would nonchalantly create a small opening, using his pinky to stealthily extract a die. The young man, under the pretense of placing chips in front of the dealer, would trigger the mechanism, swiftly launching the cheating die into the cup. Ensuring the force was just right, neither too strong to raise suspicion nor too weak to cause a sound upon landing. At this moment, the dealer would shake the dice, utilizing a loaded die, either filled with lead or mercury, to collide with the other two normal dice, thereby producing the desired outcome. Simao mused that he could replicate the dealer's shaking technique. However, the young man's skills in cooperation, concealment, and timing were far more challenging to emulate. At the doorstep of Simao's home, He cunningly exploited the subtle movements of the young man. For once he made his move. Not only was it impossible to intercept the cheating die, it was barely visible. Simao employed a tactic of ambush. As soon as the opponent's arm twitched, he lay in wait at a crucial juncture. When he sensed a slight shift in the die, he knew he had placed his bet wisely. The die that the youth had flicked was caught squarely in his cup, leaving the opponent with no choice but to concede defeat. Su Sandao understood the mechanics but was unaware of the underlying principles. Nevertheless, his ability to deduce such matters was not something just anyone could achieve. At that moment, as Zhang Simao prepared a meal, he was also contending with old Zhang's relentless inquiries. Unbeknownst to him, Su Sandao had already set his sights on him. It is said that wealth should not be displayed openly. Once revealed, it becomes a source of trouble. Why not tell your father how you managed to win so inexplicably? Old Zhang taunted. With such a talent, why not teach your father, you unfilial child? Amused and exasperated by old Zhang's shameless demeanor, Simao retorted, instead of pondering this. Focus on how we will get through the coming challenges. With that, Zhang Simao carried 2 completed dishes out of the kitchen, while old Zhang followed closely behind like a stubborn dog. Mother, dinner is ready. There is meat today, please eat more. Simao glanced at Zhang Shi, who sat at the dining table with a stern expression and remained silent, and he eagerly offered her the bowl and chopsticks. Zhang Shi's face dripped with disdain, ignoring him completely. Today, my son earned money and bought something special for you. Please eat quickly, old Zhang interjected. Unexpectedly, this provoked Zhang Shi's fury. You may ruin your own life, but if you lead my son astray, I will fight you to the end. No sooner had she spoken than she revealed a pair of scissors from her sleeve, her voice icy as she commanded, Simao, kneel down and give me your hand. Simao dropped to his knees before Zhang Shi, extending his hand. Mother, I was wrong. I will change, I promise. Sensing her anger, he knew she was at her breaking point and dared not oppose her. Zhang Shi seized his hand and placed his thumb against the blade of the scissors. Chapter 9. The cunning Taoist old Zhang was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? As he reached for the scissors, Zhang Shi barked. Get away from me. The scissors blade was aimed at old Zhang, nearly piercing his hand. Knowing his wife's temperament, old Zhang shrank back, muttering, is this really necessary? If I don't cut off a finger today, you may end up losing your life in the future. Don't blame me for being harsh. Blame yourself for straying from the right path. Zhang Shi bit her teeth in determination. In that critical moment, Simao suddenly declared, Mother, I swear I will never gamble again. Zhang Shi, who typically appeared as a model wife and mother with a gentle demeanor, possessed an underlying obstinacy and ferocity. Simao understood she was capable of following through on her threats, and recognizing her resolve, she ultimately refrained from bringing the scissors down. If there is a next time, you won't need to cut off your hand. I will end my own life rather than watch you tread before me, a white-haired parent sending off a black-haired child. You know I mean what I say. Consider this carefully. Zhang Shi's tone was unusually calm as she slowly released Simao's hand and placed the scissors on the table. Simao, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly assured her, Mother, I will keep my word. Zhang Shi nodded. Take the silver earned today, and everything you bought to the charity hall, and deliver the cooked food to Yanzi. Not a morsel is to be kept. Yes, I will do as you say. I will go deliver it right away. Simao quickly stood, pulling the remaining silver from his pocket and extending his hand toward old Zhang. Old Zhang, bewildered, asked, What is this? Stop pretending. You lingered at the tea house on purpose, thinking I wouldn't notice your intentions. Where is the silver Su Sandao gave you? Hand it over. Simao's words struck true. I don't have any silver. He didn't give me anything. You can search me. Old Zhang spread his arms, feigning innocence. Simao scrutinized old Zhang. Take off your shoes. Old Zhang grumbled. Why take off my shoes? They stink. Simao threatened. Hurry up. Will you take them off? If not, I won't support you anymore. Reluctantly, old Zhang removed his shoes, standing barefoot on the ground. There's no silver. See for yourself. Even your father doesn't believe me. Simao glanced at the shoes old Zhang had discarded, bent down, and pulled out the insoles. Sure enough, beneath the insole lay a brand new 50-tael silver note. Precisely the other half of the amount Su Sandao had promised upon success. Simao grasped the note tightly. Old Zhang, pained at his loss, pleaded. Just leave me a little change, just a bit. Simao, both amused and annoyed, ignored him, finding a basket to pack the food before bringing everything he had purchased into the main room. Mother, I'm going to deliver the items. How will you manage dinner tonight? You don't need to worry about me. There are some pickled vegetables and cornmeal at home, enough to last a few days. Zhang Shi waved her hand, urging Simao to depart. The establishment of charity halls began with the renowned Song Dynasty minister Fan Zhongyan, which subsequently inspired many others. Receiving strong support and recognition from the court, allowing these institutions to flourish across various regions. By definition, charity halls are essentially local charitable organizations aimed at disaster relief, supporting the destitute and the orphaned. Different scales and types of charity halls serve diverse functions. Large charity halls provide aid to relatives, subsidize tuition, care for orphans and widows, and manage funerals, while smaller ones often decline due to the family's dwindling power, eventually leading to neglect, serving only as resting places for the deceased. The reasoning is straightforward. The land and buildings of charity halls are typically communal property, with too many stakeholders involved, making transactions complicated. Most importantly, who would purchase a place meant for the dead? Thus, even if a charity hall falls into decay, the structure remains. A few miles south of Lu Min Alley lies such a charity hall. Originally established by a wealthy Zhou family during the early Qing dynasty to gain fame, with the bulk of the funding coming from them. Initially, it included ancestral halls, meeting rooms, and mortuary facilities, resembling a proper establishment. However, within a few years, the Zhou family fell into ruin, and the operations of the charity hall could no longer be sustained, leading to its abandonment. Subsequently, a wandering Taoist arrived, took refuge in the ancestral hall, healed the sick, and performed many good deeds. Over time, the Zhou clan realized that leaving the charity hall abandoned was wasteful. Having someone who could help manage the property and tend to unclaimed bodies, while also providing medical care, was advantageous. Thus, they elected a clan leader to sign a document stating that the property would remain under the Zhou family's collective ownership. But the Taoist would have the right to use it as a temple without charge, provided he helped care for the ancestral hall and mortuary. The Taoist settled in, receiving offerings from various visitors, and took on disciples to pass on his medical knowledge. By Simao's time, he was already part of the third generation. The place, originally known as the Charity Hall, gradually became referred to as the Charity Temple by locals due to the presence of a temple steward and incense offerings. This charity temple has a peculiar tradition. Each master takes only one apprentice, a practice upheld across 3 generations. The current steward, known as Wang Zhanghe, is referred to as Wang Daozhang or Wang Lao Dao, a man in his 50s who is familiar with Simao and often attempts to persuade him to become his disciple. Simao responds, "If I find myself truly out of options one day, I might become your disciple and live as a fire Taoist. But on one condition, you must help me find a wife." Wang Laodao remarked, "Get lost. I'm still an old bachelor myself. If I could marry a wife, I would have done so already. What need do I have for you as a disciple?" Simao chuckled and replied, "Then seek out someone more capable." With a grin, Wang Laodao stroked his beard and said, "You possess a remarkable talent for deception. However, our sect has a rule. We can only accept one disciple at a time. So I must reserve a spot for you." Simao inquired, "Why is it that your sect only allows one disciple?" "Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. You could take me in first, and if I were to become successful one day and choose not to be your disciple, wouldn't you die in obscurity?" Wang Laodao pondered seriously for several days before finally responding, "No, rules are rules. They cannot be broken. If I were to take on more disciples, there wouldn't be enough offerings to share. I shall wait for you to change your mind. Should I pass away before you do, you must ensure I receive a proper send-off." Simao laughed and chided Wang Laodao, suggesting he might as well change his name to the Cunning Taoist. Chapter 9. The Cunning Taoist. Exiting the refugee alley, one finds a landscape of modest hills, lush with vibrant green grass in the early summer. Beyond the hills, at the foot of the mountains by the water, stands the Yizhuang Temple, lacking even a gate. With a dozen dilapidated houses, one building, relatively intact, boasts a sign whose characters have faded under the sun and wind. In front of it stands a weathered stone incense burner, clearly indicating this is the small temple of Wang Taoist. To the left of the temple lies a cultivated vegetable garden, where Wang Laodao has grown an abundance of beans and melons. Behind the small temple stretches a graveyard, marked by rows of tombstones. Before Simao even entered the temple, he shouted, "You swindler Wang, the crafty old Taoist, I've brought offerings. Come out and greet me." After calling for a while with no response, Simao circled the main hall, finding no one. He then ventured out the back door, where he spotted an ox cart in the yard, with the local constable and a deputy emerging from the spirit house, followed by 2 peasant laborers. The constable, surnamed Lu, bore a distinctive mole on the back of his neck, giving him a rough appearance. He was known as Lu Tsuomao, a member of the fast class of constables, responsible for apprehending thieves and solving cases. Upon seeing him and the deputy together, Simao understood the situation and approached with a grin. "Lu brother, have you stumbled upon an unclaimed corpse?" Lu Tsuomao spat on the ground. "Today is truly unlucky. I encountered a drowned spirit, forcing me to run a long distance in this heat, and I'll have to write a report when I return." The deputy, surnamed Zhou, smiled and added, "Lu, who could argue with that? Finding a foreigner drowned here makes it a chore for all of us in this sweltering sun. Look, it's already dark. I've prepared some food and drink. How about we enjoy a couple of cups? Lu Simao, feigning reluctance, replied, that would be quite embarrassing. Let me treat you. Zhou's face flushed with indignation. What nonsense. We're on my turf. If you treat me, I'll have no face left to show anyone. Besides, don't think I won't recognize you as my brother. Lu Simao, caught between obligation and regret, said, look at you, getting anxious. If I keep refusing, it will seem half-hearted. But remember, just this once, you mustn't compete with me next time. Simao watched with envy. Zhou Lu. This is what true friendship looks like. As they walked side by side, Simao sneered at their departing figures. Turning around, he noticed the two laborers were harnessing the ox, clearly preparing to head home. He approached them, asking, have you seen Wang Daoist? He's in the spirit house. Washing the dead, one replied. Who is this deceased? Where did he drown? Simao inquired further. The laborer responded tersely, a foreigner drowned in the river behind Zhang. Simao nodded but was about to ask more when the two men led their ox away, evidently unwilling to engage in further conversation. Contemplating, Simao gazed at the spirit house and proceeded toward it. Since childhood, Simao had often been in the company of Wang Daoist. Aside from burning incense and making wishes or consulting for medicine, few ventured to the temple, primarily because it housed unclaimed corpses, which unnerved most. However, Simao seemed unfazed, boldly entering the spirit house on his first visit to unveil the shrouded corpses, much to Wang Daoist's astonishment. Once, after drinking too much, the Daoist remarked that Simao was no ordinary person, destined to partake in the realm of yin and yang. When Simao pressed for clarification, Wang Daoist refused to elaborate. Since then, Simao frequently accompanied him as he prepared the dead, listening to the various stories he could glean from the bodies, which intrigued him, often asking questions that were typically the domain of the coroner. As Simao stepped into the spirit house, darkness had enveloped the sky. A flickering candle illuminated the room, where Wang Daoist held it aloft, scrutinizing the lifeless body of a man lying before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wang Daoist's sparse hair barely held a topknot, and his beady eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Without turning, he seemed to sense Simao's presence, saying, you've arrived. Come and see how this man met his end. Test your observational skills. Simao approached, bending down to examine the corpse, which appeared to be around 40. Dressed in coarse cloth, barefoot, the body stiff with pallor and slight swelling of the abdomen, with faint bruises on his arms and legs. Drowned, obviously. Look at his swollen belly. It must be full of water, Simao remarked dismissively, finding the inquiry too simple. Wang Daoist did not respond directly, but suddenly asked, why are you here so late? Are you here to mooch my food and drink again? I must inform you, my pantry is still empty, and I haven't had dinner yet. How dare you, old swindler? I kindly brought offerings, and you treat me like this? Fine. I'll leave and give it to the beggars by the roadside instead of this old trickster, Simao teased, pulling out gleaming silver coins and notes to flaunt before Wang Daoist. Look at you. I was merely jesting. Is it so difficult to take a joke? Wang Daoist's demeanor shifted dramatically, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. I've prepared a pot of dog meat and a jar of fine wine, anticipating your visit. I saved it for us to enjoy together. Go look. The dog meat is still simmering. It smells divine. When did you learn the art of deception? Simao inquired. Wang Daoist paused. What do you mean by that? Have you learned to change your face? Simao teased. With a mischievous expression, Simao turned on his heel and strode away, exclaiming, the dog legs are mine. Otherwise, I might as well give the silver to the beggars by the roadside. The Daoist Wang followed closely behind like an eager puppy, extending 2 fingers. 2 dog legs are yours. If you refuse, I won't let it go easily. Chapter 10. Spirits and demons seated on the mat with a single candle flickering. Simao and Daoist Wang sat cross-legged on the floor. A large earthen pot, steaming with heat, was filled to the brim with tenderly stewed dog meat, the rich, reddish broth topped with vibrant green cilantro leaves, filling the entire temple with an intoxicating aroma. Simao unceremoniously picked up a generous piece of dog meat and tossed it into his mouth. Hissing as he sucked in cool air, the meat melted in his mouth, too hot to spit out despite his grimacing. Daoist Wang, eager to please, filled a coarse porcelain bowl with wine and reverently presented it to Simao. Pair this with corn liquor, and it's worth more than an emperor's ransom. Simao took a deep gulp of the wine, contentedly humming. Daoist Wang, you truly are a talent. Aside from your lack of spiritual insight, you excel in everything else. This dog meat is cooked to perfection, surpassing even the chefs of Juba Street. Of course, I possess many skills unknown to you. If you were to become my disciple, I would impart all my knowledge, Daoist Wang said, twirling his mustache, casting a sly glance at Simao, his expression enigmatic. That's out of the question. Simao replied, as he pulled out the silver notes and coins he had tucked away, tossing them carelessly in front of Wang. Spend wisely. Daoist Wang glanced at the money and notes, surprisingly refraining from grabbing them immediately. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? I want to engage in any illicit dealings. Simao sighed, feigning regret. I initially intended to involve you in a business venture. This was merely a deposit. Once the task is completed, I would double your reward for merely taking a life. I was offering you a favor out of our camaraderie. Yet you saw through my intentions. If you refuse, so be it. I shall seek someone more capable. As he spoke, he reached for the silver and notes. Wang, quick on the draw, snatched the money and notes into his grasp, hastily stuffing them into his robes. The allure of wealth is irresistible. I may pretend not to see, but once I do, I cannot escape. You handle the killing, and I will manage the payment. Rest assured, I will light extra incense for you before our ancestors, ensuring your safety in times of peace and your swift ascendance to the celestial realm in times of trouble. Consider this money a donation for the incense. Simao couldn't help but chuckle. To call you a scheming Taoist is to speak the truth. The two bantered, exchanging bites of meat and sips of wine, enjoying their leisurely conversation. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Simao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he addressed the tipsy Taoist Wang. So, what is to be done with the corpse found in the alley? Wang, gnawing on a bone, mumbled indistinctly what else. Lu Tsuomao will return to the yamen to identify the body. If no one claims it within 3 days, it will be tossed into the mass grave behind, buried without a marker. Thus, another wandering spirit will haunt this world. Don't you find the circumstances surrounding this corpse a bit suspicious? Isn't it rather rash to just bury it? Wang paused, his eyes narrowing as he focused intently on Simao. I knew you were not as dim-witted as you pretended. Speak, what do you suspect? Simao elaborated clearly and methodically. First, this person did not drown. Although his abdomen is distended, it is not from drinking too much water, indicating he was suffocated. Second, the laborers transporting the body mentioned he died in the river behind Zhou village. It is difficult for someone to sink in that river, as it is a quicksand river devoid of rocks or aquatic vegetation. The injuries on his limbs could only have been inflicted during his struggle for breath. Third, his hands and feet show no calluses, suggesting he lived a life of luxury, not fitting with the coarse clothes he wore. Furthermore, his outer clothing and inner garments are of different materials, indicating he was hastily stripped of his outer clothing, leaving his inner garments untouched. Lastly, the river in Zhou village is not a thoroughfare. What business would an outsider have here? With so many discrepancies, I refuse to believe you, Taoist Wang. Have not noticed any of this. Chapter 10, Spirits and Demons, continued. Wang suddenly burst into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. You are indeed worth the effort I invested in your instruction. Your keen observation is impressive. Enough with the nonsense. This is a matter of life and death. Are you truly prepared to turn a blind eye? You, a practitioner, should fear the loss of moral integrity and the repercussions from our ancestors. Wang's tone turned unexpectedly severe, his teeth gritted. Fear the loss of moral integrity? Humph. In this world, spirits and demons abound, and those who lose their moral compass are countless. The blind who build bridges and the murderers are many. Does our ancestor oversee all of them? Simao refrained from engaging further, lowering his head to sift through the dog meat in the pot, inspecting each piece meticulously. This caused Wang to pause in confusion. What's wrong? Are you concocting something? Oh, nothing. Just a casual observation. Simao replied nonchalantly. Perhaps this dog had rabies, and you'll fall ill immediately after eating it. Get out of here. Wang chuckled, but soon sighed deeply. Do you think the officials in the yamen are Navi? Lu Tsuomao has been a constable for over 20 years, part of a familial legacy. While he may not see everything, he isn't oblivious to the obvious. You are still young. The dark dealings within the yamen are not written in the sacred texts. Yet, these dealings must not be touched by common folk like us, lest we find ourselves in peril. The dead are not to be feared. It's the living who devour the living. Truth be told, death is not so terrible. When one closes their eyes, they are free from the world's suffering, and tranquility ensues. Simao sighed. It is said that the public domain is ideal for cultivation. You could not continue in the public domain, so you became a Taoist to pursue immortality? Wang's small eyes widened in surprise, but quickly returned to a calm demeanor. You are partially correct. It is indeed easy to commit sins in the public domain. Simao did not delve deeper into his previous statement, but instead quipped. I refuse to believe that in this vast world, there is not a single good person among officials. Wang downed the remaining half bowl of wine, staring into the bowl as the remnants dripped one by one into the dust, revealing an unutterable sense of desolation. There's a saying about corrupt officials ruining families and exterminating clans. Have you heard of it? I have. Officials wield the powers of governance and punishment. And with the distance from the emperor, along with mutual protection among officials, the ruin of a family or clan is but a thought away. Then you must have heard the saying, even if your official is as clear as water, you cannot escape the oily hands of the underlings, right? I have heard that too. It speaks to how an official cannot simply be honest without facing the influence of their subordinates. Wang nodded, a look of approval on his face. If you consider these two sayings together, the wisdom gained is profound. Simao laughed, raising the wine jar to pour Wang a full bowl. I am all ears. I eagerly await your esteemed insights. As the long night stretched on, heavy with unspoken thoughts, Taoist Wang began his discourse, understanding the affairs of the world is knowledge, and the practice of human emotions is literature. The words I share with you today will undoubtedly benefit you for a lifetime. The silver you generously offered is not in vain. Indeed, indeed. Although you may be a bit shameless, your knowledge and skills are unparalleled. It is worth every bit. Simao replied with a grin. Observing the obstinacy of Simao, who refused to accept any reproach and insisted that for every loss, a compensation must be made, Wang Taoist could only feign ignorance. He pointed to the clay pot and said, there remains a dog leg. Perhaps you would like to partake while I recount my tales? Simao chuckled. I, Simao, am not one to indulge alone. Please, after you. As he spoke, he lifted the succulent dog leg and presented it to Wang Lao Dao. Without hesitation, Wang Taoist accepted and took a hearty bite, followed by a sip of wine, before he slowly began to unravel his narrative. Historically, it has been said that officials wield considerable power, yet the distinction between the officials and the clerks is profound. When harmonized, they are akin to a pair of delightful adversaries. When mismanaged, they become bitter enemies. The common folk remain oblivious. Despite the imposing demeanor of the officials, it is, in truth, the likes of Lu Swimao and his ilk, the clerks, who truly govern the vast empire of the Qing dynasty. Understanding this dynamic allows one to navigate dealings with the government effectively, akin to a fish thriving in water. Wang Taoist revelations astonished Simao, who, genuinely perplexed, inquired, isn't the emperor the one in charge of the Qing? To which Wang Taoist replied, the emperor, alone in the Golden Hall. He is but a solitary figure amidst the vast expanse of our empire, spanning over 20 provinces and countless subjects. With his singular strength, he can merely issue edicts and review memorials within the imperial city. It is beyond his capability to survey the entirety of this flourishing realm. Thus, how does the emperor govern the world? Through the 6 ministries and various officials at all levels of governance. As for the management of local affairs, that too is mere folly. While it is often said that governance begins at the county level, let us consider our own county office in Miankou. The county magistrate's duties include tax collection, judicial decisions, agricultural encouragement, disaster relief, and moral instruction, among others. The county assistant oversees documentation, warehouses, and taxation, assisted by a clerk. The chief clerk manages the county's household registration and documentation. The inspector is responsible for law enforcement and public safety, and there are 6 departments: personnel, revenue, rights, military, justice, and works, each with its own clerks, who are often educated but lack the opportunity for advancement through the imperial examinations. Moreover, there are additional roles, such as couriers, secretaries, and guards, each with specific duties. The complexity of this structure reveals the multitude of individuals managing the county and how each relies on their own means of sustenance. As the court does not provide salaries for the majority of these positions, Simao, dazed and silent for a moment, considered Wang Taoist, whom he regarded as a disheveled, lazy trickster. If there was any merit to his character, it lay in his expertise in examining corpses, a skill acquired through his experience managing abandoned bodies. However, Simao viewed this as merely a reflection of familiarity rather than any remarkable talent. Yet, it became evident that Wang Taoist possessed a wealth of knowledge and untold abilities, as demonstrated by his detailed account of the county office's personnel and their functions, indicating he was indeed a man of substance and depth. Before Simao could fully appreciate Wang Taoist's insight, he was bombarded with further questions. Do you know who among these individuals is an official, who is a clerk, who receives a salary, and who does not? How do those without salaries earn their living, and what tricks do they employ? With eager anticipation, Simao replied, the individuals I am most acquainted with are the inspectors and the constables. The inspectors manage gambling enforcement and street taxation, while the constables deal with disputes. I've been incarcerated a few times, but beyond these roles, I know little of their names. Pray, enlighten me. You may find it hard to believe, but aside from the county magistrate, the county assistant, the chief clerk, and the inspector, who are appointed by the Ministry of Personnel, most others receive no salary from the court. They must rely on the county's own funds to sustain themselves. Upon hearing this, Simao's understanding deepened. I see now. Even the emperor, if he were to underpay his soldiers, would leave them to fend for themselves. In such a vast county, with myriad tasks and people to manage, how can the county magistrate govern effectively without proper resources? If these individuals do not take from the populace, do not engage in corruption, how can they survive? Thus, with authority in hand, if one does not wield it, it becomes obsolete. Regardless of whether the court should oversee these matters, the officials have devised their own means of financial gain. What purpose do rules and laws serve? The common folk might say that the law is akin to a furnace, but in the eyes of those who exploit it, the law is merely a tool for their gain. Those who fall under their grasp find themselves at the mercy of capricious whims. If they do not extract every last resource, they consider it a missed opportunity. As Simao began to grasp the underlying implications, he remarked, if these official salaries do not rest with the county magistrate, does that not leave them free to act with impunity? Wang Daoist replied, the county magistrate holds a rank of the 7th grade, with a salary that has fluctuated from 29 taels at the beginning of the Qing to 1,400 taels by the 3rd year of Qianlong, along with a public stipend of 160 taels. Even so, with a county office of dozens to hundreds of personnel, how can he support them all on his meager salary? What can a 7th grade magistrate do? Simao pondered for a moment before exclaiming, if I were the county magistrate, I would wield authority firmly yet offer some incentives. If I were too stringent, these clerks would starve, yet if I were too lenient, I would be nurturing a tiger. Allowing them to run amok would only tarnish the reputation of the county magistrate. Wang Daoist scoffed, what you can conceive, every county magistrate must also consider. They must rely on these clerks for administration while lacking the funds to maintain integrity. What other recourse is there but to tacitly accept their corruption? An upright magistrate, with lofty ideals and empty pockets, is destined for failure, for no other reason than being unable to gain the trust of the clerks, alienating his peers, and failing to satisfy his superiors. What options does such a magistrate have but to return to farming? To gain control over the clerks is to ensure a smooth administration. Failing to do so, they become mere prey, correct? Simao inquired. To control the clerks? That is the dream of a fool, Wang Daoist replied. Without further ado, the evaluation of officials encompasses several key aspects. The collection of taxes is derived from the meticulous records of land and population. Local grain and household registries are often the result of generations of careful management, resulting in a detailed ledger. The division of land and fluctuations in population are laid bare. Yet these are treasured secrets passed down through generations of clerks, who are loath to divulge them. When a county magistrate acts against protocol, angering the clerks, any legal disputes that reach the Ministry of Personnel are bound to end in defeat. There are also magistrates who, in naivety, bypass the local grain and household records to personally collect taxes. The outcome, not a single grain is gathered, let alone the records. Even a trace of individuals is elusive. Meanwhile, the court's inventory checks do not wait for anyone, and once the deadline arrives, the magistrate risks losing his position. If your assertion holds, does it not imply that the county magistrate is merely a figurehead, devoid of any power to regulate these clerks? It is not entirely so. In this world, officials and clerks are interdependent. Officials rely on clerks to execute their duties, while clerks find shelter under officials. Unless both parties sever ties, leading to mutual destruction, neither wishes to push the other to the brink, for such actions would be detrimental to both, akin to wounding oneself while attempting to harm another. You previously inquired about why, knowing the unfortunate deceased had an unresolved grievance, one would feign ignorance. The reason lies in the complexity of unresolved murders, which implicate a multitude of individuals, including the swift officers, the criminal department, legal advisors, and even the county magistrate himself. This deceased individual was evidently a merchant from another region, murdered for his wealth and discarded in a ditch. If the perpetrator is a local, it is manageable. But if they are a transient criminal, where does one begin to investigate? Once a case is registered, a deadline for apprehending the murderer is mandated. If Lu Simao were to pursue the matter earnestly, he would not only jeopardize himself, but also cause the magistrate and the local constables to harbor deep resentment towards him. What if a victim's family were to appear? Mal blurted out. The Taoist Wang chuckled, saying, I knew you were sharp. You quickly identified the crux. Why does the magistracy announce such cold cases to seek out the victim's family? Ostensibly, it is to ensure the deceased may return home and not linger as a wandering spirit, thus accruing some merit. In truth, it is mere window dressing. If, amidst the announcements, a victim's family comes forth, the magistrate will handle them accordingly. If the family is destitute, they will be permitted to reclaim the body and sign the release, closing the case. Once the thumbprint is affixed to the magistracy's documents, no matter how grievous the oversight, It must be swallowed in silence. What if the victim's family refuses to sign and insists on seeking justice? Quite simply, they will be denied the opportunity to reclaim the body, and after delaying them for 10 days to half a month, the corpse will decompose, leaving no evidence. What can be done then? Simao could not help but gasp inwardly and then asked, what if the victim's family holds power and influence? In that case, the magistracy would be in dire straits, compelled to exert effort to resolve the case, as a resolute family would not easily relent. Simao drew parallels. Thus, the magistracy's protocol is to publicly announce cold cases to find the victim's family, yet when the time lapses without any claimants, it signifies the absence of a victim's family, enabling a hasty closure of the case. If what you say is accurate, the ideal course of action would be to incinerate the abandoned corpse completely, ensuring that even if a family were to appear later, one could easily navigate the situation. First, one can claim they sought the family but failed to find them. Second, with the body reduced to ashes, there would be no evidence left to contest. Would that not preclude future troubles? The Taoist Zhang finished his drink, his words laced with a tipsy haze. You are fortunate to possess a benign nature. Otherwise, should you pursue wrongdoing, you would excel without any instruction. Truly fortunate, indeed. After a satisfying meal and drink, he concluded, collapsing onto the ground and immediately snoring loudly, lost in slumber. Simao shook his head in resignation, surveying the flickering candlelight against the deepening night. He rose slowly, removed a cloth from the incense table, shook off the ash, and draped it over the Taoist Zhang before turning towards the bright moon hanging high outside, and he strolled out of the grand hall. Chapter 12. The Battle of Wits at the Tea House. The origin of tea houses is not distinctly recorded in historical texts. During the Han Dynasty, there are mentions of tea sales in Wang Bao's work Taoyu, but that refers to dry tea shops. It is generally believed that the prototype of tea houses emerged during the reign of Emperor Yuan of Jin, blossomed in the Tang Dynasty, and reached a certain scale during the Song Dynasty, attaining its peak during the Ming and Qing dynasties. By the time of the Qing Dynasty, tea houses began to diversify based on their functions. Tea houses primarily selling tea, commonly referred to as Qing tea houses, attracted mostly cultured patrons, leading to elegantly decorated interiors, clean utensils, and walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings. Another type, located in the countryside, known as wild tea houses, featured humble earthen structures with rudimentary furnishings and clay tables and chairs, serving as resting spots for springtime travelers. The most prevalent and popular type of tea house combined tea service with snacks, meals, and even alcoholic beverages. Often referred to as hearty tea houses, they offered a fixed menu of food, distinguishing them from regular restaurants. The most common and favorite type of tea house was the one that also hosted storytelling and performances, known as story tea houses, which were, in essence, the precursors to theaters. The earliest theaters were collectively referred to as tea gardens, serving as venues for friends to gather, drink tea, and converse, with performances being a secondary attraction. The Chunyang Tea House belongs to this category. On Juba Street in Miankou, if there were 3,000 idlers, almost all would revel in lingering there, while a few would circle the establishment even if they did not enter. This was a small world of its own. Early in the morning, Simao meandered through, spotting a long rectangular table outside where Su Sandow lounged against a circular chair, leisurely puffing on his old pipe, a cup of tea before him, occasionally sipping it as if savoring the experience. He unabashedly occupied the prime seat, acknowledging passers-by with a slight curl of his lips, letting out an mm sound through his nostrils as a form of greeting. This type of table is quite common in southern tea houses, typically placed at the entrance. Known as a horsehead table or saddle table, the prime seat is not for just anyone. Simao had witnessed a northern merchant unwittingly occupying the prime seat only to face ridicule. Negotiations among local factions and mediations of disputes were often conducted at this horsehead table, where southerners referred to it as eating tea discussions. Thus, those seated at the prime table were invariably local leaders or influential figures. The rationale behind placing this table outside is shrouded in mystery, but according to Simao's research, it likely stems from two reasons. First, to prevent damage to the interior of the establishment should negotiations turn hostile, and second, for local leaders to bask in the reverence of passers-by, feeding their vanity. In Simao's view, Su Sandow relished this attention, steadfastly occupying the prime seat each morning, indulging in a smoke and brewing a pot of tea, greeting those who passed by before attending to other matters. Simao thought this was a foolish mentality, akin to loudly proclaiming to the bustling street, "Hey, don't miss out, come see the rogue." Hence, each time Simao witnessed Su Sandow's shameless demeanor, he could not suppress his laughter. "Simao, come sit, I have something to discuss with you," Su Sandow called, his genuine smile prompting a rare return of warmth. Not so fast, third brother, can we talk inside? I wouldn't dare sit with you at the discussion table, for Mao chuckled, finding a rather lofty excuse. Inwardly cursing, your embarrassment isn't enough. You want to drag me into this too. I would rather die than perform like a monkey in public. Su Sandao, oblivious to Four Mao's thoughts, considered the rationale and agreed, as discussing matters at the tea table would be inauspicious. He lazily stood up, saying, all right, let's chat in the small room. As Su Sandao entered the Chuanyang tea house, he was greeted by the sight of Chuanyang bustling about, directing her staff to arrange the tables, chairs, teacups, and bowls for business. Immediately, he spotted the first group of customers. Sister, you seem quite busy. Would you like me to lend a hand? Su Sandao, in front of Chuanyang, wore an entirely different expression, his demeanor obsequious, a smile more grotesque than sorrow. Upon entering the private room, the young waiter, without needing instruction, promptly brought in tea and snacks. Su Sandao, now assuming the role of host, shed the sycophantic expression he had just displayed before Chuanyang and reverted to his true self. Take a seat, Simao. Simao responded with a grunt and settled down. He had resolved to remain passive today, adhering to the principle of if the enemy does not move, I shall not move, thus uttering not a single additional word. Sticking with Brother San, I see you must care for two elders while lacking a proper livelihood. It can't be easy. Brother San has always valued loyalty and wishes to assist you. What do you say? Name your price. Su Sandao looked at Simao with a sincere expression. No need. You focus on your own matters, Chuanyang interjected, turning her face away and leaving Su Sandao out in the cold. She caught sight of Simao entering behind her and huffed, Simao, since when did you start frequenting the tea house so early? Simao, with a grin, replied, Sister Chuanyang, I lack such fortune. Only someone as wealthy and leisurely as Brother Su can afford to visit the tea house at this hour. As for me, I must rise and seek sustenance. Today I came along because Brother Su has some business to discuss. Chuanyang seemed to have something to say, but ultimately refrained, glancing at Su Sandao before turning and heading to the back hall. Simao observed quietly as Su Sandao gazed at Chuanyang's graceful figure, his eyes fixating, throat bobbing as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, akin to a cat sniffing fish. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Brother San, please. Su Sandao, startled by this remark, feigned nonchalance, saying, it's not easy for Chuanyang to manage alone. Simao remained silent but inwardly cursed, I want to give you a way out. Let us see how you squirm. Su Sandao had long-term rental of a private room in the tea house, paying monthly regardless of customer flow. Such high-paying long-term patrons were colloquially referred to as small houses. Though Chuanyang treated Su Sandao with indifference, she was ruthless in extracting his money, welcoming every opportunity to profit from him. In the private room, the young waiter once again delivered tea and snacks without prompt. Su Sandao, now fully assuming the role of host, dismissed the sycophantic demeanor he had previously displayed in front of Chuanyang. Sit down, Simao. Simao complied with a grunt, resolute in his determination to remain silent. Sticking with Brother San, I see you must care for two elders while lacking a proper livelihood. It can't be easy. Brother San has always valued loyalty and wishes to assist you. What do you say? Name your price. Su Sandao regarded Simao with earnestness. Simao, feeling a surge of irritation, thought to take advantage and act coy, trying to recruit me while pretending to pity me. I see through your schemes. However, he maintained a facade of surprise and difficulty, saying, to follow Brother San is indeed a blessing. Such fortune is rarely sought after, but you see, my mother. He intentionally left a gap, his performance becoming increasingly convincing. Such teasing tactics were commonplace in their world. Yet even the most ordinary schemes could lead to blindness if one became obsessed. Su Sandao, following the thread of conversation, offered Simao a way up, pulling himself into Simao's trap, suppressing his impatience to inquire, what happened with your mother? That day, after I drove off those two con artists, they actually followed me to the refugee alley, blocking my doorstep to settle the score, which alarmed my mother. What? Such a thing occurred? Su Sandao exclaimed in astonishment. Why didn't you inform me? You are working for me, and these outsiders dare to act recklessly in Mianko. They must be tired of living. Had I known, I would have made sure they were carried out one by one. Simao's face brimmed with gratitude. Who doesn't he know of Brother San's loyalty to his brothers? You didn't see the scene, 7 or 8 men, all armed. I thought they surely had no idea I was working for you. Had they known you were backing me, they wouldn't have dared approach. Indeed, how did you handle it? Su Sandao continued the charade. I thought to myself, Brother San has given me instructions, so I cannot reveal my true capabilities. Simao then picked up a piece of mung bean cake from the table, broke it in half, and tossed one part into his mouth, chewing with a fixed gaze on Su Sandao. Even Su Sandao, thick-skinned and cunning, felt his face flush, rendered speechless. Seeing Su Sandao at a loss, Simao felt a wave of satisfaction but restrained himself from overindulging in his triumph. He then patted his chest and shifted the subject, saying, I, Simao, am also a man of loyalty. I resolved to bear this burden myself. Under dire circumstances, I took a gamble, and to my surprise, I won. They had no choice but to submit and leave the refugee alley. However, my mother was greatly frightened and threatened to cut my fingers with scissors unless I promised not to gamble again. If it weren't for my pleas, I would have ended up giving away all the reward you provided, Brother San. As he spoke, Simao raised his right hand, bending his thumb into his palm, the back of his hand facing Su Sandao, wiggling his 4 fingers. Now I am down to 4. Su Sandao was well aware of the events that transpired, yet remained oblivious to what had occurred after Simao returned home. Silently sipping his tea, he lowered his brows, his small eyes darting about. Before finally raising his gaze to Simao, Brother C, I must admit, I misjudged you. I never expected your gambling skills to be so formidable. In Minko, you could easily be regarded as the top expert. I genuinely admire you. A talent like you should not go unrecognized, otherwise people will say Su Sandao is blind and lacks the capacity for inclusion. You see, Brother San has been troubled by this for days, unable to rest easy. Simao internally scoffed, recognizing that once Su Sandao's ambitions were thwarted, his true nature emerged. The insinuations of admiration masked a threat. The underlying message was clear. If the foremost expert in Mienko could not be his ally, he would inevitably become his foe. With this thought, Simao, still smiling, spoke. Brother San, I fear this may amuse you, but I am timid and most afraid of my mother. That day, I vowed before her never to gamble again. If I were to indulge even once more, it would be akin to taking her life. Brother San's reputation for loyalty is well known, but filial piety is also a great virtue. Should it come to light that your brother is unfilial, it would tarnish your esteemed reputation. Even as Simao dreamed of climbing to the heights of Brother San's favor, he had to tread carefully. This declaration enveloped Su Sandao like a golden shield, causing him to gasp in surprise. Such words, laced with subtle threats, effectively stifled all of his maneuvers. One was the promise of never gambling again, alleviating any concerns about having a rival slumbering beside him. Secondly, if one forces the other to an extreme, it equates to compelling them to act unfilially and unjustly, a reputation that could very well cost one their life. Su Sandao suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Simao, since we've come this far in our discussion, my good intentions seem destined to go unfulfilled. Nevertheless, fret not, for I shall not only refrain from blaming you, but will also ensure your name is celebrated, so that the people of Mienko recognize you, Zhang Simao, as a paragon of filial piety, one who can even forsake gambling for the sake of his mother. Simao understood that Su Sandao's tactic was to drive the nail into the wood, disseminating the information to prevent any change of heart on his part, thereby ensuring that he could no longer oppose him at the gambling den. Moreover, even if he did reconsider later, Su Sandao would possess ample justification to sever ties, revealing a rather suspicious nature. However, none of this mattered much to Simao, who felt he had successfully navigated this hurdle. I shall thank you first, Brother San. I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further. Su Sandao nodded, a smile gracing his features as he watched Simao exit the small room, though this smile transformed into a sinister expression almost immediately. Just then, Su Sandao's apprentice, Liuzi, hurried in, whispering fervently, to which Su Sandao nodded. Retrieving a bulging cloth pouch from his pocket and handing it to Liuzi, distribute this among the brothers, and remind them to keep their mouths shut, otherwise you may witness my wrath. Liuzi, with an obsequious demeanor, accepted the pouch, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, master, I shall ensure they keep it all to themselves. Chapter 14. The assistance of a beauty. Upon exiting the private room, Simao spotted Chun Yang seated at the counter, busily counting accounts with an abacus, and approached her with a grin. Sister Chun Yang, are you occupied? Without lifting her head, Chun Yang replied, speak your mind or keep your silence. Well, I suppose I am merely seeking my own amusement. I intended to share a story to alleviate your fatigue, but since you are disinterested, I shall take my leave. Despite Chun Yang's lack of warmth, Simao remained unperturbed, smiling as he turned to depart. Wait, Chun Yang suddenly raised her head, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Since I find myself with time to spare, I shall indulge in your tale. If it pleases me, I may reward you with a pot of tea. Are you truly interested in hearing it? Simao halted, feigning suspense. Speak or leave, Chun Yang retorted, her almond eyes wide with impatience. All right, no need to rush. I shall begin, Simao replied, leaning against the counter, contemplating for a moment before adopting a solemn demeanor. Once upon a time, Chun Yang set down her accounting pen. waiting attentively for Simao to continue. Simao abruptly shifted direction. If the narration is captivating, might I earn a basket of steamed buns? You rascal, filled with mischief. Chun Yang teased, pinching the soft flesh of Simao's arm, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Yet her words were laced with mock severity. Perhaps I should chop you up and make buns myself. Simao grimaced, exclaiming in pain, I shall tell it. I shall tell it. Release me, and I will continue. After a firm pinch, Chun Yang finally released him. Simao inhaled sharply, rubbing his arm. Sister, your grip is ruthless. Such force has made me forget the story. Chun Yang feigned another attempt, and Simao swiftly sidestepped. I've remembered. After pretending to contemplate for a moment, Simao resumed. Once upon a time, there were two scholars traveling to the capital for the imperial examination. One named Zhang and the other Li Si. In their haste, they missed the inns and lodgings, and as fate would have it, they were caught in a torrential downpour, leaving them to seek shelter. They found a small temple in the wilderness where an old monk welcomed them to spend the night. Thus, these two strangers, both aspiring candidates, struck up a conversation, quickly becoming acquainted. Did the old monk predict the results of their examination? Chun Yang interjected. Have you been listening to too many of Wang Laodao's tall tales? Have you lost your wits? Monks do not predict fortunes. Only Taoists and shamans do such things. If you don't understand, please refrain from pretending to, Simao replied. Chun Yang, having been drawn into the narrative, did not retort, but instead busied herself with a plate of freshly roasted melon seeds, offering them to Simao while eagerly awaiting the continuation of the tale. Simao felt a surge of pride, having heard of Chun Yang's love for stories. Clearing his throat, he munched on a seed, elaborating at a leisurely pace. As the two scholars conversed, time slipped away, and soon it was late. However, the dilemma arose. There were only two beds in the temple, one for the monk and one for them to share, with only a single blanket between them. Zhang proposed, though we are but strangers, we might as well emulate the ancients and share a bed, resting foot to foot. Li Si readily agreed. A pair of bosom buddies? What does that mean? Chun Yang interrupted, perplexed. What do you mean by bosom buddies? Simao was also taken aback. You just said a pair of bosom buddies. What does bosom buddy mean? Chun Yang pressed for clarification. Did I say that? I don't recall. I distinctly heard you say a pair of bosom buddies. I am certain of it. Simao scratched his head, inwardly pondering. What is happening? Such peculiar phrases and notions seem to be appearing with increasing frequency. Could it be that I've been influenced by frequent interactions with Wang Laodao? Seeing Simao's bewildered expression, Chun Yang nudged him. Continue with the story. Simao shook his head to dispel his confusion and resumed. The two continued their conversation until suddenly, Zhang let out a tremendous sneeze, spraying Li Si's face with saliva. Caught off guard, Li Si could only wipe his face in silence. Zhang, however, was rather pleased with himself, relishing the mischief he had caused. Zhang is quite the bully, taking advantage of Li Si's good nature, Chun Yang remarked, clearly invested in the story. Indeed, that very night, Zhang sneezed several times, each time dousing Li Si in spit while feigning apologies. Li Si, feeling helpless, suggested, Brother Zhang, how about next time you warn me before you sneeze? A gesture or a word would suffice to prepare me. Zhang wholeheartedly agreed. What mischief is Zhang plotting next? Chun Yang couldn't help but interject again. Simao continued. After establishing this new rule, the two resumed their chatter. Suddenly, it was not Zhang but Li Si who raised his hand, exclaiming, I'm about to sneeze. I'm about to sneeze. Now guess what happened next? Simao paused for effect, creating suspense. What could happen? Li Si is an honest man. If it were me, I would keep it a secret and take my revenge, Chun Yang replied, frustrated. Ermao shook his head. Sister, you guessed wrong. That Zhang just curled up in his blanket, and instead of sneezing, Li Si let out a fart. Chun Ni's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, she burst into a fit of giggles, clutching her stomach and pointing at Ermao, saying, I think you're Li Si, even worse than Zhang. Chapter 15. A beautiful woman's assistance to seeing Chun and I laughing so heartily, Ermao cracked sunflower seeds, quietly observing until Chun and I felt a bit embarrassed and stopped laughing. It was then that Ermao lowered his voice and said, Sister, you just asked me to speak my mind. I've let out my fart, but I still have not spoken. Chun and I, who had not heard the story, quickly returned to her shrewd and astute demeanor as a shopkeeper. While shelling a sunflower seed, she lowered her voice and said, That day in Lumin Alley, you defeated a group of troublemakers, but you revealed your identity. What is the matter? Are you being targeted now? As she spoke, her eyes glanced knowingly towards the small room rented by Su Sandow on the second floor. You are my dear sister, and I have a request that you must help me with, Ermao said, dropping his playful demeanor and speaking earnestly. Chun Ni's delicate face revealed no discernible emotions as her gaze shifted over Ermao's face, seemingly attempting to decipher the thoughts hidden within. However, Ermao's rare seriousness was hard to read. Chun and I casually replied, "You can tell me first, and then we'll see if I can help. Brother Chung-san values me and wants to take me as a brother, but after that day, when the enemies came looking for me, I promised my mother that I would never gamble again. Henceforth, the gambling world has no connection to me, and naturally, I cannot follow Brother Sin anymore." What we discussed earlier was precisely this. I laid out the whole story, and although he did not say much, I sensed that this matter is not over. "Can you truly quit gambling?" Chun and I did not follow Ermao's line of thought, but instead posed a question. Ermao nodded solemnly. "I must heed my mother's words. From now on, I would rather starve than touch it again." Chun and I paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Do you want me to speak to Susan on your behalf?" Ermao resolutely shook his head, his gaze filled with determination. "My hands are my own, if need be. I can sever them. In this world, there are those who force others to buy and sell, but who can force someone to gamble? Those who fall into traps do so willingly. One cannot blame others. Therefore, this matter cannot rely on anyone else's help. It must depend on me, Ermao. What I worry about is my father. He spends all his time in the gambling den, and I cannot follow him. At that point, he would be like a wild horse without reins. Trouble is only a matter of time." At this, Ermao looked at Chun and I with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Are you worried that someone will set a trap for your father and use him against you?" Chun and I, ever astute, understood the implications of Ermao's words. Although he spoke in veiled terms, the meaning was clear. She was well aware of Su Sandao's character. He was relentless and unscrupulous, and given that Ermao had sullied his reputation, he would not let it go easily. Moreover, Ermao's father, old Zhang, had long been immersed in the gambling scene and lacked Ermao's capabilities and resolve. If Su Sandao wished to ensnare him, it would be as easy as pie. With Ermao quitting gambling, he could no longer keep an eye on old Zhang, and expecting old Zhang to voluntarily avoid the gambling den was a fool's dream. Thus, with Su Sandao's cunning and ruthlessness, old Zhang, being Ermao's Achilles heel, would be firmly in his grasp. Realizing this, Chun and I silently admired Ermao's foresight. To assess potential defeat before claiming victory and to establish oneself in an unassailable position is the foundation of success. I understand your meaning. You fear he will exploit your father. But what can I do to help you? I cannot simply chase old Zhang away from the door. Precisely. As long as you, Sister Chun and I, say a word to instruct the staff not to let my father into your tea house, it would be a tremendous help to me. With your reputation and standing in Mian-ko, my father would not dare to force his way in. Ermao vowed to remember his sister's kindness. Upon hearing this, Chun and I suddenly smiled brightly. Why do you come to me for help? Do you not know that Su San is my father's disciple? According to the rules of the door, we are still siblings. Ermao shook his head meaningfully. Sister Chun and I, you are not of the same kind. Su San is Zhang San, and you are Li Si. Hearing this metaphor, Chun and I couldn't help but scoff, but upon reflection, it did hold some truth. She then smiled and asked, and you? What are you? Ermao grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, bowed slightly to Chun and I as a farewell and expression of gratitude, then turned to leave, saying as he walked away, I, Zhang Ermao, am but a little loach in the river. Wandering aimlessly, Ermao found himself at the riverside dock, watching the bustling crowds and the myriad of ships. As he stood in a daze, a voice broke his reverie. Ermao, Ermao, Zhang Ermao. Startled, Ermao lifted his head to see a small boat docking. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a person leaped down from the bow, thin eyebrows and eyes. A generally handsome face, but an overly wide mouth that seemed out of place. Clad in blue trousers and a jacket, with a long blue garment draped over his arms partially concealing the tattoos on his hands, he wore a light blue belt and floral shoes. A thick braid hung not down his back but dangled in front of his chest, adorned with a jasmine flower. From a distance, he called out and waved. Ermao couldn't help but smile. This person was a friend he had made while mingling in the marketplace, named Ma Qinghu, whose wide mouth earned him the nickname Ma Catfish. Ma Qinghu's attire had its significance, known as floral shoes and a big braid. Those without a big braid would use a wig to thicken it. A fashion imported from Tianjin, akin to modern-day tattoos and thick gold chains, a standard look among the underworld. Ma Qinghu was not from Mian-ko. His ancestors had been boatmen navigating the waterways with grain ships from Shaanxi. As Mian-ko grew prosperous, many Shaanxi boatmen and merchants migrated to the area. And by the time of Ma Qinghu, it was already the third generation. After settling in Mian-ko, their population grew, gradually gaining some power. Eventually, they became one of the local forces, controlling the docks and initially thriving on the profits from passing ships. the younger generation of their clan, if they failed in their studies or did not engage in legitimate work, often resorted to this line of work. With an influx of outsiders joining their ranks, they eventually formed a significant force, occupying dozens of ports in Myanmar, upgrading their operations from simple extortion to managing laborers and warehouses, monopolizing the transportation and storage businesses. Referred to as the Shangxi Gang, they governed the town of Myanmar alongside the Chao Gang, with the water territory belonging to the Chao Gang and the dock territory under the control of the Shangxi Gang, leading to years of relative peace. Ma Qinghu, being a member of the Shangxi Gang, was well connected since his uncle was a seasoned thug within the gang, which allowed him to hold a minor leadership position at the dock. Ever since he met Ermao, he had admired him greatly and was very obedient, maintaining a good relationship. Ermao, I've been having a run of bad luck these days and lost quite a bit. I was just thinking of asking you for revenge. Coincidentally, there's a game going on at the granary with Zhao Haizi and the others. Come with me, I'll cover the stake, and if we lose, it's on me. If we win, we split it 50-50. Ma Qinghu was quite loyal, yet Ermao shook his head. Chapter 16. The philosophy of the Jianghu. Ma Qinghu was taken aback. Usually, you run like the wind when called, but today, what is wrong with you? Ermao, quick-witted, retorted. If I go, you become the ghost instead? All right. Enough of the banter. What is the matter with you? You look lost and despondent. Simao let out a sigh, saying, I can no longer frequent the casino. It has cut off my livelihood. I am troubled about where my next meal will come from, especially since I have 2 elderly dependents at home. Just a few days ago, I heard that you defeated a formidable opponent, and your reputation has skyrocketed. With so many clandestine dealings in Myanmar, who would deny you entry? Are you truly worried about finding a place to eat? Simao was taken aback, asking, who told you that? Does it matter who? The word has spread throughout the underworld. Your current fame eclipses even Su San. They say you are the foremost expert in Myanmar, adept at employing cunning tactics and concealing your true abilities. Utter nonsense. Simao spat out, cursing bitterly. This will be the end of me. A bunch of idle gluttons spreading rumors. He continued, let me treat you to a meal. It has been ages since we last met. We should catch up. And perhaps I can lend you a hand with your troubles. Upon hearing this, Simao softened slightly, but let's be clear, I'm not lacking in loyalty. I only have a few coins left. I can afford to buy a couple of flatbreads, but for a meal out, that's on you. Ma Qinghu scoffed dismissively, indicating that it was no issue, and stepped forward to lead the way. His gait was peculiar, dragging one leg behind the other, reminiscent of a child afflicted with polio. Simao recognized this as a swagger typical among the underworld, an affectation of self-importance. Feeling overwhelmed, Simao quickly distanced himself. Can you walk properly? Of course. Ma Qinghu replied bluntly, and in an instant, he reverted to a normal stride, moving with agility. The two navigated through the streets until they arrived at a modest restaurant not far from the dock. Outside, 2 benches were set up, where numerous individuals in casual attire congregated, some sitting, others squatting, all gathered around a makeshift table. Each held a large coarse porcelain bowl filled to the brim, accompanied by dishes of marinated delicacies and pickled vegetables. They feasted heartily, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere typical of the docks. Myanmar, situated by the river, is home to numerous such eateries, many run by couples without staff. During the day, they propped open the door and welcomed laborers and porters, who would gather around the table, feasting for just 10 coins, a meal known as board meal, catering to the impoverished. Those without debts or who had won at gambling could afford to dine inside, ordering a few dishes to savor. However, these small establishments were worlds apart from lavish dining halls. The owner, in his 40s, was evidently familiar with Ma Qinghu, greeting him from afar with a warm demeanor, cautious to avoid offending him. The usual, I presume? Make sure the liquor is pure, no water added. Ma Qinghu replied, familiar with the routine. Of course. Please, come inside. The owner responded smoothly. Inside, the restaurant was small, with only 5 or 6 tables occupied by a few patrons. The air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke and food. The two settled into a corner table, and soon the owner, swift and efficient, brought 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a pot of liquor. The dishes included a plate of peanuts, slices of cold pig's trotter with garlic sauce, and a platter of stir-fried intestines. Although the presentation was somewhat haphazard, the flavors were delightful, and Simao found the owner's culinary skills commendable. Ma Qinghu filled Simao's cup and inquired, you mentioned not going to the clandestine dealings anymore. What is the story behind that? Do tell. Simao tilted back his head and downed a cup of liquor before recounting his recent encounter at Su San's gambling den, where he faced off against 2 con artists. Su San had paid him to take action, detailing how he set a trap and how the adversaries sought revenge, ultimately leading to his mother pressuring him to quit gambling. Ma Qinghu listened intently, frequently refilling Simao's plate and cup, and upon hearing the conclusion, he lamented, "You fought your way up in the underworld. And now your mother's word has rendered all your skills useless. I feel for you." Su San, on the other hand, has thrived in recent years, amassing wealth and power, establishing himself as a local lord at the Miankou dock, and even gaining influence within the entire Songbang. Associating with him might indeed lead to prosperity. The Songbang, a gang formed around waterway commerce, has its influence spread across the vast network of transportation routes. Despite its extensive reach, the Songbang often finds itself needing to compromise with local powers, as some factions capitalize on its strength while masquerading under its banner. Su San represents one of these local powers, hence Ma Qinghu's assertion that he is currently in a position of rising prominence, akin to a local official making his way to the capital. Simao absent-mindedly pushed around some peanuts on his plate, replying, "You understand the ins and outs of the underworld better than I do. When it comes to gambling, I've seen more than you. Despite my mother's blindness, her insight is clear as day, far superior to my foolish father. Since I was 6 or 7, I've witnessed a myriad of characters in the gambling scene. Yet one thing remains constant. Not a single seasoned gambler has ended well. The fortunate ones may retreat from the brink, while the unfortunate ones end up beaten and discarded. There remains lost to the wilderness, a path leading to ruin. But Su San seems to be living quite well," Ma Qinghu countered. "You're mistaken. Su San runs the casino. When have you seen him gamble himself? He merely acts as the house, ensuring profits without risk. That's true shrewdness." After a moment of contemplation, Ma Qinghu conceded, "You make a valid point. So what do you plan to do if you avoid the casinos? Are you aiming to take the scholar's examination? Can you carry on a conversation?" Simao retorted, swatting away Ma Qinghu's chopsticks, which were reaching for a thick, glistening slice of trotter. Seizing it for himself and savoring it as he chewed, mumbling, "With a father like mine, a mediocre scholar, I recognize a few characters. But don't even ask me about the examination. I wouldn't know where to begin. Are you genuinely trying to help me, or just poking fun at my expense?" Ma Qinghu stifled a laugh, saying, "All right, no more jokes. Share your plans. I'll offer some advice." Simao raised his cup, taking a small sip before slowly articulating, "In truth, I see only a few paths ahead. Becoming an official is out of the question. Farming is futile without land, and business is impossible without capital. I reckon that the bustling trade at the dock is our best bet. If I can't make it on my own, I can at least help others carry their loads. That's why I've come to the docks today to explore." After listening, Ma Qinghu fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Simao, possessing a remarkable patience, recognized that Ma Qinghu had something on his mind but was unsure how to express it. He chose to remain quiet, watching for Ma Qinghu to speak first. After refilling his own cup, Ma Qinghu set it down, gazing at Simao with a rare sincerity. "Simao, we are brothers. If I say something that may come off as harsh, please don't take offense." Simao nodded. "You know me. I am open to advice, discerning right from wrong. Even if your words are blunt, I understand they come from a place of care. It's when you speak half-truths that I would feel betrayed." Ma Qinghu raised his cup in a toast to Simao, sincerely expressing, "That's what I admire about you. You always maintain clarity, insight, and understanding." Upon finishing his drink, Ma Qinghu set down his cup and remarked, "Just now, you mentioned that the businesses by the docks in Miankou are all respectable. Although you grew up here and can be considered half a member of the underworld, what you do not realize is that different trades are as distant as mountains apart. Even if one is familiar with the ways of the underworld, not belonging to the same sect means one may not fully grasp the intricacies of another's dealings." As he spoke, Ma Qinghu gestured towards the transparent entrance of the restaurant. The scene outside was laid bare, with a multitude of people and vessels bustling about. Countless ships adorned the river like clouds. Look at all these individuals and boats. Each one is involved in a trade that touches upon the underworld, while one may not find a favorable end in a gambling den. To make a name for oneself at the Miankou docks, one must abandon honest ways. Aside from seeking allegiance with a sect, entering the underworld is akin to gambling. The outcome is hardly guaranteed. Have you come to understand this layer of reality? It was now Simao's turn to pour wine for Ma Qinghu. "Your family has a rich heritage. Please enlighten me." Ma Qinghu chuckled and scolded. "You have such a stubborn disposition, unable to speak without resorting to jests. And even your insults are devoid of foul language. You might as well admit that my family is full of rogues." After exchanging light-hearted banter, Ma Qinghu cleared his throat and began imparting his knowledge of the underworld. This seemingly inconspicuous Miankou dock is home to various trades, commonly referred to as the 8 doors of the underworld. Once you comprehend this small underworld, traversing the broader world of the underworld will not leave you vulnerable to deception. You must have heard of the terms Jing, Pai, Li, Gua, Feng, Hua, Chu, and Yao? Simao nodded. I have heard of them. They represent different trades in the underworld, collectively amounting to 8. However, each door further divides into numerous categories, which I do not fully understand. Remember this mnemonic: 9 Jing, 18 Pai, 4 Li, 3 Gua, 7 Feng, 8 Hua, 5 Chu, and 6 Yao. It indicates the number of subdivisions within each category. Once you grasp this, you will possess a discerning eye. When individuals from these 8 doors pass before you, you will be able to perceive their innermost workings. Simao's interest was piqued. As the saying goes, outsiders enjoy the spectacle, while insiders discern the essence. Though Ma Qinghu's mnemonic seemed simple, it often encapsulated the unspoken secrets of those from the underworld. The Ma family has been entrenched in this realm for 3 generations, and the wisdom distilled from the lives of the elders is often conveyed through succinct phrases that encapsulate profound insights, enabling the family members to navigate the myriad paths of the underworld. This knowledge is seldom shared freely, as even mentors tend to guard their techniques closely, preferring to pass on skills rather than secrets. Hence, a saying in the underworld goes, better to part with a gold ingot than to reveal a single secret. Simao earnestly requested, please share your wisdom with me. Ma Qinghu tossed a peanut into his mouth, crunching it loudly as he continued. My grandfather compelled me to learn these things, insisting that if I could not wield a pen or carry a burden, what else could I do but navigate the underworld? Learning these arts at least sharpens one's vision and insight to avoid being taken advantage of. In critical moments, it may even save one's life. Back then, I was too playful to appreciate my elder's earnest intentions, and now that I understand, it is too late. After my grandfather passed, I could find no master to guide me. Now, I am but a novice, merely grasping the basics. If you are willing to endure, I will regale you with tales and share some remedies. Simao understood that Ma Qinghu's tales referred to the casual conversations typical in Shanxi dialect. Despite the Ma family being in Miankou for 3 generations, many local customs have been preserved. Today, you shall be the master, and I will be the disciple. Ma Qinghu clearly relished his role as Simao's mentor and spoke with enthusiasm. Let us begin with the Jing door, also known as the towel door. Those who make their living with pen and paper belong to this category, implying that scholars and those who study scriptures often wear headscarves. Now that we are in the Qing dynasty, no one dares to sport long hair and headscarves, yet within this door, regardless of which of the 9 classics one follows, there must be a cloth banner to signify their trade. This category encompasses diviners, fortune tellers, interpreters, geomancers, spellcasters, and astrologers. Though they wear similar robes, each pursues their own craft, and they will never disrupt one another's business. However, when it comes to casting spells, regardless of which classic they follow, it ultimately involves methods like fortune-telling, astrology, and incantations. But do you know what the true expertise of those within the 9 classics is? Simao pondered for a moment and replied, is it eloquence? Ma Qinghu nodded. You're on the right track, but not quite there. My grandfather used to say, observe speech and demeanor, discern the human heart, and turn yin and yang to invite one into the trap. These phrases carry significant meaning. What are their implications? Ma Qinghu elucidated, observing speech and demeanor is the foundational skill. One must have sharp eyes and a keen ear. A master of the 9 classics can, with a single glance, ascertain your identity, personality, and intent with remarkable accuracy. A few exchanges of dialogue can leave you feeling utterly exposed. Everyone dresses according to their station, but individuals differ vastly, and their expressions reflect their emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, fear, and surprise. How could an ordinary person comprehend these subtleties? Following that, a skilled practitioner will weave their inquiries in such a way that you cannot help but respond. For instance, if you appear disheveled, pale, and troubled, a fortune teller might say, your demeanor suggests entanglements and burdens, your ears are thin, and your brows droop, indicating dim prospects and looming troubles. This initial statement will leave you stunned, and once you feel it resonates with your situation, they will follow with further insights, proclaiming that fortune will eventually favor you, and good news is on the horizon. Such dialogue binds you like a rope, making even the most cunning feel ensnared. Indeed, one's appearance reflects their inner state. This is a profound truth. What about discerning human nature? With countless individuals bearing their own struggles, each with unique concerns and experiences, even the most adept within the Jing door cannot predict specific events or desires. However, there is a method to grasp the essence of a person's heart, which essentially lies within human nature. Consider this. If you are a young maiden, you are likely seeking a harmonious marriage. If you are an elderly woman, your wishes might revolve around family harmony, prosperity, and longevity. Such overarching themes can encapsulate diverse thoughts, ultimately capturing the essence of one's desires, can they not? Simao felt a deep respect. The heart of humanity is universal, and the principles of the heart are alike. I never expected these words to be applied here. Truly remarkable. But there is even more to uncover. What does the phrase turning yin and yang signify? My grandfather said that in this world, yin and yang are interdependent. They rise and fall in tandem. The ability to manipulate circumstances is contingent upon the individual and the context. For example, the character for auspicious. If you wear a joyful expression, a fortune teller might say the auspicious character signifies success and prosperity is imminent. Conversely, if your visage reflects displeasure, the fortune teller would contend, though the character is auspicious, it does not bode well. Your disposition suggests challenges ahead. At this point, Simao, almost unconsciously, blurted out, "Did your grandfather study dialectical materialism?" Understanding Simao's nature and reflexes, Ma Qinghu retorted without hesitation, "Your grandfather studied dialectical materialism. Your entire family has dabbled in it." Simao was taken aback, but then laughed heartily. "That's a compliment. Meant to praise your grandfather. Spare me, speak in terms I can comprehend." Simao's smile faded. "Is the phrase inviting one into the trap merely a matter of intimidation?" Ma Qinghu chuckled. "You have quite the knack for deception. My grandfather spoke of inviting one into the trap with 6 guiding principles: scrutinize, strike, hit, gather, sell. The notion of first examine, then strike conveys an intricate strategy where urgency meets deliberation. The interplay of intimidation and allure is paramount. The former instills fear. Imagine a warning that should you delay for 3 days, calamity will befall your family. The latter invites one into a web of deception, suggesting that celestial benefactors will come to your aid, thus averting disaster. But such relief is not free. It requires monetary tribute. For instance, in the realm of con artistry, there exists a ruse known as the ghost knocking at the door. The scheme begins with the selection of a wealthy patron, one who believes in the supernatural. A wandering Taoist priest is dispatched to their doorstep to loudly proclaim the need to dispel malevolent spirits, thereby capturing the household's attention. After flattering the homeowner, the priest mentions that their residence is imbued with mystery and warns of impending supernatural troubles. Naturally, the homeowner is skeptical, and the priest does not argue but merely suggests that should any unusual events occur, they might seek him out again. Within 3 days, the wealthy patron will surely experience a peculiar incident: phantom knocks at midnight. Upon opening the door, they will find no one there. After closing the door, the knocking resumes, persisting through several attempts. Eventually, the homeowner, in desperation, will seek out the priest's contact information to solicit his services in vanquishing the supposed specter. This midnight haunting is orchestrated by the priest's accomplices. Employing a rather simple yet effective method, they smear the entrance with the blood of a yellow eel, which is difficult to detect against the crimson lacquer of the door and emits a strong odor that attracts bats. As night falls, the bats, drawn by the scent, collide with the door. When it opens, they scatter, leaving the homeowner oblivious to the ruse. Once the door is shut, the bats return, repeating the cycle. After several such occurrences, the homeowner will feel compelled to pay for the exorcism. Once the blood is cleaned away, the phantom knocks will cease. Upon hearing this, the astute Formao exclaimed, realizing that the essence of these schemes lies in a singular truth: the art of deception. Ma Qinghu, startled, inquired about the source of this deception. "The art of ghost catching," Formao replied emphatically. After a moment's pause, observing Ma Qinghu's bewildered expression, he elaborated, "However, this ghost is not of the supernatural realm, but rather the specter of suspicion that lurks within one's own mind. If one harbors no doubts, no matter the multitude of tricks employed, how could one possibly fall for such deceit?" Ma Qinghu pondered this insight for a time, finally taking a hearty swig of wine, his eyes glistening with realization. "My grandfather navigated these waters his entire life and never articulated such wisdom. Yet what you say resonates profoundly. If you were to turn rogue, would there be any safe passage for the virtuous?" Chapter 17. Selling noodles on the long street. The revelry between Formao and Ma Qinghu commenced at midday and continued until the sun dipped beyond the horizon. Ma Qinghu spoke passionately while Formao listened intently, feeling an awakening of understanding. It was astonishing to discover that the common folk, the merchants and laborers, possessed such a wealth of knowledge, each segment of society replete with its own intricate customs and methods, akin to gazing at the moon's reflection in water or perceiving flowers through a mist. For instance, the skin gate refers to practitioners of medicine who, with their bells and single-sided drums, attract clients, often mocked for their superficial understanding of the craft. This category encompasses various subgroups, each with its own deceptive practices, There are 18 kinds, including hidden practitioners, itinerant healers, monks, shamans, and alchemists. Performers of theater and tricks, known collectively as the color gate, require elaborate makeup for their acts, and they honor their ancestral figurehead, Li Longji of the Tang dynasty, thus calling themselves Li Gate. The melon gate, a homophone for hanging gate, refers to martial artists who, since the Ming dynasty, have identified themselves as hangers. Those who guard homes, escort goods, and teach martial arts belong to this category. In the lexicon of the Qing dynasty, knives were referred to as wind sons, and those who wielded them for malevolent purposes were labeled wind guests, making the wind gate synonymous with bandits. The fire gate, which specializes in counterfeiting currency, is further divided into those who forge silver, copper, iron, paper money, and other official documents, each category meticulously defined. The extermination gate, as its name suggests, comprises hired assassins, who euphemistically refer to themselves as contract killers, taking lives for profit while justifying their actions as a means of relieving others of their burdens. Among the 8 categories, a particularly unique type is known as the demon gate, consisting solely of women, prostitutes, madams, and those who orchestrate schemes to exploit others. The beggar gate represents the lowest tier, historically tied to a legend of an emperor's son who preferred tattered clothes and coarse food, leading to the custom of sending the beggar, which ultimately birthed the profession of begging. However, by the Ming and Qing dynasties, the means of survival within the beggar gate had expanded far beyond mere begging. They formed alliances, extorted money, devised scams, pilfered, kidnapped children, abducted women, and even injured others to solicit alms, employing every conceivable tactic. Ma Qinghu, having elaborated extensively, found his mouth parched and his cup drained. He turned to Formao, who was similarly inebriated, and remarked, "Every trade and craft flourishes at our port in Yankou, each with its own territory, profession, patrons, and factions. Here, common folk must align with a group to secure their livelihood. Thus, the saying goes, first pay respects to the mountain gate. Take, for instance, this small restaurant run by a husband and wife. To conduct business peacefully, they must first find a patron. This hefty proprietor has aligned himself with our Shangxi faction, becoming a nominal disciple and paying monthly tributes. Otherwise, he would close his doors in less than 3 days. If you wish to thrive at the port, you must join a trade and pay homage to a mountain gate. However, as brothers, I will recommend you, and with your talents, you will surely make a resounding entrance and thrive." Formao sighed deeply. "Brother Qinghu, I find myself in a precarious situation, and I am sincerely grateful for your heartfelt support. However, candidly speaking, I have reflected on the convergence of these 8 gates. I can summarize the means of survival in 6 words: deceive, defraud, steal, rob, fight, and kill. I do not mean to belittle your efforts or elevate my own. Circumstances dictate the strength of individuals. Entering a mountain gate may be easy, but exiting it is fraught with challenges. May I take some time to contemplate my path?" "Very well, I will not pressure you. Contemplate at your leisure. Whenever you reach a conclusion, come find me. As brothers, it is but a matter of a word." With that, Ma Qinghu turned to the portly proprietor, calling, "Fatty, bring us another jug of wine." Stumbling through the door, Formao immediately spotted his mother seated in the main room, and, suppressing his inebriation, said, "Mother, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Zhang sighed. "Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. You are an adult now and must exercise self-restraint. I cannot oversee you forever. I find my own nagging bothersome." Formao nodded. "Rest assured, Mother, I shall keep this in mind." Zhang then fumbled in her pocket, retrieving a small cloth bag, tightly secured with a string, and placed it on the table, which sounded like the clinking of coins. "Here, take this," she instructed. "What is this, Mother?" Formao inquired. "You have been working long hours, burdened with worries. I know you seek your livelihood. This is a little money I have saved up, though not much. It adds up to a few taels of silver. Keep it on you. It may help when you seek assistance or start a small business. The rest, I cannot assist you with." As Simao gazed upon Zhang's haggard visage, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. The meager few coins in his possession represented countless garments that Zhang would have to stitch together to accumulate. Reflecting on his mother's arduous life, fraught with hardships alongside his wayward father, he lamented the fact that she had never experienced a moment's ease. Now, with strands of gray adorning her temples, she continued to worry for him, leaving him at a loss for words, his emotions lodged in his throat. Despite her poor eyesight, Zhang appeared to perceive her surroundings as she slowly rose. A man with riches is bold, while a man with none is burdened. With wealth comes courage and ingenuity. Armed with these resources, if one is willing to toil and apply oneself, one can conquer any challenge. As she spoke, she seemed to wish to spare her son any embarrassment, fumbling her way back to her room, leaving Simao alone to ponder the pouch of coins. That night, sleep eluded Simao as he tossed and turned in bed, his thoughts swirling chaotically. One moment he was at the gambling den, the next at the docks, then at the charity temple, and so on, the scenes and characters intertwining in a cacophony of confusion, until at last, just before dawn, he succumbed to a slumber as if struck by a heavy blow. Chapter 18. Selling noodles on the long street. Why does this street feel so familiar? Simao mused, though the sights and sounds around him were utterly bizarre. What were these peculiar contraptions that required no candles, yet shone so brightly? Lined along the street were tall tables and low benches, with a forge as robust as a tree trunk belching flames, but instead of a blacksmith, a chef wielding a ladle stood by it. The men, bare-chested and shouting boisterously while drinking, appeared strange, and the women donned scant attire, revealing arms and legs in an array of eccentric styles that would be deemed inappropriate even in the most liberal establishments back in Mienko. Moreover, the street was devoid of mud, not even cobblestones, but rather a hard surface that felt fore and underfoot. What were those towering square structures? Their windows were transparent, allowing glimpses of figures moving within. A sudden shrill horn startled Simao, prompting him to instinctively step aside as a large, shiny black vehicle whizzed past. Is he trying to court death? He thought, as a hefty figure emerged from the vehicle, cursing before driving away. Zhang Simao, what are you dawdling for? I've been waiting for ages. Here, over here, come. A voice jolted Simao from his reverie. Following the sound, he spotted a gaunt man with a bald head and a body adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, energetically waving at him from a group of drinkers. Ribs? Simao blurted out, inexplicably calling him by his nickname and feeling an odd familiarity. Approaching him, Simao was greeted with a large glass bottle thrust into his hands. A penalty drink. Down this before we continue, Ribs declared, inciting cheers from the crowd. As Simao lifted the bottle, he was encouraged by Ribs to drink, and the flavor was unlike any liquor he had tasted before, yet pleasing, with white foam bubbling up. I've ordered you a serving of hot dry noodles to accompany your drink. Let us keep the festivities rolling. Ribs placed a large bowl filled with glistening noodles in Simao's hands. Mixed with fragrant sauces and spices, the vibrant dish evoked a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, Simao found himself devouring the noodles with gusto, finishing the bowl in no time. Is there more? I want another bowl, he exclaimed. But just as he prepared to ask for more, the scene before him twisted and blurred, dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors before he jolted awake in the darkness of his room, the remnants of the raucous gathering still echoing in his mind. Only the moonlight streaming through the window and the silhouettes of tree branches remained, casting an eerie stillness around him. Hot dry noodles, he murmured. Suddenly recalling something of great importance, he sprang from bed, fumbling for the fire striker to ignite the oil lamp, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed a yellowed notebook from his childhood and a half-worn pen. Lastly, he discovered an inkstone, previously used as a makeshift footrest. Piling everything onto the table, he improvised by pouring some water from the teapot into the inkstone, grinding it until he produced ink. With great enthusiasm, Simao spread the paper before him, dipped his pen, and scrawled the recipe for hot, dry noodles in bold, sweeping strokes. Early the next morning, Zhang ventured into the kitchen, her familiar surroundings aiding her despite her failing eyesight. With nimble hands, she boiled water and prepared a bowl of cornmeal, swiftly fashioning dumplings which soon steamed to perfection and were placed on the dining table. Time to rise, breakfast is ready, she called out. Old Zhang, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, emerged, but Simao remained unresponsive. Zhang, concerned, entered Simao's room only to find it empty, devoid of his presence. Where's our son? Have you seen him? She inquired, exasperatedly directing her question to old Zhang, who was engrossed in his dumpling. I haven't seen him. Did he return yesterday? Old Zhang replied, his interest in the dumpling clearly outweighing his concern for his son. At that moment, Simao was pounding vigorously on the door of carpenter Lu Huizi. Awoken from his slumber, Lu Huizi grumbled as he opened the door, only to be met by Simao, who burst in like a gust of wind, brandishing a crooked drawing. Can you complete this within 2 days? Lu Huizi rubbed his sleepy eyes and squinted at the drawing. Isn't this a barber's chair? Not entirely. It includes an additional cutting board. I need it urgently. No shortcuts, and it must be delivered in 2 days. There will be a reward beyond the payment. If not delivered on time, 1/10 of the wages will be deducted for each day overdue. With that, Simao thrust the drawing into Lu Huizi's hands and dashed away, turning back to remind him, remember, 2 days. Watching Simao vanish as quickly as he had appeared, Lu Huizi scratched his head, bemused by the morning's strange occurrences. In the following days, Simao was busier than ever, flitting between stalls on Juba Street, engaging in lively banter with vendors. then darting into the kitchen with an assortment of items, locking the door to keep everyone out, as if possessed by a singular purpose. Zhang, filled with curiosity yet unable to decipher her son's intentions, could only watch as he worked tirelessly. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Simao remained sequestered, smoke billowing from the kitchen, until the following evening when he finally emerged, addressing Zhang. "Mother, please summon Yanzi. I have something special for you and father to taste when he returns." Muttering under her breath, Zhang complied and set out to fetch Yanzi, while as dusk fell, old Zhang returned home humming a tune, only to sense something was amiss as he entered. Zhang and Yanzi sat at the table, while Simao busied himself in the kitchen, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. What on earth is happening? What new scheme is Simao concocting now? As the conversation unfolded, Sima emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 steaming bowls of noodles. The enticing aroma immediately captivated old Zhang, rendering him speechless as he eagerly seized a bowl and devoured its contents in mere moments. "How does it taste?" Sima inquired, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he looked at his delightful father. Not having fully savored the flavor, old Zhang requested yet another bowl. Wiping his mouth, he extended the empty bowl towards Sima. "Are you a pig, Bajia? This isn't some mythical ginseng fruit." Zhang chuckled, both amused and exasperated. With a sigh, Sima returned to the kitchen to fill another generous bowl for old Zhang. "Sima, what do you call this noodle dish? I've never seen anything like it. It's delicious. How did you make it?" Yanzi gazed at Sima with admiration. With pride, Sima explained, "This is called sesame noodles. A recipe I dreamt was imparted to me by an immortal. First, you boil the alkaline noodles until they are about 70 to 80% cooked. Then toss them in oil to separate and cool. When ready to eat, you immerse them in boiling water to finish cooking, and then mix in sesame paste, chili oil, diced pickles, marinated broth, and chopped scallions. It's a secret technique that cannot be divulged." Yanzi nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Sima, I won't tell anyone. But you must ensure I have these sesame noodles every day." With a grin, Sima replied, "No problem. Starting tomorrow, I shall set up a stall on Juba Street to sell sesame noodles, and you shall be my first assistant. No wages, but you can eat as much as you like. Are you in?" Small note. In folk tradition, the hot dry noodles from Hubei, Beijing's fried sauce noodles, Shaanxi's knife-cut noodles, Lanzhou's pulled noodles, and Sichuan's dandan noodles are collectively known as the 5 great noodles of China. Hot dry noodles are celebrated for their refreshing and chewy texture, vibrant color, and aromatic flavor. In the early 20th century, vendor Li Baoan continued the traditional method of cutting noodles, boiling them, draining them, and mixing them with fragrant oil to create the uniquely flavored hot dry noodles. In the early 1930s, Kai Mingwei, who sold soup noodles on Changde Street in Hankow, inherited and enhanced the recipe by adding sesame paste and other new ingredients, giving birth to a new snack initially called sesame noodles. It wasn't until 1950, during industrial registration, that it was officially named hot dry noodles. Over the course of more than 80 years of development and tradition, it has evolved into a beloved staple in Hubei cuisine. Essential for breakfast. The Qing dynasty's bamboo branch poems even mentioned, 3 days past breakfast is unusual. One meal can be forgotten. Chapter 19. Noodles on the Long Street. Sima's sesame noodle stall officially opened. Positioned next to a steamed dumpling vendor and across from a cold jelly stall. A brand new carrying pole, resembling a barber's chair, was set up facing the street, with an iron pot perched atop, heated by a charcoal stove. As the pot boiled, steam rose and bubbles fizzed. Leaning against the edge of the pot was a bamboo strainer, perfectly sized for a bowl of noodles, used to blanch the cold noodles. On the other side of the pole lay a freshly made cutting board, displaying glistening, golden-hued noodles. Various condiments were neatly arranged in ceramic jars and bowls, nestled securely in pre-dug slots, both stable and convenient. After untying the carrying pole and setting down the utensils, a small square table and a few slender benches were placed for customers to enjoy their noodles. Though small, it was fully equipped. Sima stood behind the stall, staring blankly at the bustling crowd. Yanzi timidly hid behind Sima, her eyes eagerly scanning the passers-by, hoping for business to commence. The throngs of pedestrians hurried past, seemingly oblivious to the newly added stall. Occasionally, someone would approach, take a look, and shake their head in confusion, muttering, "What is this? I've never seen it before." Before drifting away, the morning wore on, and half the pot of water had evaporated without a single sale. How can you run a business like this? Is your mouth a gourd? You need to call out to attract customers. Truly foolish. The plump owner of the steamed dumpling stall shouted with a hearty laugh, while other vendors nearby chuckled and pointed at Sima as if he were a spectacle. However, the owner of the cold jelly stall, the limping Su Batsi, limped over. "You don't look like a businessman. Give me a bowl, and let us see if that LL help you get started. Hearing the prospect of a sale, Sima perked up, quickly filled a strainer with noodles, dipped them into the boiling water, and after a few moments, served them with condiments. His movements were somewhat clumsy, but filled with determination. Handing the bowl to Subatsi, he gestured for him to mix it well before eating. Subatsi accepted the bowl, eyeing Sima skeptically, seemingly doubtful that these hands, accustomed to rolling dice, could create a delicious dish, especially one he had never encountered before. He picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks and took a small bite. Sima and Yinzi watched with wide eyes, eagerly anticipating Subatsi's reaction. The surrounding crowd also gazed intently at Subatsi, hoping to see his response. Subatsi closed his eyes, an exaggerated expression of delight spreading across his face. After a long pause, he finally uttered a single word. Good. Sima and Yinzi sighed in unison, relieved. There you go, a successful start, Subatsi remarked. Tossing a coin onto the table, Sima brightly replied, This bowl is on me. I've often enjoyed your cold jelly for free. Let us call it even. But from now on, you'll have to pay for my noodles. Subatsi smirked, unamused by the jest. With Subatsi leading the way, other familiar vendors began to gather around, each ordering a bowl. Sima found himself bustling about, and curious passers-by, intrigued by the commotion, joined in, eager to try something new. After a slow start, business picked up, and by noon, Sima had sold out of noodles. Yinzi assisted by collecting money and returning bowls, watching as the copper coins filled the designated box. In that moment, Sima's joy resembled that of a gambler who had just hit the jackpot. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the surrounding vendors. Thank you, dear uncles and brothers, for your support. The plump dumpling vendor chuckled, no need for flattery. Pack up and head home. Come early tomorrow, it won't be as crowded, and you'll have to rely on your own efforts to attract business. In this trade, one must have a good conscience, be generous with food, keep prices fair, and ensure the flavor is superb. You must call out loudly and be able to maintain your business. You can't be inconsistent. This trade is not like your previous life. It's about steady income. And there is no shame in that. The next day, Sima awoke at the crack of dawn, the sky still dimly lit. He set out with his carrying pole, having been cautioned repeatedly by Zhang. Before leaving, Zhang even stuffed 2 pancakes into his pocket for sustenance on the way. Outside, the world was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of stars, which vaguely outlined the path ahead. In the distance, Sima spotted Yinzi waiting for him at the alley's mouth. He pulled a pancake from his pocket and offered it to her. Did your stepmother allow you to help me? Yinzi pouted. I gave her half my earnings. When she sees the coins, she doesn't care what I do, as long as I pay her daily. The two chatted as they hurried toward Juba Street. By the time they arrived, set up their stall, and prepared for the day, the sun had fully risen, and the bustling street was alive with activity, signaling the start of a busy day. Sima eagerly echoed the dumpling vendor's advice in his mind, feeling deeply moved by the wisdom imparted. Once they had organized their stall and secured their belongings, Sima lifted his carrying pole, swaying slightly as he and Yinzi made their way home. Mother, after deducting yesterday and today's expenses, we netted 50 coins. Please take good care of it, Sima declared grandly, slamming the coin pouch onto the table with the flair of a spendthrift. He then pulled out 10 coins and firmly placed them in Yinzi's hand. Your wages will be settled daily. I will not delay. Yinzi hesitated to accept, but Sima fixed her with a stern gaze. You know what kind of person your stepmother is. A penny spent is not in vain for your labor, yet your stepmother would still scold me at my doorstep, cursing my ancestors. Enough of this, take it, but remember to set aside some for yourself, lest you feed that ungrateful stepmother of yours. Yinzi clutched the warm copper coins tightly, her nose tinged with bitterness, and tears brimmed in her eyes. She quickly wiped them away, frightened by Simao's fierce demeanor. Yinzi ceased her tears, yet Zhang Shi began to weep anew, holding the heavy coins as she turned to offer incense to their ancestors. Mother, what troubles you? Simao asked cheerfully. It is but a few copper coins, hardly worth the fuss. I will earn grand gold ingots to honor you in the future, he continued. Zhang Shi, her voice choked with emotion, replied, Mother prays for our ancestors' blessing not for these mere coins, but because you have chosen a righteous path unlike your wayward father. I do not seek well for you, only that you learn well and live safely. Even if we are poor, it matters not. That night, the Zhang family unusually lit 2 oil lamps. Old Zhang, having toiled all day, finally returned home. Zhang Shi prepared a few simple dishes. Though humble, the couple, Simao and Yinzi, gathered around the table, sharing a rare moment of warmth and joy. Simao gazed at the weathered face of Zhang Shi, her smile a rare sight of comfort. He understood that his past life in gambling had weighed heavily on her heart with worry and fear for so long. In this moment, all her burdens seemed to vanish. And despite the day's toil, he felt every effort was worth it. Chapter 20. The cost of ground rent. Hey, little master, next bowl of sesame noodles, please. Add more oil, less salt, and a bit of chili powder, Simao called out in a hearty voice, exuding confidence that made Yanzi laugh uncontrollably. The chubby boss nearby could not help but chuckle and scold. You foolish boy, you have no decorum. Even your sales pitch is unlike anyone else's. Simao shook his head, raising his voice and pitch, striking the counter with his long bamboo chopsticks, embodying the demeanor of an old merchant. As he called out, a crowd began to gather, including some returning customers from the previous day. Freshly boiled sesame noodles, tender scallions, savory red chili oil, fragrant sesame paste. A hearty meal that satisfies. Come early before we sell out. Seeing the business pick up, Simao's enthusiasm surged, improvising new sales pitches. Across from him, Subozi, the owner of the cold noodle stall, watched the crowd flock to Simao's stall, leaving his own empty. Half in resentment and half in jealousy, he muttered to himself. This kid is clever, learning the business faster than anyone else. Truly, fellow merchants are rivals, and good deeds go unrewarded. Simao, sensing the opportunity, smiled at Subozi. Bozi, come, have some noodles on me. Go on with your business. Don't flaunt, Subozi retorted bitterly. Simao, undeterred, understood the mindset and nature of ordinary folk, who were both kind-hearted yet often petty, surviving in a confined circle, fixated on their small plots of land, an accurate reflection of their collective identity. With a crowd gathered at the stall, Yanzi took charge of collecting money, serving noodles, and clearing bowls, while Simao busily prepared the dishes, seamlessly passing ingredients to her, clearly more skilled than the previous day, exuding the air of a seasoned vendor. At that moment, Simao felt Yanzi tugging at his sleeve, her voice trembling as she called out, Simao, Simao, look. He turned to see her pale face, her eyes wide with fear, gazing at something ahead. Following her gaze, he noticed the crowd dispersing, revealing a group of men standing defiantly before the stall, some of whom he recognized. Leading them was a man adorned in floral shoes and braids, but with a broad belt at his waist, a face marred by a menacing scar from brow to mouth, glistening with oil. Simao recognized him as Lu, one of the local ruffians known for extorting and bullying. Though they had crossed paths at the gambling den, they were not acquaintances, merely nodding at each other in passing. Simao, it seems you've crossed a line. You set up shop here without informing me, and I could have had my brothers keep an eye on you, Lu said ominously. A nearby vendor approached with a smile. Lu, please don't be angry. Simao just started. He doesn't know the rules. It's our fault for not teaching him. Do you have the right to speak? Get lost. One of Lu's men barked at the vendor. Simao shot a grateful glance at the vendor, signaling him to return to his own stall and not to intervene. Another thug dragged over a long bench and plopped down in front of Simao's stall. Lu grinned widely. Let me have a bowl. I want to taste your skills. Simao glanced at Lu, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Lu, your support means a lot to me. Please wait a moment. He swiftly prepared the noodles, adding ingredients and mixing them before presenting the bowl to Lu. As Lu reached out with one hand to grab it, the bowl slipped from Simao's grasp, crashing to the ground, scattering noodles everywhere. Careful now. No need to drop it intentionally. There's no need to break the bowl, Lu taunted, his eyes gleaming with malice. My fault, my fault. Lu, please don't take offense. I'll prepare another right away, Simao replied with a grin, quickly starting anew, yet this time. He learned to hold the bowl with both hands, placing it carefully on the counter before Lu. Lu eyed Simao with a smug grin, lifting the bowl only to let it slip from his fingers again, shattering upon impact. Simao's face remained impassive, but his eyes glinted with coldness. Lu, this is a small business. I cannot afford such losses. Lu chuckled darkly. Simao, you ought to know better than to play tricks. We have rules in this world. It's already generous of me not to topple your stall. I've been operating here for quite some time. You've taken up my space without paying a cent. I could easily ruin you. As Lu spoke, he extended his hand. You owe me 1,000 coins for occupying this spot, and thereafter, a monthly fee of 100 coins. Fair and square, now pay up. Before he could finish, a voice rang out. Simao, today I'll cover your noodles. Whatever you can't finish, I'll take with me. Simao turned to see Ma Qinghu, wearing floral shoes and braids, leading a throng of men behind him. From their attire, it was evident that they were both ruffians and laborers. News spread quickly on Juba Street, and upon learning of Simao's noodle stall, Ma Qinghu had brought his brothers along to show support, only to find Lu in the chaos of broken bowls. Ma Qinghu, well aware of Lu's reputation, deliberately raised his voice to intervene. Chapter 21. Payment on the ground. While Lu Batzi remained in a daze, Ma Qinghu casually pushed aside one of his legs resting on the chair. Hey, Batzi, This is the spot for eating noodles. Have you had your fill? If you're done, why not let it be? Don't hog the seat. Lu Bazi's expression darkened, but upon glancing at the burly men behind Ma Qinghu, he recognized his precarious position. Outnumbered by a significant margin, he understood that if things escalated, Ma Qinghu would not hesitate to deal him a severe blow, regardless of the consequences. As the saying goes, an unencumbered man does not suffer immediate losses. Lu Bazi, a man devoid of faith or education, was acutely aware of the situation and quickly shifted his tone. Brother Qinghu, you've come for noodles too? Indeed, my brother Simao is launching his business, so I naturally must show my support. I thought I'd stop by to pay my respects to you, old Lu. We're all friends in this world, after all. It's only right to reciprocate kindness, Ma Qinghu replied, softening his words while subtly reminding Lu Bazi of the ties between him and Simao. He implied that whatever Lu Bazi did to Simao, he would reciprocate in kind, emphasizing the notion of mutual respect and care, albeit not in the literal sense of exchanging gifts. Upon hearing Ma Qinghu's words, Lu Bazi suppressed his anger, but his mind was racing with calculations. Ma Qinghu, a minor leader at the dock, was not inherently intimidating, yet he also belonged to the Shangxi gang. While disputes in the underworld are commonplace, those involving family ties complicate matters significantly. If it were merely friends backing each other up, one might weigh the risks and benefits of intervening. However, family affiliations changed the stakes entirely. If things escalated, Lu Bazi understood that Ma Qinghu's kin would not let the matter rest, irrespective of profit or loss. It was a matter of family honor and standing in the underworld, and Ma Qinghu was precisely that type of individual. Considering all this, Lu Bazi promptly resolved to retreat for the time being, avoiding confrontation. Although it might bruise his pride, it was far better than facing total humiliation. He could devise a plan to deal with them later. Having made up his mind, Lu Bazi stood and declared, Brother Qinghu, you enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, he departed cleanly with his entourage. Ma Qinghu's men continued to enjoy their noodles, while Simao, busy managing the situation, finally sat down beside Ma Qinghu. Simao, why put yourself through this? Why endure Lu Bazi's nonsense when you could be enjoying a prosperous life? I truly don't understand your reasoning, Ma Qinghu lamented, patting his full belly. As family, there is no need for thanks, Simao replied. Now that you've crossed paths with Lu Bazi, you must remain vigilant in the future. Ma Qinghu waved dismissively. Don't concern yourself with me. Worry about your own affairs. Lu Bazi makes his living collecting fees, and if you disrupt his routine, how will he continue to operate on this street? You need to devise a strategy to handle him. What strategy? Just pay him, Simao replied nonchalantly. Pay him? How can you tolerate such an affront? Ma Qinghu exclaimed, as if stung by a scorpion. Simao chuckled. I'm not here to fight for territory like a brigand. I'm simply trying to make a living selling noodles. It's about earning a modest income. I'll sing to the tune of the mountain I'm on. Why would I risk my meager profit over a skirmish with a thug? Regardless of the outcome, the profit from selling noodles would even cover the medical expenses. Then you should have just paid him directly without the theatrics of confrontation, Ma Qinghu suggested. I've done my research. He quoted me a price that was double the norm. Even if I pay, I refuse to be taken advantage of. Therefore, I must negotiate with Lu Bazi. Simao explained earnestly. After listening to Simao's reasoning, Ma Qinghu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. You're going to great lengths for a few hundred coins. And you don't find it exhausting? Exhausting? A few hundred coins could sustain me for several days, Simao replied seriously, extending his hand. For your kind patronage. That will be 47 bowls, at 1 coin each, totaling 50 coins. Ma Qinghu retorted, Are you out of your mind? You're switching sides faster than a chameleon. 47 bowls at 1 coin each should total 47 coins. Why do you demand 50? Simao responded slowly. You let Lu Bazi walk away. And he shattered 2 of my bowls, 2 coins for the broken bowls. So, considering that, it adds up to 50 coins. Ma Qinghu fished out a piece of silver from his pouch and tossed it onto the table, saying, Fine, take it. Don't bother giving me change. You're just trying to swindle your brother. Simao accepted the coins, beaming as he bowed to Ma Qinghu. Please come again, boss. Chapter 22. Flourishing business. After bidding farewell to Ma Qinghu and his companions, Simao crouched by a stall, lowering his head to gather the shattered bowls and spilled noodles. Suddenly, he noticed a beautiful embroidered skirt in front of him, adorned with vibrant peonies and delicate green fabric, complemented by dainty embroidered shoes that accentuated her graceful steps. With a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting through the air, he looked up to find a young woman, radiant as a peach blossom, gazing at him with a playful smile. It was none other than Sister Chuanyang. Sister Chuanyang, what brings you here? Simao asked cheerfully. Chuanyang brushed off the dust from the chair with a pristine handkerchief. swaying gracefully as she took a seat, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers around her. You've truly turned over a new leaf, haven't you? After giving up gambling, you've taken up selling noodles? I came to purchase supplies with my staff and happened to spot you. Please, serve me a bowl of noodles. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly, Simao assured, swiftly preparing a bowl of fragrant sesame noodles. Chuanyang delicately lifted a strand of noodles with her chopsticks and savored it before exclaiming, "Well done, Simao. What do you call this dish? I'll add it to my tea house menu starting tomorrow. If any customers order it, I'll have my staff come to collect it, and we can settle the bill at the end of the day. How does that sound?" Simao grinned. "Sister, you're looking out for me. I'm immensely grateful. This dish is called sesame noodles. Let me offer you 50 bowls for 3 days, free of charge, so the customers can enjoy them. Just have your staff spread the word for me. After 3 days, I'll give you 30% of the profits per bowl. What do you think?" Chuanyang laughed heartily. "You certainly know how to take advantage of opportunities. It's settled then, a promise made. Thank you for your kindness, sister. I'll ensure 50 bowls are delivered by noon tomorrow. As for today's meal, it's on me. Don't hold back," Simao added, securing the arrangement. Chuanyang's tea house attracted numerous patrons daily, serving as a hub for information exchange in the bustling marketplace. With over 100 bowls to distribute in 3 days, word would spread like wildfire, far more effective than shouting hoarsely from his stall. With this living advertisement, he had no doubt his business would flourish beyond imagination. Chuanyang rose gracefully, her movements light and carefree as she spoke nonchalantly. "Well, since I'm having a bowl of your noodles, I want to take advantage of you. Just now, I could clearly see that Lu Bazi has been causing you trouble. I instructed my assistant to greet him. You can simply follow the market rate and settle the payment with him. A single man shouldn't obstruct another's path to fortune. You are engaged in this business, so let us not disrupt his rules. As long as he isn't intentionally bullying you, getting agitated over this isn't worth it. Besides, if your business thrives, this little matter won't affect you. Your counsel is sound, sister. I will heed your advice," Simao responded loudly, watching Chuanyang's figure recede into the distance. He understood that if Chuanyang intervened, even Lu Bazi would dare not defy her, for in Mianko, whether in the shadows or the light, everyone afforded her a degree of respect, thanks to her formidable backing. He was still contemplating how to negotiate a price with Lu Bazi when fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. "Simao, I must say, you're quite resourceful. With both the Shangxi gang and Chuanyang supporting you, you need not fear Lu Bazi at all," Su Bozi remarked enviously. In the eyes of these common folk, Lu Bazi and the Shangxi gang were formidable adversaries, the type to be avoided at all costs. And Chuanyang? She was a legendary figure in Mianko. Witnessing both the Shangxi gang and Chuanyang stand up for Simao elevated his status in Su Bozi's eyes significantly. "Indeed, Simao, how did you manage to befriend Chuanyang? She is quite the thorny rose. TSK, you must have quite the charm," the plump boss of the steamed dumpling shop said, his envy palpable. Simao laughed heartily, choosing not to engage further in the banter. Meanwhile, Yanzi stood nearby with a scowl, abruptly smashing a stack of broken bowls and leftover noodles against the wall. "Mother, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. I'm considering shutting down this noodle stall," Simao said to Zhang. "Why would you want to stop when business is booming? You haven't encountered any trouble, have you?" Zhang asked, momentarily taken aback. In less than a month, Simao's noodle stall had flourished, bolstered by the support and publicity from Chuanyang's tea house. With the unique flavor of his sesame noodles, word spread quickly, and he was selling over 1,000 bowls daily. His profits were consistently around 500 to 600 won, a substantial income for a modest household. During the Qianlong era, 1 stone of rice was worth 1 tael of silver, equivalent to 1,000 won, while a 6th-grade official earned only 45 taels annually. In other words, Simao's monthly earnings could purchase 15 stones of rice, and in 3 months, he would earn as much as a 6th-grade official's yearly salary. He had swiftly risen to a level of prosperity that Zhang had never imagined. Naturally, her son's sudden announcement caught her off guard. "Mother, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I want to quit. Rather, I wish to change my approach," Simao quickly clarified, sensing her confusion. "I've been pondering this for months. This noodle stall relies on customers coming in. We only have morning and noon rushes, and after that, business dwindles. No one typically eats noodles for dinner, which means it's almost like having no business at all. Even when we're busy, there's only so much we can handle. We can't serve more than 300 or 400 bowls. To increase profits, there's only one solution. We need more staff and more stoves. But with a limited number of customers, that won't help. I've calculated that selling here doesn't yield as much as what a tea house can sell. Even though the profit margin is smaller, the volume is much larger. Therefore, I'm contemplating a different business model." Zhang Shi listened attentively to her son's reasoning, finding it quite compelling. What kind of approach do you have in mind? She inquired. Simao succinctly replied, open a franchise. The first thought that popped into Zhang Shi's mind was, a franchise? How much capital would that require? What if it fails? Simao chuckled softly, mother. This franchise doesn't require capital. To be precise, it shouldn't be called a franchise. It's more akin to, what is it called? A chain business. Chapter 23. Chain business. What is a chain business? Zhang Shi's understanding of the term was a blank slate. Simao continued. Look at our Miankou, Hangzhou, and Xinchang, 3 towns across the river, all with a custom of having breakfast. Just in the Jujin Street area of Miankou, we can sell over 1,000 bowls of noodles daily. If we could establish 30 or 40 more noodle stalls across these 3 towns, we would make a fortune. Therefore, I need to find a way to open several more stores. You're confusing me. First you say you want to invest any money, and now you talk about opening dozens of stores. Are you expecting them to just fall from the sky? I may not have the means. But consider this, breakfast stalls abound in our streets. There are not just dozens, but likely hundreds of them. All I need to do is find a few dozen who are willing to join me, and we would be halfway there, Simao reasoned. Zhang Shi, though a housewife, was quite sharp. Are you suggesting that they help you sell sesame noodles? But why would they do that? If they're in this business, wouldn't they want to profit for themselves instead of following you? You've hit the nail on the head. The reason for collaboration is simple. Everyone wants to earn money. They have their own capital, and everyone earns their share. Their capital is their storefront, while my capital is the means to help them earn more. That's one reason. I want to be selling noodles directly. Instead, I will provide them with semi-prepared noodles and pre-mixed condiments. They can cook it quickly and sell it, which saves them time. Additionally, buying in bulk will lower costs significantly, allowing for higher profits than if they were to do everything themselves. So they earn from selling noodles, while I profit from the raw materials. That's the second reason. Lastly, I'll brand our business as Simao as Sesame Noodles and assign each stall a number, ensuring that only one operates per street. By using my brand, they will be tied to our collaboration, which guarantees their profits. Mother, don't you think these advantages will entice them? Also, you must handle the condiments yourself. No one else is allowed to interfere, Zhang Shi interjected promptly. Of course, that's my secret recipe, Simao replied with a grin. Actually, I have another idea. I'd like to involve father to assist me, so he won't just be wandering around all day. The moment Zhang Shi mentioned her husband, her good mood dissipated. He can help, but there is one condition. He must not get involved in any financial matters. Once he sees money, he is more excited than when he sees his ancestors. He mustn't create any trouble. Simao nodded repeatedly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, Mother, I've been having dreams lately. Dreams of peculiar people and events I've never encountered before. Have you or father ever experienced anything like this? I've had dreams. But dreams stem from one's thoughts and are often based on reality. As for your father, he has never mentioned it, and with his disposition, once he has had his fill, he could fall asleep anywhere, like a dead pig. Why don't you share with me what strange dreams you've had? Were they good or bad? Oh, they were good dreams, good dreams. I can't quite recall the details, Simao said, sensing he wouldn't find the answers he sought from his mother. He didn't wish to delve deeper, both to avoid causing her concern and to steer the conversation away from his own confusions. What Zhang Shi did not know was that her son harbored an enormous enigma within, one that continued to elude resolution. From the moment Simao began to record his thoughts, he would often ponder deeply whenever confronted with difficulties, frequently experiencing peculiar dreams filled with bizarre scenes and strange individuals. The seemingly insurmountable problems in his waking life often revealed hints or solutions within the realm of his dreams. As these visions became more frequent, Simao's fragmented memories began to coalesce into some semblance of coherence, yet they remained elusive. Despite his relentless efforts to comprehend the reason behind these strange dreams, he remained baffled. However, over time, he came to realize that these dreams were not detrimental. Rather, they served as timely alleviations for his worries. Consequently, he chose to cease his inquiries into their origin, though the timing and content of these dreams remained beyond his control. On one occasion, he hinted at his experiences to Taoist Wang, who chuckled and suggested that Simao had been touched by his celestial aura, possessing the abilities akin to the Taoist patriarch, Zhuangzhou, who famously dreamt of butterflies. Wang insisted that Simao must take him as a master to gain even more celestial energy. Naturally, Simao dismissed Wang's remarks with a laugh. From that point onward, he resolved to bury these matters deep within his heart, not wishing to be perceived as a charlatan. Throughout history, no cult had met with a fortunate end, and Simao's aspiration was to indulge in life's pleasures, leading a leisurely existence. The grand mission of spreading the teachings and saving sentient beings was best left to deceivers like Taoist Wang. What is this? What nonsense is that? Yanzi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Simao, filled with fervor, replied, of course, is a meeting for attracting investments. We aim to entice numerous merchants in the breakfast business to join us in our endeavor to revolutionize the sesame noodle industry. Yanzi laughed heartily, nearly doubling over. It's merely selling noodles for breakfast, yet you treat it with such gravity. Do you aspire to become the leader of the sesame noodle trade? Comrade Yanzi. From now on, please refer to me as General Zhang. You are absolutely correct. I do aspire to lead the sesame noodle industry. However, I shall not fight this battle alone. I intend to rally many comrades who share my vision to create an invincible superchain restaurant group. Life is to be lived with confidence for 2 centuries. We shall conquer the waters, as countless boats sail through the waves, witnessing the Yangtze River flow towards the horizon. Yanzi, slightly timid, gazed at Simao and asked, Simao go, what is the matter with you? She turned to fetch Zhang Yang, darting away. Simao called out in exasperation, come back. I am in the midst of addressing you. If Simao's mobilization of Yanzi's colleagues ended in failure, his attempt to recruit his father was met with even greater resistance. Old Zhang stubbornly refused to join, citing a simple rationale. A father shouldn't have to work. He should be supported by his son, enjoying good food and leisure every day. This infuriated Zhang, who berated old Zhang for being blinded by selfishness, lacking the qualities of a true father. Other fathers toil for their sons, suffering through hardships. Yet you, old man, not only lack respect, but also indulge in laziness and create trouble for your son. Chapter 24. Filial piety rules the world. Simao observed his mother's verbal onslaught on old Zhang, remaining silent and refraining from interference. Once his mother finally ceased her tirade, Simao spoke slowly. Father, you wouldn't have to work. Your only responsibility would be to oversee the employees, living a life of dignity and prestige, managing many individuals. Much like Chunyang style. Using Chunyang as a metaphor provided a more intuitive understanding for old Zhang. Upon hearing this, old Zhang's expression softened slightly. Yet he remained tight-lipped and did not nod in agreement. Simao, aware of his father's thoughts, had a trump card ready. You would receive 3 meals a day. All prepared personally, 2 meals with wine, and 2 with meat. Each month, you'd receive a stipend to spend as you wish, without needing to contribute to household expenses. In short, what do you say? A life of leisure with money to spend was, in old Zhang's eyes, the epitome of happiness. Reflecting on his current struggles, where he often went hungry, and contrasting that with the prospect of enjoying sumptuous meals while reclining comfortably, he envisioned a life akin to that of a deity. Moreover, the monthly stipend, equivalent to 1 tael of silver, was no insignificant sum for a servant. Spending time in tea houses with friends, engaging in lively conversations, was a dream come true. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with desire, almost slipping into agreement, but then he caught himself, feigning indifference. Simao watched with amusement as old Zhang remained steadfast. You, old man, would receive not a single coin from me. Do as you please. I hope you perish outside. Old Zhang retorted. Unfazed and still smiling, Simao replied, if you truly do not wish to partake, that is your choice. However, let me make it clear, I shall cover your daily meals and any medical expenses, but if you desire money, I have none to spare. Seeing the opportunity slip away, old Zhang became anxious, abandoning his stance and hastily agreeing. 2 taels it is. It's a deal. Can I have an advance for the first month? Half a month in advance, but there is a condition. Simao leisurely produced a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before old Zhang. What is this? Old Zhang asked, puzzled. A contract, Simao said, extending a pen and a box of red ink. This time, the writing implements were not the worn-out tools he usually scavenged, but rather brand new stationery. If you enter a gambling den, any winnings or losses shall be your own responsibility, and the Zhang family and its son will bear no liability. You will leave with nothing, ensuring your family is not affected. Old Zhang leaped up, exclaiming, you ungrateful wretch. After all the hardships I endured to raise you, you've grown wings and wish to separate from me. Is that it? I won't fall for your tricks, even if I starve or freeze to death outside. I won't beg you for a meal. With that, old Zhang stormed out, leaving behind a resolute figure that vanished at the entrance. Seeing Zhang's bewilderment, Simao comforted his mother by patting her hand. He then produced a pouch of copper coins, tossing it onto the table with a clatter, and began counting aloud. 1, 2. Before he could finish, old Zhang burst in like a whirlwind, agile as a monkey, reaching for the coins while muttering. It's only natural for a son to support his father. I'm not that foolish to be tricked by you. First, sign the contract, then take the money. Simao seemed prepared, retracting the coins just as old Zhang reached for them. However, he did not pocket the pouch, but waved it tantalizingly, deliberately opening the bag to reveal the gleaming coins within. All right, old Zhang drawled, his eyes fixated on the shiny copper coins, his heart itching with desire. He seized the contract and pen, swiftly signing his name, Zhang Ruoyu, with bold strokes that pierced through the paper. Then he pressed his thumb into the red ink, stamping it heavily on the contract beside his signature, lifting it to admire, as if appreciating his calligraphy. Without waiting for old Zhang to finish his admiration, Simao snatched the contract, placed the pouch in front of old Zhang, gently blowing on the ink to dry it, folding the contract carefully and tucking it away. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the land steward. Why are we going to the land steward? Old Zhang, momentarily taken aback while counting the coins, asked. I have arranged with the land steward to prepare the contract for documentation. This will serve as evidence with the authorities. Should you default, I can expel you without repercussions, as the authorities will not intervene. Of course, the land steward mentioned that if you are too busy to come, that is acceptable, as long as your signature and thumbprint are on the document. Old Zhang clutched the copper coin, counting to see if it was sufficient. Upon hearing Simao's words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Simao even questioned why feudal emperors chose Confucianism as the orthodox theory and guiding ideology. And the root of this lay here: reverence for heaven and ancestors, filial piety, loyalty to the monarch, and love for the country, as well as the later developed concepts of the ruler demanding the minister's death and the minister having no choice but to die, and the father wanting the son to perish with the son having no choice but to perish, all sounded grandiose. In reality, it merely exploited the concept of filial piety, infinitely expanding its connotation and extension, thereby deceiving the common people. Despite supplementary concepts like minor yielding to major, it still offered a legal interpretation from the standpoint of absolute obedience. Chapter 25. The Investment Conference. Simao was aware that the laws of the Qing dynasty imposed strict, even inhumane, regulations regarding filial piety. For instance, if children accused their parents, even if the claims were true, they faced punishment and exile. In other words, if a son sued his father, he faced certain death. If a father sued his son, he was almost guaranteed victory, even if that father was utterly despicable. Thus, the contract Simao presented was akin to drawing a circle around old Zhang, indicating that anyone who stepped outside would be devoured by monsters. The only option was to remain within the circle and wait for son Wukong to bring food. All right, starting today, we shall adhere to the contract. 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by the divine drunkenness from Chunyang's tea house. Eat well, drink heartily, and rest early. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the construction site and commence work. Simao magically brought forth fine wine and dishes from the kitchen, setting the table. After a battle of wits, the family entered a temporary period of peace and began their dinner together. The investment conference organized by Simao was successfully convened 10 days later at Chunyang's tea house. The timing was chosen for just before dinner, coinciding with the quietest business hours. The wooden board at the entrance was not lying flat but standing upright, covered with red paper. In bold way-style characters, it proclaimed the grand opening of Simao's Sesame Noodle Investment Conference, strikingly eye-catching. Next to it, a table draped with red cloth displayed a sign made of folded red paper, indicating the registration area for the conference. Old Zhang awaited behind the table, the sign and register and stationery prepared meticulously. Dozens of brown paper envelopes were neatly stacked on the table, quite alluring. Yanzi, accompanied by 7 or 8 newly hired young assistants, was bustling about in the tea house. Each table featured small signs for Jubao Street and Qingfeng Alley, with plates of fresh fruits, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, along with teapots and cups. Remarkably, each table also hosted a bouquet of unknown flowers in varied colors of red, yellow, white, and purple. 2 tables stood side by side on the stage facing the entrance, also covered in red cloth and adorned with flowers. Behind them, a shiny blackboard was neatly arranged with cloths and lime blocks. The tea house staff flitted about, assisting Yen Zi and her team. While a throng of people was busily preparing, Simao leaned against the counter, munching on sunflower seeds, casually bantering with Chun Yang. Is this what you call an investment conference? It looks rather odd and peculiar. How did you even conceive of this? Chun Yang, still astonished by the scene Yen Zi and her team had created, found it both amusing and exasperating. Isn't it innovative? How does it look? Simao's face beamed with pride, full of mischief. Whether it looks impressive is one thing, but what is this about chain franchises and investment conferences? Is it even effective? I've never heard of such a way of doing business. It's just selling noodles, after all. Can this grand display truly be useful? Chun Yang questioned skeptically. Just omit the word can and leave useful, Simao replied, glancing over to see some competitors from Jubao Street entering, accompanied by Fat Boss and Su Bozi. As they tossed their remaining sunflower seed shells into a dish and clapped their hands, they approached, warmly greeting everyone. "Simao, what's inside this thing?" Fat Boss asked, holding the brown paper envelope he had received at the registration desk, flipping it over curiously. "What's with these pretentious words? It knows me, but I don't know it." "Exactly. We know the pot and the bowl, but we don't recognize the characters. What is the point of this nonsense?" The others chimed in behind Fat Boss. "There are treasures within, insights to help everyone profit. You don't need to recognize the characters. Surely you understand the drawings, right? Please, take a seat. The table marked Jubao Street is for you. Enjoy some snacks. There will be drinks later." Simao beckoned everyone to sit. "Simao? We agreed on 100 benefit each, no backing out," Su Bozi whispered to Simao, with Fat Boss nodding in agreement. "You've gathered quite a few people here. They'll help you, but this isn't an easy task. You promised to let me run that chain store on Jubao Street. You better not go back on your word. Look at your pathetic faces." "I, Simao. Keep my promises. Just follow my lead during the discussions. Don't mess it up," Simao reassured them quietly. After the Jubao Street competitors entered, more and more people arrived, mostly in groups from various streets. In less than half an hour, the initially empty hall was filled with a sea of people, numbering 60 to 70, a mix of ages and genders, dressed in a variety of simple, rough clothing. The lively atmosphere drew curious onlookers from the street, peering in. "Everyone, quiet down. Please, everyone, quiet down. My surname is Zhang, given name Ryu, and I first want to thank all fellow traders for taking the time to join us today. As the sage says, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" Old Zhang stood on the stage, looking down at the crowd, visibly pleased to address so many for the first time. He began to recite his prepared speech with fervor. "Old Zhang, when did you start speaking nonsense? Just get to the point and skip the fluff." Those who knew Old Zhang began to lead the jeering, and soon others joined in, laughter and taunts filling the air. Old Zhang's lengthy speech was interrupted just as it began, leaving him fuming. "I say, Yuli Longzi, and you, Pan Yu Bing, with all this food. Can't you keep your mouth shut? I was just getting started." Seeing Old Zhang flustered only incited more laughter from the crowd. Simao stepped onto the stage, signaling for Old Zhang to step down, who grumbled as he retreated to the side. Observing the crowd, Simao remained silent, scanning the faces of those present, including Fat Boss, and soon some urged, "All right, quiet down, everyone. Let us listen to Simao discuss serious matters." This tactic proved effective, and with the help of these insiders, the noise gradually subsided until the room fell completely silent, all eyes fixed on Simao. Chapter 26, The Investment Conference, continued. Simao still did not speak. He strode over to the blackboard, seized a piece of lime, and with swift strokes wrote a line of bold characters, ending with 3 large curves and circles. After discarding the lime, he pointed emphatically at the writing, proclaiming loudly, "No capital required, a unique business, earning a fortune daily. Do you believe this?" The room fell into silence, with no one responding, merely exchanging puzzled glances. "Is there really such a good thing?" someone tentatively murmured, followed by others expressing their disbelief. Fat Boss and Su Bozi were among the first to shout, "No way." "Yes. 3 months ago, if someone had asked me this, I would have said the same." Simao waved his hand dramatically, "But I, Simao, have made it happen now. Surely, you have all heard of Simao's sesame noodles by now, right?" "Certainly, I have heard of it. I also heard that a stall on Juba Street can sell over 1,000 bowls in a single day." Wang Matzi from Qingfeng Alley began to respond eagerly. Simao cast a commendatory glance at Lu Matzi, seemingly praising his impeccable timing in delivering a performance. "I have wonderful news for everyone. I am planning to share this lucrative business opportunity with all of you, guiding everyone to profit together. This is a rare opportunity, one that must not be missed. Furthermore, only one partner will be selected from each street, meaning that you will monopolize the sesame noodle business in that area. Not everyone will have this chance." This statement fell like a drop of water into a boiling pot of oil, immediately causing a fervent reaction. Simao observed the crowd with calm composure, resembling someone confidently fishing, inviting volunteers to step forward. The popularity of his sesame noodle business was evident, and over the past few months, his promotional efforts had proven highly effective, leading many to hear of the noodle's reputation. Competitors were also taking notice, with some even attempting to imitate the sesame noodles, albeit without success in replicating the unique taste. Moreover, Simao had laid the groundwork for his claims. He cleared his throat and said, "You may inquire. My sesame noodle business is not mere bluster. Just recently, a competitor mentioned that I sell over 1,000 bowls a day. To be honest, that was 2 months ago. Now I sell 2,000 bowls daily, without fail. Each bowl is priced affordably, and after deducting costs, you can earn a profit margin of 40%. Calculate for yourselves how much that amounts to daily. 800 win. Subatsi exclaimed loudly. Congratulations, Subas, you are correct. That amounts to over 20 taels of silver in a month. Simao began to elucidate the monetary benefits. Following this, the acquaintances Simao had planted in the crowd commenced their roles, engaging in animated discussions about the prospect of earning over 20 taels a month. Isn't this a path to prosperity? One remarked. Indeed, my shop's monthly income barely covers the landlord's rent. I didn't realize the sesame noodle business could be so profitable. Another responded. I have witnessed it firsthand. The stall on Juba Street sells out before noon every day, a sight unseen in noodle sales. Isn't it because their business is unique? There's only one place to get it on the street, naturally drawing in customers. Seeing the crowd's excitement escalate, Simao exchanged a knowing glance with Yenzi, who signaled to the staff to bring out the prepared noodles. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and with mealtime approaching, hunger intensified the allure of the dish. Everyone, try my sesame noodles and see if they are as delicious as the rumors suggest, Simao declared at the opportune moment. The hall soon filled with sounds of slurping noodles and enthusiastic praise. Each attendee held a sealed bag containing a contract and the recipe for the noodles. You can have someone literate review the contract, but the recipe is illustrated clearly, making it easy to learn, Simao assured them. Some might wonder why I would share the recipe if I want to keep you as partners. The truth is, the preparation of the condiments and the noodle-making methods are not easy to replicate. I will supply both the noodles and the condiments, and you can only settle the payment after selling out. Additionally, I buy in bulk, meaning my prices are lower. If you try to source them yourselves, you will likely pay at least 10% more. Simao, you mentioned only one partner per street. Why gather so many of us today? Someone inquired. Oh, that question hits the nail on the head. I brought you all here to allow you to decide if you wish to partner with me. While I must also choose my partners from among you. How can I discern who is genuinely interested in doing business and who merely seeks a free meal? I am straightforward but fair. This is a mutual selection process. If you hesitate, others will seize the opportunity, and when you see them profiting, do not lament or become envious. I'll be the first. Simao exclaimed. I am claiming Juba Street for myself. No one can compete with me. The portly boss of the shumai stall, whether caught up in the moment or genuinely inspired by the atmosphere, eagerly raised his hand, nearly rushing to the stage. I'll join. I own 2 shops. Another chimed in. I'll take Chifeng Alley. It has the most loyal customers, ensuring the best business. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Simao felt satisfied. Those interested can sign up with me today. I will visit each of you afterward, and we will finalize everything within 10 days. With that, 2 assistants brought a brand new sign onto the stage, emblazoned with the words Simao Sesame Noodles. Simao pointed to the plaque, saying, each shop will receive a sign like this, signifying genuine quality. Any imitation will be pursued. Old Zhang appeared with a registration book, quickly surrounded by eager attendees vying to enroll. Meanwhile, Simao quietly stepped down from the stage, gracefully concluding his performance, retreating to the counter to resume his casual snacking. Chun and I observed the entire spectacle with an inscrutable expression, a mix of admiration and disdain, and quietly asked Simao, honestly, how many of your associates are present here? Chapter 27. The Investment Conference 3. Simao chuckled. They say you have a sharp eye, sister, and it proves true. However, the identity of my associates is not crucial. What matters is my ability to assist them in thriving and earning. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, Chun Ni's contrasting black and white eyes twinkled with a knowing smile. Simao, I just discovered you possess a unique talent. I possess numerous talents. Which one are you referring to? Simao replied with an air of shamelessness. Chun and I playfully pinched him. Deception. At this moment, Simao had undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the community. A model for parents chastising their sons. Look at Simao, how successful he is. And you, why do you lack ambition? Their sons typically retorted. If you admire him so much, why not adopt Simao as your son? Simao remained oblivious to the private matters of others, focusing solely on his own business. The investment conference held a few weeks prior had been tremendously successful, not only due to the fierce competition among attendees vying for exclusive street vendor rights, but also because the event itself generated significant buzz and publicity. Many had learned of Chun Ni's innovative investment conference, promoting a unique chain franchise where only one vendor would operate per street, complete with shiny new signs. Accompanied by food and drinks, creating a lively atmosphere. People are naturally drawn to excitement and novelty, and thus, whether genuinely hungry or merely curious, they flock to the various sesame noodle establishments. The word spread exponentially, leading to over 50 branches in Miankou, Hangzhou, and Xinjiang, each bustling with customers. selling 2 to 3,000 bowls daily in high-traffic areas, and even in less favorable locations, selling 4 to 500 bowls a day. The sesame noodle, a newly emerged breakfast option, quickly became well-known throughout the streets and alleys within just a few months. The proprietor of the steamed buns, known as Fat Boss, has ceased selling his signature dish and has instead hired 4 new assistants dedicated to the business of sesame noodles. Their establishment is bustling with customers daily, so much so that they hardly have time to rest. The atmosphere is so cheerful that one could almost hear them humming a tune, much to the envy and regret of the lame Sue across the street. Sue laments his short-sightedness in accepting a mere 4 coins as a bribe, wishing he had contended for the exclusive rights to this lucrative trade. This business is a long-term endeavor, for once a reputation is established in the food industry, repeat customers ensure stability. Indeed, it is one of the most reliable enterprises. Food is the essence of life. From nobles to commoners, everyone, regardless of whether times are prosperous or dire, requires sustenance, and they must eat daily. This is what we call a necessity or fast-moving consumer goods. To put it differently, those who excel in the culinary arts possess a unique skill, and their signboard is akin to a legacy passed down through generations, a metaphorical iron rice bowl, unbreakable and increasingly valuable with time. Seated in Fat Boss's establishment, Sue leisurely enjoys his sesame noodles and assorted delicacies while sipping on a drink. Engaging in light-hearted banter with the couple, the duo treats him like a deity, as Sue indeed brings prosperity to their business, generating a monthly income of 30 to 40 taels of silver. The couple finds themselves so exhilarated that they struggle to sleep at night, counting their earnings behind closed doors. Indeed, I have long asserted, Brother Sue, that you are no ordinary man. Look at this grand establishment and the numerous branches. Sue, how about I help you find a suitable wife? Among the neighbors on Treasure Gathering Street, you have plenty to choose from. Wang Laochi's daughter, who makes fried dough, is quite lovely, and then there's San Popo, whose granddaughter seems fit for motherhood. Fat Boss's wife, overwhelmed with gratitude and eager to please Sue, instinctively begins to arrange his matrimonial affairs. You should silence that mouth of yours, you blind fool, Fat Boss interjects dismissively, scoffing at his wife's ambitions. Brother Sue has ascended to the status of a minor landowner, soon to become a great magnate. He would hardly settle for the daughters of small-time merchants. Sue, upon contemplating the prospects of the fried dough maker's daughter or the tangyuan seller's granddaughter, feels an overwhelming urge to decline the well-meaning suggestions. Please, allow me to finish my drink first, he implores. Just then, a sprightly young girl bursts in, panting, Brother Sue, I've been searching for you everywhere. Uncle Zhang took 5 taels from the goods and left with some men. I couldn't stop him. Ever since the workshop opened, Sue entrusted the accounting to old Zhang, who, due to his numeracy skills, was deemed competent. However, the silver was strictly handled by Sue's most trusted assistant, Yanzi, ensuring a clear division of duties akin to that of an accountant and a cashier. Yet, it appears old Zhang, having been left unattended, seized the opportunity to pocket 4 or 5 taels. Sue handed the girl a glass of water. Calm down and catch your breath. Do you recognize those men? What did they look like? I don't know them, but they seemed familiar with Uncle Zhang, though they didn't seem trustworthy. However, I do know Yu Lu. He was right beside them and greeted them. Before Yanzi could finish, Sue was already heading out. Fat Boss, I'll settle the tab later, he called back. The couple replied in unison, What do you mean settle? This meal is on us. Yanzi, realizing Sue was leaving, quickly followed him. They hastened towards the workshop. Sue silent but troubled, while Yanzi's few words hinted at deeper implications. Chapter 28. The nature of wolves. Sue's assistants at the workshop were all local young men, robust and capable, as the tasks of kneading dough, cutting noodles, and delivering goods require strength and endurance, especially given the high volume of orders. Only Hulu raised concerns, and had it not been for his mother's intervention with Zhang, Sue would have hesitated to hire him. Despite his quiet demeanor, Hulu was known for indulging in vices, a typical rogue. Yanzi mentioned that he recognized the group who had taken old Zhang away, confirming that they were indeed up to no good. As Sue contemplated this, he quickened his pace, arriving at the workshop within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Inside, several assistants were lined up at the counter, sweating profusely while working. Hulu, with whom did my father leave? What is going on? Tell me everything you know, without withholding anything, Sue demanded, fixing his gaze on Hulu. Hulu's eyes darted nervously. You don't think your father will blame me for snitching, do you? You two are at odds now, but family is family. I can't be caught in the middle. Enough of your nonsense. Speak, or pack your things and leave, Sue retorted, aware of the mentality of such opportunists. Hulu, realizing the gravity of the situation, spoke without reservation, divulging the details clearly. The men who approached old Zhang were indeed local ruffians, led by a man known as San Lizi, who previously thrived on gambling and petty theft, mirroring old Zhang's former life. Today, he came to flatter and entice old Zhang, feigning interest in reconnecting with an old acquaintance. Su waved Hu Lu off to continue working and stepped outside, lost in thought. Yinzi followed closely, offering comfort. Brother Su, why the heavy heart? Uncle Zhang may have acted foolishly, but perhaps he just wanted to impress his friends. Once he returns, you can discuss it and retrieve the remaining silver. Su's expression darkened. Do you think I'm worried about the silver? They've gone out to eat, drink, and gamble, and even if they lose everything, that's not my concern. What worries me is the elaborate trap they've set for my father today. They've gone to great lengths to ensnare him. This is no small matter. Surely not, Brother Su. Uncle Zhang is familiar with them, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to let them manipulate him, Yinzi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su sighed heavily. Yinzi, there exist those who would betray even their own kin for profit. I know Senlaizi well. He is precisely that sort of individual. I had warned my father to steer clear of him, yet today he has caught us off guard. Upon reaching this point, he turned to Hu Lu and said, you have worked hard to make this trip. Please search in the usual haunts of Senlaizi and inquire among your acquaintances. If you find anything, do not alert them, but return swiftly to inform me. As he spoke, Simao took out a handful of scattered silver coins from his pocket and handed them to him, saying, if you succeed, there's a reward of 101. Hu Lu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money, and he quickly accepted it, servilely assuring, rest assured, I will handle this. Yet, he immediately reconsidered, perhaps feeling he had spoken too boldly, and added a caveat. What if I can't find them? Simao pondered briefly. How vast can Jujiao Street be? If you can't find them within an hour, there is no need to continue searching. They must have deliberately changed their hideout to avoid being discovered. Regardless of the outcome, I shall remain here to await news. As he watched Hu Lu leave on his errand, Simao's brow furrowed in concern, his heart heavy. Yinzi, I'm heading to the dock. Wait here. If Hu Lu returns with news, instruct him to find me immediately at Ma Qinghu's. With that, he hurriedly exited the workshop and made his way to the dock. Upon seeing Simao, drenched in sweat, Ma Qinghu was taken aback. What has happened? You seem terribly agitated. Simao glanced around, and Ma Qinghu, understanding, led him into a small inner room. After offering him a seat, he brought over a teapot. Before he could pour a cup, Simao snatched the teapot and drank deeply, then wiped his mouth and asked abruptly, you know Senlaizi, right? Yes, Ma Qinghu nodded. He is a ruffian from Jujiao Street. I recognize his face, though we've never crossed paths. What is the matter? Have you had a falling out? He set a trap for my father while I was away, likely dragging him into a gambling den. Ma Qinghu scoffed dismissively. I didn't think it was such a big deal. Why are you so flustered? Your father is no novice. He has been around the gambling tables for half a lifetime. Besides, how much trouble can Senlaizi cause? He is only capable of winning a few petty coins. Nothing serious will come of it. Senlaizi is a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. The locals know him as a mere thug. Few are aware of his treachery. I can sense he is well prepared this time. Seeing the seriousness in Simao's expression, Ma Qinghu became somewhat concerned, though still skeptical. Isn't he just a con artist? If he truly possessed any skill, why has he made a name for himself in the underworld? Simao smirked. You are unaware of Senlaizi's true nature. He deserves 1,000 deaths. His usual concealment is merely a necessity. Speaking of which, did you know he had a wife? I've heard of her. Wasn't it said she ran off with someone? Simao contemptuously replied. Ran off? No, she was sold by him. Sold his wife? I've only heard of such things. I never thought he would stoop so low. Simao then recounted the sordid tale he knew. Senlaizi was originally from Huangzhou Prefecture, having wasted his youth idly. Eventually, he married a woman he met in a brothel. Both were lazy and lacked a legitimate livelihood, leading them to scheme for money, specifically engaging in a husband and wife con gang. Chapter 29. The Heart of a Wolf in Huangzhou Prefecture. There was a wealthy family, the Fengs, known as Mr. Feng. He was affluent and well-liked, often engaging in charitable acts. His wife, Mrs. Feng, had a son and a daughter, along with a daughter-in-law and a grandson under 3. They seemed a harmonious family, but fate intervened. One day, while collecting debts, their son tragically drowned after falling from a boat. Mr. Feng, unable to bear the loss, suffered a heart attack upon hearing the news and passed away within the hour. Consequently, the vast family fortune was left to women and children, making them targets for unscrupulous individuals. In the span of a single day, the Feng family faced 2 deaths. Mrs. Feng, though strong, had to manage the arrangements for the funerals. On the night of the wake, 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, arrived, speaking with local accents, claiming to have received great kindness from Mr. Feng during his lifetime. They expressed their desire to pay their respects and keep vigil in mourning. Given Mr. Feng's history of good deeds, and unaware of which specific act had prompted their visit, Mrs. Feng welcomed them, believing they were sincere. The woman among them, named Yungu, became a frequent visitor to the Feng household, proving industrious and quick-witted, earning the family's affection without needing direction. Particularly during their time of grief, Yungu's attentiveness was akin to that of a family member. Mrs. Feng, weakened by her husband's death and needing to care for her young son, found herself increasingly reliant on Yungu, who became indispensable. Recognizing the unsustainable nature of this arrangement, Mrs. Feng contemplated formally bringing Yungu into their household as a servant. However, fearing to offend her, she hesitated. Just then, Yungu's father and brother visited, asserting that she could not be separated from the Feng family's grandson. And given that their family had benefited from Mr. Feng's kindness, they were willing to give Yungu to the Feng family without any payment, whether as a servant or a child bride. This proposal delighted Mrs. Feng, who, while reluctant to disadvantage Yungu, decided to accept her as a child bride, as they believed her to be a virtuous girl. Though the other family refused gifts, Mrs. Feng, being magnanimous, followed the customary marriage practices, personally visiting the family. Despite not being wealthy, their home was well kept, and they employed servants, demonstrating that they were not of the poorer class. Thus, Mrs. Feng's lingering doubts were entirely dispelled, and she believed it was a reward for her deceased husband's good deeds. After officially becoming a child bride in the Feng household, Yungu became even more diligent, caring for the family with meticulous attention, earning praise from the neighbors, which further cemented the Feng family's trust in her. Unbeknownst to them, as all suspicion faded, a calamity was about to befall them. First, the in-laws visited, inviting the Feng family to a wedding feast for Yungu's brother. The Feng women felt compelled to attend, but fearing for their young grandson's safety amidst the crowd, they left Yungu at home to look after him. When the Feng women arrived at their in-laws' home, they found everything festively decorated, but suddenly, the father-in-law, looking distraught, made an urgent request. The bride's family insisted that a female elder from the groom's side must go to fetch the bride, and they needed to be an even number for good luck. Originally, it was agreed that the father-in-law would represent his deceased wife, but the bride's relatives insisted on following tradition, blocking the wedding procession from entering the village. Faced with this predicament, the father-in-law implored the Feng women to assist, as they were Yungu's mother-in-law and aunt, and could be justified in going. Having already arrived at their in-law's house, and considering it a minor request, Mrs. Feng could hardly refuse, so they were hastily carried off in palanquins under the guidance of their father-in-law. Feng waited patiently at her in-law's home, but as time passed, even midday came and went without any sign of the guests. The workers who had been helping to prepare the feast grew anxious and began pressing Feng for answers. You are their relative. How can a wedding banquet extend past noon? What on earth is happening? It was only then that Feng began to realize the situation. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that her in-laws' attendants had gone to escort the bride, leaving behind only hired help from the tavern, none of whom knew the family's background, and none of whom had received any payment for their labor. Feng promptly instructed her own servants to return and check on Yungu's situation while she clung to a glimmer of hope, continuing to wait. However, the news that eventually reached her was devastating. The informant reported that after setting out with his daughter-in-law, a group had come to fetch Yungu, claiming they were also returning to attend the elder brother's wedding, thus granting the servants the day off. Yungu, having transformed into a significant figure within the Feng household, found the servants content to enjoy their leisure. When the informant returned, he found the door locked. Fortunately, he was clever enough to scale the wall and peer inside. Discovering a scene of utter chaos in Feng's chamber, all the valuables had been stripped away, and the young master was nowhere to be found. It turned out that Yungu and her accomplices had meticulously orchestrated an elaborate scheme. The residence was merely a facade they had rented to facilitate their deception, with each step carefully planned to gain the Feng family's trust. Once the opportune moment arose, they struck with lethal precision, absconding not just with all of Feng's wealth, but also with his wife, daughter, and grandson. After reporting the incident to the authorities, the county dispatched officers to apprehend the culprits, but the gang had already prepared their escape route. The waterways from Huangzhou were extensive, leaving no trace of them behind. Other than issuing a wanted poster, there was little recourse available. Left alone, Feng was a forlorn widow, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. It was said that in her final moments, she covered her face with a white cloth, perhaps unable to reconcile with her deceased husband and son, never to meet again, a tragic fate that epitomized human suffering. Chapter 30. The Nature of Wolves. Upon hearing this tale, from Simao, even the iron-willed Ma Qinghu felt a shiver run down his spine, slamming his palm onto the table in frustration, oblivious to the pain, and gritting his teeth as he cursed. These scoundrels are no better than beasts, less than beasts, in fact. As he vented his anger, a realization struck him. You mean to say? Simao understood that he had grasped the implication. The one posing as Yungu's brother is Sanlaizi, and Yungu is his wife. The man impersonating their father is one of their accomplices. And where is wife and that accomplice now? Simao cast a furtive glance at Ma Qinghu. I told you Sanlaizi is the kind of man who would sell his own wife. That's no exaggeration. He masterminded the entire scheme. Would he not have the audacity to keep all the spoils for himself, while also ensuring no evidence remained? Their group had taken the waterway to escape Huangzhou, selling the 3 members of the Feng family to prearranged buyers, and then left for the Ningbo region. Wait, if we know their whereabouts, why haven't they been caught? Ma Qinghu interrupted. Simao cursed vehemently. What use is that knowledge now? His accomplice was found dead at the Huangzhou border, while Yungu was spotted in a brothel in Ningbo by a fellow townsman of the Feng family. Only the mastermind has vanished without a trace. The authorities deduced this was their escape route, suspecting he had murdered his accomplice and disposed of the body in the river before selling Yungu in Ningbo, using the stolen silver to vanish under a new identity in our Miankou region. Since we know Sanlaizi is the mastermind, why not report him to the authorities? Such a person deserves the harshest punishment. Do you think no one has reported him? Simao sneered. The informant secretly slipped complaints under the door of the magistrate several times. Sanlaizi was once detained for a few days but was released shortly thereafter. The victims were left with nothing, and their family was shattered. Even the plaintiffs have disappeared. This case has long since faded into obscurity. Deemed a cold case by the authorities over a decade ago, Huangzhou pinned the blame on a deceased convict, closing the case without justice, which is why the Feng family remains wrong to this day. The Miankou magistrate is also reluctant to stir up trouble, allowing those corrupt officers to benefit. So, you mean to say Sanlaizi bribed those in power? Simao nodded. Most of the silver he swindled was funneled into filling the coffers of corrupt officials, while he himself returned to his old tricks, continuing his life of deceit. Those officers only cared about their own pockets, indifferent to the cries of the victims. Damn it. I never imagined Sanlaizi could be so ruthless. I'll make it my mission to find him and confront him every chance I get, Ma Qinghu vowed. Enough. Simao interjected. He's like a cockroach that cannot be killed. If we confront him openly, he'll simply vanish again. We need to approach this with stealth. Now, let's focus on planning what we'll do about my father. Ma Qinghu replied, what else can be done? I've dispatched some of my younger brothers to quickly locate their hideout. I sought you for this very reason. Your network is extensive and your connections are well known. Not only should your brothers search, but spread the word. Whoever finds my father within half an hour shall be rewarded with a silver tael. I mean what I say. There will be no empty promises. After Ma Qinghu and Simao organized their search efforts for old Zhang, they returned together to Simao's workshop. Unexpectedly, it was not another who found old Zhang, but he himself returned, ambling in with a song on his lips, reeking of alcohol. Simao, upon seeing him, felt a surge of anger and, suppressing his rage, demanded, what were you doing with Sanlaizi? I've had people searching high and low for you. Old Zhang's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. A few friends and I gathered for a drink. Is that so outrageous? He replied nonchalantly. Hand it over. Simao extended his hand. Hand what over? Old Zhang feigned innocence. Simao, both furious and amused, pressed the silver you took from the cabinet. Old Zhang grinned sheepishly. It was an emergency. I needed it for a few days. Consider it a debt I owe you. Simao was not fooled. Show me. If the silver is still on you, I'll let you keep it as a gift. Old Zhang began to look uncomfortable, his mind racing. What do you mean? I borrowed a little to cover my expenses. It's perfectly reasonable. If you find me unsatisfactory, I can leave right now, and you won't have to deal with me. As he spoke, he made to slip away. Simao blocked the doorway, glaring at him. Don't try to evade me, whether the silver is gone or not. I have a few questions for you. First, did you go gambling? Seeing Simao's genuine anger, old Zhang's bravado faded slightly as he hesitantly replied, I couldn't resist the urging of a few friends. If I hadn't participated, the game wouldn't even have happened. I just wanted to maintain some semblance of face. It was merely a small gamble with Pai Gao. Secondly, how much did you lose? Simao pressed on. Only a bit over a dozen taels, old Zhang admitted. Only a dozen? Simao raised his voice. You took 4 or 5 taels from the cabinet. Where did the extra 7 or 8 taels come from? Don't tell me you still have silver on you. Your pockets are always empty, never carrying over any leftover coin. Old Zhang's mind raced, and he quickly shifted tactics, trying to charm his way out of the situation. You know me too well, but the rest of the silver was a loan from Sanlaizi, with a written agreement. I signed it, promising to repay within 3 days. A small amount like this is trivial to you. How about you help your father out and settle it for me? You know the saying, A son must repay his father's debts. What were the terms of San Lizi's agreement? Simao's alertness intensified, interrupting old Zhang's shamelessness with a pointed inquiry. Having borrowed 12 taels of silver from the notorious San Lizi, the repayment, including interest, was due within 3 days, with a rate of 3%. The promissory note was duly signed by the borrower, Zhang Ruoyu. Old Zhang pondered for a moment, recalling the details vividly. Was this note truly pinned before your very eyes by San Lizi? Is the content exactly as you have stated? With a disdainful expression, old Zhang replied. It was written in my presence, and the ink had barely dried at the time of signing. I read it thoroughly, word for word, as I am no stranger to the written word. Is the Paigyo you are playing with bamboo cards? Simao suddenly interjected, his question seemingly out of nowhere. Indeed. Old Zhang responded, puzzled. How do you know? Qinghu, do you have the set of bamboo Paigyo I gave you? Please bring it to me for a moment. Simao turned to Ma Qinghu. Who carries that sort of thing when going out? However, I can send someone to fetch it. It's at the dock, and it will only take a short while, Ma Qinghu replied, without questioning the reason behind the request, promptly dispatching a subordinate to retrieve the Paigyo. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the bamboo Paigyo was brought back. Simao, in front of old Zhang, poured the cards onto an 8 immortals table with a flourish, revealing a total of 32 cards spread across the surface, accompanied by 3 dice that rolled chaotically. Is this the kind of bamboo card you mean? Old Zhang, although confused by Simao's intentions, examined the Paigyo closely and confirmed, yes. This is indeed made from bamboo. Simao then instructed, shuffle the cards and flip them over. With a skeptical demeanor, old Zhang flipped the cards to reveal their backs and began to shuffle them, stacking them together to form a rectangle. Simao seized one bamboo card, dramatically flipping it over to reveal the face, exclaiming, heaven card. Old Zhang leaned in to see, and there it was, 12 dots, alternating between red and black. What else could it be but the heaven card? Simao continued unabated, swiftly flipping through the cards and calling out their names as if he possessed the gift of foresight. In mere moments, all 32 cards had been revealed, each without error, leaving old Zhang in a state of astonishment. Simao then, like a magician, picked up the 3 dice, casually announcing a number before tossing them onto the table. As he continued to declare numbers such as 8, 9, and 11, each roll of the dice matched his declarations perfectly, leaving old Zhang utterly dumbfounded. Realizing the trickery at play, old Zhang, with a playful grin, remarked, I never imagined you possessed such remarkable skills. What is your secret? Perhaps you could share it with your father? Not a chance. Simao's tone abruptly escalated, resonating with such authority that it left old Zhang, Yanzi, and Ma Qinghu momentarily stunned. None had witnessed Simao speak with such intensity before, and they were momentarily rendered speechless. Observing old Zhang's startled expression, Simao's heart softened. With a long sigh, he moderated his tone, saying, Father, some truths are not for a son to voice, so do not hold my words against me. I wish to avoid the day when I must help you retrieve your remains. In gambling, deceit prevails, and there are always those more cunning than the last. You must understand the difficulty faced by your son. I will repay the debt to San Lizi, and if you wish to continue gambling, I will support you in clearing your debts. After all, I am your son, and it is my duty to uphold the family. Until the day I can no longer bear the weight. If I lose my life, then our debts will be settled. With that, Simao turned and exited the workshop without a backward glance, his retreating figure exuding an indescribable sense of desolation. Ma Qinghu and Yanzi silently passed by old Zhang, following Simao's path and leaving him alone amidst the scattered Paigyo, lost in thought. Simao, you are incredible. You recognize every card. How do you do it? Yanzi interjected, attempting to divert Simao's thoughts. Yet, Simao remained silent. Ma Qinghu chuckled and continued, these bamboo cards are relatively simple for tricks. Although they appear to be made from the same bamboo, the material actually comes from different stalks, resulting in unique patterns on each pair of cards. Those with sharp memories and keen eyesight can discern the values from the backs based on the patterns. As for the dice, they are filled with mercury. A discreet tap before rolling directs the mercury into the desired slots, ensuring the outcome aligns perfectly with the announced numbers. Even Zhang Bo wouldn't be able to detect such a ruse. The two conversed in a light-hearted manner, hoping to uplift Simao's spirits as they wandered aimlessly. Eventually arriving at the dock, observing the bustling boats and throngs of people, Simao suddenly halted, his expression grave. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. This matter is not as simple as it appears, yet I cannot pinpoint the issue. Ma Qinghu waved dismissively, enough with the long faces. When did you become so sentimental? It's merely a matter of a few taels of silver. Zhang Bo should realize his mistake. Fret not. Come, let us go drink. In recent days, Old Zhang had been notably subdued, rising early and returning late, diligently assisting in the workshop, refraining from wandering outside. Simao, as usual, was busily occupied, while Zhang Shi remained oblivious, still basking in joy. The Zhang family now enjoyed a life they had never before imagined. Previously, they struggled daily, barely scraping by, with a husband drifting aimlessly and a son mingling in the streets without direction. Now, with Simao on a righteous path, the husband seemed to be turning over a new leaf, the household not only having sufficient provisions, but also indulging in meat at every meal. Each night, before sleep, Zhang Shi would meticulously count the silver notes her son entrusted to her, hiding them beneath the bed, feeling an indescribable sense of security. Was this not the idyllic life that ordinary families dream of? Occasionally, when neighbors sought assistance, Zhang Shi generously offered help, earning their respect, something that had once seemed an unattainable luxury. Listening to her neighbors praise her son, Simao, for his understanding and capability, Zhang Shi felt a sweetness in her heart surpassing even honey. She even began to contemplate finding a suitable bride for Simao, dreaming of early grandchildren. Yet, one fateful evening, just as the family gathered around the table for dinner, Zhang Shi's dreams began to shatter. San Lizi arrived, and not alone, Lu Bazi accompanied him, flanked by 7 or 8 burly men who blocked the entrance with menacing intent. Old Zhang, the time has come for you to settle your debts. What do you think? San Lizi is quite the friend. But, as they say, blood is thicker than water. You owe me some silver, and it's time to account for it. San Lizi boldly declared, plopping himself down at the table without so much as a courtesy, reaching for a piece of pig's head meat and shoving it into his mouth. Zhang Shi, under the dim light of the oil lamp, could only make out the silhouettes of the intruders as they stormed in, and upon hearing their names called out, her heart sank. You've been gambling again, haven't you? Why can't you change your ways? Have you learned nothing? Note, the provided text has been refined and translated into an elegant narrative while preserving the original meaning. Let us convene this evening, for it is fortuitous that Simao will also be present. We shall settle our accounts, while your family enjoys their feasting. We, however, have arrived with empty bellies. Old Zhang sprang up, his voice sharp as a cat with its fur bristled. What? Merely a matter of a few taels of silver has somehow escalated into a debt of thousands? Have you resorted to robbery? Simao maintained his composure, observing the unfolding drama with a cold gaze. San Lizi feigned innocence, exclaiming, one must possess a conscience, old Zhang. Your son Simao has incurred losses due to my assistance. I lent you 10,000 taels as capital. Without your handling, could you have stirred up such commotion? The evidence is clear, documented in black and white, complete with your seal. You cannot simply deny it when it suits you. However, even if you choose to deny it, it matters not. The written evidence remains. Whether through legal channels or otherwise, reason must prevail, mustn't it? Might I see the loan document? At this moment, Simao's intuition sharpened, transforming his foreboding into reality. San Lizi was not alone in his scheming against old Zhang. Lu Baizi was his accomplice, having set a trap for old Zhang to fall into. They were prepared for both gentle persuasion and force if necessary. Yet the crux of the issue lay in the loan document. With this thought, Simao insisted on viewing the document. San Lizi shot a glance at Lu Baizi, who hesitated for a moment before retrieving a loan document from his bosom. He approached Simao and handed it over, standing guard, his demeanor menacing, clearly wary of Simao destroying the evidence. Simao opened the document, and old Zhang leaned in eagerly. Before he could fully comprehend its contents, old Zhang's tone shifted. His face contorted with urgency. This is a forgery. I did not sign this document. San Lizi, you scoundrel. Lu Baizi snatched the document away, folding it neatly and tucking it back into his own clothing. San Lizi chuckled coldly. Old Zhang, I have seen many who burn bridges after crossing them. The signatures and seals are all clearly inscribed. If presented to the authorities, I would not fear scrutiny. It is undeniably your handwriting and seal. Zhang's vision blurred, but her hearing remained acute. She grasped the entire situation. Old Zhang had fallen victim to gambling, and now the debt collectors had come calling. The mention of a 10,000 tael gambling debt made her feel as if the world were spinning. Even if they dismantled their entire family, they could never repay it. Overcome with anger and anxiety, her vision darkened. Simao, quick-witted, caught Zhang, speaking with an undeniable authority. Take mother into the inner room and rub her chest. She is not to emerge. At this moment, old Zhang dared not oppose Simao's command, obediently carrying his wife into the inner chamber. Simao fixed a cold gaze upon the two. This scheme was devised by you, San Lizi, was it not? A mere word of encouragement led my father astray into your trap. After a drink, a raucous crowd incited my father into a stupor. And then with loaded dice and slick tricks, you won a handful of silver from him. Finally, you ensnared him with a fraudulent loan document, deftly convincing him to sign for 10,000 taels. Such elaborate machinations. Speak, what do you intend to do? The fraudulent loan document Simao referred to was a known con, also called a hidden contract. It involved using specially prepared paper, folding the middle section in advance. While the beginning content was designed to deceive the signer, the con artist would divert the victim's attention during signing, later cutting off the original text and revealing the blank section for any content to be inscribed. The signature was genuine, but the document's essence was distorted, leaving the victim in silence, unable to voice their grievances. Upon inspecting the document, Simao noticed the smooth cut at the top, indicating it had been trimmed with a sharp tool, while the signature below was unmistakably old Zhang's handwriting, stamped with a vivid red seal. The earlier drinking session was a deliberate ploy, knowing full well that alcohol would impair old Zhang's judgment. They had written a loan document for a few taels right before him, ensuring he was none the wiser. The presence of Lu Baizi suggested they were prepared to collect the debt, first through gentle negotiation, and if that failed, Lu Baizi would resort to force. If both strategies fell short, they would have no qualms about involving the authorities. While gambling was forbidden, the document merely indicated a debt, leaving no incriminating evidence. Even in court, old Zhang would undoubtedly lose. Every twist of fate had been orchestrated by their design, so Simao chose to confront them directly, eschewing futile arguments. San Lizi, upon hearing this, cackled. It is said that a notable figure has recently emerged from Mian Ko, and that is you, Zhang Simao. Initially, I was skeptical, thinking you merely a Navi youth, but now I see that the reality exceeds my expectations. Old Zhang is fortunate to have such a remarkable son. Your perception is astute. Let us speak plainly. I know you cannot produce such a sum to repay the debt. I have devised two paths for you to choose from. The first is to return to your old ways and repay your father's debt. The second is to allow your father to fend for himself, as the debt belongs to him, not you. However, I doubt you would abandon your own father, would you? Money is a trivial matter, but should your reputation be tarnished, you, Simao, would find it impossible to establish yourself in Mian Ko. Simao suddenly smiled. You are being directed by Su Sandao, are you not? I trust he is waiting for me here. Su Sandao reclined lazily on a bamboo chair, the cicadas still chirping in the waning summer heat, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, Su Sandao remained unfazed. His spirits high. He glanced at Lu Baizi and San Lizi, chuckling. I knew old Zhang was a fool. Set a trap for him. And Simao would surely be caught off guard, inevitably hesitant. This lad is clever, but without knowing his weaknesses, it would be difficult to subdue him. Lu Baizi, clutching half a roasted chicken, stuffed his mouth. Old San, are you not overestimating this young man? Is he truly worth all this trouble? San Lizi interjected ominously. Lu, do not underestimate Simao. When we were of the same age, we were still fumbling about. Yet this lad possesses an uncanny wisdom, insight, and composure in crisis situations that is rare to find. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. If Sangu can recruit him, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. But I must voice a warning. Simao is a wolf cub, by nature not a guardian dog. You must exercise caution. Su Sandao waved dismissively. If I am bold enough to employ him, I am not afraid of him turning against me. I owe both of you for this setback. Rest assured, when the task is complete, I will not take a single tael of that 10,000 for myself. I will pay you monthly. I merely desire Simao himself. Upon mentioning finances, Lu Baizi perked up. Old San, Simao has said he will visit your gambling den within 3 days, owing 10,000 taels, accruing interest all the while. Even if he were the Monkey King, he could not escape your grasp. We have been running around tirelessly these past days. Perhaps you could spare some funds for our drinks, deducting it from the account? What matter is it? Would I ever shortchange my brothers? Su Sandao scoffed, summoning a young apprentice to whisper a few instructions. Moments later, the apprentice returned with a tray, placing it upon the table. Su Sandao rose from his seat and approached the table, lifting the crimson silk draped over the tray. 200 taels of shimmering silver gleamed brilliantly. You two brothers should take this and spend it. Just as Wang Daoist was about to take the braised pig's head out of the pot, Simao arrived as expected, accompanied by Ma Qinghu into the ancestral hall. I couldn't help but wonder, are you a dog? Why is it that whenever there is something delicious, you come sniffing around? Wang Daoist wore a look of helplessness. Simao curled his lip, wearing a disdainful expression. You, a monk, always boasting about your semi-divine status. Why do you act like a miserly countryman, always calculating? What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine. Who are we to each other? Wang Daoist was both amused and exasperated. You come and eat my food every few days. I'm not your father. Why not find someone else to deceive? In my past life, I did not cultivate well. And in this life, I have encountered someone as shameless as you. Ba, what a sin. Simao plopped down onto the cushion, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and swiftly placed half a piece of pig's head meat into his bowl, grinning as he devoured it, savoring the tender, flavorful, and greasy morsel. Exclaiming in delight as he called over Ma Qinghu and Wang Daoist, "Sit down, don't be polite." Ma Qinghu, equally carefree, immediately joined the fray, using his hands to grab meat to eat. "Hey, leave some for me." Wang Daoist attempted to say something, but seeing the two devour hungrily, he recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter, and wisely closed his mouth, joining the feast. Thus, the three of them, like wolves, silently and fiercely competed for their food, nearly coming to blows. After half a piece of pig's head meat disappeared, Simao wiped his greasy mouth and chuckled. "Old Daoist Wang, you always boast about your prophetic abilities. Guess what brings me here today?" Wang Daoist snorted. "A night owl enters the house. There's always a reason. Looking at your darkened brow and the ominous aura surrounding you, you must be facing some hidden peril, caught in a great calamity. Congratulations, you've answered correctly." Simao still wore a playful grin. "That is why I came to ask you, Wang the Immortal, to help me out. Don't be ridiculous. This old trickster cannot save you from your true calamity. Young people, 9 out of 10 fall for their own ignorance and competitive spirit," Wang Daoist said with a hint of meaning behind his words. Simao did not respond, but instead produced a bottle of wine from behind him. Smooth as jade and crystal clear, sealed with wax and tied with red silk. The bottle bore a few elegant brush strokes, exuding charm. Upon closer inspection, Wang Daoist recognized it as a rare vintage, saying, "This is good stuff, Sangluo wine. The method of its production has been lost. It's an authentic ancient cellar find. It would be a waste to let it fall into your hands. Why not let it benefit me instead?" Simao purposely smiled. "It's just a bottle of wine. What is so special about it? We 3 can enjoy it now, and I'll fetch you 10 or 8 more another day." Ma Qinghu questioned, "Just based on this broken bottle and 2 inscriptions, how can you be so sure it's from Guangwei Zhuang? It could be a trick." Wang Daoist stroked his chin, speaking with a hint of pride. "Firstly, although Guangwei Zhuang's wine is famous, they never sell it. It's either for personal consumption or given as gifts. Hence, their wines lack labels and names. The inscriptions are for the enjoyment of the wine, a sophistication not known to common merchants. Moreover, this calligraphy is a true relic of Lang Xiuan, a treasured collection of Guangwei Zhuang, never shared outside. Even if one wished to imitate it, they might not succeed. Secondly, do you know why Guangwei Zhuang perished? 10 bottles or 8? You speak so lightly of it." Wang Daoist looked down on them, nearly uttering the phrase about cultural ignorance. He pointed to the poem on the bottle, stating, "This poem is a masterpiece by Lang Xiuan, the governor of Yingzhou during the Tang dynasty. Do you know the title?" Simao and Ma Qinghu shook their heads. Wang Daoist sighed, his disdain evolving into contempt. "Asking you is simply redundant. The title is to Li Yuanzhou Sengluo wine. This Sengluo wine has been renowned since the Wei, Jin, and southern and northern dynasties, produced in Hudong, now Yuqing. In the southwestern area of Xingtown, there are vast mulberry gardens, yielding abundant mulberries. Locals collect them when they fall during the summer harvest to brew this fine wine. This is the origin of the name Sangluo wine. Now, see the inscription at the bottom. It's an acrostic poem, together forming the sign of the most famous winery, Guangwei Zhuang. Unfortunately, after the Qing dynasty entered, a great fire reduced Guangwei Zhuang to ashes, and its people either perished or fled. Since then, the method of brewing Sangluo wine has been completely lost, and those that still exist are precious. Each bottle is a rarity. Chapter 34. Entrusting the orphan in battle too. How did it perish? Ma Qinghu asked. "You just said the fire happened after the Qing entered. Was it due to war?" Wang Daoist sneered. The owner of Guangwei Zhuang was a high official of the previous Ming dynasty, a descendant of the Lang family. Thus, the poems inscribed on the bottles are works of their ancestors, the descendants of the Lang family read Han dynasty poetry and literature. So they certainly would not submit to the Qing. It was not a war. It was our Qing that exterminated them. Just think, which forger would have the audacity to counterfeit Guangwei Zhuang's wine for profit? That would be a crime of retribution against the remnants of the Ming dynasty. Therefore, any wine that bears the acrostic poem of Guangwei Zhuang cannot possibly be fake. Truly remarkable. You speak exactly as the wine master does. I'm impressed. Simao said with a grin. I suppose you've also heard about my predicament with Su Sandao and his gang? Wang Daoist, straightforward as ever, replied. Being tricked by Su Sandao was your own doing. What now? Just because someone tricked you, you come to trick me? What do I owe you? But you've played your hand well. You're trying to lure me into your trap, aren't you? Just say plainly what you need from this old Daoist. It's a small matter, I need you to temporarily oversee my sesame sauce noodle workshop. I'll be going to Su Sandao's place in a few days and can't manage both, Simao said. The mundane world is hard to enter and exit. You're forcing this old Taoist to break his vows, Wang Taoist remarked, glancing at Simao while toying with the wine bottle, his face showing reluctance and hesitation. A group of supernatural beings is keeping an eye on my workshop. I have to be cautious. Normally, with Qinghu around, I can rest easy, but honestly, scheming is not his strong suit. With you, old Taoist, as a protective tower, I can sleep soundly. That said, I truly regret leaving my workers behind. I've gathered so many helpers and persuaded dozens of merchants to follow me. If I just abandon them, it would be quite unkind. Moreover, I cannot engage in such shabby dealings. How will I face people in Mianko in the future? Wang Taoist's old eyes sparkled with keen insight, observing Simao for a long moment before chuckling. Something's amiss. I knew from the way you shifted that you were planning something. You're preparing for a showdown with Su San and his gang, aren't you? Have you come to me to entrust your orphan? Simao's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, speaking slowly and gravely. Qinghu is my best brother, and you, old Taoist, are like a half-master to me. You were right. I do tend to play clever tricks and care too much about my pride. I thought I could command the winds and rain, showing off my moves and treating others as fools, blind and deaf. Little did I know, when Susan acted, I had no room to maneuver. Now, I truly wish to slap myself in front of you. However, discussing these matters is futile. I am now clear in my mind. Rest assured, I, Simao, will overcome this challenge. I simply ask you both to ensure my provisions are secure, allowing me to focus on the battle ahead. The conflict between our two armies is something I can manage on my own. Taoist Wang, while munching on a piece of pig's head, muttered, Since you have made up your mind, go ahead. I will keep a memorial for you, so you one T become a wandering spirit. But have you considered who will take care of your parents if you perish? Simao's mischievous smile suggested he was discussing someone else's fate. As if it had no bearing on him, a good deed should be fully realized. If I were to die, you and Qing who would naturally care for my parents. Why should I worry? Taoist Wang and Ma Qing, who were momentarily speechless. At this point, the atmosphere should have been accompanied by a somber backdrop, reminiscent of a heroic farewell, yet their gazes at Simao's cunning expression left them feeling not heroic but rather pitifully deceived. Observing their bewilderment, Simao took a hefty bite of meat, juice dripping from his mouth. Fear not, unless absolutely necessary. I am reluctant to meet my end. You should burn incense for my well-being daily, lest I become a burden. When Simao returned home, slightly tipsy, he found the living room shrouded in gloom. Old Zhang hung his head in silence, while Zhang seethed like a fierce beast. How dare you call yourself a father? I've never seen anyone as despicable as you. Every person has their dignity. Where's yours? Did a dog eat it? Have you ever cared for your son? Not only do you neglect him, but you also add to his burdens. He finally crawled out of that muddy pit, and you drag him back into it. I swear, I could eat your heart out with rage. Father, mother, please stop arguing. Neighbors will hear and mock us. I need to leave for a few days tomorrow, but I will return within 3 days. There is no need for you to fret. I have a plan. With those words, Simao quietly turned and slipped into his bedroom, leaving old Zhang and his wife in stunned silence, the atmosphere rapidly descending into a heavy stillness. Simao lay down on his bed without undressing, the window ajar allowing a beam of moonlight to illuminate the room, creating a serene ambience that calmed his restless heart. As he closed his eyes, indulging in aimless thoughts, he heard a familiar soft footstep. A figure settled on the edge of his bed. It was his mother, Zhang. Simao, are you awake? He remained silent, motionless on the bed. Mother knows you are troubled. Do not blame your father. If you have grievances, share them with me. Speaking them will ease your heart. Keeping them inside is not good. Zhang spoke as if to herself, or perhaps engaging in a casual chat with her son. Simao continued to feign sleep, eyes closed. You have always been this way, appearing carefree on the surface, yet harboring deep thoughts. Mother knows you resent your inept father, but you cannot voice it. Indeed, it is often said that there are no unworthy parents in this world. Faced with such a father, what choice do you have but to swallow your grievances? At this point, Zhang pulled out a small box from her bosom and gently placed it on the bedside. If you are awake, listen to your mother. If asleep, think of it as me talking to myself. After all these years, you have grown into a man, and there are things you must eventually know. Do you know why your nickname is Simao instead of Demao? Simao had long harbored a question. Traditionally, a child's name should reflect their birth order. Yet, he was the sole son, yet named Simao. That is because you had 2 elder brothers and an elder sister, all of whom are no longer with us. Your parents are left with you, the last of our lineage. Zhang's tone was calm as a still pond, yet it struck Simao like thunder. leaving him profoundly shocked. No one had ever mentioned this to him, and he had never even heard whispers from neighbors. Secrets are rarely concealed among common folk, who love to gossip. If such significant news about the Zhang family could be hidden, how much effort must his parents have exerted to keep it a secret? As Zhang Shi continued her tale, Simao felt as if he was hearing a story unlike any other, filled with untold suffering and tragedy. In truth, the Zhang family did not originate from Yinkou, but hailed from Lingnan. In a remote county called Xinhui, Simao's grandfather, old Zhang's father, served as the magistrate. The Zhang family had a long lineage of officials. Simao's grandfather, Zhang Dinghua, was a scholar and an only son, thus doted upon and raised with strict discipline. Old Zhang excelled in his studies, fulfilling his father's expectations, passing the imperial examination at 17 and marrying Zhang Shi, a daughter of the vice magistrate of Xinhui. After marrying into the Zhang family, she bore 4 children, both sons and daughters, with Simao being the youngest, and their family thrived in harmony, free from worries. At that time, old Zhang was steeped in the belief that scholarly pursuits were the highest calling, aspiring to follow his father's path to become an official and achieve great status. However, everything changed dramatically one early spring over a decade ago. Xinhui was a city surrounded by mountains, isolated from the surrounding counties, with treacherous roads. That year, nature turned cruel. Floods and heavy rains wreaked havoc, destroying crops just before harvest. Zhang Dinghua urgently appealed to the provincial government for aid, requesting disaster relief and tax reductions. Unfortunately, the only postal road was washed away, and the messengers could not traverse the mountains. As the spring famine approached, the populace began to riot. Initially, Zhang Dinghua was unconcerned, believing that once the court noticed the lack of tax revenue from Xinhui, they would send someone to investigate, quickly realizing the disaster and ensuring aid was dispatched. He sent local officials to clear roads and calm the people, expecting that once relief supplies arrived, peace would be restored. However, the relentless rains continued for months without respite, and the court remained silent while the roads remained impassable. The hungry populace first raided the granaries of wealthy households near the city, and as word spread, more and more people gathered, robbing everything in sight. Ultimately, the situation escalated beyond mere theft. Reports of murder and arson emerged. Zhang Dinghua finally recognized the severity of the crisis. This was no mere famine, but a full-blown insurrection. He was compelled to open the city gates to shelter more villagers fleeing the chaos while sending scouts to gather intelligence on the insurgents. Upon receiving the report, Zhang Dinghua gasped. The leaders were not starving peasants but bandits, headed by none other than Heijio, a notorious outlaw he had long sought to eradicate. This man was vicious and cunning, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the authorities, particularly for Zhang Dinghua, as his son had perished at the magistrate's hands. Once, a band of individuals congregated in the mountains, engaging in the nefarious trade of robbery and plunder. Though their numbers were few, their ability to vanish without a trace and their advantageous geographical position made it exceedingly difficult to eradicate them. However, in times of calamity, their situation changed drastically, as they found themselves with an inexhaustible supply of recruits. Historically, the greatest fear of the authorities during such years of disaster was the emergence of refugees. Refugees posed a dual threat. They were prone to chaos and easily manipulated into acts of pillage and rebellion by a cruel twist of fate. The cunning Black Nine exploited both of these scenarios. He had managed to acquire the services of a learned strategist, inciting him to raise the banner of resistance against the Qing dynasty, proclaiming that noble birth was irrelevant and that all would ultimately meet death, thereby justifying their fervent rebellion. Thus, the city of Xinhui was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Black 7, rallying thousands of refugees, besieged Xinhui. The nature of the upheaval shifted. It was no longer mere banditry, but outright rebellion. Zhang Dinghua, the local magistrate, found himself with no recourse but to defend the city. According to the laws of the Qing dynasty, local officials bore the responsibility of protecting their territory, and failure meant death for not just the officials, but their families as well. Zhang Dinghua, originally a scholar, revealed a fierce side amidst the chaos. With only 100 or so officers at his disposal, the fall of Xinhui would spell doom for him. Thus, he resolutely ordered the gates closed, centralized all food supplies for rationing, and organized the citizens to fortify the defenses, conscripting able-bodied men into service, with dire consequences awaiting those who faltered. Black 7, displaying a measure of intelligence, regrouped after initial assaults failed. He stationed men at key exits to prevent the magistrate's soldiers from seeking reinforcements and laid siege to the city. Recognizing the limited resources within Xinhui, he devised a plan to starve Zhang Dinghua into submission, all the while sending emissaries to the city walls. promising sustenance for those who surrendered, while warning that those who resisted would face a gruesome fate. Within a week, the food supplies were nearly exhausted. Zhang Dingwa dispatched officers to collect whatever edible remnants remained until even tree bark and animal hides were consumed. Tragedy soon unfolded. On one fateful day, soldiers apprehended a family attempting to escape under the cover of night. In a shocking turn of events, Zhang Dingwa ordered their immediate execution, dismembering their bodies and distributing the flesh among the defenders, issuing a stern warning against further desertion. Unbeknownst to him, the limits of human morality are not to be tested. Once the devil is unleashed, it escapes all control. Initially, the guards covertly resorted to cannibalism, which eventually escalated into open sales of human flesh. Among the guards were desperate men, fearing retribution once the dust settled. Under the leadership of a notorious figure known as Yun Matsi, they invaded Zhang's residence, forcing him to partake in the flesh of the deceased. They believed that by implicating the magistrate, they could divert blame from themselves. Zhang Dingwa, resolute in his refusal, bore witness as they slaughtered 3 of his grandchildren before his eyes. To save his family from annihilation, he ultimately consumed a piece of human flesh, after which they departed with the remains of his kin. From that moment onward, the magistrate of the county descended into a state of semi-madness. When the imperial court finally cleared the roads obstructed by natural disasters and dispatched troops to restore order, Xinhui had transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. With the population dwindled to fewer than 300 souls, those who perished, the weak and the innocent, now tormented spirits haunting the bellies of cannibalistic demons. Upon learning the truth, the provincial officials chose not to punish the cannibals. Instead, they praised the local magistrate for his role in quelling the uprising, attributing the tragic deaths of the townsfolk to the actions of the rebel leader Black Nine. They were acutely aware that in the era of Emperor Qianlong, any incident of cannibalism would be a grievous scandal, jeopardizing not only their positions but also inviting severe censure from the court. Thus, they adorned the narrative with a veneer of imperial righteousness, casting the dead as victims of the merciless rebels, while the true culprits among the bandits numbered in the thousands, many of whom were slaughtered by the imperial forces, resulting in rivers of blood. From that point onward, Xinhui gradually fell into desolation, a forsaken city where travelers dared not tread, for at night, the cries of the lost echoed through the streets, and countless wandering souls, reduced to skeletal remains, roamed the land. Following the suppression of the revolt, Yun Matsi, having led the cannibals, received a promotion for his service, while Zhang Dingwa, still holding onto a shred of shame, refused the court's honors. On a dark, windswept night, he sought out Yun Matsi, bowing thrice before him. When Yun Matsi inquired about the reason for such reverence, Zhang Dingwa replied, "All 3 of my grandchildren reside within your belly. I now pay my respects to them, for I can find no grave." With that, he departed, only to hang himself that night in the county office. After Zhang Dingwa's death, the remaining few townsfolk stormed the county office, dismembering his corpse in a display of their profound hatred. Zhang Dingwa's wife had passed away, and he and his family were merely in their 30s, with Simao still an infant. The couple fled with their young child, fully aware that remaining in Xinhui would eventually lead to their own demise at the hands of the enraged populace. Thus, they endured a harrowing journey until they reached Miankou, where they found shelter in a dilapidated hovel among the refugees. From that moment on, old Zhang underwent a transformation, abandoning literature and learning, declaring that studying to become an official was futile. One should simply live each day as if it were 2.5. At this point, Zhang Shi was enveloped in infinite sorrow, having faced such calamity. If it were not for you, your father and I would not have survived to this day. To remain sane is a blessing. Your father indulges in revelry, but his pain is buried deep within him, impossible to escape. Though your mother scolds him fiercely, she always remembers the struggles he faces. He once worshipped your grandfather as a deity, revered the teachings of Confucius and Mencius as truth, and regarded scholarly pursuits as the path to greatness. Yet all of this has been destroyed by your grandfather. Now, he exists merely as a shell of his former self. Do not blame your father. He too has suffered. After absorbing all of this, Simao sat in silence, and upon hearing Zhang Shi's deep sigh, he quietly withdrew, leaving the room in stillness. The cold moonlight streamed in, as if nothing had transpired, life returning to its usual rhythm. He slowly extended his hand to touch the wooden box left on the bedside table by his mother. The box was unlocked, devoid of any mechanism, and lifting the lid revealed a stack of yellowed volumes. On the cover of the top tome, inscribed in bold characters, were the words Zhang Clan Genealogy of Ling'an. Simao sat up, retrieving the genealogy, and leafed through its pages until reaching the final entry, where he found the name Zhang Ruoxu. A few lines detailing his father's name and life. However, Further down, the pages were blank. After a moment of contemplation, Simao suddenly rose barefoot, picked up a brush from the table, dipped it into the ink, and beneath Zhang Ruoxu's name, he swiftly added the names Zhang Demao, Zhang Ermao, Zhang Sanmao, and Zhang Simao. Once completed, he held the genealogy, examining it thoroughly before placing it back in the wooden box and returning to his bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 36, Presenting Treasures and Self-Recommendation. What? Zhang Simao has vanished? And it's been 3 days? What the hell have you all been doing? Su Sandao kicked his little apprentice, sending him sprawling on the ground, and erupted with fury. His parents are still alive, right? If the monk can escape, can the temple not follow? We must keep watch over Lumin Alley and guard his old kiln. Zhang Simao will surely walk into his own trap. San Lizi, lurking nearby, remarked slyly, Brother San, do not fret. I have already arranged for a little brother to keep an eye on Lumin Alley, with daily reports. That blind old lady of Simao remains cooped up at home, while old Zhang hardly ventures beyond his own workshop. He is quite the honest man, with these 2 hostages. Simao cannot flee. The battered apprentice scrambled to his feet, hesitantly glancing at Su Sandao, his gaze timid. Master San, shall we still send someone to Lumin Alley? Su Sandao's eyes, gleaming with menace, pierced through the apprentice, making him tremble. Get lost. How did I come to raise such useless wretches? Upon hearing this, the apprentice hurriedly scurried out of the flower hall. Old San, today marks the 3rd day. Zhang Simao wouldn't truly abandon his mother and flee, would he? Lu Batzi asked anxiously. If Zhang Simao failed to report to Su San's gambling den for a day, Lu Batzi could not obtain his earnings. Even splitting with San Lizi would yield a hefty 5,000 taels of silver. According to the terms previously agreed upon with Su Sandao, if Simao fell under Su's command, the contract for 10,000 taels would be transferred to Su, with the stipulation of monthly payments as long as Simao remained under his wing. Thus, to secure his silver sooner, Lu Batzi and San Lizi had been incessantly frequenting Su Sandao's residence, nearly moving in. To Lu Batzi, silver took precedence over anything, including familial ties, hence his worry that Zhang Simao might attempt to escape. Just as Lu Batzi finished speaking, the apprentice re-entered the hall, tumbling in with a similar posture. Third Master, Simao has arrived. While Su Sandao and the others were still in a daze, Zhang Simao entered the flower hall, carrying a bundle. Master San, you are now my creditor. Let us conduct a transaction. Su Sandao, seasoned by life's tempests, though puzzled by Simao's intentions, maintained his composure. Scrutinizing Simao from head to toe, you owe a debt that resembles a donkey's roll. Your entire outfit weighs over 100 gene and hardly holds any value. Do not think to speak of your workshop selling sesame paste. I, Brother San, am interested in all trades, save for those conducted with integrity. Besides that, what capital do you possess to discuss business with me? Seemingly unfazed by Su Sandao's taunt, Simao placed his bundle on the 8 immortals' table, unfastened the ties, and methodically unveiled a wooden box within. The box appeared newly crafted, gleaming with a dark sheen, exuding a strong scent of freshly applied tung oil. Inscribed upon it were the words Huawei in square way-style characters, accompanied by 2 lines of couplets that neither resembled couplets nor Buddhist verses. In a world where minds are boundless, even immortals are not spared from capture. The 3 men in attendance stared intently at the wooden box. Su Sandao and San Lizi recognized the characters, but were at a loss. Lu Batzi, a simpleton, lacked comprehension, exclaiming foolishly, why bring a coffin here? Is it silver? Su Sandao and San Lizi suppressed their laughter, awaiting Simao's next words. Ignoring Lu Batzi entirely, Simao turned to Su Sandao with a cheerful demeanor. I owe 10,000 taels with a monthly interest of 3%, though the contract does not explicitly state it. An imperial edict from April of the 5th year of Xuanji has circulated, stipulating that interest shall not exceed 3% per silver, and that total repayments, including principal and interest, cannot exceed double the principal. Violators will have both principal and interest confiscated. The law supersedes private agreements, a principle you would not dispute, right? Brother San, as a seasoned gambler, Su Sandao was well aware of this law. His intent was not to swindle Zhang Simao out of 10,000 taels, but rather to secure Simao for his own gain. Su Sandao was certain that even as a dealer, Simao would prove to be a veritable goldmine, especially given his exceptional skills. Though gambling houses could be remarkably lucrative, they also harbored significant risks. The primary concern for a casino owner was not the threat of being raided or the constabulary. These could be dealt with through force, a matter of whose fist was stronger or whose backing was more formidable. The latter could be resolved with silver, a matter of colluding with both the underworld and the law, sharing the spoils. The real fear lay in the vastness of the underworld, where all manner of characters roamed, and formidable foes lurked, capable of devastating losses. For instance, the skilled individual Su Sandao encountered, who could discern secrets from whispers, nearly cost him his entire fortune overnight. Thankfully, Simao intervened just in time, compelling the opponent to withdraw and preserving years of hard-earned gains. Thus, casino owners often had to keep a formidable expert on hand, known in the trade as a treasure officer or master. These individuals preferred to be on standby rather than be needed and unprepared. When the time came for them to step forward, their impact could determine the very survival of the casino owner. Su Sandao's greatest concern was the lack of such a person in his establishment, which was the true reason behind his efforts to ensnare Simao. However, one must also note that 10,000 taels was no trifling sum, and bearing the burden alone would be painfully burdensome. Su Sandao calculated that he could deduct Simao's pay for his service, ideally making a profit in the process, an arrangement that would yield both monetary gain and a loyal ally. While Simao's assertions were factual, and the court indeed had decrees limiting interest to no more than double the principal, many laws had historically been disregarded, particularly in the realm of usury, where profits were made from illegality. Law-abiding citizens would not seek to partake in such ventures. Hence, Su Sandao was resolute in not loosening his grip on the interest. If the lid on interest were removed, with no upper limit on the debt, Simao would find himself selling his bones for soup throughout his life. Contemplating this, Su Sandao's cunning nature began to reveal itself. Instead of directly responding to Simao's proposal, he decided to first extend a gesture of goodwill. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Brother Simao, though we are not of the same sect, you are nonetheless a member of the Qianmen circle. I have not seen you outside, and I genuinely wish to assist you. I would prefer to forego interest entirely." He deliberately paused, creating suspense. In such situations, most individuals would either plead for a concession on the interest or, driven by impulsiveness, would insist on the necessity of paying it. Regardless of the response, they would have already fallen into a trap at this juncture. The issue would not be whether or not to pay interest, but rather how much to pay, effectively leading them down a path of manipulation. Seeing Simao's focused expression, as though he lacked the comprehension to respond, Su Sandao mentally cursed his ancestors. Ultimately, he had no choice but to construct a ladder for himself to descend, of course. Brother San understands that although you, Simao, are still young, you are a man of loyalty and righteousness. Let us not engage in frivolities that would create distance between us. Thus, allow me to cover your debts. You can afford to pay a bit less in interest, correct? However, according to the agreement, with a monthly interest of 3%, even if you repay on time, the total, including principal and interest, will not fall short of 30,000. We can maintain our relationship, notwithstanding the unpleasantness. You would not wish for Brother San to cover your losses, would you? Therefore, I am open to negotiations, but the key lies with Lu Batsi and San Lizi. I will not add a single copper to the pot. What goes in from the left will come out from the right. The contract did not specify, be it from the court or anyone else. Not even the Jade Emperor's word could hold sway. It must adhere to what was written. Upon hearing the mention of silver, Lu Batsi became elated, the first to rush forward, his face flushed and his hands waving excitedly. Unlettered and lacking in mathematical understanding, he still grasped Su Sandao's words. Especially the phrase about 30,000 that could not be contained. Was that not far more than he had anticipated? By heavens, this was a tremendous windfall. Lu Batsi pondered his little scheme while striking a pose of unwavering commitment to uphold the truth. San Lizi had 1,000 thoughts racing in his mind. Su Sandao had clearly passed the ball to his court, benefiting himself while pushing Lu Batsi and San Lizi into the role of the fools. Even when discussing the interest of 100,000 taels, Su Sandao would hardly be willing to part with a single copper coin. This was evidently a stance of wanting both the money and the people involved. However, he could not directly enlighten Lu Batsi on this matter, for Su Sandao was a formidable force, one that San Lizi dared not offend. Yet, being seasoned in the ways of the world, San Lizi suddenly realized that since Su Sandao had himself stated that 30,000 could not be contained, he would take advantage of that to demand a lofty price, ensuring that if he could not benefit, Su Sandao would not either. With this thought, San Lizi exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Batsi and feigned generosity, saying, "Since Brother San has interceded, and 4 Mao is from our hometown, let us not be too high or too low. Let us meet halfway at 30,000 taels." Before his words faded, 4 Mao promptly agreed. "All right, 30,000 it is, limited to 1 year." Lu Batsi, feeling regret for not being more audacious, nevertheless noticed San Lizi's glance. He was not foolish enough to miss the hint and restrained his overflowing skepticism for the moment. Su Sandao and San Lizi were taken aback. They had not expected 4 Mao to acquiesce so readily. However, what followed struck a chord with all three present. 4 Mao leisurely added, "Thank you, Brother San. I kindly ask you to advance the 30,000 taels for Lu and the others. Within a year, I, for Mao, shall certainly repay this debt to Brother San. Lu Batzi was instantly invigorated, his enthusiasm overshadowing even San Lizi's glance, nodding vigorously while his eyes remained fixed on Su Sandao. Today, we are 3 heads against 6 sides. It is settled. You shall advance 30,000 taels for us, and 4 Mao will repay you. We are like brothers, and let us keep the accounts clear. What do you say, old 3? The implication was clear. They were pressuring Su Sandao to commit publicly, preventing any possibility of backtracking. In this arrangement, it was as though the original terms discussed with Su Sandao were being adhered to, except that the sum had escalated from 10,000 taels to 30,000. They could pocket an additional 20,000 taels, and since this surplus was provided by 4 Mao, it had nothing to do with Su Sandao, who could not raise the stakes further. Faced with no escape, Su Sandao reluctantly agreed, his vague response sealing their fate. For Mao had deftly turned the camaraderie among the 3 into a precarious balancing act. At this juncture, the conversation returned to the main topic as he tapped the wooden box on the table, saying, Brother San, this treasure is the capital for our business dealings. With it, you can amass wealth daily. As he spoke, he slid open the box's lid, and the 3 leaned in unison. Inside lay a finely crafted small box of sour wood, adorned with intricate carvings, at the center of which gleamed a shiny brass lock, with a dainty key inserted. For Mao gently twisted the key, and with a satisfying click, the lid sprang open to reveal a neatly stacked pile of pale yellow paper, the ink still fresh, upon which was printed, in the new year of the 1st month, adorned with jewels, I step out, hand in hand with Rong Sheng to admire the garden. In the 2nd month, I take a peaceful rest, for thieves lurk among the green bamboo. In the 3rd month, on the 3rd day, I sharpen my kitchen knife, and return home to kindle the fire. In the 4th month, it's time to sow the fields, for Kunshan belongs to the Huang clan, and business flourishes. In the 5th month, we race dragon boats, as the bamboo falls amidst the commotion. In the 6th month, the heat is unbearable, and I take refuge under the trees, while snow falls from the sky. In the 7th month, during the half of the month, those greedy for wealth gain it. In the 8th month, the autumn festival arrives, and the military goddess calls for her. In the 9th month, on the double 9th festival, we climb the osmanthus tree to discuss affairs. In the 10th month, as winter approaches, the peaceful emperor reigns, and the top scholar comes to pay homage. In the 11th month, during the winter solstice, the heavenly dragon monk laughs heartily. In the 12th month, as the new year approaches, Miss Wanjin seeks her debts to be repaid. Su Sandao, filled with suspicion, picked up the stack of paper and opened the first sheet, revealing that each page was unique, with dozens in total, depicting various vividly represented characters: emperors, officials, wealthy merchants, beggars, craftsmen, and monks, all portrayed in attire indicative of their status. Accompanying these illustrations were inscriptions such as Ren Hui, San Hui, Jiuguan, Huguan, Wanjin, Yuanji, and He Hai, each differing from the last. Upon seeing that it was not silver but merely ink and illustrations, Lu Batzi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Stifling yawns. However, San Lizi and Su Sandao's expression shifted as they instinctively recognized this as some form of gaming device, unlike anything they had encountered before. The catchy, folk-like verses were easy to recite and relatable, featuring characters beloved by the common folk, suggesting it would spread rapidly through word of mouth. The effort put into designing and crafting these items was evidently extraordinary. Su Sandao returned the stack to the box, casting a significant glance at San Lizi, who, being astute, immediately understood that this was effectively a dismissal for him. The upcoming discussions between Su Sandao and 4 Mao would undoubtedly pertain to confidential matters. Running a gambling house surely involved foolproof strategies, or else who would engage in a losing venture? Since 4 Mao had presented this treasure, there must be secrets to ensure Su Sandao's triumph, and naturally, they could not be divulged to outsiders. Though curiosity nagged at him like a persistent itch, San Lizi could only reluctantly take his leave, pulling the bewildered Lu Batzi along with him. After the two exited the hall, Su Sandao waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to disperse, firmly closing the door behind them. Turning back to 4 Mao with a smile, he said, "Now, Brother San, enlighten me about the secrets hidden within this treasure." There were indeed secrets, but let me be frank. I require 30% profit to offset your debt to me. 1%, Su Sandao replied, his smile unwavering. 30%, or there's nothing to discuss, for Mao insisted with unwavering resolve. Su Sandao suddenly chuckled. If your treasure truly holds merit, the percentage is of no consequence. For Mao, with a serious expression, countered, I shall not take advantage of you. Brother San, do not take advantage of me either. Let us establish the rules before discussing anything further. No backtracking, no hidden agendas. Under such pressure from Simao, Su Sandao felt as if all his strategies had been exhausted, unable to resist the singular path laid before him. With no other options, he feigned magnanimity and waved his hand. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. 30% it is. When have I ever shortchanged you, brother? Simao then proceeded to elaborate on the rules of this gambling apparatus, which essentially marked the advent and popularity of the flower betting gatherings during the late Qing period. Reminiscent of a lottery system. To initiate a gambling session, one must establish a designated venue, known as a flower factory, in a secluded area. The quality of the structure is inconsequential. Even a simple thatched hut suffices, as the key requirement is to provide a spacious location for the live draw, which often attracts a throng of people. The choice of a remote site is, of course, to evade the watchful eyes of the authorities. Although Su Sandao's extensive network and vested interests accumulated over years of operating casinos could easily handle the local constables, it is prudent to exercise caution. Once the venue is prepared, the next step involves printing a substantial quantity of tickets, which consist of a stack of paper within a box. Each ticket features illustrations of 36 figures, complete with names and titles, representing the 36 flower deities, thus earning the gambling method the name flower betting. Bettors can place their wagers on-site or from home, simply by marking their chosen flower deity on the ticket. Both single and multiple selections are permitted. And after determining their stake and submitting their money to the casino or the ticket-selling agents, they must tear the ticket in half, submitting one portion to the casino while retaining the other as a receipt for claiming prizes at the flower factory. The casino owner prepares a special box, also referred to as a color cylinder, which is used for the daily lottery draw. Prior to the draw, one ticket representing one of the 36 flower deities is placed inside the cylinder. Only one ticket is allowed, and it is then sealed and locked in front of the bettors before being suspended high above the betting area. After offering a tribute to the flower deities, the event commences, and betting remains open until the lottery draw the following day, at which point the seal is verified publicly, and the draw occurs. Those who win receive 30 times their stake, while those who lose forfeit their bets to the casino owner. Su Sandao listened intently, mentally calculating as he grasped the rules. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "This method is indeed quite novel, and with no limit on participants, the more, the merrier. The stakes can vary as well, making it easily transmissible. If additional agents are dispatched to canvass the streets, even the elderly and children can place bets from home, which is advantageous for gamblers. However, should a heavy bet be placed and win, it could lead to my ruin." Simao chuckled. This is akin to managing a traditional gambling house, where a substantial capital guarantees the house always wins. Your odds are 36 to 1. While the gamblers face a 1 in 36 chance. Who wins or loses is evident. Furthermore, even if a substantial bet does occur, I possess methods to discreetly manipulate the outcome during the draw. However, such tactics are not employed lightly, as this betting method inherently favors the house. Su Sandao nodded in agreement, having spent a considerable part of his life in the gambling industry. He was well aware of the truths Simao articulated. With Simao's ability to manipulate outcomes, it seemed a surefire victory. Nevertheless, the specifics of this manipulation were not to be questioned by the casino owner, as the headmaster relied on this closely guarded secret for his livelihood. In that case, it is settled. You shall be the headmaster of my establishment, Simao. I shall make arrangements to expedite our opening. Simao nodded, affirming, agreed. May our collaboration be fruitful. Su Sandao, curious, added, by the way, did you devise this gambling method yourself, or did you learn it from someone? Simao, with a playful grin, replied, the flower deity guided me in a dream. And this is an exclusive method, there are no others like it. Chapter 38. Finishing and packing. Simao, I hear you are now Su San's golden goose. His rising star, Chun and I remarked with a hint of teasing and a touch of languor. The usual clamor and bustle of the tea house surrounded them, yet Chun and I, seated behind the counter, maintained an air of poise, standing out as the most captivating sight within the establishment. Simao had shed his perpetually wrinkled silk shirt for a flowing crescent-white long robe, immaculate and elegant, paired with a finely crafted rose-purple jacket. A carved jade belt featuring a lion and a rolling embroidered ball adorned his waist, giving him an air of increased stature. His braid, once slick and shiny, was now neatly arranged, and he flaunted a folding fan, swaggering into the tea house. Upon spotting the enchanting Chun and I behind the counter, he snapped the fan shut with a flourish and approached her, grinning, "Sister, it's merely a matter of earning a living. There's no need to mock me." Chun and I scoffed. Who was it that swore an oath, vowing never to gamble again? You even pretended to sell sesame noodles, looking down on your own kind. At your height. Being easily cowed by threats is unbecoming, don't you think? Yes, yes, sister, your words are wise, Simao replied, his face reddening. Indeed, Chun and I shot him a glance. About to continue when San Lai Zi and Su Sandao entered the tea house, calling out warmly, Simao, Xiao Fong is waiting for you, hurry. Coming. Simao nodded to Chun and I and hurriedly trailed behind Su Sandao, slipping away swiftly. Chun and I, infuriated, slammed a plate of snacks onto the counter and spat. Dog meat doesn't belong at the banquet. Upon entering the small room where Su Sandao had his long package, Simao barely settled when Su Sandao handed him a receipt. Upon inspection, Simao saw it read, received from Zhang Simao, 1,000 taels of silver, settling old debts. With the recipient being Su Sandao, sealed with his personal stamp. Immediately following, Su Sandao's young apprentice presented a tray, unveiling it to reveal a dazzling array of silver coins neatly stacked, over 1,000 taels in total. Simao gazed at the silver, sighed. Ah, silver, such a marvelous thing. Wealth truly stirs the heart. With that, he pushed the entire sum back towards Su Sandao. What's the matter, brother Simao? This is our agreed-upon share. Not a tael less, Su Sandao queried, puzzled. I have no concerns regarding our accounts, don't misunderstand. I aim to use this 1,000 taels to settle my old debts. I can't sleep at night while in debt. I long to repay it swiftly, Simao explained. Su Sandao regarded Simao with a thoughtful gaze before bursting into laughter. If only everyone were as trustworthy as you, brother Simao, we moneylenders would be laughing even in our sleep. However, as brothers, there is no need for such formality. Take the silver for now. You must have living expenses, after all. The debts can wait. Simao chuckled. With you around, I rarely get the chance to spend silver. Do I? You cover my meals and attire. Life is good alongside you, brother Sandao. At this, Simao turned to the attendant nearby. What are you dawdling for? 3 baskets of crab roe dumplings, half a pound of beef pot stickers, a large portion of sesame noodles, a plate of fresh drunken shrimp, and a jug of Junyang Chan. Bring them quickly. Can't you see brother Sandao hasn't had his morning drink and is starving? Su Sandao shook his head. Bemused, you sure know how to organize things. Fine, let us heed Simao's orders and get the food out. He waved his hand, and the attendant hurriedly exited to fulfill the order. San Lai Zi, grinning, decided to stay, eager to enjoy the breakfast with Su Sandao and Simao. At the inception of Su Sandao's Flower Gambling Association, a considerable number of brokers were needed. These brokers were tasked with promoting and selling peripheral bets. Naturally, the 3 scoundrels excelled in such endeavors. Moreover, Su Sandao had gathered a number of friends who lived by gambling, all of whom he mobilized. In a remarkably short span of time, they emerged as the most proficient broker team under Su Sandao, commanding over 30% of the sales in the casino's periphery. Consequently, they began to indulge in the pleasures of life, following Su Sandao around for free food and drink, while also taking on the role of his strategic advisor. Simao remarked that the flower gambling business was indeed flourishing, yet there was one issue. Although many people participated in the bets, most placed small wagers, with substantial stakes being a rarity. He pondered whether there were ways to attract larger gamblers, as a single high-stakes gambler could equate to dozens of casual bettors. If they could draw in more such individuals, the flower factory would truly live up to its name and flourish even further. A lingering question had occupied Su Sandao's mind for days, and seizing the opportunity today, he brought it forth. Simao leisurely sipped his tea, gazing at him with a knowing smile. Su Sandao's face glowed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with visions of wealth. Brother San, have you considered this carefully? Attracting big gamblers is certainly feasible, but these individuals bring more than just money. They also introduce risk. What was that saying? Ah yes, risk concentration. While casual bettors may place smaller wagers, the advantage lies in the distribution of risk. 30 individuals might place 30 different bets, allowing you to win on 29 and lose on 1, an assured profit. However, if a big gambler enters and focuses their substantial bets on a single outcome, should they succeed, the risk becomes overly concentrated. Gamblers typically possess a life or death mentality, especially someone like Su Sandao, who was renowned for his audacious betting. It was no surprise that he had once disregarded his own life to challenge the then leader of the gambling scene in Yinko when he was still an unknown. Now, having witnessed the lucrative nature of the Flower Gambling Association and with a bit of capital in hand, he was not content with the status quo. Brother C, while the risks may be concentrated, one must also consider that the potential profits are similarly concentrated. Winning a big gambler's money could be equivalent to the profits of dozens or even hundreds of casual bettors. Ignoring their wallets would be a grave mistake. Furthermore, with you as the master of the casino supporting us, I have nothing to fear. What strategies do you suggest to entice big gamblers into our fold? Please share your ideas so we can discuss. Simao understood the implication behind Su Sandao's words, that should a big gambler enter and concentrate their bets, it would be up to him to manipulate the outcome during the draw, though he expressed this subtly in front of the three scoundrels. Observing Su Sandao's excitement, Simao couldn't help but smirk internally. Brother San, have you ever considered why big gamblers do not visit the flower factory? Su Sandao blurted out, I've pondered this extensively. I've even visited some familiar patrons at the Baoju establishment, those who enjoy high-stakes gambling. Yet, curiously, despite the drinking and boasting, none ever came to our door after the festivities. I find it utterly perplexing. Ah, Brother San, you are indeed an old hand at this. There's a saying, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. What is the way of the gambling world? Merely a thin layer of window paper, easily pierced. What is transparent is worthless, while what remains elusive is priceless. At this point, Simao paused, leaving his thoughts hanging. Just then, the waiter cheerfully announced the dishes, 3 baskets of crab roast steamed dumplings, half a pound of golden pan-fried beef pot stickers, fragrant sesame noodles, lively marinated river shrimp, and a pot of exquisite spring wine. Gentlemen, enjoy your meal and drink. The waiter deftly laid out the food and drink on the table, even wiping the gleaming surface with a towel. Su Sandao, now thoroughly intrigued by Simao's words, impatiently waved the waiter away, eagerly anticipating the continuation of their conversation. Simao leisurely picked up a steaming, fragrant crab roe dumpling, dipped it in ginger-infused vinegar, and savored it slowly, relishing the moment while observing Su Sandao's eager expression. After finally swallowing a dumpling, he sighed contentedly. These crab roe dumplings from Chun Yang's place are simply delightful. Su Sandao, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, snatched the chopsticks from Simao's hands and, with a beaming smile, responded, Good brother, let us finish our discussion before indulging further. Later, I will order a few more baskets to take home, so you can enjoy to your heart's content. Let's have 2 more of each. No need for packing. I'll take them with me, Simao chuckled. 2 portions of each. Is that agreeable? Su Sandao's smile was almost frozen in place. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Simao ceased to tease Su Sandao and pointed to the small room, asking, Brother San, why did you choose to sit in this private room at Chun Yang's tea house instead of the main hall, thus incurring extra costs? Upon hearing this, Su Sandao pondered. Are you suggesting we should also have a private room at our flower factory? Correct. 10 points for that answer, Simao replied. Not only should we have a private room, but we must also post a notice. No entry for bets below 100 taels. We should offer complimentary food and drink, with dedicated service. Bets should be sealed in special packets, which are then opened only on-site, ensuring they feel distinct from casual bettors. Why should the flower factory profit from casual gamblers? It merely exploits their hopes of small wins. To attract big gamblers, we must make them feel superior, providing an experience that is both comfortable and prestigious. Have you forgotten the inscription on that box? Su Sandao murmured to himself. The human heart is unpredictable. Even deities cannot escape its grasp. Indeed, in this gambling trade, what is visible are the dice, the dominoes, and the betting tools of the flower factory. No matter how skilled one becomes in gambling techniques or tools, they are merely superficial. The true essence lies in the human heart. That which cannot be fathomed or understood is the key to genuine profit. This is the way. Thus, seizing the heart of the people is paramount indeed. Even deities would find it difficult to evade such capture. Su Sandao pounded his thigh, exclaiming, Damn it, Simao, you are truly my fortune. With your skills, we could not only conquer Mianko but also establish casinos that stretch to the horizon. Simao chuckled. Well then, Brother San, you focus on planning for that horizon-reaching casino while I take my leave. Enjoy your meal and drink. With that, he stood up and called out, Waiter, bring me 2 more portions of this feast. Brother San will settle the bill, and I'll take them home. As Simao's figure vanished beyond the door, the usually reticent San turned to Su Sandao, his expression darkening. Brother San, this fellow is quite inscrutable. You ought to exercise caution around him. Su Sandao snorted. In my establishment, he claims a 30% share. Such a lucrative venture. Who would harbor animosity toward money? Su Sandao selected a location for the flower factory 5 miles outside the city gates of Mianko, near Longwang Temple, across the river from Hanzhou and Xinchang. It was a barren islet protruding from the river, connected by land routes and ferry services. This islet, covering over 100 acres, was once a fishing village, but due to its proximity to a vital waterway, numerous vessels docked here. Once the crowd began to swell, merchants soon followed. Although small, the islet was complete with everything one could desire for eating, drinking, and entertainment. Su Sandao purchased a plot of land here, erecting colorful tents. Within 2 months of launching the Flower Gambling Association, Due to its innovative betting methods and acceptance of various wager amounts, patrons flocked in droves. Gradually, this flower factory became a treasure on the islet, with gamblers arriving in throngs from dawn, attracting small traders and creating a vibrant, bustling atmosphere. Outside the colorful tent lies a meticulously arranged expanse of land, where a multitude of gamblers, over 1,000 in number, stand in eager anticipation. Within the tent, an idol of the flower god and an incense altar are prominently displayed, with the colorful lottery tube suspended from the central beam, remaining sealed until the appointed hour. 2 long tables are aligned, as the accountant and the subordinates of Su Sandow collect payments and sell lottery tickets, while maintaining order among the diverse crowd of men, women, and children queuing to place their bets, forming 2 lengthy lines. The interior of the tent, partitioned into several small compartments by dividers, is occupied by individuals clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of wealth and nobility. Their betting methods differ from those of the ordinary gamblers outside, as dedicated accountants await to assist them, each armed with a personalized envelope sealed with an official stamp. While the accountants collect funds, they meticulously record the number of envelopes, their contents, and the amounts wagered. Su Sandow, standing nearby, wears a broad grin, delighted by the success of this scheme. Since the introduction of these private compartments, even the most reticent high rollers have begun to frequent the establishment, arriving in splendid attire and accompanied by numerous attendants, relishing the attention of onlookers. It becomes not merely a venue for gambling, but a stage for showcasing opulence, with patrons arriving in the most extravagant carriages and adorned in the finest garments, some even accompanied by courtesans, creating a spectacle in Mienko. Su Sandow retrieves a newly purchased watch from his pocket, feigning a casual glance at the time and surveying the scene. The steward of the flower factory, astutely aware of the moment, inquires, "Master San, the time is nearly upon us. Shall we ring the bell and offer incense?" The bell serves as a signal to all gamblers that the lottery is about to commence, ringing thrice to halt betting. The offering of incense, a notion conceived by Su Sandow, is intended to pay homage to the flower god, thereby enhancing the sense of ceremony, promoting fairness and solemnity, and instilling trust among the gamblers. As Su Sandow nods in agreement, the steward prepares to summon the bell ringer when suddenly a group of individuals bursts into the tent. Leading them is an elderly gentleman clad in a deep crimson robe, complemented by a diagonal closure jacket, with pristine white cuffs raised elegantly. His thumb raised, he displays a large, dark green ring that gleams with an oily sheen, and as he gestures, a diamond embedded within glimmers enticingly, exuding an extraordinary presence. Following closely behind him are several well-dressed attendants, their demeanor respectful and orderly, clearly indicative of refined upbringing. Su Sandow greets the elderly man with a beaming smile, eager to engage, yet to his surprise, the gentleman dismisses him, stepping aside to assist an elderly matron approaching with great reverence. "Please, my lady," he says. Su Sandow breathes a sigh of relief, realizing his near misstep. The gentleman, with his impressive demeanor, is merely a frontman, while the matron's commanding presence is remarkable. Intrigued, Su Sandow scrutinizes her attire, which is rather modest, devoid of ostentation, save for a simple sandalwood hairpin. Her benevolent demeanor radiates an air of quiet authority as she glides forward gracefully, speaking in a calm and measured tone. "Sir, is it still possible to place a bet?" Su Sandow, momentarily taken aback by her formidable aura, quickly bows and responds, "Yes, indeed, my lady. Please, do come inside. I wouldn't want the commotion outside to disturb your peace." As she strides in, she instructs the elderly gentleman, "Steward, let us start with a modest wager of 5,000 silver taels. You may choose the game." After this, she turns to Su Sandow, smiling. "I have yet to experience this flower betting game. It sounds intriguing. I came today purely for amusement. Would you kindly explain it to me?" Her tone is gentle, yet carries an irresistible charm, compelling Su Sandow to eagerly comply, transforming into a most accommodating host. "Ah, please, take a seat inside. I would be delighted to discuss it with you." The steward, astute in his role, promptly ushers the matron to a seat of honor, serves her tea, and seizes the opportunity to engage the elderly gentleman in conversation under the pretense of facilitating the betting process, a maneuver known in the gambling world as playing the field. In the bustling environment of the casino, the role of the steward is crucial. They are the guardians of fortune and misfortune, requiring sharp instincts and eloquence. When encountering influential customers, they must navigate interactions with utmost care, discerning the nuances of their backgrounds. The elderly gentleman, while imposing, maintains a polite demeanor, and within a short span of their conversation, the steward discerns much about him. The matron of the Ma family is the household matriarch known for her passion for gambling, albeit typically in the company of family and friends due to societal constraints. Hearing of a novel betting game in Yenko, she decided to venture out today for leisure. As their conversation unfolds, the steward observes the matron place her bet without even sealing her envelope, tossing 5,000 taels as if discarding mere paper. The steward hastily accepts the notes, instructing the accountants to verify and secure the wager before swiftly exiting the compartment. In the meantime, the steward locates Simao, who is dozing in a secluded corner behind the colorful tent. After a few nudges, he awakens, grumbling, "What is it? I had just fallen asleep." The steward whispers urgent instructions to Simao, who raises an eyebrow, replying, "Do not worry. Today's game is the moon treasure. She cannot possibly win." The steward exhales in relief, acknowledging the potential disaster had the matron won, given the 30-fold payout, which the flour factory could not afford. Fortunately, she utilized an open ticket rather than a concealed one. Otherwise, he would have been deeply concerned. After the third bell tolls, the ritual offering to the flour god is made, and the steward personally lowers the colorful tube, verifying the seal before Simao proceeds to unveil it. As the master of ceremonies, Simao's role in selecting the betting category is paramount. It requires a keen understanding of the psychology of many, based on historical trends and the frequency of prior outcomes. The master must remain inscrutable, ensuring that others do not discern his intentions. For within the casino lurk many skilled gamblers who thrive on outsmarting the house. The necessity for the master to personally unveil the lottery tube is clear at critical moments. It is his deft hand that ensures the integrity of the game, and thus, this vital responsibility cannot be delegated, not even to the owners of the establishment, as it is an unspoken rule of the casino. As the colorful cylinder was opened, it was customary to reveal the lottery tickets within to the entire hall, immediately eliciting a chorus of cheers and sighs. However, cheers were scarce, while sighs were abundant. A flurry of activity ensued as winners joyfully collected their prizes, while those who were unsuccessful lamented their misfortune. Yet, everyone remained eagerly waiting for after the prize distribution. The next step was to seal the cylinder and accept bets for the following day. Thus, a new round of boisterous commotion commenced, heralding yet another wave of chaos. Su Sandao personally escorted Madame Ma and her party out of the flour factory, watching as they boarded their carriage and gradually disappeared into the distance. The steward silently approached Su Sandao, whispering a few words. Su Sandao nodded, his cold gaze sharp as a wolf's. Such a significant patron should be easy to investigate. Send someone clever to inquire thoroughly. If she belongs to the official class, we must tread carefully, for as operators of a gambling house, we should not provoke the authorities lightly. However, if she is merely wealthy without noble lineage, we can easily deal with her, leaving not even a scrap of the bounty for her. Chapter 4. The fat sheep awaiting slaughter. This steward was remarkably efficient. Within 3 days, Madame Ma's background was thoroughly uncovered. The findings were startling. Madame Ma hailed from Xinjiang, and while her husband's family was unremarkable, her own lineage was formidable. She was a member of the illustrious Tong family. To clarify, a maiden retains her father's surname, Tong, until marriage, at which point she adopts her husband's surname, becoming Madame Ma. Notably, the Tong family produced a prominent figure, the Empress Dowager Zhang, the mother of Emperor Kangxi and wife of Emperor Xuanji. Originally, the Tong family belonged to the plain blue banner among the lower 5 banners. Their ancestors were merchants who rose to prominence by supporting Nurhaci in his conquests, eventually entering the political arena. By the time of the Empress Dowager's father, he held the rank of a mere deputy general and was not considered a top-tier noble. Yet, the family produced an empress of unparalleled stature, which comes with an intriguing anecdote. It is said that one night, Emperor Xuanji dreamt of a magnificent phoenix tree near the dragon vein in Liaoxi, where beneath its boughs stood an extraordinary beauty. Just as he approached to engage her, she vanished. The following morning, he summoned the supervisor of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, equivalent to a modern-day director of a national observatory. Believing that celestial phenomena were omens of earthly affairs, the supervisor, a master of deception, assured the emperor that the phoenix would indeed perch upon the tree, indicating that his future empress was close at hand. This flattery delighted the emperor, prompting him to send the supervisor on a quest to find this future empress. The supervisor journeyed to Liaoxi, ultimately discovering the residence of General Tong Tulai at the foot of the dragon vein, where a large phoenix tree stood, and, fortuitously, he had a daughter renowned for her beauty, the Tong Jia family. Consequently, she was selected as a palace maiden, and in the 9th year of Xuanji's reign, she was designated as a concubine, giving birth to Aizen Joro Xuanya at the tender age of 15, an undeniable case of early marriage and motherhood. Thus, the Tong family basked in great favor, even earning the moniker Tong Ban Chao, a testament to their immense influence. However, by the reign of Qianlong, the prophecy that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations proved true. The younger members of the Tong family held only a few hereditary titles among scattered officials and had long since exited the core of power within the court. As for the venerable Madame Tong, she was merely a distant branch of the family, albeit one of considerable wealth, far surpassing the typical local gentry. Furrowing his brow, Su Sandao inquired of the steward, "Lao Yu, why have I never heard of such a person in our Mianko territory before? How did she come to prominence?" Lao Yu seized the moment to boast, grinning, "I shared your suspicions, third master. However, the doors of Madame Ma's residence were always tightly shut, leaving no avenue for inquiry. I then deduced that she must employ servants, and so I sought out Zhou Huazi from the Xinchang pawn shop. It turned out to be a fortuitous choice, as the staff hired by the Ma family were all under Zhou Huazi's management, who was well versed in their affairs." He revealed that the Ma family originally did not reside here. They were merely passing through to pay respects to their ancestors when they were struck by the oppressive heat. And Mr. Ma fell ill, prompting them to temporarily lease a residence, intending to return to the capital once the autumn chill set in. "And what of this Mr. Ma's background?" Su Sandao pressed further, feeling uneasy. "Mr. Ma is also a bannerman, descended from a court official. In his generation, he lost interest in pursuing officialdom, focusing solely on commerce, and has no official titles. It is said that their family engages in trade across the country, amassing considerable wealth." Su Sandao chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the usually reticent Simao. "Simao, this is a fat sheep delivered right to our door. How could we not take advantage of it? If we do, it would be a shame to let it go to waste." The steward eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. The wealthy and gullible are easy to fool, especially those fated nobility in unfamiliar territory. As long as they don't catch us with incriminating evidence, we could extort a hefty sum from this old lady, and third master would reap immense profits." Simao yawned nonchalantly. "You two are the master and steward, while I am merely a lackey. I'll follow your lead. But let me make one thing clear. If anything goes awry, don't pin the blame on me." Su Sandao gritted his teeth, envisioning the succulent fat sheep being devoured piece by piece. "Fear not, my brother. I have my plans laid out, even if the sky falls. It will not be your concern. Just tend to your own small affairs." As Su Sandao and the steward engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, fervently discussing how to exploit Madame Ma, Simao slipped away, strolling into the ancestral hall. He was momentarily taken aback to find not only the crafty old priest but also Ma Qinghu and Zhong Yinzi present. The three were gathered around a large clay pot, joyfully sharing a meal, with the priest preparing a clay pot of catfish stew. The rich, reddish broth bubbled enticingly, filling the air with a savory aroma. Simao snatched the chopsticks from Yinzi's hands, deftly lifting a generous piece of fish belly to his mouth, exclaiming, "Tender and flavorful. This must be cooked with bean paste, right?" Truly, the culinary skills of old priest Wang are exceptional. As he spoke, he seized a cup of liquor from Ma Qinghu's grasp and downed it in one go, delighting in the moment. Old priest Wang chuckled at Ma Qinghu and Yinzi, saying, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I wasn't exaggerating, was I?" As soon as the pot reached the right temperature, this rascal could smell it from miles away, more sensitive than a dog's nose. Ma Qinghu snorted, "It's been a while since we've seen you. You've been indulging with Su Sandao, and you've rounded out a bit. If you don't watch your diet, you might end up as rotund as a pig. It's time to shed some weight." Simao shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think it's easy for me? I've savored every morsel with hard work. Besides, you haven't invited me for a meal in quite some time. Why should I be the one to diet?" Ma Qinghu laughed. "Just look at him. His specialty is playing the victim, turning the tables. Not inviting him for a meal has somehow become my fault." Chapter 42. The fat sheep awaiting slaughter. After Simao's arrival, Yinzi remained silent, busily tending to the embers beneath the clay pot. Her head lowered as she quietly listened to the jovial exchanges among Wang and the others. As the liquor flowed and the dishes were savored, Simao set down his chopsticks and turned to the ever-silent Yinzi, saying to old priest Wang, "Tonight, I shall be spending the night at your temple. Please prepare a bedding for me." "Not a chance." Wang Laodao, upon catching sight of Simao, would invariably utter his familiar refrain, "You are neither my disciple nor my son. How dare you consume my provisions and even intrude upon my bed?" "I have never encountered such audacity." Simao, with a playful grin, retorted, "Isn't this what I learned from you?" The two engaged in a spirited exchange of banter when, after a moment of silence, Yinzi suddenly interjected, "Brother Simao, Aunt Zhang has been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days, often seen shedding tears in secret. Won't you return home to check on her?" The sip of wine that Simao had raised to his lips paused momentarily as he cast a nonchalant glance at Ma Qinghu and said, "Qinghu, the hour is late. I must trouble you to escort Yanzi home. It's dark outside. Take a torch and watch your step." Ma Qinghu nodded, rose, and withdrew a lit torch from the pillar, turning back to Yanzi. "Come on, Yanzi, I'll see you home." Yanzi, observing Simao's feigned indifference, let out a frustrated huff, her delicate features growing as cold as ice. Rising abruptly, she stamped her foot and stormed out of the temple, with Ma Qinghu hastily following her into the oppressive darkness of the night. Inside the hall, an immediate silence descended, leaving only Wang Laodao and Simao, who sat in silence, consuming their food and drink. The earlier atmosphere of jest and ire evaporated. As Wang Laodao noted, the pot was nearly empty. He remained as taciturn as a mute gourd. Finally, Simao could no longer contain himself and cautiously inquired, "Why don't you ask what I've been up to these days? Why I've been out of touch?" Wang Laodao, adopting a demeanor of unwavering composure, replied, "If you wish to speak, you will. If not, no question will elicit an answer." Simao sighed. "Truth be told, there is little to say. I've been feeling restless. Initially, I sought a solitary place to drown my sorrows, yet I found myself here, realizing that despite the vastness of the world, I have nowhere else to turn but to you, old trickster." At this, Simao couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Laodao's beady eyes shimmered in the flickering torchlight, as if he could peer into Simao's heart. If this performance is for Su San, then one must commit fully. A true man endures pain, Simao murmured. Echoing the old man's words, enduring pain is the hallmark of a true hero. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he spoke coldly, "As long as Su San remains unscathed, I cannot expect peace in Mianko. And that San Lai Zi and Lu Bazi, who refuse to tread the path to heaven and instead plunge into hell, have brought their troubles upon me. This time, I shall seek justice for the deceived women and children, as well as for the neighbors of Jubao Street who have suffered." With that, Simao raised his cup, his eyes sparkling like stars as he addressed Wang Laodao with utmost respect. "Sometimes I feel a kinship with you, sharing thoughts I cannot express to my parents. If I survive this, I vow to care for you in your old age. When you pass, I shall don mourning garb." Wang Laodao laughed heartily. "Then you must preserve your life. Otherwise, your words today would merely be empty air." When Ma Qinghu returned Yanzi to Lu Min Alley, the lane was enveloped in darkness, with only sporadic dog barks piercing the silence. Surprisingly, Simao's home still had its lights on. As they passed by, they hesitated momentarily when the door creaked open, revealing Zhang Shi standing quietly at the threshold, her eyes wide with expectation as she softly inquired, "Is that you, Yanzi? Do you have news from Simao?" "Yes. When will Simao return home?" Old Zhang chimed in, unusually solemn. Yanzi hesitated, unsure how to respond. Ma Qinghu, sensing the moment, spoke softly, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, do not fret. Simao has asked me to relay that he is currently unable to return home. He wishes you not to worry. Once this tumult passes, he will come back. If anyone inquires, you must insist that Simao is a good-for-nothing, a gambler, and that you cast him out." As he spoke, Ma Qinghu retrieved a pouch of money from his cloak and handed it to Zhang Shi. "And Zhang, this is from the recent earnings at the noodle shop. Please accept it." Zhang Shi took the pouch with trembling hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh dear child, you are all such good kids. Simao is fortunate to have friends like you. It truly is a blessing from our ancestors. And Zhang, we are brothers bound by life and death, just as you are to me. Let us not speak in such formalities. You and Uncle Zhang should rest early. I must be on my way." With that, Ma Qinghu turned, brandishing the torch, and strode confidently into the unending darkness. Yanzi reached out, grasping Zhang Shi's hand. The autumn air had cooled, and as the heat of summer receded, a chill set in. Zhang Shi's hands felt like ice, tightly clasping Yanzi's as she whispered, "Yanzi, dear, tell me the truth. Is Simao all right? Why does he refuse to come home? Is he still resentful towards his father and me?" Yanzi paused for a moment, then responded, "And Zhang, I saw brother Simao today. He said he will return home once this is over. He asked you not to worry. He is well, eating and drinking fine, and has even gained weight." As night deepened, and standing for too long in the dew became unwise, old Zhang urged, "You should rest too, Yanzi, or you will face the wrath of your stepmother." Only then did Zhang Shi release Yanzi's hand, sighing as she turned back, locking the door behind her. In the darkness, Yanzi could still faintly hear Zhang Shi scolding old Zhang for causing such trouble, dragging Simao into this mess, incurring his resentment, all his own doing. Old Zhang responded meekly, their voices fading into the distance until they were no longer audible. Yanzi gazed at the dark door of Simao's home and whispered, "Brother Simao, what are you up to? You have caused everyone to worry so deeply." As Lu Zuomao burst into the hall, a look of distress etched across his face. His voice echoed before he even entered. "Su-san, are you living it up while chaos reigns outside? Have you not heard the rumors? What is the purpose of all these men you employ?" Su Sandao was seated with Lu Zi, Simao, and the flower factory steward, Lao Yu, enjoying tea and idle chatter. Life had indeed been pleasant lately, with money flowing in like waves, filling their pockets. Business at the gambling dens and flower factory thrived remarkably, and Su Sandao had begun to adopt a hands-off approach, indulging in food, drink, and leisure while listening to reports and giving directives, relishing his role as the leader. Seeing Lu Zuomao's flustered demeanor, he chuckled. "Old Lu, who stepped on your tail? Calm down before you speak. Someone, bring tea for Lu." Lu Zuomao, familiar with the surroundings, wasted no time and plopped down beside Su Sandao. Lu Zi dutifully presented a cup of tea for him. The flower factory steward, ever prudent, exchanged a glance with Simao, and both rose to bow respectfully to Lu Zuomao before quietly exiting, leaving only Su Sandao, Lu Zuomao, and Lu Zi to discuss matters in private. Earlier that day, Lu Zuomao had dealt with a group of unsavory characters in town, intending to extract information from them. However, among them was a lowly rogue, relying on petty theft and gossip, merely scraping by. Unexpectedly, during the interrogation, a flaw had surfaced. Lu Zuomao paused, leaving his words hanging. Su Sandao, well aware of the old-school habit of leaving things half-said to entice listeners, seized the moment. What flaw? Chapter 43. The lamb for slaughter before the tale unfolds. I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed patrons. Lu Zuomao leaned closer to Su Sandao, lowering his voice. The secret dealings of your clandestine establishment have been leaked. That fellow is attempting to leverage this information, hoping I might spare him. During the Qing dynasty, numerous gambling houses flourished, all eager to welcome patrons. Yet one particular establishment known as the Secret Den thrived on exclusivity, intentionally seeking fewer guests. It bore resemblance to the gambling halls in Macau, designed to be discreet, targeting the affluent, prioritizing quality over quantity. However, the machinations of such secret dens were morally dubious. The orchestrators typically remained hidden, directing operations from the shadows. The visible participants were invariably trusted confidants, often accompanied by a cadre of subordinates to execute the more unsavory tasks. It was a simple rationale. Such enterprises could not withstand scrutiny, while simply extracting wealth was less egregious. If it involved both theft and murder, it constituted a grievous crime that could lead to execution. Thus, the masterminds established layers of hierarchy. Should misfortune strike, the more benevolent among them might provide their subordinates with funds to flee, while the more sinister would resort to silencing them to sever any trace. The locations chosen for these secret dens were invariably secluded, often rented from isolated courtyards to evade prying eyes. The participants were meticulously organized and worked in seamless coordination. Among them was a role referred to as the card master, tasked with identifying wealthy yet inexperienced gamblers, preferably transient merchants, as they were often gullible and less likely to pose future threats. Typically, these setups would involve a femme fatale masquerading as a respectable woman to ensnare unsuspecting men, who, when faced with temptation, would often succumb to their fantasies, making them easy prey for the con artists. Once targeted, these victims stood little chance of escape. The swindlers operated under a maxim: fear not the cunning or the righteous, but fear those who do not engage. Once a victim was drawn into the game, a comprehensive strategy ensured their inevitable loss. Even if they realized their predicament, they would retreat in shame, often receiving a small token of compensation from honorable con men to prevent escalation. Yet Su Sandao, the mastermind, was a man of extremes. If he engaged in this trade, it would be to the bitter end. With his fiercely capable apprentice Liuzi and the local constable Lu Zuomao in collusion, their audacity in running this secret den reached unprecedented heights. Should they encounter a foreign patron who either resisted or caused a commotion after losing, the situation would devolve into a matter of life and death. They would first catch the victim off guard, administering a sedative in their tea or outright overpowering them, forcing them to drink a drug-laced concoction to render them unconscious, facilitating their removal to a desolate locale, away from the prying eyes of neighbors. Once incapacitated, the victim's possessions would be looted. Liuzi, bolder than most, would even go so far as to masquerade the victim as a local, transporting them under the guise of a concerned friend to allay the suspicions of the innkeeper, claiming the victim was merely intoxicated or unwell, thereby facilitating an escape with their belongings, vanishing without a trace. Should authorities inquire afterward, the innkeeper would insist the guest had long departed, while, in reality, The unfortunate soul would have become just another nameless ghost lost to the wilderness. Su Sandow furrowed his brow. Old Liu, are you certain this isn't a ruse? These petty criminals are notorious for exaggerating, seizing opportunities to deceive. If they truly have information, I demand they present the source. Liu Simao chuckled slyly. He claims he overheard two patrons in a private room discussing this matter at the tavern, their voices raised in drunken revelry. He caught only a snippet of their conversation, never seeing their faces. How can he provide a name? But I anticipated your skepticism. Here, read for yourself. He produced a piece of official paper, inscribed with a confession, sealed with a crimson handprint, freshly inked, and handed it to Su Sandow. Su Sandow perused the document, his expression growing increasingly stormy. Liuzi, what is the meaning of this? Despite Su's subdued tone, Liuzi collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "Three Master, I swear on my life, I have never uttered a word about this to anyone. May I be struck down by lightning if I have." Su Sandow's gaze glinted coldly. "What of the others under your command? Can you assure me none among them have spoken?" The 1,000 doors and 8 generals Liuzi referred to were not necessarily 8 individuals, but a collective term for various roles within their organization: the master of the game, the persuader, the provocateur, the escape artist, the informant, the enforcer, the cleanup crew, and the rumor monger. In truth, such a group would not contain so many members. The fewer involved, the greater the secrecy. Su Sandow's team was composed of seasoned con artists, each adept in multiple roles. Internally cursing, Liuzi dared not voice his thoughts. "Three Master, these are your trusted confidants. I keep a close watch on them. They would not dare betray you." His implication was clear. The fault lay not with him, but with Su's own choices, and he would not shoulder the blame. Su Sandow, still feigning calm, was cut off by Liu Swimao's growing impatience. "Enough, old three. Spare us the theatrics. I give you 3 days to unearth this informant. We shall discuss our next steps afterward." He fixed Su with a penetrating gaze. "Do not underestimate the gravity of this matter. It involves lives, and should things go awry, it is not only you who will suffer. I too would face repercussions. Our superiors are skilled at dealing with failures. Reflect on that." With that, Liu Simao tucked the confession back into his coat, drained his cup of tea, and rose to leave. At the door, he turned back to admonish. "The old man has spoken. Cease these clandestine operations. You are not what you once were. You need not chase trifles." As Liu Swimao's silhouette vanished beyond the door, Su Sandow spat in frustration. "Strip away that facade of authority, and you are nothing. You would have me shutter my operations, yet you still greedily collect your share. A pack of insatiable hounds." Liuzi remained on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Only after Su's tirade subsided did he soften his tone. "Rise." Liuzi, feeling as though he had been granted mercy, scrambled to his feet. Su Sandow's demeanor shifted. "This matter is known only to you and a select few. I have kept my end of the bargain. It is evident that one of your own has leaked information, and as the leader, I must hold you accountable. You have 3 days to identify this individual. Consider your options carefully." With Liu Swimao's warning echoing in his mind, Su Sandow strode out of the hall, his steps resolute. After watching Su Sandow's figure fade away, Liuzi spat vehemently. "You scoundrel! You reap the benefits while I bear the burden. Despite my relentless efforts, I am left with nothing but hardship. What a farce!" While cursing Su Sandow, Liuzi was acutely aware that unless he unmasked this hidden threat, not only would Su Sandow not let him off the hook, but Liu Simao would also make his life miserable. In the world of clandestine dealings like the secret den, once exposed, those entangled in legal troubles were doomed. Given the cunning and ruthless nature of individuals like Su Sandow, they would not hesitate to sacrifice pawns or silence witnesses. Thus, it was imperative to identify the leak before the deadline loomed, eliminating this peril to ensure his own safety. With this in mind, Liuzi wasted no time. Immediately embarking on a thorough investigation, starting with his subordinates, he meticulously interrogated each one and dispatched some younger brothers to infiltrate tea houses and gather intelligence, hoping to uncover any leads. After a tumultuous half-day, he still found himself at a standstill, feeling like a headless fly, bumping aimlessly around, his mind muddled, and a throbbing headache threatening to explode. Strolling aimlessly down the street, the sun blazed overhead as he wandered like a lost soul. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Liuzi, what is wrong? You look utterly distraught. What troubles you so?" Startled, Liuzi looked up to see Simao, grinning at him. "Oh, it's nothing," Liuzi replied dismissively. Although Simao had become Su Sandow's favored aide, the truly confidential matters had not yet reached a point where he could speak freely around him. In other words, Su Sandow remained wary of Simao, so Liuzi dared not divulge any sensitive information without Su's approval. "Not true. I can read faces. Your brow is dark. You are facing calamity and navigating a perilous path." Simao's words nearly made Liuzi collapse in shock. You can really read faces? Liuzi stammered. Simao chuckled, just kidding. I'm not that skilled. I can only guess a bit. Did you really believe me? Liuzi wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm already troubled enough. Don't add to my woes. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Simao blocked Liuzi's path. If you truly seek guidance, I know of a highly skilled individual. A few days ago, I lost a family heirloom jade pendant and have searched everywhere to no avail. It was something my mother left me for when I marry. It's like finding a needle in a haystack without any clues. I heard there's a wandering Taoist in Mienko who can divine and has an uncanny ability. I went to consult him, hoping for a miracle. Guess what? He told me a poem. Here, Simao paused dramatically. Upon hearing finding a needle in a haystack, Liuzi felt as though struck by a heavy blow to the heart. He thought to himself, indeed, the most uncontrollable thing is the gossip of others. To uncover a leak in Mienko, a place bustling with chatter and chaos, without any leads, was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Intrigued, he quickly asked, "What did he say?" The Taoist wrote on the sand, and the deity bestowed upon me a poem, saying, with eyes but no jewels, an empty belly. The lotus blossoms above water, a joyful encounter, the phoenix tree leaves fall, lamenting parting. Loving couples do not last until winter. I was utterly baffled. What on earth does this mean? Surely this poem conceals some mystery? Liuzi interjected, increasingly drawn into the narrative. Simao nodded vigorously. Is it any wonder that Sangu values you? Your intellect surpasses mine. You guessed it right. Liuzi felt a rush of pride. Simao continued, the Taoist said this is a riddle poem, and the answer reveals the location of my lost jade pendant. I was so puzzled that I had to seek help from a local tutor, offering a jar of fine wine and some pig's head meat to finally decipher it. It turns out the answer was bamboo lady. Liuzi slapped his thigh. Ah, you're not wrong. That thing indeed has eyes but no jewels. One can hold it like a wife in summer, only to be stored away when the weather turns cold. But how does this relate to your jade pendant? How could you forget so soon after just praising me? One night, I fell asleep while playing with the pendant, and it slipped into the belly of the bamboo lady. The next day, I completely forgot about it. Coincidentally, that day, it rained, and the weather turned chilly. My mother packed away all the summer bedding, including the bamboo lady, and stowed it in the attic. When I climbed up to retrieve it, the pendant was stuck inside. My mother, not having keen eyesight, didn't notice, and I never imagined such a twist of fate. If it weren't for the deity's guidance, I might not have discovered it until next summer. Isn't that strange? Is it really true? Like fate bringing together Xiao Xiao's father and mother to have her? Liuzi listened, half skeptical yet intrigued, as Simao recounted the tale with vivid detail. Simao glanced around cautiously, placing a finger to his lips. Let me tell you the truth. I used to disrespect deities and even curse them. But after this incident, I can't dare to do so anymore. As the saying goes, divine medicine can resolve misfortunes without delay. And you should see that Taoist. He may look scruffy and unassuming, but his divination is miraculous. He only takes a few consultations a day, no matter how much you offer him. Even the most perplexing matters find resolution in his presence. So why worry? Liuzi, captivated by Simao's words, suddenly felt a surge of seriousness. Simao, let me treat you to a drink. Please, take me to find that Taoist. Simao waved dismissively. What drink? Is that how you view me? For a brother, I would gladly take a knife for you. Come, let us go right now. The two hurried through the streets and soon arrived at a dock by the river. In the distance, they spotted an old Taoist seated beneath a large locust tree, eyes closed in meditation, dressed in a tattered robe with oil stains. His half-dropped eyebrows added to his unkempt appearance. Simao nudged Liuzi, whispering, That's him. We're fortunate today. He hasn't set up shop yet. Let us hurry. Liuzi hesitated. Why does this Taoist look like a beggar? He doesn't resemble a master at all. Simao retorted, You're mistaken. True talent doesn't rely on appearances. Didn't the Emperor Zhu of the previous dynasty come from humble beginnings? Liuzi reflected on this and realized the wisdom in Simao's words. They quickly approached the old Taoist, eager to witness the spectacle. For people are inherently drawn to gatherings, especially in bustling areas where even a few spectators can attract more onlookers, and any peculiar occurrence would surely draw a crowd. In the presence of the Taoist priest, Simao and Liuzi stood side by side, while a few curious onlookers began to peep in. The priest, perceiving the commotion by sound, slightly opened his rodent-like eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Simao and Liuzi. A glint of mischief flickered in his gaze as he leisurely retrieved a roll of cloth from a small bundle at his side. He unfurled it with an unhurried grace, laying it flat upon the ground before him. Then, he casually picked up several small stones, placing one at each corner of the cloth. Finally, he took out an inkstone, a wolf hair brush, and a stack of blank paper, positioning them within easy reach. Simao and Liuzi focused intently on the cloth before them. which bore the bold inscription, "No flattery, no pretense," accompanied by a line of small script that read, "Daily 6 hexagrams, first come first served, latecomers shall have no fortune." 1,000 gold coins are nothing. If the divination fails, no charge shall be incurred. Before long, a gathering of passers-by formed around them. The Taoist sensed that the moment had arrived and began to calmly expound his business. On the summit of 1,000 peaks stands a dwelling, half cloud, half sky. By night, clouds drift with the winds and rains. Yet, unlike the Taoist, they are not idle. The Taoist is nameless, blissfully wandering the immortal mountains, unperturbed by the suffering of worldly souls drowned in the sea of tribulations. As I travel, I seek to assist those destined to cross paths with me. I desire not gold or silver. The Taoist subsists on wind and dew. What use have I for mundane possessions? Today, I find myself in this esteemed place solely to offer divination, and I ask for not a single coin in return. However, I do not assist just anyone. I do not offer guidance to the deaf, the mute, or the unfilial towards their parents. My gifts are reserved for those who are literate and wise, or those who, though illiterate, possess a deep understanding of human nature. Yet, I shall only extend my offerings to 6 individuals. Who among you wishes to receive my paper? If you accept it, do not rejoice too soon. If you do not, fret not. Should you accept, a divination shall follow. As he spoke, he drew 6 sheets of paper from the stack and offered them into the air. Positioned perfectly in the center, Luzi reached out and grasped one, while Simao refrained. Numerous individuals, having heard of the free divination, rushed forward, snatching the remaining slips with fervor. The Taoist then instructed those who had received the slips to gather closely before him, with his left hand clutching the remaining paper. He dipped his wolf hair brush into ink and took the first slip from the hands of the first man, with his palm facing outward. He hovered his right hand above and swiftly inscribed several characters. The crowd, shielded by the great tree behind him, could see him writing but not discern the content. Once finished, the Taoist inquired of the first man, "May I ask how many brothers you have? Please share this with the onlookers to witness whether my divination proves accurate." "I have 4 brothers," replied the man, dressed in simple farmer's attire, his demeanor earnest. The Taoist acknowledged this, having inscribed the answer in black and white on the slip. Instead of revealing it, he switched to a new sheet and swiftly wrote down another set of characters, then inquired of the second individual, "How many brothers do you have?" "I have 2 brothers," came the reply. "Correct," the Taoist noted, continuing his pattern of querying and inscribing, addressing each individual in turn, including Luzi. Upon concluding his inquiries, the Taoist proclaimed, "Is this what divination entails? This is merely a gift of insight. True fortune-telling involves a detailed examination of one's fate. When shall one encounter familial discord? When shall one face hardships in marriage? In what year will children be born? In which profession shall one thrive, leadership or labor? What years shall be unfavorable? When shall prosperity arise? From whom shall one gain benefits? From whom shall one suffer misfortune? What disasters await, and how can they be averted?" To cover all these aspects, from youth to old age, that is true divination. Today, what do I charge for this insight? He continued, "According to my standards, those without fate shall own nothing. Those with fate shall pay not a single coin." What does it mean to have fate? Those 6 who have accepted my slips are deemed fated. It is your destiny to meet me today, wherein I reveal the secrets of your lives, saving you from unnecessary detours. For this alone, is it not worth 2 coins each? Some may interject, questioning the Taoist's integrity, having just claimed there was no fee, only to reverse his stance. Understand this clearly. He continued, "While my service is free, I provide counsel that may require a fee. I shall accept 2 coins from you. Should I miscalculate? I will return your payment in full. If I am accurate, but you do not wish for further guidance, your payment will still be returned. If my insights are correct and you find merit in my counsel, we may discuss further in private. Though it shall be stipulated that only 1 individual may seek personal guidance per day, as per the ancient rules, lest I suffer a reduction in my lifespan." Some then asked, "What if we offer more?" "That is not a matter of money," he replied. "I repeat, fortune shall be shared, and soon. You shall see the truth unveiled. I am about to reveal the contents of the slips." Simao observed that during this discourse, the crowd was enraptured, their attention fully absorbed by the Taoist's words, while he appeared nonchalantly to be writing, a detail that went unnoticed amidst the fervor of the audience. The Taoist's words, akin to a tethering stake in the world of the wandering, bound everyone firmly in place, rendering them unable to depart. As they eagerly awaited the unveiling of the paper slips, the 6 individuals, including Luzi, obediently began to produce their coins, each placing them before the Taoist without hesitation. Once the coins were collected, the Taoist leisurely relaxed his grip on the roll of paper and casually discarded an unmarked slip, revealing a stack of written slips beneath. He then addressed the first man. Kindly repeat for the benefit of those who have just arrived. How many brothers do you have? I have 4 brothers. The farmer replied once more. The Taoist then displayed the paper publicly, revealing the inscription, for brothers. Following this method, he proceeded to verify the slips of the remaining 5 individuals, astonishing the crowd as he made no errors, drawing forth gasps of amazement from all present. Lu Zi, from his pocket, produced a substantial silver piece weighing 5 taels and promptly handed it to the Taoist, declaring, Revered Taoist, I am the person destined to receive your guidance today. I implore you to accept my invitation for a vegetarian feast. Let us engage in a private discussion, and none shall interfere. After a hearty meal, I ask for your assistance in resolving my troubles. Upon hearing this, Simao could not help but smile subtly. Meanwhile, outside the throng, a figure flashed by, Ma Qinghu, who exchanged a brief glance with Simao before hastily moving on without uttering a word. The act of Fu Qi is an ancient practice of communicating with celestial beings, perhaps unfamiliar to some. However, many may recall the popular pin fairy game that once circulated in schools, which is a derivative of this practice, albeit more complex. Initially, one must prepare a sand tray filled with fine sand or white flour, and then utilize 2 T-shaped wooden sticks, which may be placed atop a sieve or replaced with a bamboo or wooden ring in certain regions. Following the ritual and psychological conditioning, the practitioner of Fu Qi, holding the sticks, will intentionally or unintentionally trace characters, lines, or symbols in the sand, which may be incomprehensible marks. These inscriptions are believed to be prophecies left by the divine, assisting mortals in averting disaster and foreseeing the future. The detailed ritual has been omitted. Readers are advised against attempting this, as science has proven both Fu Qi and pin fairy to be mere psychological games, with no connection to celestial possession. Those with strong psychological suggestion may risk mental health issues. Abstaining from such practices is indeed wise. Chapter 46. Awaiting the slaughter of the fat sheep. The practice of spirit writing, known as Fuji, first emerged during the Eastern Jin dynasty, with its earliest documented reference found in the book Yuan authored by Lu Jingshu in the late Eastern Jin period. During the reign of Emperor Ai of the Eastern Jin, the Tianshi Dao, an early branch of Taoism, flourished in the Jiangdong region. Sumi, a civil officer who later became revered as the 3rd patriarch of the Shangqing school of Taoism, and Yang Shi, who was honored as the realized person of Dongling. Both held a deep belief in the Tianshi Dao. United by their shared aspirations, they collaborated to establish a spirit writing platform in the capital city of Jianya, modern-day Nanjing. With Sumi as the platform's master and Yang Shi as the scribe. Through a series of rituals involving invoking and communicating with spirits, they produced the Shangqing Jinjing, consisting of 31 volumes. Later, during the Tianhe period of the Northern Zhou, a Taoist named Wang Lingqi inherited the unfinished endeavors of his predecessors, replicating their methods to expand the Shangqing Jinjing to 186 volumes, thus forming the foundational scripture of the Shangqing school of Taoism. The Shangqing school reached its zenith during the Sui and Tang dynasties, ultimately merging with the Tianshi Dao and evolving into the Jingyi Dao in the early Ming dynasty. Jingyi Dao is recognized as one of the 2 principal schools of Taoism in China, and following this logical progression, it can be concluded that Jingyi Dao is a significant component of Taoist sects, while the Shangqing Jinjing serves as the theoretical foundation for Jingyi Dao, having been transmitted through the art of Fuji by celestial beings. Hence, it can be concluded that Fuji represents a pivotal moment in the historical development of Taoism. By the Qing dynasty, Fuji reached unprecedented popularity, descending from the realm of the divine to become a widespread practice among everyone, from high-ranking officials to common folk, with many enthusiasts indulging in this art, leading to numerous amusing anecdotes. For instance, during the Wuchan imperial examination in the Kangxi era, a candidate sought divine assistance to cheat, thus visiting the altar to invoke a spirit. The spirit responded succinctly, writing the words "not known." The candidate assumed it was due to his lack of sincerity. So he bowed and reasoned with the spirit, saying, "You are a celestial being. How could you not know?" The original text states. Coincidentally, this particular spirit seemed to possess a rather irritable temperament, rewriting the words as not known, and again not known. The onlookers erupted in laughter, finding the spirit's honesty refreshing, acknowledging knowledge when it existed and admitting ignorance when it did not, without pretense. It was later revealed that the examination question coincidentally pertained to the phrase, not knowing one's fate. One cannot be a gentleman. Thus, those who witnessed the event, along with others who heard of it, flocked to become fans of the Fuji practice, while at that moment, Liuzi was racing down this very path. Inside Liuzi's home, An elderly Taoist engaged in Fuji muttered incomprehensibly, his hands wielding the Fuji brush as if painting chaotic symbols, swiftly filling a sand tray with inscriptions. Liu's eyes fixed, observed the characters intently. Some he could decipher, while others were too hastily scrawled to comprehend. He longed to inquire but hesitated, fearing to disturb the spirit, given the Taoist's fervent expression. Meanwhile, Simao stood silently to the side, maintaining a serene smile. After the Taoist ceased writing, he suddenly cried out and fell backward. I shut. Appearing unconscious. Liu, alarmed, moved to assist, but Simao firmly grasped his arm, cautioning, do not interfere. The spirit has yet to depart, and mortals must not touch him. Once the spirit leaves, the Taoist will awaken on his own. Liu, immediately terrified, froze in place. Due to the autumn chill and dampness, the ground was muddy, and after lying for a moment, the Taoist could no longer endure the cold, the dampness penetrating to his bones. He rolled over, casting a sidelong glance at Simao, then silently approached the makeshift incense altar, respectfully lighting incense and bowing. Startled, Liu hastily knelt down, following suit in reverence. After the Taoist completed his offerings, he exhaled deeply and turned to Liu, who remained in earnest supplication. Rise, for the spirit has departed. Today, I invited the celestial master Dongbin, who initially hesitated to impart heavenly secrets, stating that your actions have compromised your virtue and shortened my lifespan. Only upon coaxing did the realized person deign to lend a guiding hand. You must take heed. Liu, struck by the Taoist's insight into his thoughts, felt an unwavering conviction and bowed repeatedly before standing, a beaming smile adorning his face. Thank you, master. A token of appreciation, though modest. I beseech you to share what the spirit has revealed. As he spoke, he retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and presented it. Why would a being from beyond desire such trivialities? The Taoist mused. This is not for me, but to honor the spirits on your behalf, to ward off calamities and seek blessings. The Taoist's eyes remained half-closed as the silver coin fell into his hand. Indeed, master, you are an exalted being. Discussing silver is rather mundane. Liu nodded eagerly. The Taoist then approached the sand tray, focusing intently on the inscriptions, pondering for a long moment before slowly reciting. In the early years, fortune was fraught with misfortune. Gradually, wealth flows like a river. Each flower and person bears the essence of wood. Encountering them signifies the end of fate. How can one discern the calamity arising from this? Men test the gold wounds, intoxicated by flowers. If you ask how to resolve this, shun both fame and fortune altogether. Master, could you elucidate further? I find myself somewhat perplexed. A grave matter arises. Your life is in jeopardy, he uttered, nearly causing Liu to collapse, his face paling. Master, what precisely is this peril? Is there a way to avert it? I implore you for guidance. The Taoist pointed at the words on the sand tray, explaining each phrase. The first line conveys that you have previously faced numerous hardships and misfortunes, yet in recent years, prosperity has begun to grace your life. Indeed, the spirit's words ring true. I was beset by misfortune until I met Sang Yi, Liu began, but suddenly realized some matters were best left unspoken, halting mid-sentence. Unfazed, the Taoist continued. The spirit states that each flower and person bears the essence of wood. Encountering them signifies the end of fate. This wood seems to be a riddle. The Taoist paused, mumbling, wood? Wood relates to the celestial being Yang. It implies that each flower and person you meet connects to the character Yang. Yet what connection leads to the end of fate? What does it mean for flowers to verify intoxication? The Taoist was left perplexed, as the Tao is subtle and elusive. Like drinking water, one knows the temperature, but cannot articulate it to others. Liu, initially filled with dread, now stood frozen, his heart chilled, particularly by the phrase, each flower and person bears the essence of wood, which struck him like a thunderbolt. He mused to himself, it is said that the clear skies cannot be deceived. All my deeds are known to the celestial beings. While engaging in clandestine dealings, Liu often employed a substance known as yanghua, specifically used for concocting intoxicating brews, colloquially termed one cup down. When administered to the unsuspecting, the effects could leave them dazed and compliant, or in severe cases, render them unconscious, akin to drunkenness, or even lead to death. Who could this person be? I implore you, master, for guidance. I shall reward you handsomely. Suddenly, Liu recalled that today's divination and Fuji session were indeed to uncover the identity of the informant. Since the celestial beings knew of such a person, surely there must be a way to find him. Overcoming his fear, he hastily pursued the most pressing question with the Taoist. Chapter 47. The lamb awaiting slaughter. The old priest shook his head, pondering the notion that calamity arises from this. The intoxicated flower was easily recognized, yet the meaning of the person examining the gold wound eluded him. Everything that could be said had been uttered. What remained unsaid was beyond the old priest's comprehension. With that, he excused himself, gracefully took up his talisman, bowed, and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette, unresponsive to Liuzi's persistent calls. Unbeknownst to many, Su Sandao's flower factory had been thriving for several months, flourishing with business. For Mao, the fortunate harbinger of wealth, had been exalted to heights in Su Sandao's esteem. His subordinates recognized For Mao's significance in their leader's eyes, and thus, they began to curry favor with him. Su Sandao's acquaintances, aware of For Mao's status as the master of the flower factory, sought to ingratiate themselves, hoping to glean some insight or fortune from him. Invitations to gatherings and tea sessions became a daily occurrence, to which For Mao graciously acquiesced, finding himself busier than ever. Among those extending invitations was San Lizi, who, after several days of being politely declined, unexpectedly encountered For Mao and Liuzi at the bustling morning wine stall at Miankou, a place San Lizi frequented. Without hesitation, he insisted on sharing a table with For Mao, offering to treat him. Liuzi and San Lizi, lacking any rapport, exchanged minimal pleasantries. Yet neither could refuse the arrangement, leading to the merging of two tables into one. Miankou had long embraced the tradition of morning wine, aptly named for its early hour. When there was wine, it was only fitting to accompany it with food. Unlike the more formal midday or evening meals, morning wine was more casual, creating a unique local spectacle. The morning stalls thrived at the bustling intersection of Juba Street, bustling with patrons seated outdoors, some in small groups, while others partook in self-serving. The offerings included rich pork intestines from the east, eel noodles from the south, steamed buns from the west, and fried dumplings from the north, all laid out on a single table. With half a gin of liquor, For Mao and San Lizi reveled in their merriment, while Liuzi, harboring his own thoughts, engaged in the conversation intermittently. Accepting your invitation this early, how could I ever repay such kindness? For Mao said contentedly, savoring a sip of liquor, smiling as he addressed San Lizi. Are we brothers or not? San Lizi replied, his face flushed with indignation. What is the purpose of earning silver? Isn't it to spend it with brothers? Speak such words again, and do not blame me for severing ties. For Mao nodded repeatedly. I was wrong. Being younger, I sometimes speak without thinking. Please forgive me, brother. From this moment forth, I shall not be insincerely polite. He turned to the proprietor, old Zhou. Bring another serving of pork intestines, and please fetch me a portion of sesame noodles from Fatty as well. I must say, Zhou, your portion sizes have become rather stingy. Not even 2 chopsticks in, and the pot is nearly empty, leaving only broth. Old Zhou, stocky and silent, merely smiled as he served the dishes, adhering to the customer's right to choose the portions. His demeanor belied a shrewdness that rendered him impervious to complaints, maintaining a cheerful countenance while serving what was due. Before long, the rotund vendor of sesame noodles personally delivered 2 bowls, having long ceased selling dumplings. For Mao's sesame noodle franchise was now exclusively handled by him, and upon hearing it was for Mao, he hurried to present the order. Ah, For Mao, look at you now. Such a transformation. I hear you have struck it rich. With your attire and demeanor, you're living a life that rivals the immortals. The surrounding vendors echoed his sentiments, marveling at how a street rogue had risen to become the master of the flower factory, mingling with prominent figures like Su Sandao, a man whose mere stomp could shake Juba Street, a veritable idol among the common folk. After a few token exchanges, For Mao discreetly lowered his voice to San Lizi. Brother Lizi, truth be told, I owe you my gratitude. Without your clever schemes, I would not be enjoying such a leisurely existence, though veiled in subtleties. San Lizi grasped the underlying meaning, acknowledging that his machinations had compelled For Mao to align himself with Su Sandao, thus securing his current prosperous lifestyle. San Lizi, with his shrewd eyes, gauged whether For Mao's words were sincere or veiled in irony. You truly bear no ill will towards me? He inquired. To be honest, I was coerced by Lu Batsi. It was beyond my control. When Lu sought rent and felt slighted by you, he harbored a deep resentment. Spring Young intervened to mediate, mindful of her family's influence. Thus Lu refrained from confrontation, but secretly plotted against you, dragging me into the fray. Being an outsider, I had no choice but to heed the local powers. Brother Lizi, I sincerely toast you. After this cup, I have matters to discuss. For Mao's expression was earnest. Very well, let us drink, San Lizi said, raising his glass, and they both downed their drinks in unison. I hold few in high regard, but for you, Brother Lizi, my admiration knows no bounds, For Mao declared. San Lizi blinked, puzzled. My grandmother's house? For Mao stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious demeanor. Regardless of whose grandmother it is, the sentiment remains the same. I hold you in high esteem. Liu Batzi is but a brutish man, devoid of strategy. He is merely a muddled thinker. Without your clever guidance, he would never have hatched such a scheme. Thus, Brother Lizzie, you are my benefactor, inadvertently securing me a golden opportunity. Who else could I admire but you? Indeed, while Liu Batzi appears rough and uncouth, his fate is destined to be that of a pawn, sold and forever counting the coins of others. With the liquor coursing through him, San Lizie's cheeks flushed, his heart racing, as Formal's flattery and jests blurred the lines between praise and mockery. Come, fill your glass, Formal urged, seizing the moment to pour more wine. But I must confess, I am puzzled. With your talents, why linger in this humble locale, like a dragon in shallow waters or a tiger fallen in the lowlands? This inquiry struck a chord with San Lizzie, prompting him to down another full glass, exhaling deeply with a mix of melancholy and reluctance. It is a long story, and I shan't hide it from you. My roots lie in Tianjin Wei, known as the mouth of 9 rivers, a place of great significance and hidden talents. In my youth, I held a prominent position there. You may not believe it, but if you inquire, none would deny the name of the notorious Yang Kuelong. The Roadblock Tiger. Chapter 48. The lamb awaiting slaughter. The Tianjin Wei mentioned by San Lizzie refers to the present-day Tianjin, whose name and prosperity are closely linked to the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di of the Ming Dynasty. It is well known that Zhu Di usurped his nephew, the Jiangwen Emperor, starting his military campaign from the confluence of the northern and southern canals, an event historically termed the Jingnan Campaign. After his successful rebellion, he named the place Tianjin, meaning the Emperor's Crossing, and established military garrisons there, leading to its colloquial designation as Tianjin Wei. Similar to the developmental trajectories of many cities flourishing through commerce and water, Tianjin Wei began its journey with the excavation of canals during the Sui Dynasty. By the Tang Dynasty, salt fields and warehouses were established, and during the Yuan Dynasty, grain transportation systems were set up, allowing the city to gradually acquire both favorable timing and geographical advantages. The relocation of the capital to Beijing by Zhu Di further infused Tianjin Wei with a sense of community, propelling its rapid growth. From the 3rd to the 9th year of the Yongzheng reign, Tianjin Wei made a remarkable leap from a garrison to a prefecture, eventually encompassing 6 counties and 1 prefecture, truly becoming a bustling metropolis with diverse industries and a thriving population. In such a prosperous land, it is inevitable that the shadows of rogues would loom, and among them, the notorious Yang Kuelong stands out as a distinguished member of Tianjin Wei's underworld. In the local vernacular, these rogues are referred to as Hunksinger or honks, a term that traces its origins back to the early Qing dynasty. It is said that they may have originated from a branch of the Golao society, possibly a self-promotional effort to attract workers, though the truth remains elusive over time. These individuals typically engage in gambling, prostitution, and extortion, operating from their designated headquarters known colloquially as guahua. The ruffians often establish their headquarters in semi-rural areas, renting or borrowing a few rooms to facilitate their gatherings, enabling them to readily engage in brawls or partake in organizational activities. The choice of location is strategic, ensuring proximity to urban centers for convenience while allowing them to remain vigilant against law enforcement. Should any trouble arise, they can swiftly escape. The conditions of these headquarters are rudimentary, typically consisting of a large heated platform, some cooking utensils, and an assortment of weaponry including sticks, spears, knives, and axes. Yet, the camaraderie among members flourishes as they congregate for both conflict and conviviality. Within this assembly, a hierarchy emerges, with a chief, a few deputies, and strategists, while the remaining members are mere laborers. Joining this band is referred to as Kai Guang, a straightforward process devoid of formalities, no ceremonies or mentorship involved, merely sharing a meal together. Those who are idle and struggling to make a living become prime targets for recruitment, and Yang Kuelong epitomized such a troubled youth. Upon joining, newcomers must endure a rite of passage and organizational scrutiny, subjected to a comprehensive evaluation system. One of the initiation tasks involves disrupting a gambling den. Historically, this practice has proven to be a lucrative yet perilous venture, as those who dare to partake must possess a fearless spirit. The initiation demands that the newcomer boldly storms into the casino, causing a ruckus in any manner they see fit, with no fixed approach. The casino owner, recognizing the challenge, adheres to the unwritten rules of the underworld, instructing his enforcers to act. At this juncture, the newcomer must lie down. And even the posture matters significantly, arms crossed behind the head, elbows shielding the temples, and legs twisted to protect vital areas. It is crucial that this act is performed horizontally at the entrance, symbolizing a steadfast commitment to the endeavor and sealing off any escape routes. Should they fall upright, the gamblers may mock them for leaving an avenue for retreat, thus rendering the initiation a complete failure. Once past this initial hurdle, the enforcers unleash a flurry of blows upon the newcomer. However, there is an unspoken understanding that their lives are not at stake. The casino would not risk its livelihood over such matters. Some newcomers, overconfident due to this knowledge, often underestimate the severity of the beating they are about to endure. During this trial, the rules are strict. One must not retaliate, evade, or even utter a sound of distress, or they will be disqualified, facing ridicule instead. When the newcomer is on the brink of collapse, the casino owner will finally interject with a command: raise your hands. Enough is enough. The thugs immediately cease their actions, awaiting further instructions. Others approach to inquire about the injured party's name and address. Using a large wicker basket or a door, they gently laid the injured individual upon a vibrant red cotton quilt, covering them with the fabric before transporting them back for treatment and recuperation. Of course, the gambling den could not do without monetary gifts and bribes. This aligns with the colloquial saying in Tianjin, one does not become acquainted without a confrontation. Once the injured party recovered, they would negotiate the price with the gambling establishment, and the establishment would duly compensate them for their injuries. As long as gambling continued unabated, the payments would remain consistent, either collected directly or delivered by a messenger, referred to as taking hanging money, or in slang, taking small coins. Thus, the newcomer achieved a reputation through this trial by fire, successfully navigating the challenges and graduating from their initiation. However, the three lame ones bypassed the initial process and opted for a more challenging supplementary task. Upon entering, they remained composed and, at the gambling table, used a knife to cut a piece of flesh from their own thigh as a wager, substituting it for the traditional betting stakes. The seasoned dealer, well versed in the ways of the game, recognized the gesture and proceeded to deal as usual. Ultimately, the three lame ones lost. The dealer collected both the monetary winnings and the flesh wagered. Undeterred, they began to raise objections, claiming the dice were unfair and accusing the dealer of cheating. In this moment, the gambling den owner stepped in, feigning a friendly demeanor, and said, "My friend." He commanded his henchmen without hesitation, "Ensure that our friend receives the remedy." The henchman, understanding his intent, promptly procured a handful of salt and applied it to the wound of the three-scarred man. At that moment, the three-scarred man remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged, thus passing the test. A performer, adorned in red face paint, took the stage to mediate between both parties, leading the three-scarred man to cease his monetary demands. Moreover, this was not the first instance of such behavior. At times, he had collected money from 5 or 6 venues, earning him the moniker the Roadblock Tiger. However, it was precisely due to the three-scarred man's insatiable greed and ambition that he incited the wrath of the gambling syndicate leaders who united against him, forcing him to flee to foreign lands and engage in deceitful enterprises. After hearing the three-scarred man's lengthy self-narrative, Simao uttered with a shiver in his voice, "My friend, an absolute paragon of manhood. Might I have a glimpse of your wound? I, Simao, have yet to encounter a hero bold enough to slice into his own thigh. Today, thanks to you, third brother, I have opened my eyes to such audacity." Sanlizi, buoyed by the admiration of onlookers, lifted the hems of his trousers in the street, revealing a tapestry of scars upon his thighs, each a stark reminder of his past. As the two of them reveled in their libations, unbeknownst to them, Lucy, who had remained silent until then, quietly stood and vanished without a trace. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of him and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, "What does it mean to be completely devoted? It is just like me. Lizy brother, to the brim, let it overflow." While pouring wine for Sanlizy, I mumbled indistinctly, "Foolish coward, Skowinski." What did you say, Skowinski?" Sanlizy appeared utterly bewildered. "It's just a local dialect from my hometown, a compliment of sorts. Let us drink, and drink some more." Simao continued to persuade. Meanwhile, Lu Zi, who had abruptly left the gathering, rushed headlong to Su Sandao's residence. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a sensation akin to stumbling upon an elusive treasure effortlessly, almost bursting forth to exclaim to Sanlizy, "I have finally uncovered the truth." Lu Zi forcefully suppressed the urge to hurl the chair beneath him at Sanlizy's face, all the while cursing Sanlizy's female relatives in his mind as he hastened towards Su Sandao to seek recognition for his efforts. Could it truly be this remarkable? Su Sandao held a piece of paper, upon which were inscribed the divine revelations Lu Zi had earnestly transcribed from the San table. "Mr. San, I personally handled the matter of purchasing yang fruit for medicinal use, and the procurement was conducted through established channels in the trade. This connection has been in place for quite some time, ensuring absolute reliability. Aside from deities, who could fathom the meaning of golden wounds? I consulted a learned gentleman specifically on this, and it refers to injuries inflicted by blades and firearms. Moreover, if it were not for Sanlai's drunken boasting, how would I know his surname is Yang? The phrase one flower, one tree, both are mu-e signifies that our fates are intertwined. Combining mu-e indeed forms the character for Yang. The flower represents the Yang fruit, and Sanlai bears the surname Yang. The elder sage's words are precise. Sanlai is deliberately seeking to exploit our vulnerabilities, and it's only a matter of time before he brings about calamity, essentially seeking Mr. San's life. The evidence lies herein. The person afflicted by golden wounds is intoxicated by the flower. If one were to inquire how the deities would resolve this, the answer would be to avoid both fame and fortune. This implies that Sanlai bears the mark of the golden wound, and the flower is specifically employed to befuddle individuals, aligning perfectly with our concerns. The fortune teller is merely a passerby and has no acquaintance with Sanlai. Why would he unjustly implicate him? Even if he wished to slander, he wouldn't know his surname, would he? It seems that human calculations do not align with divine will. Mr. San, aside from silencing Sanlai permanently, there is no more secure method. As the two were engaged in whispered discourse, before Lu Simao arrived, a loud voice boomed. Old San, what brings you to seek me so urgently? Just as I lifted my cup, if this is not a matter concerning someone's whereabouts, you owe me a drink. Seeking you at mealtime surely indicates that someone has been found. Do you think I, Su-san, am so affluent that I have no other use for my silver than to invite you to exploit me? Lu Simao laughed heartily. If someone has been found, I'll treat you to a drink. Does that suit you? Su Sandao, grinning slyly, remarked, looks like you'll need to reach into your pocket today. After saying this, he cast a glance at Liuzi, who understood the cue and recounted to Su Sandao everything that had just been discussed, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. This elicited a look of astonishment from Lu Simao, mirroring Su Sandao's earlier reaction, filled with skepticism. At this juncture, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. Old Lu, this is a matter of great concern. Do not forget that our heads are under the knife. Su Sandao paused slightly, grinding his molars audibly, his cheeks bulging with tension. Even if Sanlai were wrongfully accused, it would still cost him his life. Lu Simao pondered deeply before stating emphatically, Sanlai has an old case unresolved. If he truly let slip anything, his fate would be sealed. However, eliminating him is as trivial as squashing an ant. The key is to extract the truth, whether he spoke out of turn and if he has accomplices. Otherwise, the knife remains poised at our throats. And I cannot even sleep peacefully. Looks like you have him by the throat, Su Sandao casually pursued. This is nothing. You are unaware of many things. There is another matter I must share, but you must promise not to take offense. Lu Simao teased. Speak quickly. Lu Simao, with a knowing look, revealed. For the past 2 years, I've been engaged in a certain trade. I serve as an informant for travelers. Many gamblers who conduct business in Mienko rely on Sanlai for intelligence. Over the years, 7 or 8 out of 10 gamblers frequenting the casinos have dealt with him. Lu Simao referred to informants as those who thrive by cheating and gambling, relying on their presence in casinos for survival. However, such individuals cannot remain in one place for long, otherwise, they risk being cornered. As the saying goes, a lone wolf continues to hunt. Once gamblers or casino owners feel pressured, trouble is bound to ensue. Thus, itinerant con artists often target unfamiliar venues, necessitating reconnaissance to assess which establishments are reputable or dubious. The nature of the proprietors, their ruthlessness, the presence of hidden talents among the players, the stakes involved, and the profiles of the gamblers, those who are high rollers versus those who cannot afford to lose. Such information is vital for professional con artists, often worth the investment. Given the demand, there are those who provide such services, and Sanlai specializes in this trade. Due to the envy it incites, aside from his clients, those in this line of work must remain hidden, the deeper the better. After dropping this bombshell, Lu Simao departed. Upon hearing that Sanlai was an informant, Su Sandao immediately recalled various con artists he had encountered in his own establishment. Recently, 2 underlings had caused a disturbance at his casino and later sought revenge on their mastermind, Simao, without any detours, clearly indicating that they must have acquired information from Sanlai. Infuriated, he cursed Sanlai vehemently. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he spat in the direction Lu Simao had vanished. You are worse than Sanlai. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Taking my silver while turning your elbows outward. If I were to raise a dog, at least it would guard my door. You lot are worse than dogs. Sanlai, inebriated and dazed, had just fumbled for his keys to unlock the door when it swung open effortlessly. Instantly alert, he reached for a double-edged dagger at his waist. But a sudden jolt of pain struck the back of his head, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. When he groggily came to, he found himself surrounded by several officers clad in uniforms, their fierce countenances imposing. The flickering light of a large candle cast eerie shadows around the torture instruments. A tiger bench, iron chains, bamboo skewers, and clamps gleamed ominously. Despite his extensive experience in the underworld, he could not help but shudder in fear. Sanlizi, you're an old hand at this. Speak up. What crime have you committed? Confess, and it will lessen our troubles, and you shall suffer less. A hefty officer with a face full of blubber began to play the role of the interrogator. Seeing the unfamiliar faces before him, Sanlizi forced a smile and said, Gentlemen, please give me a hint. It will save you the trouble. I assure you, I will speak freely. Truly a slippery character, the fat officer replied. And before he could finish, he slapped down a wanted poster onto the table before Sanlizi. Upon closer inspection, Sanlizi was horrified to see it read, Wanted, Yang Kuelong from Tianjin, involved in human trafficking of 4 individuals, status unknown. 1 member of the gang killed in an internal dispute. This is a public notice to all counties and municipalities. Urgent capture is required. Anyone harboring or shielding him will face the same punishment. Rewards for informants, etc., complete with a likeness attached. Sanlizi felt as though boiling water had splashed over him. Gentlemen, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you do not believe me, you may ask Captain Liu. He knows I am uninvolved. Besides, wasn't this case already closed? Chapter 50, Awaiting the Slaughter. Thank you to everyone who cast their votes in support. Today's update is delivered. Dream on in your clear autumn reverie. Life is of utmost importance. Even if the case is closed, what of it? Once the files are submitted to the Ministry of Justice, you are certain to lose your means of sustenance. Don't think Captain Liu can save you. Neither can Captain Ma. I see that you are a man who walks a straight path to darkness. No matter, under the 3 wooden beams, no one escapes unscathed. Once I begin, I cannot help myself. I will not cease until I have extracted every last detail. Another officer, lean and sharp, stepped forward. His appearance was as harsh as his demeanor. He spoke slowly, with a monotone voice devoid of any expression. Sanlizi, recognizing the demeanor of such a person, understood that the more stoic they appeared, the more ruthless they were, accustomed to torture and unyielding once they had you in their grasp, knowing he would not escape without severe consequences. A chill ran down Sanlizi's spine. Yet, being born of the streets, panic often breeds ingenuity, and he shouted, Gentlemen, there is no need for torture. Just tell me what you wish for me to confess, and I shall comply. Upon hearing this, the lean constable laughed insidiously, much like a night owl. To speak frankly, the victims you abducted have been accounted for 2 in total, your sister-in-law and your sister-in-law's sister, both drowned, alongside your accomplice who you dispatched yourself. Thus, you bear the weight of 3 lives on your conscience. According to the laws of the Qing dynasty, the penalty for taking 3 lives is nothing short of lingqi, a method of slow slicing, amounting to 3,600 cuts, neither a knife more nor a knife less. It would take 3 days for you to succumb to this torment. However, it matters little, as the executioner from the provincial office, Hong, claims, you will lose consciousness within a day once your meridians are severed. By then, you will be able to witness your own flesh being sliced away, all while the onlookers cheer in delight. In the end, this spectacle will serve as a fitting tribute to your nefarious pursuits. The pallor immediately washed over the face of the 3 lice, for he was well aware that the lean constable spoke the truth. Indeed, the Qing laws upheld such a decree. There had been a notorious case during the Yongzheng era where the emperor himself had commanded the application of lingqi, widely known throughout the land. This brutal form of punishment remained in effect until the late years of the Qianlong reign, although 3 lice had never witnessed it firsthand. The mere thought of experiencing such a fate, as described so casually by the constable, was enough to terrify anyone. At this moment, his psychological defenses crumbled entirely, and he ceased to doubt the constable's claim regarding the 2 victims who had taken their own lives. Sir, stop playing games. Just tell me what you want. I understand, he implored. The lean constable, having abandoned all pretense, pulled a jade pendant from his robe. This was found in your home. Is it yours? Without hesitation, 3 lice affirmed its ownership. Did you conspire to take a life with it? He was asked. Yes, came the swift reply. The interrogation proceeded remarkably smoothly. For every question posed by the constable, 3 lice answered in affirmation without a moment's hesitation. In the span of mere incense sticks, the barrage of inquiries flowed like a rapid-fire cannon, and his responses came as swiftly as a chicken pecking at grain. Once the questioning concluded, a scribe from the interrogation office approached. handing over several pages filled with confessions. The lean constable remarked, "Well, you're taking responsibility like a man. Now, sign here." Three Lice glanced at the confession, hesitated, and then asked, "Sir, if I take the blame for this, will it absolve me from the other case? If not, I will refute my confession at the execution site. After all, death is death." At this moment, another constable, playing the role of the good cop, chimed in. "Understand this. This case is separate from that one. They are not interconnected. If you wish to face the 1,000 cuts, you may recant your confession at the gallows, if you so desire. However, you are destined for death, and we have no time for trivialities." With a resolute bite of his lip, Three Lice took the pen handed to him by the scribe, signed, and pressed his thumbprint onto the document. As the others prepared to conclude their business, Three Lice, with red-rimmed eyes and gritted teeth, suddenly bellowed, "May I ask who has placed this burden upon me? For whom am I bearing this blame?" The lean constable smiled coldly. "We are merely fulfilling our duty, entrusted to us by another. As for the identity of that person, you may seek the king of the underworld for redress in the afterlife. A person ought to hold on to a memory. It may ease the passage. Once this matter is reported, it will take at least a couple of months for the Ministry of Justice to act, so you may remain in your cell, enjoying whatever food or drink you desire, as the one who commissioned us has ensured you will not suffer before your end." After this exchange, the constables turned to leave. And shortly thereafter, the jailers entered, unbinding Three Lice from the torture devices and shackling him in chains, dragging him out of the interrogation room. The group of constables exited the torture chamber and hurried towards the front hall of the courthouse. As they entered the courtyard, the ghostly figure of Lu Simao appeared, inquiring casually, "All confessed? Was it smooth?" The others smiled in response, with the lean constable stating, "Rest assured, this rascal is cunning, given the choice. Who would willingly face 1,000 cuts?" He answered everything without hesitation. As he spoke, he presented the jade pendant and the freshly inked confession to Lu Simao. Upon receiving the pendant and the confession, Lu Simao's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and he forced a semblance of a smile. Handing over a pouch of coins, "Take this and share among yourselves. Lord Jean has said that if the job is done efficiently, the next lucrative task will be yours." "Thank you, Lu Head." "Thank you, Lord Jean." They expressed ingratitude, bowing deeply as they accepted the pouch and departed. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Simao murmured to himself, "Three Lice, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Blame yourself for meddling. When you reach the underworld, I shall burn your benefits as paper offerings for you." After obtaining the jade pendant and the confession, Lu Simao's first course of action was to show off to Su Sandow, humming a nonsensical tune along the way. While boasting was secondary, his primary aim was to extort a hefty payment from Su Sandow, for it was he who had bungled the case, leaving others to clean up his mess. In Lu Simao's mind, the payment could not only be substantial but also justifiable, thus he felt compelled to celebrate in advance. Upon entering Su Sandow's reception hall, Lu Simao tossed the jade pendant along with the confession onto the table, cursing loudly, "Damn it, I've gone through so much trouble, paying both the interrogation room and the jailers to make that rascal comply, all while shouldering immense risk. I nearly turned the county office upside down to silence everyone." He fixed his gaze intently on Su Sandow. Su Sandow chuckled slyly, fully aware of the underlying implications in Lu Simao's words. Yet, he was unwilling to play the fool before seeing the evidence. After examining the jade pendant closely for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Is this truly from Three Lice's home?" "Indeed, we broke in through the window and searched thoroughly, finding it hidden beneath his mattress, only to run into him on his return. This scoundrel was even carrying a concealed weapon. Thankfully, we had 2 brothers waiting outside. One swift blow incapacitated him. Or else it could have turned disastrous if any of our men were harmed or killed." Su Sandow remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the confession, word by word. As he read, his brows furrowed into a frown. "Your brothers aren't forcing this case onto him, are they? Does he truly admit to this? Or is he merely spilling the beans? Hey, Susan, what's your angle? Since I entered, you've been suspicious, your demeanor, I'll ask you. If that jade pendant was found in his home, what motive would he have to retrieve it from the pawnshop? I know Three Lice well enough. He wouldn't hoard wealth overnight, so why would he go out of his way to buy jade? If only you had sold the stolen goods farther away, you wouldn't have ended up with incriminating evidence." Lu Simao's ire was palpable. Su Sandow, with his composed demeanor, tossed the pendant to Liuzi, instructing, "Examine it closely. Is this the same piece? Who sourced it for you?" Upon hearing this, Liuzi perked up, accepting the pendant and scrutinizing it with unwavering certainty. "This is indeed the same jade. I recognize the patterns and inscriptions, and one bead on the chain is chipped. It cannot be mistaken." In my search for the pawnshop owned by Boss Zhu on Qifeng Alley, I had entrusted everything to him alone. I had repeatedly emphasized that items could only be transferred to his branch outside the city and should not be sold locally. I had even pledged my life to this agreement, leaving no name on the pawn ticket. Yet, to my dismay, this unscrupulous fellow directly sold goods at Mianko. I went to confront him, but Liuzi took off hurriedly, and Su Sandao merely cast a glance at him without intervening. Boss Zhu was hardly a reputable character. He engaged in the most rudimentary form of banditry in the underworld. As he aged and accumulated some savings, he returned to his hometown to open a pawnshop, ostensibly conducting legitimate business while secretly dealing in illicit goods. Due to the substantial profit margins from such items, his business flourished. To facilitate the disposal of stolen goods, he established several branches to interchangeably buy and sell, creating a unique enterprise. With his cunning and connections to the authorities, he attracted various rogues who preferred to transact with him, enticed by the lower risks of being caught. Su Sandao was naturally among his clientele. However, Su trusted Boss Zhu not because of his character. He regarded moral integrity as worthless, but because of Zhu's own sordid background. Selling other stolen items would be tantamount to self-destruction. Hence, Su did not suspect him. Nevertheless, Su considered sending Liuzi to stir trouble for Zhu as a warning not to breach the established rules of conduct, ensuring that local goods would not be sold elsewhere to avoid implicating the higher-ups. Glancing at the irate Lu Simao, Su's demeanor shifted, and he clapped a hand on Lu's shoulder, cheerfully suggesting, "Come on, old Lu, let me treat you to a night at the temple. A new novice has arrived, and I hear she is quite charming. How about we indulge ourselves and enjoy a hearty meal and drink?" Upon hearing this, Lu's eyes narrowed with excitement, and he grinned widely. "Why wait? Let us go now." The temple Su referred to was not a place of genuine religious devotion, but rather a den of iniquity that had emerged in the wake of the Qing dynasty's decadence. It was a thriving establishment run by decrepit nuns who, lacking the means to survive, recruited young and attractive disciples to entertain guests, initially serving simple meals and engaging in flirtation, gradually blurring the lines with prostitution. These establishments were often situated in serene locales, away from bustling crowds, appealing to the wealthy who sought novelty, thus ensuring their prosperity. As Su Sandao and Lu Simao planned their escapade, Simao was at the riverside tavern enjoying a drink when Ma Qinghu burst in like a whirlwind, snatched a cup from Simao's table, and downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, "Incredible! You've once again predicted correctly." Sanlizi was carried out by Lu Simao and his gang, and after entering the interrogation room, he hasn't been seen since. Simao tossed a peanut into his mouth and snorted, no surprise there. It's the end of the line for Sanlizi. This is the principle of karma. "Hey, Simao, tell me how you orchestrated this," Ma Qinghu asked, plopping down beside him, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Simao poured a drink for him, grinning as he said, "I've kept my distance to avoid alerting them. Each of those we've schemed against is astute. Revealing even a slight hint would ruin our efforts. Now that we're halfway through, I know you have questions. Ask away, and I'll answer fully." Ma Qinghu scratched his head, pondering before saying, "I have many doubts, but now I'm confused about where to begin." Simao remained silent, watching Ma Qinghu with a smile. Suddenly, Ma Qinghu slapped his thigh. "How did you uncover the truth about Sanlizi? How did you know he bribed Lu Simao to escape trouble? Do you know what Wang Laodao used to do?" Simao did not answer directly, but shifted the conversation to a seemingly unrelated topic. Ma Qinghu shook his head. "Wasn't he a Taoist priest?" "He was a Taoist, indeed, but that is not the whole story. Wang Laodao was a jack of all trades, particularly knowledgeable about the inner workings of the government, with remarkable skills in forensic examination and crime scene investigation. Can you guess what he originally did? Was he part of the government?" Ma Qinghu seemed to grasp the implication. "Not just part of it. He was a scholar who passed the imperial examinations. You wouldn't believe it, but this disheveled trickster was once a county magistrate." Simao whispered, lowering his voice. Ma Qinghu was taken aback, struggling to reconcile the image of this scruffy, humorous old Taoist with that of a government official. "Is that true?" Simao glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and cautioned, "This information must remain confidential. Our plans are not yet complete, and we cannot afford to expose our hand. It was precisely because of Wang Laodao's hidden agenda that we caught them off guard. They never imagined Sanlizi had committed his crimes in a county governed by Wang, whose knowledge of the law meant that unsolved homicides would implicate even the officials. Thus, the local authorities conspired to pin the blame on a dead prisoner. Wang refused to be complicit, resigned from his post, and harbored a lifelong regret for not capturing Sanlizi. Little did he know he would encounter him at Mianko. To this end, he discreetly submitted petitions to the county office. Sanlizi was arrested but released shortly after. leading Wang to deduce that San Lizi had paid off Lu Cuomao's gang to secure his freedom. This rascal has been clinging to Su San's coattails. And I've heard from Liuzi, when drunk, that San Lizi often spoke ill of me and schemed to become Su San's advisor. So, you intend to eliminate San Lizi? Is it worth such effort over an insignificant character? Simao scoffed. Consider his actions, ruthless and cunning. With him by Su San's side, he could jeopardize our plans. To deal with the old fox, we must first cut off his wings. A glint of cold determination flashed in Simao's eyes. Such a person, unrepentant in this life after a vile past, deserves to meet their end. If fate has brought him to my doorstep, it is my duty to enact justice. Though Simao's tone remained calm, Ma Qinghu felt a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed Simao's inscrutable methods and could not help but admire him further. That day, when the old priest read Liuzi's fortune, I saw no flaws. After sharing a drink with me, he revealed none of his tricks. I was puzzled about how he managed to deceive Liuzi. Simao chuckled. You taught me the ways of the world, but I later pondered deeply. You understood the surface but not the essence. The old Taoist craft is closely guarded. I observed and deduced, and you've likely heard the saying about the art of divination. The more one knows, the more one conceals. Ma Qinghu shook his head in confusion. Not knowing is quite normal. It's a saying among their kind. If the secret is revealed, their business would collapse. Thus, they adhere to a strict code of silence. Simao proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of the matter to Ma Qinghu in great detail. Within the realm of divination, those who practice face reading and fortune-telling are collectively referred to as Jin Dian. Among these practitioners, distinctions are made based on various techniques, including Yijin, Zui Zi Jin, Chong Jin, Dai Zi Jin, and Lao Zhou Air, among others, each more peculiar than the last. Ultimately, the essence of this craft is a business venture, wherein the adept deceives others and transfers the wealth from their pockets into their own, a true skill. This skill is a closely guarded secret, passed down orally from master to apprentice, requiring rigorous practice to master. Once learned, it becomes a means of livelihood, akin to the challenging task of extracting a cake from flat ground or catching a thief. This skill is referred to as Xing in the Spring Classics, which essentially embodies the tactics and tricks that compel others to part with their money. There exists a specific type of practitioner in the world of divination who has never studied the theories of the I Ching or similar disciplines. They have merely learned deception from their masters. Such individuals may earn small sums, but inevitably, their schemes will unravel over time, leading them to a life of continuous deception without substantial success. The second category consists mainly of educated individuals, often disillusioned with their prospects in officialdom, who possess theoretical knowledge of divination but lack practical experience. While they may sound impressive, capable of weaving intricate discourses that leave others bewildered, they have not trained under a master and know little about the art of extracting money from others. Consequently, they often fail at the critical moment, resulting in unfulfilled potential. In the world of divination, these individuals are referred to as jian, representing a half-hearted endeavor. The third category, however, is formidable. These individuals possess both knowledge and practical skills, having learned various deceptive techniques from their masters. Although rare, they are the elite within the realm of divination. Unlike the former types, they do not wander aimlessly. Rather, they establish themselves and cater to clientele comprised of the affluent and powerful, thereby reaping substantial profits and cultivating a loyal following. In the vernacular of the community, they are dubbed Xing Jia Jian, akin to celestial beings, signifying their remarkable talents that surpass even divine entities. Wang Zhong and the old Taoist belong to this third category, employing a well-known trick in the divination realm called Xiao Tui Pai. Essentially, it is a form of sleight of hand. At first glance, it seems as though he writes down each individual's brothers on slips of paper and verifies them flawlessly, showcasing remarkable skill. However, the crux of the trick lies in the initial act of writing and questioning. When he writes the first slip, he feigns action, leaving it blank. Thus, it is merely a piece of white paper, and everyone is deceived into believing he writes before he questions. Once they fall into this trap, they create mental blind spots, making it impossible for them to grasp the underlying secrets without breaking free from this cycle. As long as he successfully deceives the first person, the subsequent inquiries become straightforward. He records the number of brothers of the first person when questioning the second, and so forth. This method, akin to revealing answers, ensures accuracy. Before revealing the slip, he draws attention by engaging the onlookers in conversation, seizing the opportunity to fill in the first slip with the number of brothers of the first individual, ultimately discarding the initial blank slip. Thus, this technique is aptly named Xiao Tui Pai. As for Wang Daoist's spirit writing technique, it is even more straightforward. With the three rascals committing crimes under his jurisdiction, Wang Zhong is certainly well acquainted with their true identities and physical characteristics. By crafting a few clever verses that hint at hidden meanings, purportedly channeled from celestial beings, the rascals naturally fall into his trap. After listening to Simao's elaborate explanation, Ma Qinghu suddenly grasped the situation. From now on, let us not mention that you enlightened me. It would be utterly embarrassing if this got out. You have surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Simao chuckled. As long as I do not revere him as my master, he will not pass on his skills. It is a rule in the realm of divination. This old Taoist is quite stubborn, unwilling to break this tradition. However, firstly, I learned the art of deception in gambling houses. One must possess a sharp eye and keen insight to excel in this trade. Thus I pilfered some skills from the old Taoist. And secondly, Simao hesitated momentarily. What about the second part? Do tell, Ma Qinghu pressed, his curiosity piqued. Simao wore a mysterious expression. I possess another talent. I can dream. In my dreams, celestial beings impart wisdom to me. Ma Qinghu regarded him with disdain. That too must be something you learned from the old Taoist. How fanciful. Seeing Ma Qinghu's skepticism, Simao chose not to elaborate, merely chuckling in response. Wait, there's something I can't quite fathom, Ma Qinghu suddenly remembered. Shifting the conversation, what concealed mechanism is tied to the jade pendant you had me secretly retrieve from the three rascals' abode? Simao glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Su Sin has been engaged in clandestine dealings, targeting itinerant merchants, acquiring narcotics, setting up gambling schemes, committing murder and disposing of bodies, all orchestrated by Lu Zi. They committed numerous heinous acts over the years, with countless unresolved cases. Just recently, a body delivered to the old Taoist's temple appeared to have drowned, that it was orchestrated by Lu Zi and his gang. The old Taoist is an expert in corpse examination, and upon comparing it with previous nameless corpses, the methods matched perfectly, undoubtedly the work of Lu Zi's group. Consider this. The wealthy victims they target carry valuable belongings, accessories, and items, of course. They need a means to dispose of the stolen goods. And those narcotics cannot simply be purchased from pharmacies. They must be procured through illicit channels. Ma Qinghu was taken aback. These rascals are incredibly bold, daring to commit such heinous acts. Did you trace their drug purchases and disposal routes? Simao nodded. In our region, those engaged in such businesses may be unaware, but the brothers within the underworld are well aware. They simply choose to remain uninvolved. By analyzing the timing of their murders and disposals, we can deduce when they sell their stolen goods. Thus, I acquired this jade pendant at a high price from their disposal of stolen items, intending to use it to implicate Su San. It serves as irrefutable evidence. Naturally, Su San will ponder. If not for the purpose of targeting Su San's vulnerabilities, why would a rogue like Lu Zi indulge in such refined tastes and purchase jade? And how coincidentally did it end up in the hands of Su San's buyer? No one would believe it. You've deduced their murder and disposal methods, which is understandable. But to conclude that the jade pendant belonged to that gambler solely based on the timing of its disposal seems rather risky. What if the item turns out to be misidentified? Simao regarded Ma Qinghu intently, remaining silent, which made Ma Qinghu uneasy. What's wrong now? Simao chuckled. Look at you. Your thoughts are becoming increasingly astute. You're no longer the reckless Zhang Fei. Enough with the distractions. Just answer clearly. Fine. Simao replied playfully, then carefully explained the intricacies. The crux of the matter lay within the gambler's corpse. After Lu Zi and his accomplices committed murder and theft, they merely stripped the victim of their outer garments while leaving their undergarments untouched. Hence, both the old Taoist and Simao discovered the family crest on the inner garments. In ancient times, such crests were often associated with esteemed families, wealthy merchants, and were woven or dyed into personal garments, letters, and gifts. The family crest on the corpse's undergarment read Zigong Tang. Few may know of this family, but the founder of Zigong Tang, Lu Zigong, is renowned in the annals of Ming and Qing history, as well as among contemporaries in the jade industry and collectors. Due to the remarkable hardness of jade, ancient artisans consistently employed the method of grinding jade with jade sand. During the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, an exceptional jade craftsman emerged in Taizong, Jiangsu, who innovated the Kunwen knife carving technique, elevating the craftsmanship and skill of jade processing to unprecedented heights. His name became renowned, and his sculptural artistry was celebrated as the pinnacle of Wu's craftsmanship, with even the Suzhou Gazette praising his exquisite water fairy hairpin, which was intricately delicate, with flower stems as fine as a hair. This master craftsman was Lu Zigong. A notable anecdote further attests to his prowess. The Wanli emperor summoned him to the palace to serve. On one occasion, the emperor intended to challenge Lu Zigong, presenting him with a jade thumb ring, which came in both civilian and martial types, derived from ancient archery practices. The martial thumb ring was designed to protect the finger, originating from the use of a horn or similar material. Subsequently, many literati emulated this, crafting thumb rings from jade and agate, transforming their purpose into decorative adornments, thus giving rise to the civilian thumb ring. The emperor tasked him with carving 100 steeds onto it. Days later, Lu Zigong completed the task and presented it to the emperor. Upon inspection, the emperor found only 3 magnificent horses depicted against a backdrop of lofty mountains and an open city gate. One horse was already racing towards the city. Another was galloping towards the gate, while the third merely showed its head emerging from a valley, a masterful representation of reality through illusion, which greatly pleased the emperor. Inspired by Lu Zigong, his relatives joined the jade crafting and selling trade. By the Qing dynasty, they had developed into a prestigious family known for their comprehensive jade processing and sales. However, during the late Qianlong period, the high-profile Gung Putzao case led to a government monopoly on jade trading, resulting in the decline of the Lu family, but that is a tale for another time. From the Kangxi era onwards, the economy flourished and culture thrived, particularly under Qianlong's leadership, when the elite and literati developed a fervent appreciation for jade. Wang Laodao, during his official tenure, was also part of this movement. Thus, upon seeing the mark on the deceased's undergarment, he immediately deduced that this individual must be a descendant of the Lu family. This was due to Taizong being a geographical reference, and Zigong being Lu Zigong's sobriquet. Hence the name Ziganhal was adopted by the Lu clan. The intricate craftsmanship on the undergarment, using the Kunlun knife technique, was a closely guarded secret of the Lu family, which faded into obscurity with their decline, making it exceptionally challenging to replicate and further affirming the deceased's identity. Each member of the Lu family possessed a jade pendant as a standard accessory, engraved with the family motto passed down from Lu Zigong. While the jade itself may not have been of great value, it served not merely as decoration but as a reminder to future generations. The wealth and possessions of the deceased had been completely plundered, and naturally, this jade pendant fell into the hands of Liuzi and his associates, who were oblivious to its significance. When Simao inquired about their trading routes, he effortlessly tracked down the jade, as it was standard issue, mass-produced with uniform shapes and designs, akin to modern assembly line products. As for the jade pendant itself, it was not particularly valuable, yet Simao paid a price above market value to acquire it, intending to frame Senlaizi with it. Naturally, Su San and others would perceive Senlaizi as scheming to gather evidence against them for murder and robbery, leaving no room for courtesy. If one dared to pull at another's vulnerabilities, their life would be at stake. Thus unfolded a compelling drama of mutual betrayal. Regarding the gambler mistakenly captured by Lu Zuomao, during interrogation, he inadvertently revealed Su San's secret dealings in crime, being merely a thug Simao had hired. Lured by substantial rewards, he feigned weakness under torture, divulging this critical information, thereby secretly manipulating events through Lu Zuomao and methodically cornering Senlaizi and his cohorts. After listening to Simao's explanation, Ma Qinghu finally understood how those seemingly unrelated threads were intricately woven together. However, he harbored one last doubt. Su San's associates had likely been cautious collaborators for quite some time. How had Simao so easily obtained these clues and evidence? Simao shook his head, letting out a sigh, as if dismissing such a lowbrow question. The most troublesome figures in the underworld are merely the transporters and merchants. You taught me this principle. Why are they troublesome? Because they are unprincipled, profit-driven individuals. What are the so-called rules of the underworld? Merely a lack of leverage. Once they perceive low risk and sufficient profit, they will be the first to betray their allies. Remember my words, like attracts like. Those who associate closely with Su San are all in it for profit, and in their hearts, what is a brother for? Merely a means to exchange for silver. Ma Qinghu pressed on. Once Senlaizi is dealt with, will you not turn your attention to Lu Batzi next? Simao smiled. No need for me to intervene. I suspect at this very moment, Lu Batzi is likely clashing with Su San. After Senlaizi is imprisoned, Su San will certainly not share the silver he owes with Senlaizi. Lu Batzi and Senlaizi are allies, having conspired against my father, and he would naturally not relinquish what is rightfully his. Moreover, Su San has publicly declared in front of us that he will not keep a single coin of that 30,000 silver. He will give it all to them. Now that Su San must go back on his word, we can only wait to see the drama unfold. Simao's predictions were spot on. At this moment, Su San and Lu Batzi were not merely exchanging barbs, but were on the verge of a full-blown brawl. Su San's courtyard was packed with layers of people, numbering over 100, all with their sleeves rolled up, dressed in vibrant attire typical of ruffians. Su San and Lu Batzi, surrounded by their respective thugs, resembled two fighting roosters, their faces flushed as they glared at each other. Su San huffed angrily. Lu Batsi, I curse your ancestors. Today you dare to storm my territory. If you can walk out of here on your own, I, Su San, have no place in Mianko anymore. Lu Batsi swiftly drew a gleaming machete from his waist, pointing it directly at Su San. Spare me the nonsense. If others fear you, I do not. I came here to extend an olive branch. Either you return the silver you took from San Lizi and make up for the 30,000 you owe us, or we fight it out. Whoever falls first admits defeat. Before Lu Batsi could finish his sentence, Su San delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Batsi stumbling backward, landing hard on the ground. At that moment, Su San shouted, "Let us fight. Everyone attack." Su San, having come from a life of peril, possessed skills far superior to Lu Batsi's. As a seasoned veteran, he understood that the key to a successful brawl was to strike first, capture the leader, and dominate the morale of the opponents. Armed with these strategies, he was destined to rout his adversaries. Upon receiving the command from Su Sandao, his subordinates immediately surged forward, swiftly engaging in combat. The scene was chaotic, with heads bobbing and an array of weapons such as sticks and sabers flying through the air. Lu Batsi, being Su Sandao's capable lieutenant, naturally did not lag behind. With a saber in his right hand, he swiftly hurled a handful of lime powder towards Lu Batsi and his companions, obscuring their vision in a cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, some covered their mouths and noses, others shielded their eyes, while a few shouted in anger, creating utter disarray. Su Sandao's group, employing swifter and more unscrupulous tactics, steadily gained the upper hand, forcing Lu Batsi and his men to retreat. A few loyal subordinates desperately protected Lu Batsi, valiantly wielding their weapons against the downpour of various arms while they retreated, eventually being pushed out onto the street. Su Sandao showed no signs of relenting, commanding his men to continue their relentless pursuit. According to Su Sandao's philosophy, one should either act decisively or not at all. Failing to intimidate Lu Batsi and completely shatter his fighting spirit would only invite his return. Furthermore, it was essential to deter other adversaries in the underworld from emulating Lu Batsi's audacity. Initially, the street was crowded with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. But the battlefield swiftly transitioned from Su Sandao's courtyard to the public thoroughfare. Some spectators, caught off guard, became unfortunate casualties in the brawl, and the lamentations echoed persistently in front of Su Sandao's residence. Though the brawling of ruffians may lack the life-and-death stakes of military conflict, it remains captivating. Experienced combatants either flee at the first sign of trouble or, if escape is impossible, they drop to the ground, clutching their heads and curling up to protect themselves, adopting a posture akin to a dead pig indifferent to boiling water. Those not targeting vital areas may receive blows indiscriminately. Conversely, seasoned assailants are adept at avoiding critical strikes, for their aim is merely to inflict pain and instill fear, ensuring that their adversaries will think twice before approaching them again. Thus, weapons are often wielded with dramatic flair but are used with restraint. The blade is often turned to the flat side before contact, making the blows seem more fearsome than they truly are. This explains why street fights rarely result in fatalities and why sabers, rather than more lethal weapons like daggers, are the favored instruments of confrontation. Under Su Sandao's relentless assault, Lu Batsi found himself on the brink of despair. In his estimation, leading a surprise attack with 60 to 70 men should have caught Su Sandao off guard. After all, the latter could not possibly match their numbers and would surely yield to intimidation, allowing Lu Batsi to achieve victory without conflict. According to Lu Batsi's streetwise experience, larger groups often lead to inaction. Once a crowd forms, the outcome is frequently negotiation. Unexpectedly, Su Sandao deviated from the expected script, launching an attack despite being outnumbered, resulting in immediate chaos for Lu Batsi's side. The humiliation was palpable as those who could flee had already done so, while the remaining few writhed on the ground, battered by sticks, blades, and boots, embodying sheer devastation. With only one loyal subordinate left by his side, Lu Batsi, nursing his injuries, curled up beneath a window in a corner, surrounded by adversaries. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing Su Sandao approaching with a hefty wooden club, his face darkened with intent. Panic surged within Lu Batsi as he urged his companion to flee and seek help from Jin Yi, his voice a mere whisper. Before he could finish his plea, Su Sandao swung the club, skillfully avoiding Lu Batsi's head, and struck the shoulder of the man shielding him. The subordinate let out a cry of anguish, rolling over and collapsing at Su Sandao's feet, convulsing in pain. Su Sandao paid him no heed, stepping over the fallen man, raising his club again towards Lu Batsi. Just then, Lu's lieutenant, Liuzi, rushed over and tugged at Su Sandao's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Third master, we mustn't break the rules." Su Sandao's face flickered with a hint of hesitation, which Liu Batzi noticed with a glimmer of hope, as if grasping a lifeline. He called out, "Su, do you dare to defy the rules set by Genie?" Upon hearing Liu Batzi's words, Liu Zi's face betrayed exasperation. He silently cursed Liu Batzi's lack of wit. Without that comment, Su Sandao might have refrained from lethal force. By threatening him in front of so many, Liu Batzi had effectively cornered Su Sandao into a decisive action, sealing his own fate. As anticipated, Su Sandao clenched his teeth, swinging the club with all his might, delivering a crushing blow to Liu Batzi's knee. The sound of shattering bone accompanied a heart-wrenching scream as Liu Batzi clutched his leg. Pallid and on the brink of unconsciousness, his knee clearly rendered incapacitated. With a clang, Su Sandao discarded the club, surveying the carnage around him. He instructed Liu Zi, "Arrange for these rascals to be taken to the clinic. You come with me." "Third master, where are we going?" Liu Zi inquired. Su Sandao's demeanor had shifted from fierce aggression to a somber expression. "Where else?" "To the Chaobang's council hall, to seek that old man's intervention. We shall wait for tea and discussions." Though many may be unfamiliar with the Chaobang, the mention of the Qing gang, particularly the three titans of modern Shanghai, Huang Jinrong, Du Yuesheng, and Zhang Xiaolin, is widely recognized. The Chaobang is, in fact, the progenitor of the Qing gang, and this connection elucidates much. But from where did the Chaobang emerge? The answer may surprise many. It was established through the unwavering efforts of the Ming and Qing dynasties, as government institutions persisted through trials to foster its growth. At this juncture, some might dismiss this as mere rambling. Throughout history, whether under benevolent or tyrannical rulers, there has been a steadfast policy against organized crime. As emperors represented the legitimate order, while criminals represented the underworld, both realms being irreconcilable. However, this is merely theoretical. In reality, the legitimate society often serves as the breeding ground for the underground. To paraphrase a line from Stephen Chow's character in Kung Fu Hustle, the extent of organized crime is not determined by me, but by your emperor, encapsulating a profound insight. Please bear with me as we delve into the intricate relationships among factions, as we must explore the origins of the Chaobang. Let us examine how this one of China's largest criminal organizations evolved from obscurity to prominence, serving as a source of inspiration for those seeking to overthrow their superiors and rally together. Every dynasty has its capital, its heart. With the Ming and Qing dynasties centered in Beijing, though Zhu Yuanzhang temporarily relocated to Nanjing, this was an exception. As the heart, it required sustenance. Without it, how could the emperor, ministers, and citizens survive? Consequently, organizations dedicated to supplying resources to the capital emerged, essentially transportation teams, albeit on a scale far exceeding that of seasonal migrations. Land-based transport teams were termed zhuan, while maritime transport teams were called chao, giving rise to the name Chaobang. During the Ming dynasty, the transport teams functioned as military units. However, by the time of the Qing dynasty, the maintenance of such a large army became untenable. Yet, the need for blood and resources persisted. The government had no choice but to delegate the operation of transport teams to individual entrepreneurs and small enterprises. Nonetheless, some grassroots leadership positions were still occupied by lesser-known military personnel, referred to as cheating or yunding. Although they were fed by the state, they remained subjects of oppression, especially as they were gradually ousted from the civil service, transforming into self-reliant individuals amid the tides of institutional reform. Hence, they found themselves navigating the vast ocean of opportunity. Akin to fish leaping and birds soaring in the sky, these seemingly insignificant individuals were crucial as they became the first generation of entrepreneurs for the Zhongbang Corporation. Historical experiences often demonstrate that while competence and ambition are valuable, they pale in comparison to the sheer serendipity of being in the right place at the right time. With a leader in place, the question arose, where would the followers come from? At that time, there were no job fairs, no citywide recruitment events, and no deceptive human resource agencies. Although this appeared to be a significant issue, the government, understanding the urgency of the enterprises, took concrete steps to support and implement effective measures, thereby resolving the problem with relative ease. The government's approach to addressing the shortage of human resources was quite simple. It involved monetary investment. In contemporary terms, this could be described as outsourcing services or purchasing solutions. Essentially, a portion of the tax revenues collected nationwide was allocated for transport fees to support the transport teams. As a result, more individuals flocked to this industry. Drawn by its low professional barriers, robust health was the primary qualification, as intelligence was not a prerequisite. For instance, during the Qing dynasty, There were consistently over 12,000 grain transport vessels operating, employing approximately 100,000 sailors, thus creating a substantial workforce exceeding 2 to 300,000. The Qing dynasty effectively established a continuous supply of human resources for the Zhang. One might wonder, with a leader and a band of followers, should the Zhang Corporation not have taken flight by now? Alas, that would be a miscalculation. Entrepreneurship is not as simple as it may seem, or else success would already be ubiquitous. At this juncture, a catalyst was still needed: entrepreneurial motivation. Consequently, the future of the Zhang Corporation remained disorganized and fragmented, akin to a scattered group lacking cohesion. Recognizing the lack of motivation among the people, the court decided to apply pressure to stimulate it. Officials, whether directly in charge or within reach, united in their efforts to monitor the financial resources of the transport teams, resorting to various extortionate practices. The established norms and corrupt regulations proliferated, exploiting the workers to the fullest extent. However, the transport fees set by the court were fixed, meaning any additional costs would ultimately fall upon the already impoverished transport crews. The plight of the transport workers was dire, as many lived in such poverty that even the sight of a mouse would not dare approach their empty grain bins. The hardships they faced are well documented. Suffice it to say, they endured a life of profound suffering. At this point, one might remark that the government was indeed forcing these individuals into desperate circumstances. Shouldn't the Zhang Corporation be ready to emerge now? Disappointment awaits. Patience is still required. The Chinese populace has historically exhibited remarkable resilience, often enduring hardships quietly, only venturing to grumble discreetly against authority when they perceive even the slightest glimmer of opportunity. However, there are exceptions, particularly when religious faith empowers them to transform overnight into formidable figures. During such a critical period, a movement known as the Luo religion began to silently proliferate among the transport workers. I will refrain from delving into the origins of the Luo religion to avoid misinterpretation as an endorsement of superstitions. In simple terms, the founder of the Luo religion, Luo Qing, was a semi-divine figure who had previously served as a military grain transporter during the Ming dynasty, thus resonating deeply with the people. Following him, 3 disciples, Wang, Qian, and Pan, who were later revered by the Qing gang as the 3 ancestors, inherited his unfulfilled mission, establishing temples, practicing vegetarianism, and worshipping deities to formally create the Luo religion. The initial office of the Luo religion was situated in a sailors' congregation area, present-day Hangzhou, where they provided shelter to the elderly and destitute sailors, offering free burials for those who could not afford graves. Consequently, these 3 figures became venerated within the hearts of the transport workers, leading to a growing number of believers. Gradually, the previously disorganized transport workers began to unite around the faith of the Luo religion. At this moment, one might expect the Zhang Corporation to convene its inaugural meeting. However, the reality is that it remains a work in progress. Before casting stones or rotten eggs, one should exercise patience. The pivotal moment is upon us. As the government intensified its scrutiny, the Zhang, the precursor to the Qing gang, was finally on the verge of emergence. However, this time, the government's intervention was not supportive but rather destructive, as the devotion to the Luo ancestor overshadowed traditional reverence for the heavens, the emperor, and ancestors. In the 5th year of Emperor Yongjing's reign, the emperor personally ordered the closure of the Luo religion's headquarters and its branches across the country. In Hangzhou alone, 43 locations were sealed, and by the Qianlong era, the authorities went further, demolishing buildings and prohibiting the transport workers from practicing the Luo faith. At this juncture, the indoctrinated transport workers had undergone a transformation, no longer resembling their former compliant selves. Moreover, the adage that solutions outnumber difficulties held true. With the destruction of their land-based offices, they simply relocated their operations onto boats, naming these floating offices Laotang ships. Each faction possessed a Laotang ship, adorned with the founder's likeness and incense altars. While these were merely formalities, the essence of the operation had shifted, former cheating transformed into accountants and cashiers, now referred to as dongjia. If one believes they were merely financial officers, one would be mistaken. They also exercised authority over personnel. In any organizational structure, the convergence of power over both human and financial resources is paramount. Once these 2 powers coalesced, the organizational framework of the Zhang Corporation was officially established, and their emergence began. Under the leadership of the now unified transport workers, the Zhang initiated a transformation of its operations, beginning with smuggling, followed by extorting protection fees from other vessels, monopolizing trade routes, and eventually engaging in open confrontations with the authorities, including strikes and assaults. As opportunities on the water dwindled, They expanded their reach onto land, diversifying into various industries and forming numerous supply chains, both legitimate and illicit. Thus, the Zhang, one of the largest gang organizations in Chinese history, completed its arduous entrepreneurial journey and embarked on a voyage towards prosperity. Upon reaching this juncture, many may find that observing such developments is no easy task. Witnessing the struggles of others can be exhausting, leading one to ponder why undertaking any endeavor is fraught with difficulty. The span from the Ming to the Qing dynasty marked a 200-year journey for a single company to establish itself, revealing that the notion of inspirational tales often belies the complexities of reality. Historical lessons affirm that entrepreneurship is not merely a technical endeavor, but also a matter of luck. Without the Qing dynasty's government, which simultaneously assisted and obstructed progress, the Zhang might have perished in its infancy. Yet, from a different perspective, the entrepreneurial journey holds intrinsic value. Even if dreams remain unfulfilled, the sights and experiences along the way can be rewarding. Now, returning to the main narrative. Su Sandao is in a hurry to locate a certain elder, his master, Yin Chunyang, the proprietor of the Chunyang tea house, and the prominent figure of the Zhang in the three towns of Miankou, Yin Xingji, widely known as Yin the Blind. The Zhang of Miankou has inherited a set of rules from its ancestors, emphasizing principles of tranquility, virtue, literary achievements, Buddhist teachings, benevolence, wisdom, intrinsic nature, and the rights of the Yuan and Ming dynasties. Yin Xingji originally bore the single character Ji as his name. However, as he was born into the Qing generation, he became known as Yin Xingji. In his youth, a brawl cost him one eye, earning him the nickname Yin the Blind. Of course, given his current standing in the underworld, only a few of his old brothers dare to call him that. Most others lack the courage to do so. Once haughty and arrogant, Su Sandao now stood before Yin Xingji, submissively and respectfully, his demeanor a stark contrast to his usual bravado. Yin Xingji was slender. His years spent braving the elements as a boatman had darkened his skin. His short stubble was freshly shaven, just beginning to grow back, and his gray and white hair was tied up in a bun atop his head. He wore a simple long robe, devoid of ostentatious embellishments, appearing rather unremarkable, save for his cleanliness and neatness. However, his hands and singular eye were striking enough to leave a lasting impression. His hands were more than twice the thickness of an average person's, with large knuckles that seemed disproportionately out of alignment with his slender frame, evidence of rigorous training in iron palm techniques. His lone eye often remained half-closed, its depths inscrutable, concealing any hint of his emotions. Leaning back in an intricately carved chair, he sipped tea absent-mindedly, occasionally toying with a precious purple clay teapot that sparkled with silver sand and adorned with red beads. For a long while, he remained silent. Su Sandao had bowed, dared not speak, merely glancing at his master's face in a cautious inquiry. The two remained in silence for the duration of a stick of incense. Finally, Yin Xingji coughed lightly before speaking, his tone calm and measured, reminiscent of a wise monk imparting teachings. You are approaching 40 now. As the old saying goes, one stands firm at 30 and is unconfused at 40. In my view, you stand firm yet unsteady, and are confused yet lack true understanding. We, as members of the Zhang, are not engaged in noble deeds. Our purpose lies in securing our own territory and protecting our interests. It would suffice to not seek further complications. Yet here you are, dragging a group of people into a trap for a mere boy, only to end up shooting yourself in the foot. You're squabbling like a petty thief with Lu the Scarred. Everyone in Miankou knows that old Jin's dog was caught at your doorstep. What a display of authority. Can my humble abode support such a formidable presence as yourself? Though Yin Xingji's words were delivered with a steady tone, they bore a sharp edge, akin to a mentor admonishing a wayward student, yet also reflecting the sternness of a leader chastising a subordinate. Beneath it all lay a palpable resentment that left Su Sandao unsettled and uncertain about how to respond. Yet, he understood one thing. Humbling oneself and admitting fault would never lead him astray. With this thought, his expression turned even more deferential. Master, your teachings are for my own good. I acknowledge my mistakes and willingly accept your reprimand. Yin Xingji caressed the teapot in his hands and spoke softly. Do you remember what I told you? Su Sandao lowered his head. The lesson you imparted when I first entered your tutelage is etched in my mind, and I carry it with me always. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a small booklet, opening it to reveal a hastily penned passage. With great respect, he presented it to Yin Xingji. Upon seeing the booklet and its contents, Yin Xingji's expression softened slightly. That lesson was meant to be internalized, not merely memorized. Recite it for me. A flicker of delight crossed Su Sandao's face as he recited aloud. The Zhang people are divided into 118 factions, with the one, Qian, and Pan families forming but a single branch. Now they have splintered into the Huaisu Alliance, the Xingwu Six, and the Jiabai Alliance, scattered like sand due to the disregard for our teachings, driven by greed and infighting among brethren. To enter my school, one must adhere to the principles of restraint and sacrifice. Restraint calms the restless mind, while sacrifice allows one to forsake minor gains for greater virtues. As Su Sandao finished, Yin Xingji let out a dismissive grunt. The world has declined, and human hearts have become untrustworthy. The 3 towns of Minko have become chaotic in recent years. Old Jin engages in commerce on land, and you were the first from the Songbong to take food from his bowl, making a name for yourself. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon cannot overpower the river. The grain ship is the bowl bestowed upon us by our ancestors, and all else is merely borrowed livelihood. If this negotiation fails, return to the water. Do not be fooled by the gold flowing into the Bayagas and Huachang. It is a mere illusion. It is wiser to let go of this earthly bounty than to engage in a life and death struggle. Old Jin will inevitably seek your life. It's just a matter of time. But he is different from us. Fundamentally, we are destined to lose. Upon hearing Yin Xingji's words, Su Sandao felt a pain greater than self-mutilation. This was a directive to relinquish the Bayagas and Huachang, to surrender the hard-won fruits of victory. The thought of those incoming riches slipping into another's grasp felt akin to watching a beloved woman fall into the arms of another man. Su Sandao's face flushed, and his breath quickened. He struggled to control his emotions, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is it solely because of his official status that the Songbong is at his mercy?" Yin Xingji detected the underlying tone in Su Sandao's question. His solitary eye widened, staring piercingly at Su Sandao as he replied, "That alone is sufficient. Yet over the years, Old Jin has profited handsomely from me. Lu the Scart's meager payments are but a pittance compared to what I provide. I cannot believe Old Jin would turn against us for Lu. Would he not be forsaking his own fortune?" Su Sandao's mind was clouded by the prospect of losing everything he had painstakingly built. A flourishing money tree that would now bear another name. An affront far worse than exhuming his ancestors' graves. Though Su Sandao's demeanor remained respectful, his tone was resolute, determined to sway Yin Xingji's decision. At that moment, Yin Xingji's gaze remained sharp, yet it conveyed a complexity of emotions, contempt, sorrow, and more. Just as the master and disciple were at an impasse, a sweet voice broke through. "Oh, I sent that brother San? What a rare guest." They turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman enter, her arched brows and almond-shaped eyes sparkling, her cherry-red lips parting in a smile that revealed pearly white teeth. Her skin glowed like jade under the light, and her curvaceous figure moved gracefully, exuding an enchanting fragrance as she approached. It was Yin Xingji's daughter, Yin Chunyang, the owner of the Spring Daughter Tea House. "Junior sister, please spare me your critiques. Master is currently displeased with me. I've been remiss in paying my respects. And it is my fault," she said, then turned to the table in the flower hall, picking up a square brocade box. With a beaming smile, she presented it to Chunyang. "I had someone specially fetch this Su embroidery fabric from Songjiang for you. I hope you will not disdain it." Chunyang smiled warmly at Yin Xingji, but did not reach out to take it, spending all day in the tea house. Wearing clothes made from this fabric for greetings and farewells would surely invite ridicule. "I appreciate your kind intention, but this fabric would be better suited for sister-in-law." As Su Sandao gazed upon Chunyang's charming smile, he found himself unwittingly swallowing his saliva as he remarked, "Do not say such things. If your sister-in-law were to don this outfit, it would be akin to a monkey wearing a hat, merely a performance. My junior sister, do not decline. I specifically bought this for you." Just then, another figure entered from outside, a lad of about 15 or 16, exuding an air of arrogance. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling, sleeves rolled up, and in his hands, he was twirling a pair of iron balls, clanging them together, none other than Yin Xingji's son, Chunyang's younger brother, Yin Huzi. Upon entering, Yin Huzi swiftly snatched the brocade box from Su Sandao's hands, declaring, "I will take this on behalf of my sister." As he spoke, he cast a glance at another brocade box tied up on the table beside his father's armchair, clearly another gift from Su Sandao. He then chuckled. "Third brother, why is it that both father and my sister have delightful treasures, yet I am left empty-handed? How could that be? When has third brother ever forgotten about his brother?" Su Sandao replied, reaching into his bosom to produce a short sword still in its sheath. Presenting it to Yin Huzi, an authentic Mongolian short sword, crafted from fine steel, capable of severing hair. Yin Huzi's eyes lit up, eager to accept it. But Chunyang swiftly seized it from the side, her apricot eyes widening as she glared at Huzi. "Go cool off over there. Have you not been told not to touch such things? How dare you reach for it before my very eyes?" Yin Huzi, having lost his mother at a young age, regarded Chun Yang almost as a second mother. Despite his rebellious demeanor, he seemed to harbor a hint of fear towards her, muttering defiantly, "Who said I wanted to take it? I was merely curious to see it. There's no need to make a fuss." Yet, he dared not extend his hand again. Merely gazing longingly at the exquisite short sword, its leather sheath adorned with brass studs, gleaming with a yellow luster, nearly drooling in anticipation. "And you, from now on, do not dare to give such things to Huzi. If I catch you doing it again, do not blame me for turning against you." After admonishing her brother, Chun Yang turned her attention back to Su Sandow, raising her eyebrows, speaking with unmistakable firmness. This shift revealed her dual nature, a beauty who could enchant, yet also exude commanding authority. Su Sandow nodded submissively, hastily retrieving the short sword from Chun Yang's grasp and stowing it away. "Very well, it is all my fault. Junior sister, please do not be angry. There will be no such occurrences in the future. Third brother, I have just acquired an excellent cricket king. Could you please come and take a look?" Yin Huzi suddenly changed the subject, insisting on dragging Su Sandow to his room. Su Sandow did not refuse and followed him out of the flower hall with a cheerful smile. Once their figures had disappeared from sight, Yin Xingji grunted at Chun Yang. "Since when did you begin to learn how to climb windows?" Chun Yang did not mince her words, launching a verbal barrage at her father. "I have no interest in your quarrels. I was merely passing by." "Father, I must say, forcing Su San to relinquish his territory and gambling house is tantamount to seeking his demise. Do you not understand the nature of your apprentice? I warned you not to take him in, and now you regret it, do you not? You and old Jean had only recently achieved a semblance of peace, and now, thanks to Su San, you two rivals will surely clash once more." Yin Xingji leisurely lifted the teapot and took a sip. "What do you know, being a girl? It was precisely Su San's character that attracted me to him. Over the years, old Jin's domain has been dominated solely by him, with the cargo guild impenetrable, and the waters untraversable. It was due to his relentless spirit that we found a new revenue stream. You do not understand the burdens of leadership. The cargo guild in Yinko today is not what it once was, and our livelihood grows increasingly challenging. Without the income from Su San's gambling house, how would we patch this hole? If that is the case, why then do you still let Su San take to the waters?" Chun Yang inquired. Yin Xingji narrowed his singular eye, speaking with profound significance. "Originally, I planned to run a gambling house, neither grand nor modest, a steady stream of income, sharing a portion with old Jean, allowing us to coexist peacefully. However, it was ill-fated that Su San established such a flower factory, with silver flowing in like a torrent each day. This venture is so grand that it could lead to a rift within the cargo guild, enough to incite old Jean and us to sever ties completely. He has yet to find an appropriate pretext to issue a challenge, but now, Su San has provided him that opportunity. Father, is it truly that serious?" Chun Yang rarely witnessed such gravity on her father's face. A man who had navigated the tumultuous waters of the underworld for most of his life, Yin Xingji had seen and suffered enough to be akin to a rock. Yet today, the calm surface concealed turbulent undercurrents, leaving Chun Yang unsettled. Yin Xingji huffed. "This flower factory is akin to a water droplet thrown into a pot of hot oil. Those nearby will undoubtedly be splattered with scalding droplets. Do not think you can escape this." He abruptly shifted the conversation, asking Chun Yang, "I have heard it said that the mastermind behind this flower factory is Zhang Simao, who is quite close to you." Chun Yang was taken aback by this remark, a sudden flush of color rising to her cheeks, as she indignantly retorted, "Father, who have you been listening to?" Unexpectedly, Yin Xingji's thoughts were not aligned with Chun Yang's. He stroked his bristly beard, his mind racing. "This young man is quite remarkable. I wish to meet him." Chun Yang realized she had misstepped and feigned indifference, saying, "He's merely a young lad, slippery as an eel. Why do you wish to meet him?" Yin Xingji seemed oblivious to her demeanor, his face grave. With just one move, he has stirred the tempest in Yinko's underworld. This insight and shrewdness cannot simply be dismissed as mere cunning. A master in the game is akin to a chess player. Whoever occupies the pivotal positions can navigate to the depths of the waters and observe the clouds rise. Thus, Zhang Simao is indeed formidable at such a young age. He has become a master of this realm, elusive as a shadow. I am eager to discern whether he is merely serendipitously successful or if he has meticulously plotted his course. Zhang Simao, gazing at the radiant smile of Chun Yang, felt a twinge of unease. "Sister Chun, did you happen to stumble upon a golden ingot? Where did you find it? I would like to accompany you tomorrow to search for another." Chun Yang shot him a glare, replying, "I did not find a golden ingot, but I did step in a pile of dog droppings." "Really?" Zhang Simao exclaimed in astonishment. "How do you know it was dog droppings?" "I stepped in it. How could I not know?" As she spoke, Chun Yang suddenly came to her senses, realizing she was about to be led astray by Zhang Simao again. She extended her delicate fingers, pinching his arm tightly, twisting it with force, her eyes still sparkling with mirth. That dog droppings is just like you. I recognized at the moment I saw you. Zhang Simao gasped in pain, chuckling. Then I should keep my distance from you, lest I offend you. Chun Yang tightened her grip slightly more before finally releasing him, spitting. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Zhang Simao rubbed his bruised arm. Looking at Chun Yang with a bemused expression, Sister, did you summon me early this morning merely to hear a joke? Chun Yang picked up a cup of verdant, clear Maojian tea before lightly parting her lips to take a small sip, then gently placing it back on the table, and declared, You guessed half of it correctly. This time, I shall tell the story, and you shall listen. Zhang Simao, his throat parched, reached for the teacup before her, downing it in one gulp. Then slamming it back onto the table, wiping his mouth. Speak. I am all ears. Chun Yang playfully threatened to pinch him once more, saying, That was my cup. Zhang Simao, bewildered, retorted, It was just one cup of tea. Why would I drink from your cup? Should I hold it in my hands? Chun Yang glanced at the faint pink lip print left on the rim of the cup, then at the innocent expression of Zhang Simao, and spat. You deserve to die of thirst. That being said, Chun Yang rose from her seat and retrieved a delicate tea set from the cabinet, comprising a graceful teapot and purple clay cups. The intricate yet seemingly simple patterns depicted the classic tale of Songxia Wentongzi, showcasing an exquisite artistry that exuded an ancient charm. The cups harmonized beautifully with the hues of those previously used by Chun Yang, clearly indicating that this was her personal collection. Chun Yang poured tea into one of the cups, filling it generously, and set it before Simao. He lifted the cup and downed it in one gulp, only to be jolted by the scalding heat. It turned out that the tea Chun Yang had prepared earlier had cooled slightly, while the pot retained its warmth. The scorching liquid lingered in his mouth, neither swallowable nor spittable, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Suppressing her laughter, Chun Yang feigned concern, asking, What's wrong? Why are you crying? After a moment of struggle, Simao managed to swallow the hot tea, and, wiping his tears, replied nonchalantly, Oh, nothing. Sister, you are just too kind to me. And I am merely moved. Hearing this, Chun Yang could no longer contain her amusement, bursting into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she remarked, When will you ever behave like a proper man? Always so glib-tongued. Simao smiled faintly and said, Enough of the jesting. Sister, you must have something to discuss, right? I am all ears. My father wishes to see you, Chun Yang stated, causing Simao to nearly leap from his seat. His mind raced with countless thoughts as he stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. What are you thinking? She quipped. I'm not thinking anything, he replied. If you're not thinking anything, then what are you thinking about? Regardless of what I think, I assure you, I am not thinking anything. Realizing that mere conversation would never suffice to match Simao's wit, Chun Yang decided that a more direct approach was necessary. She playfully pinched him, diverting the conversation from its intended course. Simao grinned and said, Stop it. If we don't get to the point, we'll never discuss anything meaningful before noon. Sister, please give me a hint. Why does your father want to see me? Without hesitation, Chun Yang recounted the events of the previous day, leaving out only the ambiguity of her father's intentions. After listening intently, Simao pondered for a moment before fixing his bright, dark eyes on Chun Yang and asking, Sister, tell me honestly, does your father wish to gauge my intentions? His blunt inquiry caught Chun Yang off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Simao raised a hand, stopping her from responding. Sister, there is no need for you to say anything. This matter does not concern you, and I shall not let you be caught in the middle. Since you've been forthright, I am deeply grateful. Tomorrow morning, I shall certainly visit Lord Yan. With that, Simao stood up, ready to depart without delay. Chun Yang hesitated, observing Simao's demeanor and words, a peculiar feeling stirring within her. Noticing how much he had grown, his youthful innocence had seemingly faded, and she muttered to herself, What a pompous fellow. However, her fleeting thoughts were shattered when Simao suddenly turned back with a playful grin, saying, Sister, if you tell me what you were just thinking, I will reveal what I was thinking too. Chun Yang's cheeks flushed with laughter as she playfully retorted, Get lost. Yin Xingji, having risen early, maintained a habit of practicing martial arts to strengthen his body. In his youth, he had focused on rigorous training, but as he aged, he turned to Tai Chi, a practice he never abandoned, regardless of the weather. After completing his routine, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a handkerchief offered by his old servant and took a sip of steaming spring tea from his treasured teapot, savoring the fragrant warmth that spread through him, bringing a sense of comfort. It was then that he noticed Simao standing beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, dressed immaculately in a cream-colored silk long gown, layered with a dark patterned jacket. Simao's attire was pristine, and his stance was straight and composed. He wore no gold or jade, yet exuded a dignified presence, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth, embodying a serene composure. Yan Xingji silently admired him. Noting such grace and poise at a young age was indeed a rare sight. So, you are Zhang Simao. I have met your father a few times, but this is our first meeting. Well, he remarked. Simao stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting. You are a respected elder. And though I have admired you from afar, I dared not intrude. I am honored to meet you today. Since you know my father, I humbly offer my respects. He presented 2 packages of exquisite tea, holding them before his chest, a gesture of respect. Yan Xingji, who had developed a fondness for tea in his later years, recognized the name immediately. This is a tribute tea, a rare find indeed. One cannot easily obtain it even with money. Your efforts are truly appreciated. Have you eaten yet? Simao replied earnestly. I did not wish to keep you waiting, so I arrived at dawn, and I have yet to eat. Yan Xingji laughed heartily. That's just right. No need for formality. I will drink your tea, and you shall join me for a meal. It's only fair. As he spoke, he took the tea from Simao and, pulling him along, walked leisurely toward the door. Simao followed closely, feeling the roughness of Yan Xingji's hand, which felt as solid as iron. He couldn't help but gasp, chuckling. I must admit, I cannot withstand the strength of your grip, elder. Yan Xingji, seemingly indifferent, released his hand and casually remarked, I hail from humble beginnings, accustomed to hard labor. My hands are strong. Unlike you young folks, raised in luxury, few can endure the rigors of training. Simao simply smiled, choosing not to respond. They exited Yan's residence, traversed through Juba Street, and soon arrived at Chunyang's tea house. Along the way, many greeted Yan Xingji, and Simao felt the weight of admiration directed at him, as if he were a figure of power by association. Fortunately, Yan Xingji was not like Su Sandao, who relished in flaunting his status. Thus, Simao breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering the tea house, they were greeted with enthusiasm, with Yan Xingji commanding respect, allowing Simao to remain in the background, maintaining a respectful distance. Chunyang noticed Simao's expression and smiled, discreetly intervening to guide them into a private room. No sooner had they settled than orders were swiftly placed for food and drinks. Simao couldn't help but think that when one reaches a certain stature, life becomes indulgent, everyone greets you, and dining becomes effortless, surrounded by a feast provided by others. Yan Xingji displayed no signs of pride, appearing unfazed by the attention. Simao, attentive, poured wine and served dishes, showing courtesy but refraining from initiating conversation. Yan Xingji welcomed each offering, consuming without restraint while engaging Simao in casual conversation about family and well-being, both demonstrating patience and ease. As their conversation flowed, Yan Xingji unexpectedly inquired, Simao, have you heard about the incident involving Su Sandao and Lu Batzi? Noticing the kind expression on Yan Xingji's face, Simao nodded. Such a commotion. How could I not have heard? Was it you who instigated it? Yan Xingji asked, his smile unwavering, yet his words struck like a thunderclap. The eyes of Simao did not even blink. Yes, and yet no. Yan Xingji gazed at Simao with profound interest. Oh, how so? Third brother has taken a liking to me, and I am grateful. However, he, along with San Lizi and Lu Bazizi, has conspired against my father, forcing my hand, which I cannot accept. While I wish for third brother's prosperity, a man must be clear about his grievances. They have dug a pit for me, and it is only fair that I return the favor. Thus, I repay grievance with grievance, which is my true intention. I sincerely wish to assist third brother in his business endeavors, allowing him to amass wealth, which reflects my gratitude. You are an elder, so I cannot deceive you. But once I step out of this door, I shall no longer acknowledge this. You would not wish to make it difficult for a younger generation like myself, would you? Simao's words were impeccable, exuding sincerity, yet he cleverly sealed Yan Xingji's lips. Yan Xingji, with his one eye, stared at Simao for quite a while, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. The fox's tail has been revealed, has it not? I initially saw a well-mannered young man, but now you have begun to play tricks. Perhaps this is your true nature. Simao feigned sincerity. Old sir, upon my first visit, it is only proper to observe decorum. My mother taught me to respect the elders, not to feign. Now, I speak honestly and openly. If playing tricks is what you mean, I admit it, yet this is far more sincere than burning false incense before a genuine deity. Suddenly, Yan Xingji's expression shifted. His gaze sharp, and he coldly snorted. You should know that Su San is my disciple in private, and in public. He is the one who helps the Song gang find silver. By instigating conflict between him and Lu Bazizi, you risk embroiling the entire Song gang in turmoil. Have you considered how you will bear the consequences of this? As a prominent figure in the underworld, Yan Xingji rarely spoke harshly. Only petty rogues would engage in petty squabbles, threatening each other without substance. Those who have reached his level understand that words, once spoken, are hard to retract and can determine life or death. Hence, those higher up in the hierarchy of organized crime are cautious with their words. Yet today, his statement bore significant weight, suggesting that Simao might bear the responsibility of resolving the conflict between Liu Bizizi and Su San. Moreover, the abruptness of the situation caught Simao off guard. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through Simao's mind, and he suddenly chuckled. "Old sir, if you truly believe that I can shoulder this responsibility to resolve a conflict, I will not hesitate to comply." Yan Xingji took a sip of wine, and his demeanor shifted to one of clarity, breaking into a grin. Chun Yang was right. "You are indeed like an eel." Simao quickly filled his cup, internally cursing. "You are the real eel. Your entire family is composed of eels. You calculated that I could not bear this burden, thus you act with impunity. However, I must forewarn you, though you may escape the death penalty, the living consequences will be dire. You are brimming with cunning ideas. Today, you must share how we might quell this situation. If we can reach an agreement, I shall reward you handsomely. If not, we will settle old and new accounts together." In his heart, Simao scoffed, thinking, "You old man, have you been practicing Sichuan opera? Your expressions change so rapidly, truly a seasoned trickster. It's impossible to fool me." Yet, he maintained a respectful facade. "Old sir, if I may speak candidly, while it appears that third brother and Liu Bizizi are at odds, who in the underworld does not know that the true conflict lies between the Tsang gang and Old Qin? With two tigers on this mountain, a battle is inevitable. Today, it may not be Su San and Liu Bizizi, but tomorrow, it could very well be Li San and Wang Bizizi. This is a critical juncture, and as an elder, you have consumed more salt than I have rice. Am I wrong?" Yan Xingji cracked a peanut and chewed it, neither affirming nor denying Simao's words. His silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Simao continued, "If the outcome is destined to be one of life or death, we must strategize early. We cannot rely on luck. Once we are at a disadvantage, we will be at the mercy of others. Thus, the challenge is not in devising a plan against Old Qin, with your experience. It is not for a younger person like me to assume that role. The crucial aspect is that you must resolve to burn the boats behind you. Once your heart is set, the means will naturally follow." Yan Xingji appeared calm, yet the expression in his single eye shifted rapidly, indicating an internal struggle with myriad thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, "In the matters of the underworld, harmony is paramount. How can you be so certain that I would choose the path of mutual destruction?" Simao adopted a mysterious demeanor. "Old sir, what do you think your disciple and the brothers of the Tsang gang will do?" This question struck Yan Xingji like a hammer, resonating deeply. Many claim that it is lonely at the top, yet few grasp its true essence. Just as he had remarked privately to his daughter Chun Yang, this business is enormous, potentially fracturing the Tsang gang and leading to a complete fallout with Old Qin. This statement carries two meanings when the temptation is great enough. A leader who obstructs his followers' path to wealth will inevitably be betrayed. Moreover, coexisting peacefully with an enemy is impossible. One must be vanquished. However, he had not fully communicated this to Chun Yang, nor had she grasped its significance. Yet today, a young man, engaging for the first time, had keenly tapped into his thoughts. Seeing Yan Xingji rendered speechless, Simao could barely contain his triumphant expression. When Chun Yang entered to see off Yan Xingji, a fleeting look of relief crossed Simao's face, though it quickly vanished. Unbeknownst to Chun Yang, Simao's back was already drenched in sweat. He understood that he had narrowly escaped today. Yan Xingji's true purpose in visiting was to discern whether his actions were mere folly or a calculated attempt to ensnare Su San and the Tsang gang in a trap. Yan Xingji's brilliance lay in the fact that all topics of discussion were shrouded in mist. Simao's answers mattered little. What was significant was that through their exchange, Yan Xingji was keenly assessing Simao's character and cunning. Sometimes, feigning ignorance while being fully aware is a challenging endeavor. Once Yan Xingji deemed Simao an eel, it signified that he perceived him as cunning yet inexperienced, lacking the foresight to dig such a deep pit. Therefore, Yan Xingji's ultimate conclusion was that Simao's actions were unintentional, a mere coincidence, allowing him to escape peril. After all, he and Su San were in the same boat. It was better to spare a friend than to harm an outsider, and only as a last resort would he sacrifice a friend. "Chun Yang, my calves are still cramping. I have long heard of the old sir's reputation, and today I have finally met him, feeling quite apprehensive." Simao remarked with a grin as he observed Chun Yang take a seat. Chun Yang scrutinized Simao, casually cracking sunflower seeds, from head to toe. "Where do I see a hint of apprehension? Furthermore, my father is no tiger. He cannot devour you." Simao seized a few sunflower seeds from Chun Yang's hand and tossed them into his mouth. "Enough. You speak the truth. The old sir is indeed a tiger. As a little eel, I should take my leave. With that, he stepped out of the private room, striding confidently. Come back. I still have questions to ask. Chun Yang's sharp voice halted Simao, who turned to issue an order to the attendant. Remove these leftover dishes and bring forth a new spread for my brother Simao, and also, open that jar of aged fingio and serve it. The attendant promptly sprang into action. Simao, feeling helpless, turned around with a playful grin. Sister Chun Yang, let us be clear. I left home this morning without a single silver coin. Chun Yang shot him a disapproving glance. Look at your lack of ambition. Even if feigned, you should at least act like a man. Why must you be so petty? Simao plopped down onto a stool. Fine. As long as I'm not the one paying for the wine, let us discuss the vastness of the universe and the tales of Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang. Chun Yang burst into laughter. Spare me your riddles. Let us get to the point. That Songbang has now made enemies with old Jin. My father may have been deceived by you, but I am not so easily fooled. You must either bear this burden or propose a solution to extricate yourself. Choose wisely. Sister, my dear sister, this is no jest. Lives are at stake here. When have I ever played tricks on your father? This matter is not my concern. So why must I absolve myself? Simao wore a look of grievance. Chun Yang's laughter resembled a blooming flower, her watery eyes sparkling as she glanced at him, casually remarking, in matters of the heart, even deities find it hard to escape. You must be referring to Su Sandao. Simao raised an eyebrow. Poetry won't help. I've stated clearly that this is not my affair. How ungrateful you are, after all I've done for you. Chun Yang's expression turned icy. Whether you care or not, without you, Zhang the butcher, can we truly afford to let this get out of hand? With that, she stood up and turned to leave. Suddenly, Simao reached out and caught her arm. Sister Chun Yang, I've lived day by day, and it's thanks to your subtle support that I've managed. Human hearts are tender, and I could never repay kindness with ingratitude. However, the waters in Mian Ko run too deep. Even a bamboo pole won't touch the bottom. This affair is beyond both of us. If the old man truly wishes to break this deadlock, I have a suggestion. But you must never reveal that it came from me. If you do, I'd rather die than speak. Seeing Simao's rare seriousness and sincerity, Chun Yang softened her tone slightly. Speak then, what is your idea? Whether it succeeds is my concern, not yours. Simao slowly uttered 8 words. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Chun Yang pondered for a moment before lowering her voice. Who is the clam? Who is the snipe? Susan and old Jean are undoubtedly the clam and the snipe. The old man must play the fisherman. Nonsense. Who doesn't he know that Susan is my father's apprentice? If he engages in such antics, how will my father maintain his standing in the world? Chun Yang leapt up in alarm. Simao leisurely added, being the fisherman is certainly better than being the clam or the snipe, right? Sister, all you need to do is convey this thought to the old man. The rest is not your concern. Worrying about it is futile. The world of Mian Ko appeared calm on the surface, yet turbulent currents swirled beneath. Early that morning, Yin Xingji found himself cornered in the public assembly hall of the Songbang by 3 or 4 old comrades, demanding he make a decision. One notably familiar elder was chosen as their spokesperson, passionately debating with Yin. Your apprentice is out there recruiting and preparing for battle. While you've not shown your face to old Jean nor sent a message, are you just waiting for the conflict to erupt? Susan is not only your apprentice, but also our brother in the Songbang. We can't just hide on the ship at such a critical moment. Yin Xingji calmly sipped his tea, smiling. Old Ba, what is wrong with staying on the ship? We've enjoyed a comfortable life these past years. But it has been a while since we've gathered here. In a few days, drifting on the water can be quite pleasant. Besides, I've prepared fine food and drink. Let us enjoy ourselves. Old Yin, did you not wake up from last night's drinking? Your apprentice is in a conflict with old Jean. Several skirmishes have already occurred, leaving us with injuries and even one death. At this pivotal moment, do you think it wise to keep us on this ship drinking and playing cards? Old Ba's tone was now laced with anger. Hey, my dear elders, must you freeze out here chatting? Come inside. My niece will serve you drinks today. Let us have a good time. Chun Yang appeared from nowhere, trying to smooth things over. Old Ba remained unmoved, pressing Yin for a straightforward answer. Old Yin, to be frank, your apprentice came to my door last night, seeking assistance from us old brothers. But Songbang has never had a precedent of enjoying fortune together, but leaving the burdens to brothers to bear. Please give us a clear answer. Yin Xingji chuckled. Old Ba, the esteemed official just issued a stern warning. This autumn's grain transport has been delayed. If it is not delivered on time, he will hold the Songbang accountable. This journey through high mountains and deep waters requires us to rely on the connections we've built over the years. Without our support, I cannot guarantee the timely delivery of this grain. Thus, Let us put other matters aside for now and focus on overcoming this immediate challenge. At this point, he gestured toward the shore, noticing the scenery receding as the ship had set sail. This maneuver left old Ba and the others momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Chun Yang swiftly waved her hand, and a group of charming maidens emerged, pulling the men toward the cabin while coaxing, "What can't be said inside? There's hot food and drink inside, while the cold wind blows out here. Why endure this?" The group exchanged glances, casting hopeful eyes at old Ba. They recognized that they could not resist him, but felt compelled to lend their support. With fine wine and lovely maidens before them, their hearts fluttered with excitement. Yet they hesitated to abandon their stance. "Old Yin, this is not fair. I didn't even bring a change of clothes. How can I board a grain ship?" Old Ba, realizing the tide had turned against him, sought to salvage his pride with a seemingly reasonable excuse. "Uncle Ba, and all other uncles, do not worry. I have already instructed the attendants to inform your households. Your personal belongings have been arranged and sent to your cabins. Today, you all need only to eat well, drink well, and enjoy yourselves," Chun Yang interjected cheerfully. Once the final excuse was dispelled, old Ba resigned himself to the inevitable, while the others eagerly followed the maidens into the main cabin. Yen Xingji turned to Chun Yang with an approving glance, and she responded with a radiant smile, sharing an unspoken understanding with her father. At that moment, Su Sandao was pacing like a caged beast in his flower hall, while the cautious steward, Lao Yu, sat nervously at the side, and Simao remained focused on the teacup in his hands. Since the unexpected visitor Lu Bazai knocked on the door, Su Sandao had been engaged in continuous skirmishes with the opposing faction for several days, no longer daring to be complacent. He gathered all his subordinates at home and heavily fortified the flour factory, as if preparing for a formidable enemy, although he had yet to lose a single brawl. The cost had been steep, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 in return, which had soured Su Sandao's mood to the utmost. In the flower hall, amidst a deathly silence, Liuzi hurriedly entered, leaning close to Su Sandao's ear, eager to speak. Su Sandao impatiently shook his head, stating that Lao Yu and Simao were his brothers, so he should just say it. A message from Master Yin had been relayed. "Retreat, and the sea is broad. Advance, and each shall meet his destiny." "Is that all?" Su Sandao glared at Liuzi. "Ah, indeed, that is it. Not a word more," Liuzi replied, his face a portrait of grievance, secretly cursing Su Sandao for treating the message as if it were a matter of gold rather than mere words. Su Sandao, nostrils flaring, demanded, "Did you see Master Yin in person? Did you meet with Uncle Lu and the elders from the council?" Yes, I saw them all. Master Yin and several elders were together," Liuzi replied cautiously, his speech faltering as he observed Su Sandao's changing expression. "Did you not make it clear that I am in dire straits?" Su Sandao interrogated. "I did see them, but I couldn't speak," Liuzi stammered, his heart sinking under Su Sandao's escalating fury. "How could you not speak?" Su Sandao's tone rose sharply, his expression fierce. But when I arrived, they had already boarded the cargo ship and set sail. I could see them from the shore, but I couldn't reach them." Su Sandao's temper finally exploded. He kicked forward, cursing, "Why not jump in the water and chase after them?" Liuzi felt this kick was exceedingly unjust, his long-suppressed spirit wounded anew. And he began to cry out, "Why are you being unreasonable? Even if I jumped in, could I swim faster than the ship? Just because you're in a bad mood, you take it out on me. I've worked hard. Who have I offended? Master, you are being too cruel." As he spoke, memories of past sufferings flooded his heart, and he burst into tears. Simao stifled a laugh, stepping forward with a grave expression. "Third Master, please do not be angry. To be fair, you cannot blame Liuzi." Turning to Liuzi, he added, "Stop crying. You are the Third Master's most trusted disciple. A slap is affection, a scolding is love. The Third Master is concerned for you." Seeing Liuzi tearful, Su Sandao felt a twinge of regret. But Simao's words served as a ladder for him to regain his composure, adopting a stern demeanor. "Simao is right. My beating you is for your own good. Stop your crying, or I shall beat you again." Liuzi stifled his sobs, thinking to himself how unjust it was. Marking a mental note of the day, Su Sandao kicked him once more, vowing not to forget this grudge. As the day progressed, Steward Yu saw an opportunity to mediate and assert his presence. "Third Master, it is imperative that you stabilize the situation. The elders of the gang have all gone to escort the grain to the capital, clearly intending to force you to yield and negotiate with old Jing. While they have not yet exited the borders of Mian, we still have a chance to catch up with them. We need the elders to play the good cop, leaving room for negotiation. If not, you will be left to perform a solo act." Su Sandao's expression darkened. He knew well the reasoning behind Steward Yu's words. He had hoped to rally the support of some of the older leaders in the grain gang to confront the enemy, but unexpectedly, Yan Xingji had ensnared his envoy and forced him into a corner, leaving him with two choices: to raise a white flag and surrender, or to carry explosives to attack a fortress, effectively cutting off all avenues of escape and maneuver. Su Sandao felt as if a great net were descending upon him, tightening with each passing moment. He had always been confident that the more chaos he stirred, the more Yan Xingji and the Grain Gang would be ensnared. The logic was simple. The struggle for power in the martial world first hinged on reputation. With reputation, one could compel others to submit without a fight. Relying solely on brute force was costly and would create numerous enemies. If he lost, it would amount to the Grain Gang being publicly humiliated. Moreover, he could not bear the disgrace of being labeled as someone who disregarded brotherly loyalty. Little did Su Sandao know that the greatest leverage he believed he held was of no concern to Yan Xingji, rendering all his calculations futile. If he had been aware that Yan Xingji had prepared further schemes to profit from the situation, he would have been overwhelmed. And if he had known that these underhanded tactics were orchestrated by Simao, he might have been driven to despair. What Su Sandao could not fathom was that this seemingly cheerful and regarded as a benefactor, Zhang Simao, was digging a far deeper pit for him. The business at the flour factory was unusually prosperous. The next morning, as was routine, Su Sandao arrived with a throng of subordinates in tow, keen to guard against any retaliation from Liu Bazai while seeking a moment of respite. The sight of a bustling crowd of gamblers at the tables was akin to seeing silver coins lining up at his doorstep, a sensation that was indescribably exhilarating. Third Master. That Madame Ma has come again. Lao Yu hurriedly entered. So let her come. Just treat her well. What need is there to inform me? Su Sandao replied, somewhat puzzled. This Madame Ma had become a regular at the flour factory, visiting frequently to gamble, yet she had never won a single bet, leading many gamblers to view her as a harbinger of bad luck. Su Sandao estimated that she had likely lost at least 20 to 30,000 silver taels in the factory, a considerable sum indeed. Lao Yu lowered his voice. I find it a bit suspicious. This time, she has brought over 30 sealed bundles. Su Sandao's eyes nearly popped out. What? Betting it all? How much has she staked? His face bore an expression of astonishment mixed with inquiry. All of it, according to the steward, without exception. The amount remains unknown, as she has sealed both the banknotes and the betting slips inside the bundles. We cannot see them. Has she lost her mind from losing so much? Su Sandao mused. Filled with doubt, he had never witnessed such reckless gambling before. Betting on 36 options simultaneously meant that, at most, only one would succeed, while the remaining 35 would surely lose. Winning could yield a 30-fold return, but losing would result in a loss across the board, an unequivocal losing proposition. Unless she bet significantly more on the winning option, it was impossible to recover her losses, and who could predict the outcome? Su Sandao pondered deeply, suddenly recalling Simao's words about the increased concentration of risk with more gamblers. Let us go take a look, Su Sandao instructed Lao Yu. The two made their way directly toward the private room of the big gambler. Upon entering, Su Sandao stepped forward, greeting Madame Ma with a bow. Madam, I pay my respects. Madame Ma, clad in elegant yet simple attire, had added a deep purple cloud-patterned robe due to the cool weather, her face radiating kindness. You are the proprietor of the flour factory. It is I who should pay my respects to you. How could I trouble the host to come and greet me? Steward, you must return the courtesy, she insisted, while the grand steward prepared to reciprocate. Su Sandao cheerfully interrupted. Do not extend my lifespan for such formalities. Bring me that bundle of silver needles. Let the madam and the steward try something new. Immediately, servants acknowledged the command and went to fetch tea. Steward, you also arranged for the steward and Su Sandao to take their seats. My dear lady, I have heard that you placed a substantial bet today. Although I operate a flour factory and profit from the patronage of esteemed clients like yourself, there are some matters I must address. Please do not think me ungrateful for my good fortune. Su Sandao's words were delivered with great finesse, subtly indicating that he was considering the situation from her perspective, while refraining from directly criticizing her betting method, thereby preserving her dignity. Eventually, he would lead the conversation to unveil her reasoning for placing such a risky bet. Despite being aware of its likely futility, Madame Ma, with a smile that belied her distress, confided, I shall be departing for the capital tomorrow. When I will return to Miankou is uncertain. These past few days at the flour fair have been nothing short of disastrous, leaving me restless and sleepless, even dreaming of the flour deity. Since there are no other flour factories to indulge in, I wish to win at least once before I leave. Regardless of the amount I wager, this is merely to satiate my cravings. Her words revealed her confidence, and the steward, observing her demeanor, regarded her with a dismissive expression, as if she were a simpleton. You are wondering why I would continue to gamble in what is clearly a losing endeavor, Madame Ma stated directly, without any pretense. Not at all. I merely empathize with your financial concerns, Su Sandow replied with a bright smile. Such idle chatter serves no purpose. The provisions are arranged by Qinghu, and the wine has been procured by me. Quickly now, let us settle the accounts. It is only fair that you do not bear the cost for my business. A voice interjected, drawing attention. Mao turned to see the rarely visiting Wang Laodao, casually leaning against the table, happily gnawing on a large pig's trotter. Su Sandow was momentarily taken aback. Could there truly exist a gambler who sought pleasure over profit? He had never encountered such a character before. Yet the old lady's demeanor and methods seemed to carry a semblance of wisdom. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled. I see now that I underestimated you, esteemed lady. Madame Ma smiled faintly. Addressing the steward, she said, all 36 envelopes contain notes in silver. You will verify the tickets upon opening the tubes, ensuring everything is above board. What do you think? As you are a valued customer, there will be no issue. I will handle the collection and ticket issuance, the steward confirmed, and along with the manager, began to check the sealed packages meticulously. As they counted, the steward's expression grew grave. I have verified all 36 envelopes. How is it that one is missing? The maid, Simao, turned pale. That cannot be. I counted them just before we departed. Perhaps it was left in the carriage? I shall go see if the hired vehicle has already left. She hurriedly attempted to exit. Come back. Where will you find it now? It has already departed. You ought to maintain some decorum. Your hasty behavior is quite unbecoming, the steward admonished. Madame Ma spoke slowly. It is merely a few thousand taels. There is no need to make a fuss. If one is missing, so be it. I refuse to believe that with 35 bets, I cannot succeed in at least one. Turning to Su Sandow, she added, please forgive my lack of decorum. You may return to your own affairs. Su Sandow, grinning, replied, rest well, esteemed lady. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. As he departed with the steward, they exchanged knowing smiles. Su Sandow then whispered to the steward, send someone to pursue the carriage immediately. Retrieve that missing envelope and report back at once. Ensure that the person who retrieves it does not admit to finding it. I only need to know which bet it contained. The silver belongs to the courier, but they must remain silent. The steward nodded, hastily making arrangements. Su Sandow turned to his subordinate. No one is to open the betting tubes today without my command. Bring Simao to me immediately. Upon Simao's arrival, Su Sandow wasted no time. It is time to put your skills to the test. You will open the specific bet I indicate. Can you ensure it's flawless? Simao's response was succinct. Yes. Su Sandow was taken aback. You won't inquire as to why? Simao, grinning broadly, replied, as long as I follow your orders, that is what matters. Besides, I am merely a worker. Why should I concern myself with such matters? Su Sandow beamed with satisfaction, nearly ready to award Simao for exemplary service. Today will be profitable. Your 30% share is secure. But can you truly guarantee perfection? Simao cryptically responded, leave that to me. The betting tube has a hidden compartment that allows for 2 fingers to reach in. This technique, known as the fingertip flower, is a skill I have honed for 3 years. When used to switch bets in the tube, it remains undetectable even under scrutiny, and I typically do not share this with just anyone. Su Sandow laughed heartily. Once the flower fair concludes today, I shall treat you to a night out. As the clock struck 3, signaling the end of betting and the commencement of unveiling, the crowd gathered tightly around the tube, some straining on tiptoes to catch a glimpse. Su Sandow, anxiously watching Simao, felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. The steward had already informed him that the missing envelope was indeed left on the courier's carriage, and when Su Sandow's men caught up to the driver, the man, aware of their fearsome reputation, did not dare resist as they searched the vehicle. Once they retrieved the envelope, they left the driver with nothing and threatened him harshly. You will not speak of this. If you do, not only will you suffer, but your employer Zhou Huazi will find it equally difficult to operate in Miankou. Inside the envelope were 1,000 taels of silver notes and a betting ticket on the Moon Treasure, the very bet Madame Ma had left behind. Upon receiving this news, Su Sandow acted swiftly, deciding to open the Moon Treasure today, ensuring that Madame Ma would not profit, especially since she intended to depart the next day. His principle was to take every advantage available. Simao, true to Su Sandow's expectations, flawlessly opened the designated Moon Treasure bet before a captivated audience, eliciting a mix of gasps and scattered cheers before the crowd returned to the chaos of redeeming winnings and placing new bets. Su Sandow, brimming with pride, paced confidently, planning to survey the surroundings, when suddenly a commotion erupted. Waves of astonished exclamations surged through the crowd. Just as Su Sandow was processing the unexpected turn of events, the steward, pale as a ghost, disregarded the murmurs of the surrounding patrons and cried out, "Three master, that lady. She bet everything on the Moon Treasure." In an instant, Su Sandao's mind went blank, the surrounding clamor fading into silence. A singular thought pierced through the chaos. He had encountered a cheat. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he forced himself to ask, how much did she wager? Master San, even if you were to wager your entire fortune, it would not suffice. A 30-fold loss awaits, all staked on a single bet, each one amounting to 1,000 taels. It is all over, utterly finished. 35 bets, each one 1,000 taels, all won, with 30-fold odds. There is no need to calculate further. After Su Sandao's last glimmer of hope was extinguished, he fell to the ground with a thud, and in his daze, he could still hear Steward Yu's lament echoing, Master San, Jean Baimei has arrived with the officials. You must make a decision. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Simao strolled leisurely out, hands behind his back, humming the tune How Poisonous, How Poisonous, with an air of nonchalance. Upon entering his home, a warm wave surged within him as he beheld a lavish banquet laid out in the courtyard. Ma Qinghu greeted him with a grin, saying, I was just about to welcome you. I didn't expect you to return so soon. Observing the 7 bowls and 8 plates on the table, still steaming, Simao patted Ma Qinghu's shoulder. You have suffered these past days, without your support. I fear I would have faced dire straits alone. Chapter 65. The fat sheep awaiting slaughter. What use is there in such idle chatter? The dishes were prepared by Qinghu, and the wine was procured by the old Taoist. Hurry up, let's settle the bill. It is inappropriate for us to pay for your endeavors. A voice broke through the din, and Simao turned to see the old Taoist Wang, uncharacteristically visiting, leaning against the 8 immortals table, eagerly gnawing on a pig's trotter. Who among us is not familiar? What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. Delineating two clearly breeds a sense of estrangement, does it not? Simao maintained his playful demeanor. Did I not hit the nail on the head? This lad is the type to demolish bridges after crossing rivers, Wang the Taoist jested. Glancing at Ma Qinghu, as the three exchanged jests, Yinzi emerged from the inner room, carrying a wine jar. Upon spotting Simao, her eyes reflected an intricate mix of joy and resentment, her expression shifting dramatically, culminating in a dismissive huff as she turned away from him. Just then, Simao's parents exited the inner room, his mother's demeanor calm as she inquired, have all matters been resolved? Simao nodded, do not worry, mother. Everything is taken care of. His mother nodded in response, remaining composed, let us sit down and eat. It is better to live a peaceful life as a family than to face any calamity. A throng of people gathered, the clinking of cups and boisterous laughter marking the beginning of their joyous reunion. Although unspoken, each heart understood that Simao had narrowly escaped disaster. Su Sandao had fallen into his hands, the once formidable tyrant of Miankou town, now buried by the youthful Simao, never to see the light of day again. As the revelry continued, Simao raised his cup, first toasting Wang the Taoist and Ma Qinghu. According to tradition, I ought to toast you separately. But both of you have helped me topple Su Sandao and his band of ruffians, sparing my family from great peril. The loyalty and camaraderie we share are invaluable. So I shall toast you together. I shall ensure your well-being, old Taoist, and stand by you, brother Qinghu, through thick and thin. Let us drink to this. With that, he drained his cup, revealing its empty bottom. Ma Qinghu, a man of fiery spirit, felt his heart swell with warmth from Simao's words and drank deeply. Only Wang the Taoist remained motionless, his cup raised. Noticing the puzzled gazes directed at him, Wang sighed. I once thought you, Zhang Simao, were merely perplexed on the surface while clear within. Now, it appears you are muddled both inside and out. Simao, grinning, replied, what wisdom do you possess, old Taoist? I am eager to learn. You have toasted me and Qinghu, yet overlooked the most important person. While you've been carefree, someone has been toiling at dawn and midnight, selflessly managing your affairs and caring for your parents, allowing you to focus without worry. How can you not express your gratitude? In this world, one must recognize kindness and reciprocate it. If we speak of toasts, the first should be for her. He gestured emphatically towards Yinzi, who stood silently, her face a mask of displeasure. Listening to the Taoist's words, Yinzi's cheeks flushed first with embarrassment, then with realization as each word struck a chord within her. Reflecting on Simao's recent indifference, she felt a swell of grievance rising within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Old Taoist, you are right. I owe Yinzi an apology, but allow me to finish, for I am not ungrateful. With this, Simao produced a document from his pocket and laid it gently before Yinzi. Yinzi, please do not take my recent distance to heart. It was not my intention. I feared that speaking too much would worry you and mother. Moreover, the matters at hand involved significant risks. I could not allow you to be implicated. Thus, I had to distance myself. You must have noticed I have not returned home these past months. Come, do not take offense. Allow me to toast you. After drinking, he continued, I have something else to say. Yinzi regarded the document with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. As Simao explained his intentions, she realized the sincerity behind his actions, causing her resentment to dissipate, replaced by warmth and sweetness. His intention to speak further after the toast filled her with anticipation, her heart racing as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Simao's eyes, her long lashes fluttering, her cheeks blooming with color. I have little to offer in thanks. But upon reflection, I realize your life has been fraught with hardship. After losing your mother, you have endured much mistreatment from your relatives, never experiencing a single day of freedom. Thus, I have decided to grant you independence. I will transfer my noodle business to you, making you the owner. And I shall no longer interfere or share in the profits. Here, this is the transfer document, signed and sealed. With that, he unfolded the document and presented it before her. Yinzi was taken aback, gazing at Simao. What would I do with your business? I can assist you. I do not wish to be the owner. Simao raised a hand to halt her words, continuing, the second matter is this. In the presence of my parents, the old Taoist and brother Qinghu, I acknowledge you as my younger sister. From this day forth, we are truly family. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall stand up for you, including your stepmother. Before he could finish, Yinzi's long, dark eyelashes glistened with tears, and she could no longer contain herself. Sobbing into Simao's mother's embrace, her tears flowing freely. Ma Qinghu and Simao exchanged astonished glances, while Wang the Taoist remained silent, stroking his beard. Simao's mother comforted Yinzi, saying, do not cry, dear Yinzi. You have suffered enough. Simao, you foolish boy, how could you say such things? Chapter 66. The fat sheep awaiting slaughter. As the feast continued, it took an unexpected turn, and Simao's mother, coaxing and persuading, led Yinzi away from the table. Old Zhang, having overindulged, had already become somewhat dazed, leaving only Wang the Taoist, Ma Qinghu, and Simao at the table. With the noise diminished, their conversation deepened and became more profound. Simao, have you not noticed? The swallow has feelings for you, yet you insist on treating her like a sister. Is it any wonder she might weep? To speak candidly, the swallow is truly remarkable. She possesses qualities that are rare indeed. It is not just in this refugee alley. Even in Miankou, there are but a few such exceptional women. What are you truly thinking? Ma Qinghu took a swig of wine, his eyes reddening as he spoke. Simao regarded Ma Qinghu with a penetrating gaze. Acknowledging the swallow as a sister is one matter. We grew up together, and in my heart, she is indeed like my own sibling. The swallow has faced her share of tribulations, and I have always protected her in this refugee alley. Not for any other reason than her appreciation of my kindness. In time, the swallow will come to understand. Ma Qinghu was about to add something further when Wang Laodao adeptly shifted the topic. Qinghu, how did your inquiries fare today? Upon hearing this, Ma Qinghu's mood shifted dramatically. You should have seen it. The scene was truly exhilarating. The family that struck it rich with the lottery brought along over 100 servants and workers, surrounding Susan's residence to the point where not even a fly could escape. Alongside them were a dozen or more gamblers who had won the moon treasure, along with those who bore grudges against Susan and came to stir up trouble, especially those who had suffered at his hands. The sheer number was incalculable. Heads were packed tightly together, and if it weren't for the Yamen officers under Jean Baimei suppressing the crowd, Susan's residence would surely have been razed to the ground. Jean Baimei even personally addressed the crowd, stating that Susan's assets had been sealed, including the silver in his bank and his shop properties. He assured everyone that once the investigation was complete, the funds would be returned to them, and those with grievances could file complaints. He urged the crowd to disperse, reminding them that gambling was inherently against the law, and that the officials were being lenient by not pursuing them further, and returning their silver was already a significant concession. The common folk should also show some understanding towards the authorities. Upon hearing this, Wang Laodao chuckled coldly, remarking, Jean Baimei certainly possesses remarkable tactics. It is no surprise that a mere 8th-rank county official could dominate Miankou for over a decade, commanding both the underworld and the law. The county magistrate has been thoroughly subjugated by him. Moreover, if it weren't for the solid background of the old lady who struck the moon treasure, Jean Baimei would not have been able to seize Susan's silver to mediate matters. Susan's accumulated wealth over the years must be considerable, and Jean Baimei certainly feels the weight of this lucrative morsel. Simao interjected, indeed, if Jean Baimei has laid his hands on such a prize, it must be a cause for concern. Wang Laodao's beady eyes fixed on Simao. Where did you acquire such wisdom? The intricacies of this world are elusive, and indeed, who can escape the grasp of fate? Susan is merely unfortunate. He has spent his days honing his cunning, only to be caught unaware. A flicker of amusement crossed Simao's eyes. Indeed, it takes a master to orchestrate such a clever trap. Wang Laodao casually inquired, when do you plan to set off? Ma Qinghu, surprised, responded, set off? Where are you going, Simao? After a moment of contemplation, Simao finally spoke. I knew it. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Old Taoist. Indeed, I must take my leave. As you said, to injure 1,000 while harming oneself 800 is a folly of my own making. Although I may have dealt a blow to Su San and his gang, I have offended a group far more formidable than he. Do you understand the turmoil in my heart? At this moment, Ma Qinghu recalled the pointed remarks from Wang Laodao earlier and began to piece things together. Gradually grasping the situation, you are worried about Yan Xingji and Jin Baimei seeking retribution against you? Wang Laodao interjected, this is not merely a matter of concern. If someone were to intrude upon your residence, would you simply let it go? Moreover, Simao has directly harmed their interests. He has slaughtered their chickens and killed their dogs, leaving them with a significant loss. If he does not rectify this defeat, how can he continue to exist in Miankou? Ma Qinghu's understanding crystallized. You mean Yan Xingji and Jin Baimei are the ones you are referring to? Simao raised his cup and drained it, fixing his intense gaze on Wang Laodao and Ma Qinghu. As the saying goes, experience brings wisdom. This time, Simao, appeared to be the orchestrator, employing countless tactics and strategies, feeling quite accomplished. But guess what? Ma Qinghu queried. What happened? Simao's eyes burned with barely contained fury. They didn't even have to lift a finger. I, Simao, must scurry away like a frightened dog, fleeing for my life. Not for any other reason, but because I lack a solid backing and hold no power. The saying goes, one strong man can defeat 10 skilled ones, no matter how capable I may be. Jin Tian. Jin Baimei is a dignified 8th-rank county official, backed by the imperial court. Yan Xingji is the leader of the River Transport Guild, with many followers and influence. All of Miankou is filled with his disciples. Even if I possess extraordinary abilities and conduct myself with integrity, what use is that? Even Sun Wukong, with his somersault cloud, could not escape the grasp of the Buddha. Wang Laodao's eyes gleamed with profound insight. Indeed, such a substantial loss is not without merit. Realizing this truth is invaluable. However, Ma Qinghu, lacking the same philosophical depth as Wang Laodao, posed a more straightforward and pressing question. If you leave, where will you go? What will you do? Simao chuckled, a rare blend of inebriation and melancholy gracing his face. Let me share a humorous tale. Once, I went to a community to find someone, and the security guard stopped me, asking 3 questions. Who are you? Where are you going? What do you want? I was taken aback by the last question. Upon reflection, I realized that throughout history, no one has ever been able to answer that question definitively. How could I possibly know the answer? Ma Qinghu was utterly perplexed. What? What community? What security guard? Wang Laodao, however, seemed to grasp the underlying meaning and cheerfully remarked to Simao. Indeed, these questions now return to their source. Who are you? Where are you going? What do you wish to achieve? To be honest, Simao confessed. I once thought of myself as a small loach in a muddy ditch. Later, I felt I could transform into a carp, with the dragon gate within reach. But now, he sighed, I feel like a mere loach again. If that is the case, I must escape this quagmire in search of the dragon gate. Even if I cannot become a dragon, it is certainly better than rotting away in the mud. Ma Qinghu urged, but leaving home is a foolish endeavor. Here in Miankou, at least you are familiar with the land and people. It is still preferable to the outside world. Besides, is there truly no dragon gate here? Why seek distant prospects? I can appeal to my uncles and relatives, arrange a meeting with Jin Baimei and Yan Laodao over tea. Surely, there must be a way to untangle this deadlock. Simao looked at Ma Qinghu's hopeful expression, feeling a surge of gratitude. He patted his shoulder, saying, with your words, I, Simao, feel my life has not been in vain. In this vast world, to have a brother like you, who would risk it all, is truly invaluable. However, matters of the Jianghu must remain within the Jianghu. If I lose a fight, it would be improper to have my family intervene. It would not only implicate the Shangxi gang, but would also leave me unable to hold my head high in the future. Upon hearing this, Ma Qinghu fell silent, well aware that Simao's words held truth. He too was merely one of many youths within the Shangxi gang, far from being able to persuade the elders to confront the 2 dominant forces in Miankou on behalf of an outsider. Moreover, it was uncertain if they could even prevail against them. His impulsive desire to stand up for his brother was swiftly deflated by Simao's reality check, leaving him dejected. Upon witnessing Ma Qinghu's dejected countenance, Simao could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Do not be like a wilted eggplant, he said. Once we, as brothers, establish ourselves, we shall no longer lean on others but rely on our own strength. United in purpose, let us see who in this world can stand against us. Ma Qinghu's spirit was reignited. Indeed, let us test the world. Simao chuckled, momentarily envisioning himself and Ma Qinghu transformed into fervent young revolutionaries clad in green military attire, clutching the red book. Wang Laodao observed from the sidelines, his eyes coolly indifferent. At a critical moment, he doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. First, survive this ordeal, and then you may dream of being unrivaled. Simao, unfazed, laughed in response. I shall not engage in banter with you. Once I depart, there will be no one left to spar with your words, granting you peace. Wang Laodao, taken aback by Simao's rare silence, felt as though he had struck a punching bag, only to drink his sorrows away. Pouring wine for Wang Laodao, Simao said, when I am around, you always complain that I am bothersome and thick-skinned. If one day I am no longer here to bother you, you must drink less, or else perish from intoxication without anyone knowing. And look at that earthen wall of yours, cracked open wide. You should mend it before the snow falls. With the north wind stirring, can that doghouse of yours still provide comfort? I found a few bricklayers in the refugee alley and sent them to your temple to repair the wall and stove. Rest assured, I have already covered the cost. Just point out what needs fixing, no need to thank me. It's merely my wish for you to live a few more years, so I have somewhere to drink. Wang Laodao remained morose, betraying no emotion, as he continued to down drink after drink. With each empty cup, Simao filled it anew, while Ma Qinghu kept pace until the barrel of wine ran dry. The table was left with only remnants of their feast. Simao, noticing the redness in Wang Laodao's eyes, stood up, opened the door, and resolutely declared, all gatherings must come to an end. Let us conclude here. I shall depart at dawn, so let us part ways and take care of ourselves. Ma Qinghu hesitated for a moment before rising slowly. There are but a few months until the new year. Will you return? Simao shook his head, his expression blank. I cannot say. If I am meant to return, I shall. Ma Qinghu nodded, falling silent, before stumbling through the doorway into the inky night. Simao turned back to Wang Laodao, whose keen old eyes, though slightly blurred with inebriation, still held a sharpness. He gestured for Wang Laodao to continue. The old man hesitated, seemingly caught in a moment of indecision. In the end, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a tightly wrapped object from his robe, placing it on the table. What is this? Simao inquired. Wang Laodao, seemingly ignoring the question, continued his musings. In the early years of the Yongzheng reign, a poor boy named Fang Guanqing emerged from Tongqing, Anhui. He rose from adversity, faced trials, dabbled in fortune-telling, and even served as an accountant. At his lowest, he had to beg for food, worse off than a mud loach in your wretched river. Yet, through the reigns of Yongzheng and Qianlong, he ascended to high office, becoming the crown prince's protector and governor-general of Zhili. Do you know what enabled this Mr. Fang to achieve such heights? Simao understood that Wang Laodao had deeper intentions and shook his head. I have never heard of this person. How could I possibly know? Wang Laodao continued. Undeterred, he relied on two things, talent and the ability to discern people. What is talent? This man navigated the mundane world in the realm of enlightenment, seasoned by hardship and well-versed in history. Truly a harmonious blend of inner and outer cultivation, akin to the sharpness that surpasses even the gods. What is discernment? Look closely, and you will understand. As Wang Laodao carefully unwrapped the oilskin paper, revealing an old book, it was evident how much he cherished it. The cover, though worn, was immaculate, without a crease or stain. The title Xianguan was boldly inscribed on the title page, its ink glimmering with an ethereal sheen, clearly a well-preserved relic. My abilities are derived from this book, he continued. To speak candidly, I have only grasped a fraction of its wisdom, which is why I remain ineffectual. A sage must not fret over his ruler while in the court, nor worry about the people while in the wilderness. Such an attitude leads only to withdrawal and cowardice. But do not blame the ancestors, blame my own lack of talent. The teachings of our school do not rely on a master-s instruction, but are solely dependent on the disciple's own study and comprehension. Since there is but one book, disciples can only pass it down singularly. Therefore, if you do not take me as your master, I cannot impart the true teachings to you. Enough, enough, Simao interjected, feigning indifference. If you truly wish to give it to me, I, Simao, shall accept it. If not, I shall not press the matter. You may do as you see fit. Wang Laodao could not help but laugh, his irritation bubbling over. You little rascal, this book is the treasure of my sect. The essence of Mr. Fang's lifelong studies resides within. Understanding this book will grant you insight into the hearts of men, bestowing upon you the discerning vision of the Monkey King. How can you treat such a coveted treasure as mere childish play? Truly, you are incorrigible. Simao gazed at Wang Laodao, suddenly abandoning his playful demeanor. His eyes sparkled like morning stars, imbued with a profound depth. The sage's book is meant to be read. It is of no use for mere worldly affairs. The tragedy is that most people fail to grasp this truth throughout their lives. Those who do comprehend it become individuals like Mr. Fang. Upon hearing this, Wang Laodao's bleary eyes sparkled with intensity, fixating on Simao, and silence enveloped the room. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Suddenly, Wang Laodao rose unsteadily, staggering towards the door, leaving the book untouched on the table. As his figure faded into the darkness, he uttered a final remark. This understanding was only realized by my master on his deathbed. To this day, I have yet to fathom its depth. For one of your age to articulate such wisdom, are you not a prodigy? Once Wang Laodao's silhouette vanished into the night. Simao's demeanor shifted from playful nonchalance to focused intent. He approached the table, seated himself, and opened the book. Under the flickering oil lamp, the words danced before his eyes like vibrant, living spirits, resonating deeply within him, awakening the flow of his vital energies. The path of the ancients is bound by the cosmos. A single principle can elevate one's understanding. To enter the threshold, one must first grasp the intent. Before words are spoken, one must first engage the heart. As the entrance partially opens, one may then proceed. When the mechanism reveals itself, the victor and the vanquished shall be determined. In times of urgency, one must refrain from hasty words. It is advisable to remain lively and alert, avoiding a deadened demeanor. Capturing spirits and subduing demons requires winning their hearts. One must gauge intentions through a keen observation of facial expressions and subtle cues, discerning worth from mere appearances. It is unwise to judge based solely on attire. Rather, one should attentively observe movements. A gentle demeanor portends auspiciousness, while a hurried approach often harbors peril. A sideways glance reveals hidden discrepancies. When individuals approach, one must assess the situation, predicting gains and losses. Even a throng of servants may harbor malice. A gathering of allies could conceal threats. At that moment, as Simao was engrossed in contemplation, the faint sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance. Though subtle, it was unmistakable in the stillness of the night. From the inky darkness beyond the door emerged two figures, an elder and a youth, cloaked in black, their heads concealed. Simao smiled faintly, noting their unlit path through the night. He gestured invitingly, acknowledging the lack of hospitality. Forgive my lack of wine to offer. Upon entering, the two removed their hoods, revealing the steward of the old lady Ma and the youthful gambling expert with whom Simao had once wagered. The youth retained his inscrutable expression as he gently closed the door behind them. Brother Kuei inquires after your well-being, he stated. Simao nodded with a smile. I appreciate Brother Kuei's concern. The steward, pulling a stack of silver notes from his sleeve, slid them towards Simao. According to the rules of the realm, this is your share. Simao cast a glance at the fresh notes, chuckling softly. Has Jean Baimei capitulated so swiftly? I assume the old gentleman invested considerable effort to extract his profits. The steward plopped down at the table, seizing a wine jar without regard for propriety. He poured a half bowl, letting some spill onto the floor before filling another to the brim and downing it in one gulp. At that moment, he bore no semblance of the dignified steward of a prominent household, but rather embodied the boisterous spirit of a rogue. After the wine coursed through him, the steward grabbed a half-eaten pig's trotter from the plate, devouring it with gusto and muttering, it hardly took much effort. Su Sandao's entire fortune combined is insufficient to cover his debts. In total, we recovered merely over 100,000 taels, with some retained for Jean Baimei to appease other gamblers. After deducting the lost capital and recent expenses, we netted a modest 60 to 70,000 taels. This venture has proven worthwhile. Simao filled the steward's cup, grinning as he remarked, the old gentleman possesses remarkable skill in compelling Jean Baimei to submit. Yet, I wonder if there are any lingering repercussions? This statement carried layers of meaning, for Simao was the architect of an intricate scheme, meticulously orchestrating a series of traps. His father had previously been ensnared by Su Sandao and his associates, coerced by a deceitful contract into a dilemma, either repay his father's debts or align with the enemy. After much contemplation, he devised an elaborate scheme to ensnare his adversaries. First, he baited Su Sandao with the gambling methods of the Huachong, then eliminated his ally, Sen Lizi, instigating a rivalry between Su and Liu. The ultimate aim was to incite a conflict between the Chaobang and Jean Baimei, thereby creating chaos. Simao had anticipated Su Sandao's stubbornness, knowing he would not relinquish such a lucrative opportunity, inevitably leading to a clash with Jean Baimei. The Chaobang, as Su Sandao's backing, would not remain passive, and a bloody confrontation seemed unavoidable. Unexpectedly, however, Yin Xingji outmaneuvered them, opting for a strategic withdrawal, causing Jean Baimei to refrain from direct confrontation and instead consolidate his forces, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Jianghu shifted from foreboding to tumultuous, leaving all astonished. Prior to this intricate web of schemes, Simao had briefly departed from Minko, ostensibly to procure gambling equipment, but in truth, he had visited Jingzhou to discreetly consult Kuei Fong, who had publicly vowed a significant debt to him. His intention was to enlist the aid of a specialized group of gamblers, ensuring they were outsiders to evade Su Sandao's scrutiny. Furthermore, they needed to possess the capital to bait Su Sandao, convincing him that this group was a gullible target. Kuei Fong, ever loyal, readily agreed and dispatched his most trusted brother, the youth skilled in dice, to facilitate the arrangement. This youth, Kuei Dihai, was actually Kuei Fong's cousin, appearing reticent yet serving as Kuei Fong's strategist, adept in the ways of the Jianghu. Together, they formed a formidable partnership, leveraging Kuei Fong's influence in the military alongside their own cunning, accumulating substantial wealth through gambling. Simao had only met the steward once, exchanging a few words. The steward had assured him, "You need only concern yourself with me. I will handle the rest, regardless of our methods or backgrounds." Simao replied, "As long as you follow my plan, you will ensnare Su Sandao. However, should the gambling methods yield a heavy blow, how shall we reclaim the funds? What if unexpected complications arise? If the authorities intervene, how do we manage the aftermath? These are pressing concerns, and I cannot guarantee their resolution. Such matters cannot be cloaked in secrecy, lest they bring harm." The steward, with a cryptic smile, remarked, "In times of pretense, truth may also wear a mask. The value of my associates lies precisely in this. We shall manage the aftermath, so do not fret." With this reassurance, Simao decisively forged an alliance and commenced a stratagem. As tensions escalated between the Chaobang and Jin Baimei, he boldly deployed the steward as a hidden piece on the board, ultimately unleashing a devastating gambit that ensnared Su Sandao, leading to his utter ruin. At that juncture, Su Sandao's fate was inconsequential. Even without his agreement, Simao was prepared to ensure the outcome favored him. The day unfolded precisely as Simao had foreseen. The steward had even mobilized numerous associates on site, ready to pressure Su Sandao should he attempt to evade his debts. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Jin Baimei dispatched officials to intervene, seizing all of Su Sandao's assets. It was then that Simao realized that if Jin Baimei harbored intentions of appropriating Su Sandao's wealth under the guise of official action, the outcome could indeed turn futile. The current reality starkly illustrated this potential, as the steward had somehow managed to extract silver from Jin Baimei's grasp, fulfilling his prior promise. Yet, the means by which he had accomplished this remained a mystery to Simao. Adhering to the conventions of the Jianghu, he refrained from pressing for answers, instead opting to cautiously probe the steward. In high spirits, the steward chuckled. "Do you recall my words, my friend? The worth of our men lies precisely in this. You may not have understood at the time, but now, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The identities of all involved are fabrications, save for one, which is authentic and irrefutable." Simao's eyes gleamed with realization, an astonishing thought crossing his mind. "Madam Ma?" The steward erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, my friend. When it comes to cunning and quick wit, you are unparalleled in my experience." Simao pondered internally. So, Madam Ma is indeed a descendant of the Tong family, raised in a distinguished household. Otherwise, she could not command such presence and authority. Her identity may not be enough to intimidate a rogue like Su Sandao, but it undoubtedly serves as a lethal asset against an official like Jin Baimei. Madam Ma's involvement is indeed the crowning touch in this intricate game. However, considering her status, it is rather perplexing how she could collaborate with a seasoned trickster from the underworld to execute such a scheme, leaving one utterly astonished and skeptical. Simao harbored doubts, but chose not to pursue the matter further, responding mildly, "You flatter me, old man." After finishing the pig trotters in his hand, Butler Ma pulled out a handkerchief to meticulously clean his hands. He glanced at Simao, then at the long silent Quiet High, and remarked, "Tonight's gathering serves two purposes, to settle accounts and to bid farewell. Once everything is concluded, I shall take my leave. You two brothers can continue your conversation. I will wait outside." With that, Butler Ma turned and exited the room, shutting the door behind him. For a while, Quiet High remained silent, while Simao looked at him with serene patience, saying nothing. Eventually, Quiet High finally broke the silence. "Su Sandao has allied himself with Jin Baimei, assisting him in managing the flour factory, and has openly turned against the Zhang gang. Your background has been exposed. They cannot find any leverage against Butler Ma, nor dare to act against Madam Ma, but they harbor no such reservations regarding you." After saying this, Quiet High stepped toward the door, pausing slightly as he turned back to add, "We shall set sail from Longwang Temple tomorrow. If you wish to go to Jingzhou, you should arrive at the dock before noon." Chapter 69. The Golden Cicada's Escape. Simao did not respond to Quiet High's remark, but instead inquired, "How did you know that Jin Baimei is already aware of my background?" Quiet High replied, "This was a condition discussed between Jin Baimei and Butler Ma. While Butler Ma can secure the funds, Jean Bai may need someone to take the fall, to provide an explanation to the county magistrate. Thus, Butler Ma informed Jean Bai that you are part of our group and that the idea originated from you. He hurriedly brought me here to relay the message, as he needed the money. Jean Bai, not wanting to offend Madame Ma, requires a scapegoat, and consequently, Butler Ma warned you. It is unfortunate that you find yourself in this predicament. After Quiet High's departure, the parlor fell into a tranquil silence, occasionally interrupted by the faint chirping of autumn insects. Simao surveyed the empty room, filled with disarray, before lifting the wine jar before him and filling a cup to the brim. Without turning around, he addressed the air behind him. Stop hiding. They are delivering news to me under the cover of night. By dawn tomorrow, Jean Baime's people will likely arrive. We must make our escape. Otherwise, shall we share a drink to commemorate our parting? Old Zhang emerged quietly from the shadows. Sitting beside Simao and accepting the wine cup he offered, he took a small sip, his eyes devoid of their former carefree demeanor, replaced instead with a hint of remorse. Has the situation truly escalated to such an irretrievable state? Must our family once again flee for our lives? Simao nodded silently. At this point, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Let us tidy up tonight. Apart from our clothing and valuables, we shall take nothing else. We will depart at the break of dawn after the rooster crows 3 times. Old Zhang carefully observed Simao's expression, which bore no trace of emotion. Only the depth of his gaze reflecting the flickering candlelight, akin to an ancient well, calm, yet concealing countless unspoken thoughts. Where shall we go next? How shall we find refuge? Simao glanced at his father, who had always been content to drift through life, and smiled faintly. Well, father, it seems you are no longer oblivious. You now understand the necessity of planning. Old Zhang's face flushed at his son's remark, and he instinctively retorted, but Simao interrupted, sliding a stack of silver notes toward Old Zhang. Here are 10,000 silvers. We shall divide it 8 to 2, with you receiving 8 and I 2. Additionally, here is a business card. Tomorrow morning, hire a mule cart to take your mother to Longwang Temple Dock to catch the first ship to Jingzhou. A man named Quide will be waiting for you. Show him this card, and he will ensure you and mother board together. Remember, regardless of what happens or who you encounter, firmly insist that you do not know my whereabouts. Once aboard, you will be secure. After reaching Jingzhou, arrangements have been made for your accommodation. This money will serve as your means of survival until you settle down. For a time, you may not see me, and I will be unable to attend to you and mother. You must rely on this 8,000 silvers for your livelihood. Whether you choose to squander it in a gambling den or to engage in small business ventures is entirely up to you. This time, I will let you take charge. Old Zhang accepted the business card and the stack of silver notes, feeling inexplicably choked with emotion. Do you truly dare to entrust me with this money? Why not give it to your mother instead? Simao smiled lightly. You have reminded me. Perhaps I should hand it to mother instead. As he spoke, he feigned reaching for the silver notes. Old Zhang quickly concealed the notes in his breast pocket. It is rare in this world to have a son one can trust, willing to pass the silver into my hands. I shall savor this feeling. This journey to Jingzhou marks a new beginning for you. Father, you can reinvent yourself. Simao regarded Old Zhang with a knowing look, uttering a phrase imbued with dual meaning. Old Zhang chuckled. You have become increasingly disrespectful, teaching your father that a transformation is in order, as if living a domestic life entails a complete rebirth. Simao did not answer directly, but filled Old Zhang's cup to the brim and poured himself a drink as well. He raised his cup in a toast. Father, to be truthful, you need not strive to become someone else, nor undergo a rebirth. Simply return to being your true self. Old Zhang swallowed the wine along with Simao's words, pondering the layers of meaning behind them. Memories flooded his mind, and he instinctively felt a sharp pain in his temples. Spitting out a curse, he changed the subject, asking, What about you? Will you not come with us? Where do you intend to go? A glint of cold light flickered in Simao's eyes. Take care of yourself and mother. That would be the greatest assistance to me. The farther I am from you, the safer you will be. After a year or so, once this matter settles, I will naturally seek you out. Longwang Temple serves as the docking point for passengers departing from Yankou. Travelers journeying south, north, east, and west gather here, with boats lined along the embankment. Though shallow and narrow, these vessels are swift in carrying people, especially under favorable winds. Worthy of the saying that the sound of monkeys on both banks fades as the light boat passes through the mountains. A mule cart, tightly covered with a canopy, made its way through the crowd and arrived at the dock, only to be suddenly surrounded by 7 or 8 men who forcibly seized the reins. The driver, a timid soul, nervously pleaded, Gentlemen, what can I do for you? I assure you, I have never wronged you. The leading man ignored the driver, yanking down the cart's curtain to reveal a man and woman inside. Old Zhang, and Simao's mother. The man scrutinized them closely. The couple, aside from a small cloth bundle, had no other belongings, making their situation abundantly clear. "Where is Zhang Simao?" the man demanded, glaring at old Zhang. Old Zhang cursed angrily. "I'm still searching for that little rascal. Are you one of his hoodlum friends? What do you want with him?" The man did not respond, but continued to question. "Where are you headed?" Simao's mother interjected. "We are visiting relatives." "Are you an acquaintance of Simao?" "We did not deceive you. Simao indeed returned last night. After dinner, he vanished into thin air in the dead of night, and we have no idea where he went." The man turned his head to glance at a subordinate beside him, who leaned in and whispered, "The neighbors confirm he did come back last night. But the brothers failed to intercept him early this morning, so he must have slipped away under the cover of night. These two old fellows are not lying." The man pondered, hesitating, when Quitahai and Steward Ma slowly strolled over from the dock. Old Zhang caught sight of them immediately. They were the very visitors he had seen lurking in the shadows the night before. Startled, he swiftly dismounted from the mule cart, sidestepped the burly man, and seized Quitahai, exclaiming, "Nephew, dear nephew, I have been searching for you." Quitahai suddenly found something in his hand, with a sidelong glance. He saw it was a business card of Kuei Fong. Without revealing his thoughts, he calmly replied, "Unload the formalities. Let us board the ship." Old Zhang, as if receiving an imperial decree, hurriedly hopped back into the cart to assist Simao's mother. The burly man, about to step forward to intervene, felt his wrist gripped by a subordinate, who lowered his voice and cautioned, "Master Jean has instructed that we do not act until we see the main person." The burly man, somewhat disgruntled, stepped back, glaring at the couple with resentment, unable to voice his frustration, and allowed them to board the ship with Quitahai. As they walked onto the vessel, Quitahai, filled with suspicion, inquired, "Why are only the two of you here? Where is Simao? Isn't he accompanying you?" Old Zhang shook his head, offering a wry smile. "That lad vanished last night, and he instructed us to find you." Quitahai, incredulous, observed the couple's expressions, which did not seem feigned, and realized that questioning would yield no fruitful answers. Meanwhile, Steward Ma chuckled. "Look at the spectacle Master Jean is orchestrating today. He must have set up a web throughout the town. Simao is cunning. He must have anticipated that action would be taken against him this morning, thus employing this strategy to escape unnoticed. I fear he has left no trace for Jean Bai to grasp." While everyone was engulfed in doubt and speculation, it was Steward Ma who had deduced correctly. Last night, upon receiving the urgent message from Quitahai and his companion, Simao had already surmised that Su Sandao's allegiance to Jean Bai meant that he would undoubtedly divulge everything, leading to his own demise. Knowing that these two would not hesitate to act, Simao executed a brilliant escape under the cover of darkness, ensuring that as long as he eluded capture, his parents could roam freely and safely through the streets. At that moment, Simao was not far from his escape, enjoying fine wine and the company of lovely women. Lost in blissful reverie. Chapter 70. Loyal yet ruthless. The steamed lotus leaf and marinated ribs at Defu Lu are truly unparalleled, fragrant and tender, melting in the mouth, lingering on the palate for days. "Come on, eat up. Why are you just sitting there?" Simao urged Chun and I, pointing his chopsticks at the steaming, vividly colored ribs on the table. "Should I commend your carefree spirit or chastise your foolishness? At such a time, you still have the mind to indulge in pleasures?" Chun Ni's demeanor was far from relaxed. "What else can I do? I am confined here, unable to step outside. The front door is off limits, and I cannot even venture to the back. Eating and drinking are all that occupy my mind. Let us have a few light dishes tonight. After all, too much rich food can be overwhelming." Simao maintained an air of indifference. "I must ask, do you truly intend to stay here indefinitely?" Chun and I playfully chided, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with a mix of mock anger and laughter. "I will not take advantage of your hospitality. Before I leave, I shall settle our accounts in full, without any debts," Simao declared, crunching on a rib. "That's more like it. In my tea house, debts are not tolerated," Chun and I started to say. But then she suddenly realized, "Stop right there. You're trying to evade the topic again. We are not discussing finances." "Then what are we discussing?" "Currently, Jean Baime's men have set a trap in Mian-ko to capture you, and you act as if nothing is amiss? Who told you that Jean Baime is after me?" Simao retorted unexpectedly. Chun and I was momentarily taken aback. "Do I need to tell you? Who in Mian-ko is unaware of this?" Simao chuckled. "If Jean Baime truly wished to apprehend me, why not issue a formal bounty? He is a dignified 8th-rank county magistrate, a figure of considerable authority in Mian-ko. Why resort to clandestine methods like a gang seeking revenge?" Upon hearing this, Chun and I fell silent. In recent days, numerous people had scoured the streets of Mian-ko searching for Simao, creating quite a stir. It was evident that Jean Baime harbored a deep vendetta against him. Otherwise, The esteemed magistrate would not expend such resources to hunt him down. Chun and I had been worried for Simao, so she had not considered any other possibilities. Now, reflecting on Simao's words, she began to sense something amiss. Indeed, Jean Baimei has claimed that Simao is guilty of illegal gambling and must be apprehended. He should pursue the matter openly, so why resort to stealthy tactics? As this thought crossed her mind, Chun and I nudged Simao and asked, "Why do you think Jean Baimei is acting this way? Could it be to provide Su Sandao with a justification?" Simao grinned at Chun and I, "Sister Chun and I cannot divulge everything at once. If I do, you will not remember it well. You little tease, have you learned to keep secrets now? Are you going to tell me or not?" Chun Ni's curiosity piqued, and her impatience flared. Unable to resist Simao's teasing, she twisted his ear playfully, while her other hand poked and prodded him. Simao, caught off balance, toppled over onto the bed, bringing Chun and I down with him into his embrace. Stop. Sister Chun and I, please, I never said I wouldn't tell you," Simao pleaded. Chun and I, now atop him, caught a whiff of his masculine scent, causing her cheeks to flush. She huffed, letting out an exasperated breath before releasing him and sitting up to fix her disheveled hair. Consider this. Why would Jean Baimei want to recruit Su Sandao? In other words, what value does Su Sandao hold for him? Su Sandao, among the younger generation of the Miankou underworld, was a significant figure. Capturing him would mean gaining control over the local gambling houses. Jean Baimei must have seen potential in this. Simao, however, appeared unimpressed. "Sister, who do you think you are? A member of the Chow gang, who has navigated the underworld since childhood, and yet you fall for such superficial tricks. If Su Sandao were still the same as before, it would make sense for Jean Baimei to be interested. But now, Su Sandao has been defeated, lacking resources, allies, or a venue. Why would Jean Baimei expend effort to recruit him unless he were mad? And what do you think Jean Baimei's motive is?" Chun and I, though aware that Simao's reasoning was sound, felt a childish urge to challenge him, her irritation evident. Quite simply, it's to vex your Chow gang. Even if that were his intention, how does it relate to Jean Baimei's decision to forego a formal bounty on you? Chun and I pressed, eager to regain her standing. As Simao tossed a peanut into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, he shook his head and replied, "In the front lines, Su Sandao and Jean Baimei's subordinates are clashing fiercely. Your father and several elders of the Chow gang have rushed out to transport grain, leaving the brothers in Miankou to handle matters." After Jean Baimei had dealt with Su Sandao, he mobilized a considerable force to seek revenge for his brother, casting a wide net to capture enemies. When comparing the two situations, the contrast is stark and unmistakable. Who would not praise Jean Baimei for his loyalty, considering the solid backing that comes from aligning with him? Thus, I have unwittingly become a mere tool for Jean Baimei to flaunt his so-called righteousness, along with Su Sandao, your father, and the entire Chow gang, serving as a ladder for him, revealing the shamelessness of Jean Baimei's true nature. With such clarity in the discourse, dear sister, you must comprehend the matter by now. Upon recalling Jean Baimei's face and associating it with the scathing remark from Simao, Chun Yang couldn't help but chuckle, feeling compelled to pinch Simao. "With that sharp tongue of yours, if Jean Baimei hears it, he might just flay you alive." Simao, undeterred, removed his shoes and sat cross-legged, filling Chun Yang's cup with wine. "Sister, since we have some leisure today, why not regale me with tales of Jean Baimei's past and present?" Chun Yang squinted, her eyes resembling crescent moons, as if gazing into an infinite void. "My father once remarked about Jean Baimei, describing him as a man both loyal and ruthlessly cunning." Upon hearing this, Simao raised his cup in salute to Chun Yang. "Loyal yet ruthless? Intriguing. Please elaborate on how he embodies both traits." Chun Yang took a delicate sip from her cup. "Jean Baimei has occupied the position of deputy magistrate in our Miankou County for over a decade. While the magistrate has changed several times, he remains firmly seated in his position. Not due to a lack of ambition, but rather because he prioritizes tangible benefits over empty fame. Jean Baimei has a hand in both the lawful and unlawful enterprises in Miankou, seizing every opportunity for profit. One would assume him to be a man who cherishes wealth above all, yet according to my late grandfather, Jean Baimei's reputation is quite admirable. He never embezzles even a penny and shares any benefits with the clerks and lower officials. Consequently, everyone in the Miankou administration regards Jean Baimei with more respect than the magistrate himself. Each magistrate who assumes office does so with ease, collecting a substantial amount of tribute and reaping significant achievements, returning either to higher positions or retirement, all satisfied and in good relations with Jean Baimei. So, you mean he is loyal to his superiors and colleagues, but ruthless when it comes to business. Is that correct? Simao pondered aloud. Chapter 71. Secret Memorials. It seems that is indeed the case. I have also heard a true story about Jean Baimei, relayed to me by my late grandfather. Chun Yang reminisced about a tale she had once heard. Due to the Qing dynasty's regulations prohibiting officials from serving in their hometowns, designed to prevent corruption and the formation of factions, Jin Baimei, originally from Hunan, ventured to Miankou to seek a position. Despite being a stranger in a foreign land, he managed to establish dominance over both superiors and peers, deeply embedding himself within the intricate local power dynamics, ultimately unifying the criminal and legitimate realms of Miankou, a feat attributable to his cunning. However, it was not always this way. Upon his arrival, Jin Baimei served under a particularly formidable superior, a man named Zhou Hong, known as Hong the Cannon. Renowned for his integrity and fierce opposition to evil, Zhou Hong wielded significant authority, even intimidating his colleagues and subordinates with his exceptional privilege of submitting secret memorials directly to the throne. This power allowed him to command the entire Miankou administration, making Jin Baimei little more than a puppet, who had to tread carefully and seek Zhou Hong's approval even for minor tasks. Hearing this, Simao interjected, "A 7th-rank county magistrate possesses the authority to submit secret memorials? That seems quite unbelievable." Chun Yang replied, "Isn't that simply the right to report to the court? Why the surprise?" Simao smiled faintly. "Sister, you understand the surface but not the depth of it. Do you think anyone can have the privilege of submitting secret memorials? Let me clarify. While there are countless officials in the court, only about 200 hold this privilege, allowing them to report directly to the emperor. No official has the authority to intercept or open these memorials. Just imagine how esteemed that status must be." Chun Yang regarded him with skepticism, scoffing. "You're just talking nonsense. How could a street thug like you grasp the intricacies of court matters?" Simao, unfazed, proceeded to explain the origins and significance of the memorials in detail, using a line from a theatrical character for clarity. "I wish to submit a memorial to the emperor." Upon hearing this, Chun Yang laughed, acknowledging that she understood. Officials in plays often utter that phrase. Simao continued to elucidate that not all officials who claim to submit memorials are genuine, as the privilege is reserved for the emperor's trusted confidants or those specially authorized. During the Ming dynasty, there were 2 types of communications to the emperor, one for official matters, accessible to any official of sufficient rank, albeit often unseen by the emperor himself, as they followed standard review processes. This was termed a title memorial. The other, called a secret memorial, was informal and unrestricted by rank, meant solely for the emperor's closest advisors and containing confidential information. By the time of the Kangxi era in the Qing dynasty, secret memorials began to be formally managed, becoming a vital source of intelligence for the emperor. Among the first to participate in this initiative was Chao Yin, ancestor of the renowned author of Dream of the Red Chamber. Through trial and error, the Kangxi emperor discovered that this method of secret memorials was exceptionally effective, enabling him to bypass the cabinet and various bureaucratic hurdles, directly accessing crucial information, akin to possessing an omniscient insight. Consequently, he expanded the number of individuals permitted to submit memorials to over 200. By the reign of Yongzheng, this energetic emperor further developed the system, increasing the number of those authorized to submit secret memorials to over 200. To prevent leaks or obstruction, he established a specialized management system with strict regulations. Each memorial must be personally written. Each participant received a leather safe for their memorials, with keys held separately. Higher officials' memorials were delivered directly to the emperor without passing through other administrative channels. And finally, once the emperor had reviewed a memorial, it was to be returned to its origin without retaining copies of his responses. At this juncture, the memorial system had effectively evolved to stand alongside official documents, serving as a crucial instrument for the emperor in managing officials and conveying information to the populace. It is therefore evident that those qualified to submit memorials were not simple individuals. They could directly reach the emperor's ears, influencing his thoughts and opinions, and wielding considerable power, who would not be intimidated by such capabilities, even if one's rank surpassed theirs. Familiarity with the emperor could render one vulnerable to a well-placed accusation that could lead to ruin. Thus, the protagonist, Simao, found it peculiar that a mere 7th-rank county magistrate like Zhou Hong possessed the authority to submit secret memorials. Chun Yang, however, was not astonished by Simao's query, but rather by the fact that this ruffian, who had grown up in gambling dens and later sold noodles from a mobile stall, seemed so well-versed in court matters. Based on her knowledge of Simao, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was not one to feign knowledge, and such intricate details could not be fabricated with ease. Chun Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Simao, struggling to find her voice. "What are you daydreaming about? I'm asking you how Zhou Hong has the privilege to submit secret memorials." Simao waved his hand before her face, snapping her back to reality. Chunyang quickly attempted to deflect the question. You ask me? Who should I ask? I only relay what I have heard. Besides, why does it concern you how he is able to submit secret memorials? Simao smiled slightly. All right, consider me overly inquisitive. Please continue, I am all ears. Chunyang rolled her eyes at him, cracking open a seed as she resumed her tale. The county magistrate, Zhang, known for his integrity and fearlessness in the face of others' scrutiny and his forthright personality, had managed to confound several of his superiors and colleagues since taking office at Miankou. Thus, here in the moniker Hong de Pao, for the common folk, encountering such a just official was a blessing, but for other local officials, he was a disruptor, akin to a single rotten apple in a barrel of good fruit, causing them to harbor deep-seated resentment towards him. Since time immemorial, obstructing someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their kin. One's integrity may be their own affair, but if others are forced to follow suit, they must be wary of hidden daggers. Jin Baimei, upon assuming office, stood apart from his peers and formed a close rapport with Zhang, sharing a similar reputation for integrity. He gradually earned Zhang's trust, considering him not only capable but also virtuous, ultimately fostering a bond that allowed for unreserved interaction, akin to family. In ancient times, dining and drinking at a friend's house to the extent of sharing a table with their spouses and concubines, and mingling with each other's families, indicated a deep friendship. Little did Zhang know that this camaraderie was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Jin Baimei seized the opportunity to learn Zhang's secrets, temperament, and even personal affairs. Demonstrating remarkable patience, he refrained from taking action for over a year, waiting for the opportune moment, fully aware that no one is flawless and that a flaw would eventually surface. And indeed, that day arrived. Miankou had long been a major port for grain transportation, and the officials stationed there bore the crucial responsibility of overseeing these operations. Unfortunately for Zhang, he encountered a once-in-a-century autumn flood that delayed the grain ships, which should have departed in October, until early November, causing significant logistical issues. Although natural disasters are beyond human control, in such circumstances, county and provincial officials typically submitted a joint apology to the court, which would verify the situation and merely reprimand and set deadlines for the shipment without overly penalizing local officials. However, the issue lay in Zhang's history of antagonizing many, leading to his superiors feigning official business and leaving him to languish for over 10 days without any contact, forcing him to submit a personal apology. This was anticipated by those superiors because such documents must follow a hierarchical submission process, and a county magistrate would not personally carry them. By the time they reached the capital, orders for Zhang's punishment would likely have already arrived at Miankou. At this critical juncture, Jin Baimei dug the first pit for Zhang by suggesting the use of a secret memorial, which would circumvent the cumbersome processes of review and approval. According to protocol, once the higher offices received such a sealed memorial, they would immediately dispatch it directly to the emperor without delay, thus saving precious time and avoiding the malicious distortions of his peers, a double-edged sword. Generally, honest officials adhere to their principles, yet those who uphold such ideals often find it challenging to navigate the complexities of political maneuvering. Jin Baimei, well-versed in this intricacy, understood Zhang far too well, leading him to commit an even greater blunder. Ordinarily, Zhang's trusted clerk handled the submission of secret memorials, but at that moment, without his clerk present, he carelessly entrusted the task to Jin Baimei. At that critical moment, Zhang forgot a fundamental principle. The emperor's trust does not equate to a private conversation, akin to sharing chat logs online, which could lead to exposure and scandal. Jin Baimei seized this opportunity, using a seemingly innocuous mistake to orchestrate Zhang's downfall, resulting in his dismissal and a return home in disgrace. Upon hearing this, Simao interrupted Chunyang's narrative. Wait a moment, you haven't explained how Jin Baimei brought Zhang to ruin. Chunyang, with a smug expression, replied, Are you really that perplexed? It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if I explain now, it may not leave a lasting impression. Observing Chunyang's boastful demeanor, Simao smiled, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he chuckled. Given Jin Baimei's experience with official matters and his understanding of human nature, he surely would not resort to such a clumsy method as informing on Zhang. Otherwise, Zhang could easily claim he was framed, and Jin Baimei would risk being seen as a petty villain without achieving his goal. The only other possibility would be for Jin Baimei to manipulate the official document itself, enclosing the secret memorial within an official pouch and submitting it. This way, all officials involved would see the memorial without being able to speak against it. And if the emperor received a memorial disguised as an official document, he likely would not even bother to open it, let alone inquire about its contents. Zhang would be left oblivious to his fate. Fortunately for the emperor, he was not entirely heartless, merely dismissing Zhang, which could be considered a significant leniency. At this point, Chunyang was taken aback. How do you know all this? Are you here just to mock me? Simao, with a grin, replied, How could I ever mock you, dear sister? Let us say I'm just spinning tales. Chunyang, reflecting on the situation, realized that it was unlikely Simao could have known about these events firsthand, as he was merely a child at the time. And such secretive political matters were known only to a select few. Her connections to the local government had only provided her with whispers of the events. Today, she surmised, there were likely only a handful of officials in Myeonko who truly understood these affairs, making it impossible for them to leak. With this realization, she thought to herself, there lies a crucial insight, and if you can discern this layer, it proves you are not merely attempting to deceive me. What insight? With a drink in one hand and a dish in the other, Simao casually inquired. In Chapter 73, drooling with anticipation, logically speaking, the secret memorials he submitted should have followed the official channels, allowing Zhang's superior to review and possibly reject them. Why was there no one to remind him or send the memorial back? Chun-Ni's single question struck at the crux of the matter. Simao squinted his eyes, a mischievous glint shining brightly as he gazed at Chun and I, half smiling. You wouldn't be asking such a question unless your former husband had seen through this, would you? Chun-Ni's eyes flickered, tacitly acknowledging Simao's guess, yet she feigned indifference. Stop sidestepping. Just tell me why. Once upon a time, there was an emperor who adored new garments. Two tailors, seeking rewards, approached the emperor claiming they could craft a splendid outfit from rare materials. Simao began recounting the tale of the emperor's new clothes. After hearing it, Chun and I blinked. Are you suggesting that all the officials who handled the secret memorial saw it, yet chose to remain silent, not daring to offend the emperor, thus preserving his dignity? Ultimately, it is Zhang who suffers, while Jin Bai-mei and the others who have viewed the memorial remain untouched. Is it any wonder that you, dear sister, possess both beauty and intellect? Among women, and even among men, you would undoubtedly stand out. Simao, with a face full of flattery, handed the wine jug to Chun and I. Why not pour me another jug of wine? I shall listen attentively while I drink, hoping to learn from you. Go away. Have you ever seen someone so shameless? You truly have latched onto me. Chun and I playfully pinched Simao. Her words sharp, but her demeanor still warm as she descended from the Kong to refill his cup. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet inside, it was as warm as spring. With heated wine and lively conversation, they reveled in each other's company. Chun-Ni's cheeks flushed with a delightful glow, exuding an irresistible charm. Simao, what are your plans moving forward? Will you simply remain here like a tortoise? Simao grinned. Look at what you're saying. With fine wine and delicacies at your place every day, I am utterly captivated. And with such a lovely companion to converse with. If I were to venture outside to gather information, I would be just another tortoise among many, hoping to enjoy such fortune. I have decided to linger here indefinitely. However, Chun and I unusually refrained from teasing Simao. Perhaps it was the influence of the wine. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, and as she revealed her pearly white teeth in a charming smile, her large, expressive eyes fixed intently on Simao. Her cheeks rosy and her delicate hands holding a green porcelain cup, her fingers a vivid red. If you dare to drink from this cup, I will keep you here as my tortoise. A picturesque scene, yet suddenly, a thought of his brother Wu Song crossed Simao's mind, causing him to choke on his wine and cough violently. Chun and I reached out, pinching him again. Look at your pitiful state. I can't believe that frightens you. At that moment, Su Sandow paced the room like a wolf with bloodshot eyes, and when Lu Zi stepped through the door, his pent-up rage erupted. Where the hell have you been? Do you have any news about that bastard Simao? Lu Zi took a few steps back, wary of Su Sandow's unpredictable temper. No, I have no news of him. What have you all been doing? It's been over half a month. Did that bastard fly away or burrow underground? I refuse to believe he just vanished into thin air. Get moving and find him. In this tiny place of Myeonko, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I want him uncovered. Do you hear me? Lu Zi cautiously replied. 3 Master, don't get worked up. Flailing about like a headless chicken isn't the answer. I have an idea. What do you think? Speak your mind, but don't waste my time, Su Sandow snapped, offering no courtesy. As the saying goes, a runaway monk can't escape the temple. To deal with someone like Simao, you must grasp his weaknesses. You don't need to teach me. If his parents hadn't run off, I would have captured them long ago. Lu Zi, with a scheming expression, said, 3 Master. You're unaware that Simao has a romantic interest, Zhong Yinzi from the refugee alley. I have seen that girl spending all her time with him. She is quite enchanting. Spending time together means they are lovers? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her and are using my name for your own gain. Although Su Sandao had fallen from grace, his wits remained intact, and being an old hand in this world, he quickly discerned Lu Zi's ulterior motives. 3 Master. I assure you I am not that kind of person. You're overthinking it. Simao practically gave that girl his noodle shop. If they weren't lovers, would he have done that? The shop earns real money. Is that true? Su Sandao's interest peaked. If I were lying, may I be cursed, Lu Zi gestured dramatically. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring a few brothers and smash that girl's shop. Su Sandao's brows knitted together as he clenched his teeth, uttering those words. 3 Master. Times have changed. Is it wise to openly destroy a business like that? Why not operate from the shadows? As long as we can force Zhang Simao to reveal himself, wouldn't that suffice? You know nothing. I want this to be known far and wide. Forcing that bastard to show himself. What do you mean times have changed? Tomorrow, I'll do it in broad daylight and see who dares to challenge me. Fine. As you say, I will go tomorrow morning. Please calm down, Lu Zi quickly agreed, sensing the urgency to avoid provoking Su Sandao further. After taking over the noodle shop, Yanzi found business as bustling as ever. At first, she felt a bit overwhelmed, having only assisted Simao before, suddenly thrust into the role of the head. Fortunately, Simao had preemptively addressed these challenges by establishing a complete set of protocols for procurement, processing, delivery, and accounting, allowing Yanzi to simply follow the guidelines. He also left behind a few older, reliable neighbors to assist her, gradually helping her manage the shop effectively. With Yanzi's diligence and willingness to work hard, she successfully navigated the transition and took on her new responsibilities with increasing confidence. In Chapter 74, Drawing Swords to Aid, on that particular morning, Yanzi rose early as usual, overseeing her busy staff. Before sunrise, according to routine, all goods and sauces had to be delivered to various shops, lest their business be disrupted. Watching the delivery carts leave the workshop smoothly, disappearing into the soft morning light, Yanzi finally let out a sigh of relief and settled at the accounting table to await the return of the delivery staff with the previous day's earnings, one of the rare moments of respite in her day. Unbeknownst to her, as the sun climbed higher, the visitors she awaited were not her staff, but rather several unexpected guests, with Lu Zi leading the way. Entering the workshop with a broad grin. Yanzi, it's been ages since I've seen you. You've grown even more enchanting. With Simao gone, do you have any troubles? If so, just speak up. Brother Lu is here to help. As he looked at Yanzi's blossoming figure and captivating face, Lu Zi felt an unfamiliar lightness in his bones. What do you mean Simao is gone? Can you even speak coherently? Swallow was not inherently delicate. Having spent considerable time with Simao in the door-opening trade, she had developed a certain boldness and broadened her horizons through various experiences. Influenced by Simao's audacious personality, she had become somewhat hardened herself and retorted sharply, "Fine, it's all on you, Brother Lu. I apologize for you. Simao is a good buddy of mine. And before leaving, he specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you and check in from time to time," Lu Zi said with a grin. "Oh really? Then I must express my gratitude," Swallow replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she bestowed a radiant smile upon Lu Zi. "Who are we to stand on ceremony? No need for politeness," she added, but her expression suddenly shifted, and with a cold smile remarked, "However, the words Simao entrusted to me and those that emerge from your mouth are two entirely different matters. Whom should I heed?" "What did Simao say?" Lu Zi's ears perked up immediately. "He mentioned that you should offend no one, especially Lu Zi. Do not show him any kindness. If you encounter him on the road, keep your distance and be wary of biting yourself. You must have misheard him. Simao and I are truly brothers." Lu Zi began, but before he could finish, a comrade interjected, "Lu Gu, this little girl just called you a dog. Didn't you hear that? Get lost. Who asked for your opinion?" Lu Zi turned and kicked, sending his subordinate stumbling backward to the ground, still muttering, "Why did you kick me?" "I was just trying to remind you." Another astute subordinate swiftly yanked him up and pulled him back, adding, "Shut your mouth. You're not as clever as you think." Once the subordinate ceased his chatter, Lu Zi turned back to Swallow with a congenial demeanor. "Swallow, I am considered a notable figure in Mianko. Everyone knows I value loyalty. Simao and I are good brothers, and following Su Sandao's orders is not of my own volition. However, in the world of Jianghu, we each have our own perspectives. Seeing Simao in his current state makes me quite uneasy. I have a letter and some silver. Could you please deliver them to Brother Simao as a token of my goodwill?" Lu Zi produced an envelope from his bosom and placed it before Swallow. "I won't trouble you any further. I shall return another day to await news." "Wait," Swallow retorted, maintaining her aloof demeanor. "Take your things back. I shall not speak falsehoods. I truly do not know where Brother Simao is, and I cannot assist in this matter. Good day." Lu Zi realized his clever scheme had failed to deceive this seemingly gullible girl. He had intended to have someone monitor Swallow. hoping she would lead them to Simao's hiding place. Unexpectedly, Swallow's words had entirely blocked that path. Fine, fine, fine. I extend my goodwill. Yet it seems that good-hearted individuals cannot be appreciated in this world, Lu Zi remarked as he snatched the envelope from the table and turned to leave, gesturing to his companions. His subordinates understood immediately, turning hostile. Brothers, let's smash this place up. The workshop erupted in chaos, the sound of destruction echoing. Swallow, being young and inexperienced, had never witnessed such pandemonium. The workers, generally honest folk, were taken aback as the ruckus attracted a crowd from the street, leaving Lu Zi flustered and disoriented. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air. Lu Zi, have you lost your mind? I'll lay waste to you. With that, a scream from Lu Zi echoed as he clutched his bloodied face and fled, pursued closely by someone wielding a cleaver, none other than Ma Qinghu. It turned out that one of Swallow's astute subordinates had sensed trouble and hurried off to inform Ma Qinghu, who was stationed nearby. Upon hearing that Lu Zi had come looking for trouble, he swiftly gathered his men and rushed over. Seeing the altercation already underway, Ma Qinghu wasted no time and struck Lu Zi on the forehead with a blade, igniting the ensuing chaos. The street quickly became a scene of utter disarray, with Ma Qinghu's forces holding a significant advantage, turning the conflict into a one-sided spectacle of brutality, leaving Lu Zi and his men writhing on the ground in pain. Meanwhile, the battle was not yet over. A subordinate had reported the events to Chen Yang, who immediately entered the tea house's back courtyard. Pushing open the door, she found Simao fast asleep, sprawled out without a care in the world, utterly oblivious to any looming danger. Amused yet exasperated, she yanked off his blanket. Wake up. Stop sleeping. There's trouble. Simao groaned and rolled over. Quit disturbing me. I was dreaming that the Supreme Lord granted me an elixir for immortality. And you've ruined it. If there is something, call me later. I'll return after taking the elixir. An elixir, indeed. Lu Zi is currently demolishing Swallow's place. And a fight has broken out, Chun Yang scolded. What? Simao sprang up, ready to get out of bed, but then suddenly remembered something. Curling back under the blanket. It must be Ma Qinghu who went. With him around, Swallow won't come to harm. No need to worry. How do you know it's Ma Qinghu? Simao chuckled. Didn't you say a fight broke out? How could Swallow take on Lu Zi by herself? Besides Ma Qinghu, no one else would dare stand up for Swallow. So, I'm quite at ease. I'll continue to sleep. He wrapped his head in the blanket and promptly lay back down. Chun Yang looked at Simao's irresponsible demeanor, infuriated yet helpless. As she turned to leave, a thought crossed her mind, and she lightly said, My father will be returning to Mian-ko tonight. Don't you want to see him? In an instant, Simao shot up with a serious expression. Of course I want to see him. The old man must have had a tiring journey. I must ensure he is properly welcomed. The next meeting between Yan Xingji and Simao was not in the secluded courtyard of his daughter, Yan Chunyang, but aboard the old Tang ship. After dispersing the others who accompanied him to transport the grain, Yan Xingji only retained a few trusted subordinates. Yan Chunyang had arranged a covered cart to quietly take herself and Simao to a remote dock under the cloak of night. They abandoned the cart and boarded a small boat, setting off towards the old Tang ship anchored in the river. The preparations for this journey were clearly meticulous and shrouded in secrecy. While the feast aboard the ship was lavish, the dishes had long since cooled, evidently having been ordered from a restaurant and served too late. Yan Xingji, however, appeared undeterred, cheerfully urging, Let us eat. We'll talk after you're full. With that, he dove into the meal with gusto, and Simao joined him without hesitation, while Chun Yang remained skeptical, observing quietly. Before long, the table was left in disarray, the remnants of the feast scant, and the sound of clinking jars had faded. After a satisfying meal, Yan Xingji asked, Are you full? Simao succinctly replied, I'm well fed and watered. Very well, then we shall send you on your way, Yan Xingji said, lifting his treasured teapot and sipping casually. Two burly subordinates, their eyes glinting menacingly, swiftly approached, seizing Simao's arms, a rope descending from above. Before Chun Yang could react, they had bound Simao's hands, tightening the noose. They then grabbed a tightly woven net made of hemp rope and dragged Simao out. Chun Yang is not a naive girl sheltered in a secluded chamber. She has navigated the tumultuous world since childhood. With a single glance, she discerned that they were employing a specially crafted fishing net, referred to in their dark vernacular as the Dinghai needle, designed to ensnare and submerge victims to the depths of the river. This net, made from coarse hemp intertwined with water vines, expands when wet, remaining impervious to decay. Once the flesh is consumed by fish, the bones sink, rendering the victim's survival impossible, regardless of their swimming prowess. Originally intended by the Zhang gang to eliminate enemies and enforce familial laws, It was unexpectedly repurposed for Simao. In this perilous moment, Chun Yang's fierce spirit emerged. Seizing a vase from the table, she shattered it with a decisive crash, brandishing the jagged edge against her alabaster neck, and declared with a commanding voice, "Yin Xingji, I warn you, should you dare to drown him, I shall take my own life before your eyes." This audacious act stunned everyone present, even Simao, who momentarily forgot his own peril, staring at Chun Yang with wide eyes, taken aback by her unwavering resolve. The two henchmen halted their dragging, apprehensively watching their leader. Hesitant to act, Yin Xingji scrutinized his daughter with a gaze as sharp as a blade, maintaining a heavy silence that felt as though he sought to peer into her very soul. Chun Yang met his gaze unwaveringly, the tension in the cabin thickening into a palpable frost. Finally, Yin Xingji broke the silence, his voice gravelly and deliberate. "This fool has deceived us all. We thought he was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, but it is evident that this was meticulously orchestrated from the outset, a trap at every turn. Not only have we been drawn into a conflict with Jin Baimei, but Su San has betrayed us, igniting internal strife within the Zhang gang. Our losses are catastrophic, with over 100,000 taels lost, and we have even risked our standing." "I care not for your deliberations," Chun Yang retorted sharply. "When did our Zhang gang descend to such depths? You, who have lived so long and still fail to grasp the ways of the world. Today, Simao came aboard with me, and I shall ensure he disembarks unscathed, or else prepare another of your high needles for me." Her words struck with clarity, silencing the assembly. After a prolonged pause, Yin Xingji sighed. "Your argument holds merit, but it is not solely my decision to make. For now, we shall spare his life. You may take him away, but tomorrow at noon, we shall reconvene here. I will summon the ancestral spirits for judgment." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Simao to be released. A calamity that had threatened to engulf them was momentarily averted by Chun Yang's bold stand. Yet Simao's expression remained inscrutable, lacking any hint of relief or fear. Stretching his stiffened arms, he performed a formal gesture of gratitude towards Yin Xingji, calmly stating, "I shall return punctually tomorrow at noon." With that, he exited the cabin. As Chun Yang sensed the crisis had subsided, she lowered the shard from her neck, intending to leave, when Yin Xingji suddenly inquired, "When did you become entangled with this boy? Once a daughter is married, she is like water poured away. Now a widow, I may choose whom I please. My father says nothing. Do you think you can control me?" With that, Chun Yang hummed a tune and departed, leaving behind the sound of furniture being upended in her wake. Emerging with a triumphant smile, Chun Yang encountered Simao awaiting her on the deck. He grinned and gave her 2 thumbs up, then quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Have you lost your senses? After brushing with death, you still managed to smile." Simao, with utmost seriousness, bowed and recited, "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, and I can only offer my life in return. Spare me your nonsense, be gone." Chun Yang shot him a glare, though her smile betrayed her amusement, as the carriage rolled quietly through the night. The surrounding stillness heightened the intimacy of the confined space once the curtain was drawn. Following their harrowing encounter, a distinct and unfamiliar sensation blossomed between Chun Yang and Simao. The air was thick with the mingling scents of her floral essence and the lingering aroma of his wine, creating an unspoken tension that hung between them, accentuated by the moonlight. Feeling a flush on her cheeks, Chun Yang sought to dispel the awkwardness. "Once we enter the courtyard, you must make your escape. There is a boat waiting at the back." Simao chuckled. "Oh, my dear sister, if you peek through the curtain, you will see that I cannot leave now. Besides, why would I want to? I am looking forward to drinking on the old hull ship tomorrow." Chun Yang, quick-witted, leaned closer to the curtain, parting it with her delicate fingers to glimpse outside. To her dismay, she spotted several shadowy figures lurking at the edge of her vision. Frustrated, she seized Simao's arm, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You are still thinking about drinking at a time like this? I might as well drown you in a barrel tonight. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony, and as a woman, I cannot even enter the Zhang gang's hall without assistance. If you do not leave, you will be signing your own death warrant." Simao dodged her grasp while muttering, "I cannot abandon you halfway. Moreover, if I escape from you, how will I explain myself to your father and the leaders of the Zhang gang? As a mere woman, who would dare harm me? Stop pretending to be a hero. Once we enter the courtyard, gather your things and leave. I have a plan to delay these followers." Chun Yang's eyes widened, filled with an authoritative intensity that silenced him. "Men's affairs should not burden women. Since I dared to board the old hull ship today, I came prepared. I shall return alive from the ceremony tomorrow, as I intend to continue residing in your fragrant abode." Upon hearing this, Chun Yang's eyes widened in realization. Engaging with Simao was akin to dealing with a slippery eel, cunning and unpredictable. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, She began to suspect that he was not the fool he appeared to be, knowing full well he was stepping into danger willingly. In her growing frustration, she seized both his arms, twisting him as she scolded, "Are you courting death? Did you not foresee that today's venture to the old hall would bring trouble? Stop pretending to be oblivious. Your audacity knows no bounds." Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the solitary mule cart creaked along, carrying whispers and laughter through the darkness. The Songgang ceremonies are categorized into 3 types. The first involves joyous occasions such as initiations and celebrations. The second pertains to meetings where significant decisions are discussed, and the third serves as a court of internal law, adjudicating and punishing transgressions. Simao was to attend the latter. Ceremonies are not trivial matters within the Songgang. The scenes of bandits swearing brotherhood have been overly dramatized in contemporary media. In reality, Songgang ceremonies follow strict protocols and traditions, as formalism is a crucial aspect of organizational governance, far from being mere empty rituals. After all, why have successive dynasties relied on Zhou rites as the foundation for their rule? Before entering the incense hall of the Chaobang, one must first purify oneself by washing the face and rinsing the mouth. Upon entry, one should not wander aimlessly, but must be accompanied by a designated guide. The first order of business is to pay homage to the founder, which cannot be done without reciting a poem of praise. Only after completing the recitation may one offer incense. Following this, there will be a segment for introductions and interactions to foster familiarity and camaraderie among the guests. This phase is not yet concluded, as it is promptly followed by a political study session, where the host leads a recitation and review of the guild rules, emphasizing the importance of repetition to ingrain these principles into memory. After this, the final homage to the founder is performed, once again extolling his virtues. Only after this extensive ritual does the incense hall ceremony formally conclude, allowing the meeting to proceed to its substantive agenda. As the ceremony commenced, the guide Lu Haipi sensed something remarkable about Zhang Simao. As an elder within the guild, he had witnessed many newcomers falter, and even some of the guild's own members were not well versed in the rules. However, Simao was different. His attire was modest. Clad only in a long gown without the traditional vest or winter hat, his hair neatly styled, exuding an aura of respectfulness. He stood quietly with his hands at his sides, head bowed, embodying the epitome of appropriate decorum. Lu Haipi, uncertain of Simao's background, quietly inquired whether he was an outsider or affiliated with the family. Simao respectfully replied, "I do not wish to deceive you, esteemed elder. I am not yet a member of the guild, but I serve under the founder." Lu Haipi, pleased with this response, felt a shift in his perception of Simao, almost wishing to pat him on the shoulder and commend him. Lu Haipi's inquiry was rooted in the guild's customs, as it was essential for the host to clearly identify each guest's status to navigate the proceedings smoothly. Simao's creative response indicated that he was not entirely unfamiliar with the inner workings of the guild, reassuring Lu Haipi that he would not embarrass himself. Furthermore, it subtly conveyed his intention not to oppose the Chaobang, fostering goodwill between them. In the world of martial arts, one listens to the voice and feels the heart. Thus, this exchange forged a bond of goodwill between Simao and Lu Haipi, underscoring the importance of first impressions. Using a basin of water offered by others, Simao purified his face and dried it with a white cloth, completing the cleansing ritual. He then took a cup of tea, rinsed his mouth twice, discarding the first sip, and drank the second, adhering to the rinsing ritual. Following these formalities, under Lu Haipi's guidance, they finally entered the incense hall, where antique sandalwood chairs lined the sides. Yan Xingji sat at the upper right in a blue gown, flanked by 4 or 5 others, each with distinct features, yet all bearing stern expressions akin to temple guardians. After surveying their appearances, Simao etched their characteristics into his memory. Upon observing the surroundings, Simao noted the details of the incense hall. At the southernmost end stood an altar, adorned not with imagined deities, but with a plaque inscribed with the words Heaven, Earth, Monarch, Teacher in bold characters, darkened by incense smoke. A few feet south of this plaque lay another altar featuring figures of revered ancestors, each with offerings of fruits and an array of incense wafting in the air. Simao navigated through the assembly, approached the altar, knelt, and paid his respects to the plaque. Rising, he lit 3 incense sticks before the shrine and, kneeling once more, recited with reverence, "On bended knee upon the dust, I burn incense towards the 5 peaks, requesting the founder to open the path." By the time Simao concluded his homage, Lu Haipi had taken his seat. Simao stood quietly by his side, maintaining a respectful demeanor, clearly awaiting Lu Haipi to introduce him to the assembly. As Lu Haipi called out the names of prominent figures within the Chaobang, Simao acknowledged each with a bow, thereby familiarizing himself with their faces. The subsequent ritual involved Lu Haipi leading the group in a loud recitation of the guild rules. The first forbids betraying one's master. The second prohibits disrespect towards predecessors. The third forbids treachery. The fourth prohibits illicit acts. The fifth disallows chaos within the guild. The sixth forbids the evasion of justice. The seventh prohibits disruption of guild regulations. The eighth forbids placing the lowly above the esteemed. The ninth forbids negligence. And the 10th forbids exploiting the weak. The guild's rules encompass 10 stipulations, 10 prohibitions, 10 precepts, and 4 major principles, consuming a significant portion of time. Finally, under Lu Haipi's guidance, everyone joined in unison to sing. The founder was born in Hangzhou, where the martial world congregates to seek enlightenment. The 3 ancestors lead the way, while disciples bow behind them. With this, the ritual concluded, marking the transition into the public trial segment concerning Simao. The charges against Simao were twofold. The first accused him of framing guild members and tarnishing the guild's reputation. The second accused him of inciting discord both within and outside the guild, undermining camaraderie. Lu Haipi read the charges aloud, stating, "The ancestral teachings of the Chaobang dictate that one must not abuse their power. Although you may be an outsider, you are still a person of the martial world. We follow the principle of settling scores accordingly. However, out of respect for your youth, the elders have granted you the opportunity to defend yourself. If you can clarify your circumstances, all will be forgiven. Otherwise, do you comprehend the gravity of your situation?" Lu Haipi's implications were clear. He was warning Simao to seize this opportunity and respond with care, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Simao cast a grateful glance at Lu Haipi, then performed a respectful bow and began to speak. Regarding the first charge of framing guild members, I admit that the discord between Su Sandao, Lu Batsi, and the 3 beggars was indeed orchestrated by me. As for the second charge of inciting conflict, while it was not my intention, I acknowledge my role in the matter, and thus, I accept the blame. You possess a boldness that could lead to your downfall. If you dare to claim responsibility, you must be prepared to bear the consequences, retorted Lu Haipi sharply. Lu Batsi, a red-faced figure under Yan Xingji, interrupted with a loud bang on the armrest, insisting on expediency. Black skin, don't coddle him. The boy has already admitted his guilt. Let us resolve this quickly so we can disperse. Zhang Simao, think carefully. In the martial world, a word once spoken cannot be taken back, admonished Lu Haipi. Simao, resolute, replied, esteemed seniors, may I be granted the opportunity to finish my words? Should my arguments prove illogical, I shall accept any punishment without complaint. Lu Batsi interjected, I thought you were a hero, but it seems you are merely afraid of the consequences. Either acknowledge or deny your actions. There is no need for elaborate explanations. Lu Batsi, this is the incense hall. In the presence of the founder, one must adhere to the rules and allow others to speak. Lu Haipi countered firmly. Although Lu Batsi was known for his brashness, he seemed to respect Lu Haipi's authority, ultimately refraining from further interruption. Let me continue, Simao urged. Lu Haipi, noticing that Lu Ba had ceased to interrupt, turned his gaze towards Simao and spoke succinctly. In this world, there exists no tree without roots, nor water without a source. Su Sandao, in his attempt to coerce me into becoming a pawn in his scheme, colluded with San Lizi and Lu Bazizi to deceive my father into signing a debt note. In order to save my father, I became embroiled in his enterprise. While I acted out of filial piety to rescue my father, Su Sandao forced my hand into gambling. This is my father's debt note. Only after settling the debts did Su Sandao give it to me, along with the receipts he provided each time I repaid the loan, all bearing his seal. There exists a certain order to events. Su Sandao and I were never allies. Ultimately, who is the true perpetrator? He who ensnared me, or I who ensnared him? Esteemed seniors, given that you have all reached an age where you could be regarded as Simao's uncles, I implore you to set aside the rules of the Jianghu and assess the righteousness of this matter. In the realm of human interactions, where right and wrong are determined, where have I erred? As he spoke, Simao withdrew a stack of notes from his pocket and handed them to Lu Haipi. Lu Haipi accepted them and, upon inspection, found them to be legitimate documents, each inscribed with black ink on white paper, complete with red seals, and passed them around for all to peruse. Simao observed quietly while Yan Xingji remained impassive, and Lu Ba showed no reaction. The others, however, whispered amongst themselves, glancing curiously at Yin and Lu. Simao understood the dynamics at play. Among those seated in the incense hall, the true authorities were indeed the 2 of them, while the others were merely bystanders. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Simao offered no respite and launched another offensive. I have one more item I wish to present for your esteemed consideration. With that, he produced a thin ledger from his pocket and handed it to Lu Haipi. Upon opening it, Even the seasoned Lu Haipi could not help but change color, exclaiming, "The Injin so." This revelation stirred every person in attendance, drawing their attention to Lu Haipi, who, with a countenance as dark as water, silently passed the ledger among the assembly. Though I am but a junior with limited insight, I am aware that the three ancestors, Wang, Qian, and Pan, who fostered the welfare of the lonely and the destitute, upheld the virtues of benevolence and education, which allowed the Chao gang to flourish for over a century. The three towns of Miankou, under the diligent stewardship of esteemed seniors, have gained formidable renown, not through oppression, but by virtue of their moral standing. Among the 10 rules of the Chao gang, the second prohibits violent highway robbery, the third forbids theft, the fifth condemns wrongful lawsuits, the sixth prohibits harmful schemes, the seventh denounces deceit, and the eighth forbids mobbing the weak. Yet, there are disciples of the Chao gang who, blinded by greed, have tarnished its century-old reputation. Even if outsiders remain indifferent, would you, esteemed seniors, turn a blind eye? In recent years, rumors of unmarked graves and the Injin Su have circulated in Miankou, yet no tangible evidence has surfaced. Initially, Simao intended to keep this information to himself, but faced with the demand for accountability from the esteemed seniors, he felt compelled to defend himself. This ledger exists in singularity. Whether to preserve or destroy it is at your discretion. I have said my piece. My life hangs in the balance, subject to your judgment. Standing tall with his head held high, a smile gracing his lips, Simao exuded a spirit of defiance, as if he welcomed death with open arms. The assembled individuals, seasoned by the trials of the Jianghu, found themselves rendered speechless by his eloquent yet piercing words. Some felt guilt, others a sense of loss for such talent. Even those who harbored lingering grievances found themselves at a loss for counterarguments. They had not anticipated that this brash youth would possess such savvy, deftly employing the tenets of the Chao gang to ensconce them within a formidable argument. The founders of the Chao gang, Wang, Qian, and Pan, did not initially seek to recruit and organize a criminal syndicate. Rather, their foremost endeavor was to establish benevolent halls to shelter and feed the elderly and the destitute, as well as to provide proper burials for the unclaimed deceased. It was through such acts of charity that they garnered a loyal following, hence the Chao gang's enduring adherence to the principles of benevolence as its foundational ethos. Whether these principles are upheld is one matter. Preserving their legacy is another, and none would dare to openly discard this banner. Thus, Simao continued to hammer home the 10 rules, which he recited with remarkable fluency, each clearly directed at the heart of the matter. The term unmarked graves refers to the souls of the deceased, victims of Su Sandao's clandestine machinations, whose stories are whispered in the alleys of Miankou, leaving them unresolved. The Injin Su, a term shrouded in secrecy, implicates the ill-gotten gains of the deceased, encompassing records of murder, robbery, and the subsequent disposal of stolen goods, an endeavor within the Jianghu considered both despicable and shameless. Disciples of the Chao gang who violate these principles face dire consequences, including execution by fire and submersion in the river, making the topic a taboo even among the most daring. What Simao handed to Lu Haipi was a ledger meticulously documenting the stolen goods, timelines, and the criminal exploits of Su Sandao and Lu Bazizi, evidence painstakingly collected over time. Originally intended as a final gambit, now proving invaluable. Holding the Injin Su, Lu Ba, his face flushed with indignation, questioned, "By what right can this ledger be taken at face value? Furthermore, what connection does it have to our Chao gang?" Simao appeared to anticipate such an inquiry. Responding with calm composure, the ledger bears no names to prevent it from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives. However, the heavens bear witness, esteemed elder. While the Jianghu is indeed fraught with disorder, there has never been a case of the antelope's horns being left without trace. I lack the audacity, the capability, and the malice to frame the Chao gang. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. Yan Xingji cast a disapproving glance at Lu Ba. Simao's retort struck at the heart of the matter. All present were seasoned players in the Jianghu, and the ledger's contents, names, dates, events, and clear details of theft and the pathways of illicit goods were irrefutable evidence, meticulously gathered and impossible to contest. Lu Ba, as a senior member of the gang, found his query to be a weak and desperate attempt to deflect, tinged with embarrassment. In this moment, Lu Haipi's experience came to the fore. After exchanging a knowing glance with Yan Xingji, he turned to Simao and said, "You have made your points. Now we shall deliberate within the gang. For the time being, I kindly ask you to step aside and enjoy some tea. We will provide you with an answer today." Simao smiled, bowing respectfully, and without further ado, followed the gang members out of the incense hall. As he departed, he faintly heard a buzz of discussion erupting behind him, and he exhaled a long, slow breath. At that moment, a hurried gang member entered, whispering urgently to Yin Xingji and handing him an object. What was termed a public discussion was, in reality, little more than a quarrel. As the attendees found themselves divided into three factions, Yin Xingji remained silent, observing the proceedings. One faction, led by Lu Haipi, advocated for sparing Simao's life, arguing that it would violate ancestral teachings and tarnish the gang's reputation. Another faction, led by Lu Ba, contended that altering a collective decision was trivializing the matter, even suggesting that convening this incense hall was unnecessary. They claimed that Simao's assertions were unsubstantiated, and allowing such words to sway the gang as elders would lead to ridicule. The third faction neither supports nor opposes. Instead, it proposes a novel proposition. Regardless of whether Simao's words are true or false, once disseminated by him, would it not tarnish the reputation of the Chao gang? How could the brothers face the world thereafter? Amidst the heated debate, Yin Xingji gently cleared his throat and suggested, "I have an idea. Dear brothers, let us deliberate together." The incense hall fell silent, and Yin Xingji continued, "At this point, right and wrong are secondary. The Chao gang of Mianko has sustained through 20 generations. Our forefather provided for us. Our livelihoods depend on our vessels, and our reputation facilitates our passage north and south." I recall the old leader clutching my collar tightly, and I pleaded before him, stating that regardless of distance, upon entering the Qin gate, we are all one family. Not even a mountain of gold could exchange for a boat, nor a mountain of silver alter our customs. Only then did the old leader close his eyes. From the Ming dynasty until now, we have endured calamities, famines, and banditry along these 1,000-mile waterways, yet the Chao gang has not disbanded. The root of our perseverance lies in this principle. No one can uproot it. As long as we uphold this foundation, the descendants of the Chao gang will always have their sustenance. Our immediate priority is to safeguard the gang's reputation. We must maintain our dignity to face our ancestors. Let us cease our quarrels. I shall take it upon myself to welcome this young man into the Chao gang. Chapter 79. To capture. One must first let go. A single stone creates 1,000 ripples, particularly with Yin Xingji's concluding remark, which instantly silenced the crowd. Lu Haipi was the first to react, exclaiming, "What a splendid plan! Both our substance and facade are preserved." Lu Ba's face displayed 1,000 unwilling expressions. Yet Yin Xingji's words evidently aimed to quell dissent. He spoke with courtesy, yet the meaning was clear, subtly invoking the revered customs of the gang to suppress disagreement. To oppose now would be to stir needless controversy. Observing the current atmosphere, even if he wished to argue, he could find no allies. With a cunning glance, he queried, "If Simao enters the fold, and one day it is revealed that he has deceived us, what then?" Yin Xingji replied dryly, "We shall act according to the gang's rules." This statement left Lu Ba utterly speechless. Speaking objectively, Yin Xingji's strategy was indeed the best course of action. Once Simao joined the Chao gang, he would be bound to uphold its secrets. Otherwise, he would face the consequences of the rules. Should he distort the truth or commit wrongful acts, the rules would apply. In essence, by incorporating Simao into the gang's framework, the reputation of the Chao gang would be preserved. As for the legitimacy of the information he provided, should it prove true, how those who violated the rules would be dealt with remained to be seen. Currently, Jean Baimei was already hinting at capturing Simao, and the aftermath of such events could be left for him to resolve. One must take matters step by step. Once the issue was placed upon someone else's shoulders, solutions would emerge, yielding results far more substantial than mere speculation. If we accept him into our ranks, who will serve as his principal mentor, guide, and teacher? Lu Sijio, resembling a wealthy gentleman, suddenly interjected. Yin Xingji responded without hesitation, "This lad is of the monkey zodiac. I shall be his principal mentor," using the five-finger mountain to temper his mischievous nature. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Lu Haipi, saying, "Brother Haipi, could you kindly convey my invitation to the Jia Bai and Airbang? In 7 days, we shall hold a grand gathering in the incense hall, inviting our esteemed elder brothers from the Xing generation to attend. The responsibilities of guiding and teaching shall fall upon them." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Lu Ba hesitantly inquired, "Old Yin, doesn't this seem somewhat against the rules?" Others chimed in, some in agreement, while others remarked, "Isn't this too lenient towards this lad?" Yin Xingji waved his hand dismissively. "In urgent matters, we must bend the rules. The sooner we welcome him, the sooner we can impose the necessary constraints upon him. Let us adjourn for today. I shall host a banquet at Defu Tower this evening for us to enjoy. Brother Haipi, please take the time to thoroughly discuss matters with this young man." Lu Haipi chuckled. "All right, you go ahead first. I will finish with him and join you shortly." "I refuse. I have no desire to join the Chao gang. I have been a terrible swimmer since childhood, and the sight of a boat makes me queasy. What would I do in the gang? Surely you wouldn't have me hauling ropes on the shore? Simao's reaction was far from the exuberant cheer Lu Haipi had anticipated. Instead, he vehemently opposed the notion. Oh, fret not. There is no rush. You can take your time to ponder this over. We shall discuss it when you have reached a conclusion, Lu Haipi replied calmly as he stood to leave. Wait a moment. What am I supposed to think about here? The boat is swaying on the waves, and I'm feeling dizzy. I want to get to shore, Simao said with a cheeky smile, following Lu Haipi outside. Old Yin said you were born in the year of the monkey. I see he is quite right. You were so compliant when we first boarded, yet now you reveal your mischievous nature. You shall stay here and behave, Lu Haipi instructed. Senior, does this count as house arrest? Simao inquired. Lu Haipi shook his head. Not at all. House arrest comes with food and drink. Here, you will have none. Once you have thought it through, you may leave. If you refuse, you will starve. I agree. Simao raised his hand. I agree, 100 times over. You've come to a decision rather swiftly, Lu Haipi remarked. This is good. Young people must heed advice and be adaptable. However, I have a condition. Simao's next words nearly choked Lu Haipi. Speak plainly, Lu Haipi retorted, half amused and half exasperated. Simao began counting on his fingers. If I join the Chow gang, I must not be assigned any menial, dirty, or laborious tasks. It would be best if I had a dozen subordinates to handle the work while I merely give orders. And we should discuss the monthly salary in advance. If my earnings do not exceed my expenditures, I would be at a significant loss. Oh, and if the gang provides meals, could I have a special arrangement? My demands are modest. I can manage breakfast myself, but for lunch and dinner, there should be at least 3 dishes and a soup. I do not require much alcohol. Half a caddy will suffice. Any type is acceptable, be it strong or aromatic. You little monkey, these are your conditions? Now go. Get off the boat. Lu Haipi felt his head spin as if a drum was being beaten inside it. Senior, it seems mealtime has arrived. How about I accompany you for a light meal on the boat? Simao continued his antics. Lu Haipi, observing Simao's shameless demeanor, sighed. Had it not been for Miss Chun handing a note to her father today, you might very well be feeding turtles in the river right now. You truly have a bold heart. I do not provide meals here. Be off with you. Miss Chun is waiting for you down below. Go thank her properly. With that, Lu Haipi hastily retreated, as if avoiding a plague. Once off the boat, Simao indeed spotted the familiar mule cart. As the curtain was drawn, Chun Yang's delicate, porcelain-like face appeared, and she gently hummed, Get in. We will cross the courtyard and warm ourselves by the fire pot. Simao hurriedly climbed into the cart. And as he settled, his first inquiry was, Sister Chun Yang, what did you write in the note to your father? I told my father to sink you into the river as soon as possible. The sooner, the better, Yin Chun Yang replied sternly. No wonder. I was puzzled by your father's expression, Simao pondered, stroking his beardless chin in contemplation. Chun Yang innocently asked, What kind of expression did my father have? Your father nearly shed tears, sighing repeatedly. How could such a clever and lively little monkey be offered to the Dragon King as a son-in-law? I cannot bear to part with him. Seeing Simao's serious expression, Chun Yang burst into laughter, playfully pinching his arm with her delicate fingers. In Chun Yang's little courtyard, the doors were tightly closed, shadows danced in the light, and outside, the night was dark and moonless, with cold winds raging. Inside, the warm Kong, exquisite dishes, and fine wine created a spring-like ambience. Simao stretched languidly and said to Chun Yang, who was peering out the window, Sister, you needn't worry. Those men are sent by your father to protect me, not to spy on us. Chapter 80. As difficult as climbing to the sky, Chun Yang scoffed dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? My father, that stubborn old man, would never be so benevolent. It depends on the situation. Yesterday he had someone watching me to prevent my escape, and today he has someone monitoring me to guard against Su Sandao's treachery. Su Sandao plotting against you? He doesn't even know where you are. How could he scheme against you? Chun Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Simao chuckled. Today, there was quite a commotion at the old hall ship where a criminal incense hall was held. With such a stir, Su Sandao, who has long been entrenched in the Tsangong, could easily spend a bit of silver to buy information from those around your father. I suspect his men may already be lurking in some corner outside your courtyard. Chun Yang's heart sank slightly. If you know all this, why return to this little courtyard? Are you seeking death? Simao waved his hand dismissively. You needn't worry. In 7 days, your father will hold a grand incense hall, and he has invited the elder members of the Jia Bai and Airbang. If anything were to befall me, there would be no incense hall to speak of, and the Tsangong and Mian Ko Sanjun would have no future. So, I shall eat and drink as usual. Any urgent matters can be handled by your father. I need not fret over such trivialities. But what if Jin Bai Mei personally leads men to capture you? He is an officer, and the Tsangong cannot openly obstruct him. Simao replied nonchalantly, Jin Bai Mei is a wily old fox. I would wager he will not come. Chun Yang was about to dig deeper when she suddenly recalled. What did you just say? My father is holding a grand incense hall in 7 days and has invited the elder members of Jia Bai and Airbang? Indeed. It was Liu Hei Pai who informed me, Simao affirmed. Chun Yang was well acquainted with Liu Hei Pai, the chief steward of the Tsangong. Known for his prudence and competence and a trusted brother of her father, he was indeed a person of great repute within the Tsangong, unlikely to speak falsehoods. Did you agree to it? Simao tossed a piece of garlic pork into his mouth and sipped some wine, saying, Of course, I didn't wish to. The work of running a boat is both filthy and exhausting. However, they are pressuring me. You haven't seen it. They refuse to let me eat or drink. And I can't even leave the ship. Liu Hei Pai threatened that if I didn't agree, he would let me starve to death. Goodness, that Tsangong is too overbearing. While I know my worth, this is simply too much. Can you not refrain from being flippant? Chun Yang shot him a fierce glare. Your father is offering you a grand incense hall. That is a tremendous fortune. Even Su Sandao has only managed to be a nominal disciple after so many years. Do not take advantage of the situation. Simao's eyes widened. So, because someone is forcing me to accept a grand incense hall, I should be grateful? Is there no reason left in this world? Can you hide here for a lifetime? The moment you step outside, Su Sandao would have your heart carved out. If you doubt it, try stepping outside now. Mian Ko is barely the size of a palm, and Su Sandao has already set his sights on it. You're no fool. If you were, you wouldn't be hiding here pretending to be clueless. Chun Yang's brows furrowed in anger. Simao grinned playfully. All right, don't be angry, wise sister. I'll admit I was just rambling. Chun Yang's temperament, swift as a storm, softened slightly, although her expression remained stern. Do you know the rules for accepting disciples in the Tsangong? Many have longed to enter my father's sect, only to remain nominal disciples for life. Their hair turning white while still being mere helpers. You've struck it lucky. If my father hears you say this, he would surely toss you into the river. Simao, with a mischievous glint in his eye, gazed at Chun Yang, her hair like clouds and her beauty unparalleled, unable to suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at? Chun Yang chided lightly. Oh, why do so many people strive to become your father's disciple? I understand now. It must be like what they sing on the stage. That being your father's disciple comes with benefits. If that's the case, I too must compete for it. What benefits? Chun Yang was momentarily taken aback. You are the benefit. The exquisite and radiant daughter of the Yin family, Simao quipped. Chun Yang seized Simao by the collar. Her teeth clenched in frustration. 3 days without a beating. And you've grown bolder, haven't you? Simao winced. I wasn't finished. A master-disciple bond is akin to a father-son relationship. Becoming your father's disciple would mean gaining you as a sister. That's what I meant. Where did your mind wander? Let go, you're hurting me. Chun Yang, begrudgingly releasing him, muttered, When will your mouth ever be in order? I've gone out of my way to save you, providing you with food and drink, only for it to go to waste. Simao chuckled. How about you enlighten me on the rules of disciple acceptance in the Tsangong? I wish to broaden my horizons. He poured himself a cup of wine, presenting it respectfully to Chun Yang. Simao sincerely seeks to learn. Though not an active member of the gang, Chun Yang, being a scion of the Tsangong, had been immersed in its lore from a young age. She recounted the intricacies of the Tsangong's disciple acceptance process to Simao. The Tsangong's method of organization fundamentally differed from that of other factions like the Tiandi Society and Gulao Society, which relied on brotherly ties. Instead, the Tsangong established its structure through master-disciple relationships, promoting a hierarchical order. This vertical pyramid structure fosters closer connections, stricter hierarchies, and more efficient management, showcasing the Tsangong's cleverness. To join the Tsangong, one must first become a nominal disciple. While the requirements are not overly stringent, they are indeed detailed. One must find a sponsoring master to vouch for them, serving as both a political reviewer and a guiding figure. This sponsor introduces the aspirant to the gang's rules, precautions, and essential knowledge before presenting them to a master, referred to as the fated master. The aspirant must then personally visit the fated master with a formal application. However, this application is not merely about eloquence or respect. It follows a specific format and content requirement. It must include the applicant's name, gender, age, place of origin, occupation, marital status, residence, and political background, akin to a job application, and must also include a confidentiality agreement to be deemed acceptable. Of course, one must not forget to offer a token of appreciation, preferably something valuable, aside from gold. After that, the aspirant can return home and wait. As the fated master will not respond immediately, they need time to consider and evaluate. A few days later, if a letter of acceptance arrives, congratulations. You have officially become a member of the underworld, albeit as a lowly lackey. The next step involves a ceremonial formality known as ascending the small incense hall. After a period of observation, if the fated master deems you to possess potential for development, a ritual is held with an incense altar set up. And you are expected to bow respectfully while partaking in political education, reciting the gang's rules and etiquette. The ceremony need not be held aboard the old ship. The location is flexible, typically at the master's residence, with an altar prepared and a few esteemed guests invited. However, there are numerous protocols to observe, primarily requiring respect for elders, mutual assistance among peers, compassion for juniors, support during adversities, maintaining tranquility, and ensuring a solemn atmosphere in the incense hall, among other rules. Do not rejoice too soon. Merely passing through the small incense hall does not signify you are a formal disciple. You remain a struggling outsider. As your master continues to evaluate you. According to the regulations, it is stated, a disciple visits the master for 3 years. While the master visits the disciple for 3 years, also referred to as being half inside the door, half outside. After 6 years of enduring hardship and consistently maintaining a humble demeanor, those who perform exceptionally well and are promoted earlier are not the focus of this discussion. Congratulations. You may finally enter the official small incense hall. Remember, the former is unofficial, while this is the officially recognized process. A small deviation can lead to a significant divergence. The most fundamental distinction of convening the official small incense hall is that, in addition to the primary master, there must also be the presence of the introducing and transmitting masters. Why is this custom in place? Because it is an ancestral tradition that cannot be altered. Even during Su Wenxiang's era, the Qin gang, which evolved from the Chao gang, adhered to this practice. The 3 ancestral figures, Wang, Qian, and Pan, while disseminating teachings in Hangzhou, led a group collectively, yet later branched into divisions such as Huaixi, Xingwu, and Jiabai, all stemming from a single root. Thus, when accepting disciples, one must pay homage to 3 masters. One as the primary master, and the other 2 as the introducing and transmitting masters. In this manner, when one takes a disciple, it is akin to the other 2 masters also accepting a disciple, termed as one master is every master, one disciple is every disciple. However, there is a stipulation that these 3 masters cannot belong to the same gang. Upon careful reflection, one may discern that this rule possesses profound significance. Unity among ancestors does not guarantee unity among their descendants. Many instances exist where relations have soured into enmity over 2 generations, especially in a society linked to organized crime. This rule was intended to strengthen solidarity among various factions through the ties between masters and disciples. Unfortunately, the ancestors of the Chao gang were unaware that this strategy would prove ineffective. Throughout the Qing dynasty, conflicts over territory and interests among various Chao gang factions were frequent. During the Yongzheng and Qianlong periods, the sailors from the grain ships associated with Wang, Qian, and Pan had evolved into 3 major factions, with Wang referred to as the first faction, Qianan as the second, and Pan as the third. The intertwining interests led to constant divisions and reunifications, culminating in violent confrontations marked by bloodshed and chaos, with numerous fatalities reported, as documented in the memorial by the then Zhejiang governor, Cheng Hanzhong. It was only during the era of Yan Xingji that, through his prestige and cunning, the various factions maintained a facade of harmony while engaging in covert strife. Returning to the core issue, when you have triumphed over numerous trials and tribulations and steadfastly uphold your resolve and ideals within the underworld, having achieved a certain level of recognition, you may proceed to the 4th stage, known as entering the Great Incense Hall or ascending to great wealth. The procedures are similar to those of the official small incense hall, yet the scale, rank, ceremony, and significance are not comparable. It is essential for the 3 masters to impart the 4 organizational disciplines, the 3 gangs, 9 generations, and the 10 rules, 10 prohibitions, 10 precepts, and 10 necessities. The concept of organizational discipline is straightforward and requires no elaboration. The 3 gangs refers to the heads of the 3 masters, while the 9 generations pertains to the 3 masters' lineage names. 3 multiplied by 3 equals 9. Do not perceive these as mere formalities. You must commit them to memory, for they are the essence of the Qin gang's secrets and will serve as your protective talisman in future endeavors. For instance, should you find yourself in a conflict with a formidable opponent, and it appears you are about to suffer a loss, you might swiftly distance yourself, boldly approaching with words, I am the disciple of so-and-so is my master. Oh, you are under so-and-so? How delightful to meet. I am well acquainted with their lineage. Thus, a potential conflict may transform into a harmonious resolution, establishing your reputation as a master of diplomacy in the underworld. This is not mere fiction. The underworld also values the strategy of winning without fighting. Relying solely on brute force will lead to dire consequences. Do not be misled by portrayals of heroic figures in films. If you find yourself surrounded by enemies, your survival becomes tenuous. Historically and presently, this holds true, especially in navigating life in China, where connections and value exchanges are paramount. After completing this process, you finally gain entry into the inner sanctum, transitioning from a disciple to a true apprentice. At this moment, it signifies the establishment of a profound bond with your three masters, ensuring you are no longer alone in your endeavors, but backed by a supportive community. In the grand scheme, is completing these 4 essential steps in the Chao Gang truly critical? Not necessarily. A far more significant factor is the selection of a commendable master. For instance, after enduring countless trials, if you glance back and find your lineage lacking in nobility and your masters are merely treading water in their own ranks, you may realize you have positioned yourself outside the core elite and are forever barred from ascending to the upper echelons. At this moment, aside from exclaiming in dismay, you may find yourself without recourse, as the platform indeed determines one's fate. After Spring Ni meticulously elucidated the intricacies and nuances of this situation, Simao finally comprehended why, during his moment of pride, Lu Haipi expressed both regret and surprise, while Spring Ni chastised him for his fortunate yet opportunistic behavior. It became clear that he was merely running a marathon on an airplane. In terms of procedure, stepping into the role of an apprentice rather than a disciple instantly elevated his status. As for Yin Xingji being the leader of the Chao Gang, we shall not dwell on the identities of the other 2 factions masters. Suffice it to say they are undoubtedly among the most senior, still alive, and wielding power, which undoubtedly serves as a protective shield for future endeavors. Spring and I, what level of disciple is Su Sandow at now? Simao inquired. Spring and I scoffed. Having entered the small incense hall, he is still far from entering the inner sanctum. All right, this endeavor is feasible. However, I still have a question. What makes you think my father holds you in such high regard? Just days ago, he sought to drown me. What changed overnight? Simao hesitantly asked. What else could it be? Your eloquence can bring the dead to life and elevate the living. My father and his peers have fallen for your charm. Simao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, words reflect the heart. Clarity in speech leads to success. Your father and his companions surely appreciate talent. At this juncture, Simao's eyes sparkled as he turned to Spring and I. Smiling, Hype Uncle insisted I express my gratitude to you, stating that the note you provided played a significant role. What exactly did you write? Care to share? Spring and I shot him a knowing glance. Do you truly wish to know? Perhaps you do. Once you learn, will you remember my kindness? Absolutely. In a hushed voice. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Spring and I leaned closer to Simao and whispered, my note stated, if you want to drown Simao, I shall transform the tea house into chiffon. Lu Simao, caught off guard, sprayed his drink across the room, gasping for breath. Spring Maiden's triumphant delight was evident in her eyes and brows as she gazed upon the timid demeanor before her. The grand incense hall ceremony was set to unfold in 7 days, and the dock of the Mienko Dragon King Temple had transformed overnight, becoming significantly quieter. The once bustling fleet of cargo ships seemed to have vanished, leaving only 3 grand vessels approaching in unison from several miles away. Each was a flat-bottomed barge, with bamboo roofs sheltering the crew, tall masts standing proudly, and enormous sails woven from strips of bamboo billowing in the breeze. As the sails descended, a dozen burly men, clad only in their bare torsos despite the frigid weather, shouted commands while loosening the winches the size of cartwheels. At the moment the sails were fully lowered, each ship dropped 6 anchors, the largest of which, known as the house anchor, weighed 500 to 600 pounds and plunged into the river with a resounding splash, sending sprays of water into the air. As the call from the helm rang out, several strong men swiftly maneuvered the rudder, bringing the once-moving vessels to an abrupt halt as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, creating even larger splashes. The joints of the ship creaked ominously, yet they remained steadfastly anchored in the tumultuous waters. Remarkably, the 3 ships lined up perfectly, swaying with the waves, yet their bows pointed straight toward the shore. Cheers erupted from the crew, praising each other's skilled sailors. Upon witnessing this, Simao stood in awe, marveling at the sheer power and control the massive vessels exhibited amidst the tumult, evoking a surge of adrenaline within him. Lu Haipi leaned in and quietly explained, this is an old tradition of the Grand Incense Hall. Each faction sends their best sailors aboard their respective vessels to compete. Today, it will be a draw. Simao nodded and inquired, Uncle Haipi, they can't possibly hold the Grand Incense Hall ceremony on the water, can they? with such fierce winds and waves? How will they get here? Realizing the folly of his question, he chastised himself for potentially inviting ridicule. It was known that the Grand Incense Hall had always been conducted on the water, never on land. As for how they would arrive, he could only wait to witness their true prowess. Before Lu Haipi could finish speaking, two old ships extended narrow planks towards Simao's vessel, the gap between the ships being several fathoms wide. The planks were precarious, swaying with the waves, as if they might tumble into the river at any moment. Simao peered down, noting the height of the ship and the instability of the plank. Pondering the absurdity of gathering in such harsh conditions for a meeting in the middle of the river, attempting such a perilous feat of crossing the planks. To his surprise, the stream of individuals from both ships moved with remarkable steadiness, gracefully crossing the planks and converging at the bow. Yan Xingji and some of his brothers greeted them, including a middle-aged man with a bushy beard who nearly obscured his features and a frail old man, both of whom were surrounded by their followers. Simao understood that these two were likely his other masters. He quietly asked Lu Haipi, "Uncle Haipi, who are these two?" Lu Haipi's eyes momentarily widened in surprise before he quickly regained his composure and whispered, "You must adhere to the proper etiquette. Do not lose your manners. These two masters are quite significant figures. It's remarkable that they have come today. Consider it your fortune." Although Lu Haipi did not elaborate on their identities, Simao sensed their extraordinary status within the faction, understanding that they were powerful and influential individuals. It seemed that Yan Xingji had secured formidable allies for him. Chapter 83. A windfall. While the cargo gang presented itself as a singular entity, it was in fact a collection of factions, each with its own territory and leaders. The divisions were based on administrative boundaries and the scale of each faction's power, often intertwining and merging to form distinct gang boundaries. During the Qing dynasty, conflicts and skirmishes among the various factions were commonplace, leading smaller gangs to band together for survival or seek refuge with larger ones, while the latter expanded their influence and territory, resulting in a reshuffling of the industry landscape. On the waterways from Hunan to Jiangxi, Yan Xingji's Miankou cargo gang and the Jia Bai factions were among the three dominant powers, forming a tripartite balance. The bearded man, surnamed Lu and known as Beard, belonged to the Qianan faction, while the emaciated elder, surnamed Zhao and named Xinggong, represented the Panan faction. Simao could discern their elevated status from the entourage surrounding them and Lu Haipi's reaction. However, he noticed a fleeting expression of complexity on Lu Haipi's face, which did not escape his keen observation. "Uncle Haipi, these two must hold considerable status. It seems they have come today for someone as inconsequential as me for a specific purpose," Simao murmured. Lu Haipi appeared momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure, replying, "Focus on your own matters. Just maintain your decorum. Do not concern yourself with anything else." With that, he hastily left Simao's side and assumed his role as the host, preparing to guide the guests into the Grand Incense Hall. After the customary introductions and proceedings, Simao learned that the two esteemed guests were indeed significant figures, the leaders of the Qianan and Panan factions, who shared a brotherly bond with Yan Xingji, who even referred to Zhao Xinggong as senior brother. Simao bowed deeply in respect, feeling dizzy and fatigued, yet he remained upright, awaiting his master's guidance. Lu the Beard appeared to be a boisterous, larger-than-life character, with a loud voice and an equally grand demeanor. After bowing thrice, "I cannot simply become a master for nothing," he proclaimed. As he spoke, he produced a brocade box from within his garments. An attendant promptly stepped forward to present the box on a tray, following Lu's gesture to place it before Simao. Hesitating, Simao glanced at Yan Xingji, unsure whether he should accept the gift. "Don't be daft, open it and see," Lu urged. Simao opened the brocade box, revealing a jade pendant that shimmered with a warm, translucent sheen, inscribed with the words Qianan lineage, Lu's disciple in clerical script. While he pondered the significance of the jade, Yan Xingji's voice cut through, "You should thank Master Lu. Possessing this pendant will serve as a protective talisman on your journey. However, let me be clear, should you misuse this symbol to engage in wrongdoing, I will be the first to discipline you." Lu the Beard laughed heartily. "My brother, you exaggerate. It's merely a trinket, a memento for the child. Don't frighten him." Simao nodded obediently, but inwardly he scoffed at the notion of such a trivial item holding any real power. What good is a mere token? He thought. Unbeknownst to him, Lu had only taken two disciples, each receiving a jade pendant. The presence of this pendant would clearly signify their identities to fellow practitioners, who would likely treat them with respect. Traditionally, such tokens were bestowed upon one's direct disciples, and Yan Xingji had not anticipated that Lu would present such a grand gift, treating Simao as a true disciple, which was indeed unexpected. When it was Simao's turn to bow to Zhao Xinggong, Zhao signaled to one of his subordinates, who brought forth a tray draped with a red cloth, concealing an unknown object. Simao lowered his head, stealing a glance with the corner of his eye, and thought to himself that he hoped it wasn't just another jade token. Something more valuable like gold or silver would be far more gratifying. Zhao lifted the red cloth, revealing a small book, its corners frayed and slightly damaged. Upon seeing it, Yan Xingji, Lu Haipi, Lu Ba, and the others immediately adopted a grave expression. Yin stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Brother, this is too much. The unworthy disciple cannot bear such a heavy gift." Since boarding the ship, Zhao had maintained a serious demeanor. But now he spoke. "Indeed, he is your disciple, but he is also mine now. It is merely a material possession. What significance does weight hold?" He then addressed Simao. "Stop kneeling. Rise." Simao hesitated, gazing at the book, unsure of its purpose, wondering if it was a ledger. Would he be expected to collect usurious debts as a newly appointed disciple? Just as he pondered, Lu Haipi interjected, "You should thank your master. This is a record of the cargo boats." Although Simao was not a member of the cargo guild, Lu's hint enlightened him. The cargo guild was indeed a brotherhood, but it also maintained ties with the imperial court, which regulated labor and citizenry. The strength of each cargo guild was primarily determined by two factors: the size of their territory and the number of boats they possessed, with the latter being the more decisive element. Constructing cargo boats was not a trivial endeavor, and their costs were exorbitant. Furthermore, the construction of large vessels was typically overseen by state-run institutions, falling under the purview of the imperial government. Consequently, the boats of the cargo guilds were allocated by the authorities. The fierce rivalries between cargo guilds during the Qing dynasty often arose from dissatisfaction with governmental distributions, leading to clandestine skirmishes over vessels. More boats equated to greater transport capacity, allowing for increased cargo transport, larger territory, and ultimately higher profits. Thus, boats were the lifeblood of the cargo guilds. The seemingly insignificant and tattered book on the tray was, in fact, a register of cargo boats, instantly recognized by the experienced individuals present. While everyone was lost in thought, a sudden cacophony of gongs and firecrackers erupted from the river. A cargo boat, measuring over 10 zhang, approached, adorned with vibrant red flags fluttering in the wind, creating a splendid sight. The row of sailors on deck were impeccably dressed, exuding vitality. The swift vessel, propelled by the strong river breeze, drew near the port, revealing the prominent character Zhang emblazoned on the flag. The expression of everyone aboard the old hull ship shifted dramatically, except for Simao and Zhao Xinggong's group. Zhao Xinggong turned to Simao and declared, "This boat and all aboard belong to you now. Ensure your brothers carry out their duties well." Simao, perceptive as ever, sensed the unease among the crowd. Though he could not grasp the full context, he surmised that the boat harbored some hidden story. While he understood the implications, he maintained the facade of a dutiful disciple, adhering to Zhao's teachings, and bowed in gratitude. "Master Zhao, what a generous gesture. Truly befitting of someone from the Sannin," Lu Huzi remarked, emphasizing the weight of the word Sannin with a lingering tone. Zhao Xinggong replied stoically, "I cannot claim such a title. I can afford to send the boat as long as it does not become a source of ridicule among our peers." Beautifully said. Yet when the boat was the cause of a fellow disciple's demise, such words were conspicuously absent. Lu Huzi retorted sharply. Zhao Xinggong, quick on the uptake, countered, "Is that even comparable? Discussing friendships is irrelevant. I will not relinquish a single anchor from my ship, even if it rusts and sinks in my own dock. As for gifts, I can offer an entire boat without a second thought." "Zhao Xinggong, are you using this opportunity to humiliate me? Who do you think you are? I am your superior." Seeing the situation escalate, Yan Xingji, Lu Haipi, and Lu Ba swiftly intervened, separating the two, dragging them into different cabins, shattering the previously solemn atmosphere. Simao stood by, mouth agape in disbelief, amused yet exasperated. It was evident that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. There must be some hidden pitfall aboard this vessel, possibly a troublesome burden. He found it laughable that these two formidable figures were bickering like petty ruffians on the street, a stark contrast to his imagined scenario. Lost in thought, Simao noticed Lu Haipi emerging from a cabin and hurried over to discreetly ask, "Uncle Haipi, you must help me. Can we refuse this boat? We cannot afford to get involved in a firestorm." Lu Haipi scrutinized Simao for a moment before speaking. "Have you heard any rumors regarding this boat?" Simao chuckled wryly. "What a leap. I've been here all morning, and no one has informed me of any mysteries aboard. I am not a seer. However, your question confirms it. This boat is undoubtedly a source of trouble. I resolutely refuse it. Perhaps I could gift it to you in front of the masters?" Lu Haipi chuckled. "I see now. Old Yin taking you on as a disciple could either be a blessing or a curse. You seem adept at finding advantage while evading trouble." Simao laughed. "What you say is true. As a newcomer, I must rely on you. a respected elder, to shield me from the storm. Enough with the flattery, Lu Haipi said sternly. Remember this, the conflicts among your three masters are none of your concern. You must remain uninvolved. Each generation handles its own affairs. Treat each master sincerely and obey their commands. Understood. When the three masters fight amongst themselves, I shall merely observe, but if they confront others, I must step forward. Simao replied. Lu Haipi frowned. Why does your understanding sound so nonsensical? Uncle Haipi, on a serious note, can you enlighten me about the backstory of this vessel? I cannot afford to be caught in a trap while remaining ignorant. I did not anticipate that your master would use this boat to make a point today. This vessel carries the weight of several lives, Lu Haipi sighed, recounting the boat's history to Simao, revealing that it all stemmed from a struggle for profit. Though the cargo guild was an organized faction, it differed from typical criminal organizations. Its official identity was a loose network of small logistics companies forming a large logistics group, with the Qing government as its primary client. The main commodities transported were grains and salt, with destinations reaching the capital, while the shipping points spanned across provinces. This led to a pivotal question: where did the cargo boats originate? During the Ming Dynasty, the military oversaw cargo transport, with the central government funding and allocating the vessels, resulting in the establishment of the largest shipbuilding base in the world at Kaohsiungpu in Huaiyan. However, with the Qing dynasty's outsourcing of logistics, the era of communal resources came to an end. The vessels were henceforth to be procured by various local governments and the authorities responsible for river transport, subsequently allocated to different logistics companies. The allocation mechanism, however, was rather intricate. For instance, the central government would finance a portion of the purchase while local authorities contributed another share, with additional costs arising from various operational expenses being apportioned among the logistics companies. Nonetheless, these details, albeit complex, are of little consequence. What truly matters is that the presence of ships begets business, and with business comes revenue. Consequently, a second issue arose. In their fervent desire to seize more business and expand their territories, the logistics companies engaged in increasingly fierce competition over the ships. This rivalry escalated to such an extent that it seemed to render rational thought obsolete, and even the intervention of the authorities failed to resolve the situation. The shipping guilds of the three towns of Miankou and the Jia and Bai guilds were originally adjacent logistics companies, all under the auspices of the Jiangning Shipbuilding Administration, which was subordinate to the Huaiyan Transport Governor's office. By the reign of Yongzheng, state-sponsored shipbuilding had begun to decline due to the lack of full financial support from the central treasury at times. An entire year would pass without the addition of a single vessel. Thus, in a scenario where wolves outnumbered the prey, the conflict intensified into a brutal struggle for survival. At the beginning of last year, the Jiangning Shipbuilding Administration managed to launch a new ship with a capacity of 3,000 stones, prompting the three guild leaders to engage in an exhausting tug-of-war at the shipbuilding office. Each was unwilling to yield, and the official in charge, skilled at muddling through and deflecting responsibility, simply stated that the three of them should reach a consensus before returning to him, or else none would be granted access. The leaders of the three logistics companies convened behind closed doors for an entire day, stubbornly refusing to compromise, yet failing to achieve any resolution. Ultimately, Zhao Xinggang proposed a solution. He was willing to offer 80% of the ship's freight revenue to the other two companies, to be divided over 3 years, with a written agreement to formalize the arrangement. Upon calculation, Yin Xingji and Lu Huzi determined that holding the ship would yield only marginally greater profits, especially considering the considerable maintenance expenses that would arise after 3 years. Rather than expend their energies in endless negotiations, they saw merit in accepting a lesser profit for the promise of unearned gains. Thus, they nodded in agreement.